Pokemon trainers. It is time to end our season on a high note. We are here at the 2025 North America International Championships, starting our pre-show before opening ceremonies. I'm Joe Brown, joined by Kyle Sukovich, Evan Hashimoto, and Jim Lawson, covering all 4 of our competitive circuits, competitive streams you will see this weekend in NAIC. It's going to be an absolutely great time. The season started in September here in North America, and here this June it's going to be an awesome showdown. Our final event before the World Championships this summer in August in Anaheim, California. Kyle, we'll start with you. TCG always continuing to rise, over 3,800 trainers in the Masters Division here in New Orleans. It's really incredible to think about.
It's crazy to see how much things have grown. Yeah, this room is packed with people. There's, like you said, about 3,800 players in the Masters Division alone for TCG. A massive event, and this is the summer of Pokemon, right? We're leading up to the World Championships. We are on the road to Worlds, and this is kind of the final stop before we get there. This is going to be an awesome weekend. Yeah, absolutely, and there's so many new things in all of our games, especially I would say Go is the newest with the new season, new me mentality, Jim, for your new season in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just such an exciting weekend. And when you think about it, not only is there a new season going from Might and Mastery to Delightful Days, kind of the first dip into this new meta that we're going to see develop, but also there's just so much on the line, and this is for all the games, right? It's not just the champion title, but we have tons of trainers that are trying to get that final opportunity to punch their ticket for Worlds, or maybe even a travel award or travel stipend. So many storylines, so much on the line for this weekend, and I can't wait to see it unfold.
Yeah, and then Evan, obviously Pokemon UNITE is continuing to grow, the competitive scene getting larger and larger by the day. Quick hit on how your scene is doing.
It's great. It's been the longest season that we've had so far. We started a little bit, I think 2 months earlier this year than we did previous years. The international competition has been amazing. We had our first Western teams go out to the Asia regions for invitationals this year. So it's really just one of the most exciting years, and our final Western team will qualify today.
Gonna be exciting. I'm an Umbreon main myself, so I'm hoping to see some Umbreon on the Unite stream this weekend. But let's get into our players to watch. For those who are joining us for the first time, maybe you're unfamiliar between all of the top trainers in each of our competitive games. We'll start with the trading card game. Kyle, there's almost too many players to count.
Yeah, there really are. We narrowed it down to 3. And these are some of the best of the best. We have Andrew Hedrick, who was last year's NAIC champion. This guy has had an incredible 3-year stretch, 4 regional wins. And the person he defeated in the finals last year was Stefan Ivanov, who is our only 2-time NAIC champion for the TCG. He won in back-to-back years, made it back to the finals last year, lost basically on a confusion coin flip, one of the closest matches we've ever seen. Stefan is synonymous with NAIC. He's a player to watch for sure. And then Brent Tonneson has really been the trendsetter for TCG this season. He's had a ton of great results, got 2nd place at an international championship already this season. A lot of players go to him for what is the optimal deck list to play. So Brent is another player we're going to keep an eye on.
Yeah, not just players, but commentators as well, as I borrowed his Charizard deck on TCG Live for a number of months back last year. I was using his exact 60. So Brent, certainly a force to be reckoned with this season. We head over to Pokemon Go, Jim, and obviously there's so many great trainers consistently, but there's something about the home talent continuing to succeed at their home international.
Yeah, that's right. One of the storylines that we're going to be looking at all weekend is going to be the idea of an out-of-region IC winner. In the history of Pokemon Go on the Play Pokemon circuit, we have had only in-region winners for our international championship tournaments. So we're going to take a look at some of these trainers to really spotlight here for this weekend. And these are actually our previous 3 IC winners. We had our EU IC winner from Spain, Patoman. We had our 2024 NAIC winner, Out of Pocket, as well as our 2025 LAIC winner, Marto Galde, all competing here this weekend. And when we talk about these trainers, the one consistent theme is actually consistency. All of these trainers have had success realistically for seasons over and over and over. In fact, Marto Galde has won 4 tournaments already this season. So if he can have a nice, tournament here, he's going to just sweep everyone as far as the global leaderboards go. So a lot to look forward to, a lot of excitement this weekend.
That's awesome to see a player have that much consistency within a game where there's so much varying playsets, varying patches, right, with the new updates and everything. We'll see how he is able to keep that success up for Pokemon Go. A lot of fun. New times in the Pokemon Go scene here at NAIC. Certainly excited for that. Personally, for myself, selfishly, talking about the video game championships, very excited as this is the capstone to our season. We've had a bunch of different regional champions. Will we get a back-to-back, someone that's a regional and IC winner? These are our players to watch, some of the best trainers in North America and all over the world. The one, the only, Wolf Glick himself, former regional champion this season, so already has the invite from the European International Championship that he won just a few months ago, trying to get 3 invites in one season. Speaking of 3, Marco Silva, the only trainer in VG history to win 3 international championships at this point, and Naoto Mizubuchi, actually one of my favorite players to watch out of Japan, the 2019 world champion, actually in attendance this weekend. Important to note for anyone out of the main North America, USC, LATAM, and Oceania regions, Japanese players, Asia-Pacific players, they have to achieve top 4 or higher to qualify, get that automatic invitation to the World Championship. So for Naoto, it's essentially either boom or bust, which is exciting for us.
Yeah.
So obviously going to be a great weekend. Thousands and thousands of trainers here in the building in NAIC, and that's seeing the VG set up there. It's going to be a great time. We have one more game, one more play. You can't really have a player to watch, as it takes a village to win in Pokemon UNITE, and good teammates at that, Evan.
Yeah, I'm actually going to talk about 15 individual players. We're going to have to extend this time, and every game's going to be delayed. And I think that's okay. I think we're allowed to do that. But no, I'm just kidding. 3 teams to watch. For anybody who's not familiar, our format's a little bit different. We have a league system, and this is one of our few open brackets, completely open to any team in the world to auto-qualify for Worlds. We will get our final Worlds qualifier from the West here. Of course, Luminosity is the team that we have to talk about. I know it's kind of a similar story to what we saw in some of the other games, but Luminosity, there are 2-time world champions, and there's only been 3 Worlds for Pokemon UNITE. They are also now our 2-time IC champions this season. It's the first time that we've been able to be at LAIC. They won that. They won EUIC, but they have a very interesting stat. For being one of the best teams in the world, they have won every single in-person event outside of the U.S., and they have lost every single offline event inside the U.S.
Oh,
so,
wow.
A weird stat for a U.S. team, and they are here now to try and break that curse and sweep every single IC.
Hey, that just shows that Luminosity's level of dominance, that if they're able to win so consistently, whenever they don't win, it's essentially a news story.
Yeah. It's, I mean, and again, they've been so dominant. They're the only 2-time world champions. They've got a slightly new roster this time around, so it's going to be interesting to see how they're playing with that. We've also got some other teams that we got to see right there. I believe it was Daybreak and Dreamax that we got to see. Some teams from out of region that were qualifying for Worlds, or some of them qualified for Worlds last year, and they didn't manage to this year, just barely. So a lot of out-of-region teams are trying to get their final chance, and we haven't seen them play against the Western teams as much, or so I should say the North American teams as much. It's going to be a very, very interesting day.
Now, with obviously all of our games having different Pokemon, different strategies, different mechanics available, I think you want to go down the line real quick on what's that one thing that the people watching at home should really be focusing on for your games. Kyle, is it going to be a bunch of monkey business with Monkey Dory? Is that the thing that should really focus on this weekend?
We will certainly see a lot of Monkey Dory in the TCG this weekend for sure. Yeah, there's a new expansion for the TCG. It's Scarlet and Violet Destined Rivals. Team Rocket returns to the TCG, kind of our first Team Rocket themed expansion in about 20 years. So very exciting, and everybody's going to be looking towards, will there be any new decks, new strategies that are going to take this event by storm? Or are we going to see more of the same with Gardevoir EX, Dragapult EX, and a lot of those decks that have been doing well throughout the season?
Yeah, and then Jim, how about what's a Pokemon we should see on the Pokemon Go stage?
Yeah, absolutely, Joe. We're here in the bayou. It's hot, it's humid, it's sweaty. We're all feeling it. And you know, the bugs are out. They're going to be out this weekend. We actually had a buff to bug type Pokemon here for this delightful day's meta. We're going to see the likes of Fortress and Scizor as well dominating the stage. So can't wait to see some of these newly buffed bug types. Bugs are back, baby. What can I say?
might need some bug spray here in New Orleans, outside the venue and for the video game. Personally, I'm excited for anyone watching. It is Miraidon's world, and we are just living in it. One of the strongest restricted Pokemon available in the format. That Dragon Electric typing is just absolutely terrifying to deal with offensively. You put a Choice Specs on, you're doing even more damage. Electric Terrain increases that damage as well because of the Hadron engine ability. So I don't know, in our 8 rounds of Swiss today, I'd expect to at least see at minimum 4 Miraidon going into today. It's certainly the strongest Pokemon in the field in most of the trainers' eyes, but that's always a good time. You never know, if everyone's ready to bring Miraidon, you can have a counter win the event, a team that's prepared for it. Evan, real quick on your Pokemon to watch.
We have such a wide meta right now. Honestly, they asked me for my predictions, and I was like, I have no idea, which is a great thing for the game, right? There's so many viable Pokemon right now. Everything is like being used by so many different teams. Our newest Pokemon are Suicune and Alolan Raichu. So those are both releasing, they both released within the past few months. They're extremely strong. Alcremie released like 2 days ago, not legal for the tournament, unfortunately. I'm very excited for that Pokemon, but we are in for surprises, without a doubt. And if you want to see some wild Pokemon, I think Unite's going to be a good game to watch this week.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Very excited for Unite. Now we have, as we're getting ready for our opening ceremonies to begin, there's going to be important things that you're going to want to stay locked in all weekend on our streams. You can get rewards. You can have our drops here in Pokemon TCG Live. Use the redeem code NAIC25 Destined Rivals to get those full art cards there. Kyle, that's what you're talking about, the latest Team Rocket set.
Yeah, it's Team Rocket. You can see the Team Rocket's Giovanni. There's lots of Team Rocket's Pokemon in the TCG, but it's not just Team Rocket. There's lots of different trainers Pokemon which were just introduced or reintroduced to the TCG in that Journey Together expansion. So you see trainers like Ethan, Cynthia, Marnie. Lots of strong trainers have strong Pokemon, and we'll probably see a lot of those this weekend for TCG. But yeah, also watch out for Twitch drops. We have some kind of play accessories you can get for TCG Live. It gets, Ogerpon has kind of been the mascot for the International Championship circuit this season, so you can get the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon accessories here. Yeah, just link up your account, get some Twitch drops.
Ogerpon Cornerstone, my beloved, my favorite version of the 4 masks there.
Also good in TCG.
Yes,
for a bit.
Absolutely, yes. So if you're watching the TCG stream for the drops, you should also head on over to Pokemon Go's stream as well, Jim, to get some well-earned, very important, very helpful drops on the Go stream.
Yeah, absolutely. Earlier this year at EUIC, we saw an incredible championship between ZZ and our featured trainer, Patumon, who will be here at NAIC as well. But you actually have an opportunity, if you follow along with the stream, watch for 30 minutes, you can get the iconic Mandibuzz, one of the most dominant Pokemon through so many metas, as well as an elite Charge TM as well. One of the more rare items in the game. I know Joe's been trying to source some of those as well
yes.
here in the great TM crisis of 2025. But yeah, make sure that you guys link your accounts, follow along. As you watch, you will get those codes that you can use to get some of those exclusive items here as you watch the North American International Championships.
Shout out to our commentary friend Butters, who actually traded me a shiny Mandibuzz. Ooh. Pretty cool. I don't know how great it is in battle, but I know this Pokemon's pretty good at VGC. Everyone's excited. Wolf Glick's Incineroar has finally realized Wolf's best friend used the code NAIC25 Cone Parish. Wolfie Cone Parish is real here in New Orleans. For those who don't, know the story and the significance of it. Wolf, our strongest, most veteran player in the game. Typically, you do not see first partner Pokemon as the distribution Pokemon, but because the friendship between Wolf and Incineroar is so strong, Pokemon just had to do it there.
Noted #1 Incineroar fan.
Yes, exactly. Evan on Pokemon UNITE, and I always have that stream up in the corner for the rewards.
Yeah, I do believe for Unite we have some as well. I believe we have a Mew emblem. I could be wrong on that one, but Unite, you're going to want to watch along for that as well. We've had some different drops. There we go. Oh, that's actually really cool. I have not seen this before. I'm going to be 100% honest. I mean, of course I know everything about the broadcast, but we get a gold sticker for gift code NAIC 2025, and I love that they've been putting some event items in the game for Worlds. We've had some of our player jerseys as avatar customization, which is great, but also, of course, for drops, you can get that Mew emblem. So I at least knew 50% of it. That's pretty good for me for a day. But be sure to definitely at least get the sticker. That's very, very cool.
Yeah, absolutely. And those platinum emblems, they stack up. If you watch not just NAIC, all the other live streams of Pokemon Unite that happen throughout the year, you can start getting some pretty good stats for your Pokemon you're using in Unite.
Yeah, it's they're not super common to get the platinum emblems. It's pretty tough, even for people who've been playing for quite a while. So definitely a good drop, and I mean, hey, you just get a chance to see what all these teams are playing, which is always a mystery to us, what they're going to innovate with. So that's kind of a drop within itself, right, of information. That's how it works.
Now, I am actually curious to know, as we know how strong Incineroar can be in the Pokemon video game, I'm wondering Incineroar's viability within your games. Kyle, I know Incineroar EX exists as a card, but I don't know if we're seeing it on stream this weekend.
I would say probably not, if we're being honest. Yeah, Incineroar EX exists. I have seen it used before, but pretty unlikely, if I'm being honest.
And what about you, Jim? You had a community day for Incineroar. How's he doing?
We did have a community day. I think prior to the community day, it was the spiciest of spice picks. I've seen a little bit more activity, maybe on some Twitch streams and things like that. As far as the Play Pokemon circuit, yeah, we really don't see any Incineroar whatsoever. It does run the Darkest Lariat moveset, which I think is pretty great to have a signature move featured in Go. But yeah, no real viability here for this tournament. I would be shocked if we see one.
I'd be even more shocked if we saw an Incineroar in Pokemon Unite, Evan.
Right. We do not yet have Incineroar, so for anybody out there, you know, if you want to take a break from the Incineroar, Wolf, if you're out there and you want to try Pokemon Unite, you are welcome to join us, but we do not have that quite yet. We've got a lot of other very, very cool partner Pokemon evolutions, but not that one.
And Incineroar's in the show!
Oh!
You can't even escape him on the pre-show. Exactly. That might be the best promotion. No Incineroar in Unite. But as we got just a couple minutes before we head over to the stage for our opening ceremony, just want to get your guys' last thoughts. We're here in New Orleans. We're ending the season with a bang, getting ready. NAIC is always in a nice spot because it's a capstone to the regular season, but then it's really a preview of what we are expecting to see at Worlds.
Definitely, yeah. I would say one thing I'm keeping my eye on is, you know, at the 2 ICs we've had so far, there's a small testing group from Australia who have gotten second place at LAIC and EUIC. That's Brent Tonneson, Natalie Miller. Will NAIC be their chance to break through and finally win one of these? Will that group go the distance this time?
Jim, what are we thinking?
Well, I'm just really excited because of the direct qualifiers that we have for top 4. There are some trainers that maybe haven't had an opportunity to participate in regional tournaments or fly across the pond for other ICs. This could be their breakout moment here to directly qualify for Worlds and really put their name on the map for 2025.
Evan?
We've got a chance for a first-time ever Worlds qualifier. We've got the great storylines for Luminosity Gaming. We have a bunch of different teams. We've got teams from Australia and LATAM and the Brazil region specific in LATAM as well. So just so many different questions and so many great storylines, and we've barely even started for Pokemon Unite. I'm very, very excited for it.
Yeah, and then for the Pokemon video game, we're obviously excited. It's the last event before Worlds. That bubble, that top 75 auto Worlds invitation in the North American region, it's been as stressful as you can get all season. People are tracking, oh, I gained 4 points here, I gained 10 points here. We had players that were in 40th place before Portland, right? They went to like 68 afterwards from one event. So
Make it sweat.
yeah, the entire Worlds landscape can can absolutely change on the drop of a dime here. But Kyle, Evan, Jim, thank you all so much for joining us here on our pre-show. It's going to be an incredible weekend. Make sure you stay tuned to all of our Pokemon streams, VG, TCG, Unite, and Go. The 2025 Battle on the Bayou begins now.
A city where music haunts the alleys, colors dance through the streets, and joy itself hangs thick in the air. We are awakening the spirit of Mardi Gras Day, y'all. We are showcasing old traditions as the city bursts into full celebration. We call it Fat Tuesday, y'all. Fat Tuesday, yeah, a day born in revelry, a crown in rhythm. Oh, it's much more than a party. Oh, yeah. No, it is tradition. It is pride. It is the very heartbeat of the Big Easy. And today we are gonna honor that heartbeat, its majesty, its music, its masquerade, as we take you on a journey through some of New Orleans' sacred Mardi Gras Day traditions. Now, it starts before the sun rises, and it doesn't end till after the sun sets. So get ready to experience the most famous day in the Crescent City, y'all! Mardi Gras Day! All right. Now I need you to close your eyes and come with me, because the day begins in the dark in a neighborhood known as the Trame. Before the sun rises, they appear. Skulls, bones, spirits. The North Side Skull and Bone Gang, led by Big Chief Sun Pie, march into the day carrying their timeless message. Live with purpose, honor your roots, respect your community.
Let's go.
section of New Orleans we call the Bywater, the secret society of St. Anne gathers. They're masked, costumed, full of color. They're led by a mischievous jester and the Storyville Stomper brass band. They wind and weave and dance their way through the streets of the French Quarter as they make their way to meet Rex, the king of Mardi Gras. Now uptown Zulu rolls with hand-painted coconuts and warrior pride. But back down in that section we call the Dreamax. Oh, the Mardi Gras Indians are lighting up the streets with beadwork, mass rhythm, and the spirit of the wild magnolias, led by Big Chief Bo Dulles Jr.
Somebody make some noise, y'all. Somebody put your hands in the air for me. It's in your hands, it's in your feet. It make you wanna dance in the middle of the street. It's that Nola thing, that Nola thing. Somebody make some noise, Pokemon. Come on. That Nola thing, that Nola thing. Y'all in New Orleans right now, y'all. Them big brain fans. You got to turn me down on the rainbow street. You got Silver Tag with the voodoo queen. You got Big Queen over the Indian team. You got Silly Gumbo and 442. That Nola thing in the middle of the street. Hey, come on, y'all, let's rock the wild. They got Pokemon in the middle of the street. That Nola thing, biggest scream in town. It's that Nola thing, that Nola thing. It's that Nola thing, that Nola thing. Somebody put your hands in the air for me, y'all.
Hey, Rex, the king of Mardi Gras, the king of Carnival, has presided over our sacred traditions for more than 150 years. Heck, it is the Rex Ball that brings Mardi Gras to a close with royal fanfare, pageantry, and time-honored elegance.
2025 North America International Championships. Oh, they gave us the sparks.
Let's go.
I feel underdressed for the first time ever.
No, I'm the one who didn't get the memo.
This is going to be amazing. Of course, that was incredible. Let's give it up. I'm still here and I'm talking. Let's give it up for our amazing performers one more time.
Amazing performance. Now, over 6,000 of the fiercest competitors in the Pokemon trading card game, Pokemon video game, Pokemon Go, and Pokemon UNITE are here in New Orleans for their chance to claim the NAIC champion title.
That's right, and that is not all, folks. There's also a lot of do-re-mi on the line. $500,000 between all of our titles up for grabs. And of course, a coveted spot at the World Championships. I'm sure you could see it out there, Adam. Anaheim, California, this August.
It feels like just yesterday we were kicking off this 2025 season in Baltimore, Dortmund, and Joinville, but I guess time flies when you're having fun playing Pokemon.
Speaking of playing Pokemon, Adam, I think there are about 6,000 of you here ready to do just that.
Well, then let's not keep them waiting any longer. Competitors, get ready for round one of the North American International Championship.
All right, amazing intro video, commence.
Welcome to the 2025 North America International Championships. This is the crown jewel of the international circuit, and the world's top trainers are here to leave their mark on history.
NAIC, are you ready?
Last year, Out of Pocket showed exactly why he's a champion, shutting down every challenger who came for his crown. Teamwork made the dream work, and the Orange Juicers crushed the competition to claim their glory. In the TCG, Andrew Hedrick outplayed and outlasted them all, claiming the title of King of New Orleans. And in Pokemon VG, Patrick Connors clinched his first championship with ice-cold decisions and flawless execution.
Let's go!
Ton come in next. Ash and Ash. We get the attack boost. This could change everything.
Another very singularity. Hyper Voice and Kilo's low bliss assistance. They're going straight for the score.
Active on the Temple of Sinnoh. Theo upper energy on the pin shot. KO with block 3 win.
The game, Josh, the honor, the glory, the redemption is his.
We've had an insane weekend here at NAIC.
Last event of the season.
I have never heard the crowd as loud.
Welcome to the North America International Championships. Let the games begin.
Welcome everyone to the Pokemon UNITE final stretch here at the Pokemon International Championships here for North America. I'm Zoinks and I'm here with Doomsnacks. Doomsnacks, how you doing?
I'm feeling great. I'm on my Cuddy Flam. Feel like I could take on a train right now. Super! Can't wait to get this thing underway. Spraggles mentioned it. It's the first time the UNITE crew has been outfit differential ever.
Yeah, it wasn't even particularly close either. If you have the chance, please go back and watch that pre-show. It was wild. We look a little better now that we're a bit brighter, but it was an amazing, amazing pre-show. We got an even better event up and coming. Everybody, this is a huge event for Pokemon UNITE, one of our final tournaments of the year.
Oh yeah, so what I'm most excited about, of course, is we are sending our last Western team to the World Championships from this event, the final stretch.
That's right, one world slot on the line that all these teams are going to be competing for. 25 teams exactly are at this event, and also competing over $50,000 worth of prizing at this event.
Yeah, that ain't nothing. And the teams, obviously, all that stuff that you mentioned, terrific, the $50,000 without a doubt. But there's a lot of teams here that would legit say, keep the money, give me the trip to Worlds where I can try and crown myself world champion. in the home of the world's largest marble, Anaheim, California.
That is a fact, and we know it for sure. Yeah, it is going to be so fun to watch these teams competing. Obviously, a lot on the line. We've already mentioned it. Right. We're going to be splitting them up into a few groups. We're going to have group stage in day number 1, single elimination bracket going into day 2, and we already have the teams getting set up here behind us.
Yeah, can't wait. And of course, Unite will be on Championship Sunday, where we will crown our final stretch / NAIC champion. And that ain't nothing to scoff at, Zoinks.
Yeah, bright and early Sunday morning at 9 a.m. Make sure to be tuned in on the official Pokemon channel to watch the Pokemon Unite Grand Finals. And of course, watch how this final stretch all plays out. It's going to be an epic conclusion, but we got a great day 1 ahead of us.
Yeah, a lot of games to be played today through our group stage. And honestly, Zoinks, this one is going to set the tone for what the metagame is going to be for tomorrow. So keep your eyes peeled, your ears open, because there's a lot of information that's going to be coming at you. And of course, great games.
Yeah, I cannot wait. These in-person events are always just on another level compared to some of these Pokemon Unite competitions. Not only the incredible gameplay, we got people in the crowd already here at 9 in the morning set to watch the Pokemon Unite. And then, of course, right behind them is all those 25 teams playing in that side stage area.
Yeah, I mean, great games. These guys are gassed up. Free hot dogs. These guys are gassed up, and that's a cue to you back in production. We're gonna need a crate of free hot dogs to start slinging from the stage tomorrow.
Yeah, don't worry, everybody. We've requested so many
hot dogs
for free hot dogs. We do have it on the radar.
There's not a hot dog to be found in Nowlands anymore because of how many hot dogs we've demanded for the Unite production.
We don't have many demands, but that is certainly one. Of course, the follow-up.
We have so many demands.
Yeah, exactly.
To be fair, we have so many demands. They've let us go off the rails. Let the record show. Zoinks can hear production. They've said nothing. They're just letting us slide.
Yeah, that's kind of true as well. So obviously, we talked about a few of the things we're excited for. Let's talk about a couple of the teams that we're excited for at this event, Dupe Snacks. There's a few teams that are already qualified for the World Championships that we've been talking about a lot, but there are a few that are still hunting for that world spot. Any of those teams that you wanted to talk about?
Listen, as an NA person, a big supporter of Ignorance, they had a great run last year in the final stretch. Really became my favorites, fan favorites. I would love to see them step up here and put on another great show.
Another one that I think needs to be mentioned is going to be Dreamax Esports, an invited team. They won the play-in tournament to earn a travel award to this event, but are still shy of that world spot.
Yeah, so the way this is going to shake out, of course, whomever is in the finals, that world spot will trickle down to the best place finishing team that has not qualified yet. But in a perfect world scenario, we have 2 unqualified teams in our championship Sunday, and we can really crank up the stakes.
Speaking of unqualified, we are unqualified to tell you about the format. So we have a really fantastic video for all of you to take a look at to see what the final stretch looks like. Let's see it.
Let's see the video.
This is the 2025 North America International Championships, broadcasting live from the Ernest and Morial Convention Center here in New Orleans, Louisiana. Pokemon Unite trainers have traveled from around the world to compete over a $500,000 prize pool, with the winning team guaranteeing themselves the final slot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. This tournament will be a 3-day gauntlet, starting with the group stage, where up to 64 teams enter into groups and fight until only the top team survive. Day 2 will be the bracket stage, where teams will be placed in a single elimination bracket until we are left with our 2 best teams. On the final day will be the finale, Championship Sunday, and our 2 finalists will go head-to-head to see who claims the NAIC trophy and a coveted spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim. All matches will be a best of 3, except the semi-finals and finals, which will be best of 5. It's anyone's guess who will be crowned the North America International Champion and receive a direct invitation to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, home of the world's largest marble. Let's send it back to our casters and get this tournament started and find out.
Thank you so much, Zoinks. Thank you so much, Dupe Snacks. And good morning to all of us that are here in New Orleans, and happy time zone to all that is tuning in from home. My name is Drake Usan, and with me, my lovely caster for the weekend, Kellosaurus. Kello, it's been an incredible weekend so far, and it's just the first day. How you feeling?
Well, The weekend's only just beginning. It's only Friday. We haven't even done our first match, Draku. But I'm sure you are just using your future sight here because we are predicting it is going to be a fantastic weekend indeed.
Yeah, teams traveling from all over the world with their travel awards. Obviously, the most important narrative of the weekend, Kello. Who in the West is going to get that final World's invitation to Anaheim, California? Again, world's biggest marble. Who's going to get it, Kello?
I don't know, and I know that whoever makes it would love to see that world's biggest marble. So we'll obviously have to find out. It is 3 days long. We are only here for our first day after all. But yeah, that World Championship invitation is on the line.
Yeah, that is going to be the biggest narrative of the weekend. Who is going to get that final invitation? We already have a number of teams qualified for the World Championship Series in Anaheim in a couple of months. We have a couple of more slots in Japan, I believe. But let's go ahead and take a look, Kello, at the current list of World's invited teams. Already 4 from NA and lots of teams for the APAC region. We have Nouns Esports participating in today's event. And Kello, we also got one of your teams as well, Daybreak, coming in from Australia. But, I mean, looking at the lineup of teams today, who really wants that travel award? Invitation.
I feel like there's so many teams that do want that travel award after all, but also Luminosity Gaming is one that we have to look at. They are the champions for LAIC. They are the champions of EUIC. Can they make it a hat trick and get the championship title for NAIC too? Because that would be such an achievement for them.
Of course, our Orange Juicers want to get that back-to-back NAIC final stretch champion back-to-back last year and, of course, this year. Orange Juicers looking so good. Probably the best I have ever seen them. Honestly, they are a team to watch, but a team that really wants that travel award and that invitation, Dreamax Esports. They came in 3rd in their regional finals from Brazil, unfortunately not getting that world's invitation, so quite literally, this is their final opportunity to get to Anaheim in a couple of months. Daybreak, the same thing as well. And let's go ahead and take a look at our prize pool for today. $20,000 is the lion's share prize pool for that #1 team, but $50,000 across the board. That is a pretty penny, Kello.
It is a pretty penny indeed. So whoever ends up getting up there to the top, whether they have earned themselves a travel award already or not, I mean, hey, that's some extra spending money for them. But yeah, I mean, even then we can see right at the end there, the final share there, $2,500. So, you know what, the individual allocation, not a bad day for coming and playing some Pokémon UNITE.
Pretty good. I know Nintendo Switch 2 was just released as well. That could be some funding for that one as well. I know I'm playing Pokemon Unite on my Switch 2. Let's go ahead and take a look at our day 1 group stage. Again, group stage into a single elimination bracket. We have a total of 6 groups and 2 teams moving on from each of them. As you can see highlighted, these are the top 2 seeded teams. So expecting these teams to move on. But anything here standing out to you, Kello? Are there any teams that could maybe make a splash to knock these 2 expected teams out?
Ooh, it's definitely going to be a tough one to call. Whether teams have practiced behind the scenes and everything like that. We can see that Luminosity Gaming going up against Goofy Goopers in Group A. Funny story, I mean, it'll come later. They actually were in the same group during the North American Regional Championships as well. So the fact that they landed in the same groups twice, what a coinky-dink.
Group B, Peru Unite versus Version 1, and Version 1, one of my favorite teams to cast, and it's definitely an underdog of the UCS Season 4 North America. They were number 4 in the regional finals, but this team, in my opinion, still has something to prove. They are a Worlds qualified team, but despite being a Worlds qualified team, they've only made top 8 once this season, so still looking for some things to prove for them.
Yeah, otherwise we are going to take a look at Group E and Group F here. We can see Dreamax Esports up against T3 Princesses and Team YT. Now that is definitely going to be a group to watch from the North America region as well. We have seen them come together throughout the season, a few changes here and there. So I'd like to see how they end up performing. But Group F, tell us about Group F here, Draku.
Yeah, Group F is the group that we are going to be starting with on broadcast. Stamina Esports, one of the world's qualified team from LATAM North, Daybreak, Sucker Bunch, and Winrack lose game. We're going to be starting our day off, Kello, with a team that's very close to home. Daybreak versus Winrack lose game. And I believe those players are just getting prepared on stage right now. Daybreak, they have come a long way, just like you have all the way from Australia. I think you can tell us a little bit about this team.
Yeah, well, just like Dreamax Esports, they didn't end up getting that qualification to the World Championship stage during the regionals. So this is going to be their final chance to try and lock in a spot to meet all of those other teams overseas. Can they get a second spot for OC as well? We only had the one spot this season.
I know, and that is going to be an incredible match to start out the day with. And it's kind of poetic to have you cast that game as well. And as we get into the first game, again, if you are tuning in at home, make sure you get those drops. You can get a free Mew Platinum emblem, get some of those cooldowns. You can also get a sticker in-game as well. But Kello, this is a really good pivot because Mew is one of the Pokemon that, in my opinion, is going to be doing so well this weekend. The most recent balance patch, it was buffed across the board, all of its primary damaging abilities doing really well, and it's typically a supportive Pokemon. I mean, it's an attacker Pokemon, but a lot of players and a lot of teams have been playing that in the more supportive role. What do you think Mew is going to provide in terms of impact for this weekend?
Well, we know that it has that great utility, like you mentioned, getting touched up in the recent patch. But I think we need to pivot to our top win rate here. We actually have two Mews here. I swear I didn't copy Doob's homework here, but both Doob and I have put down Mew as the top win rate Pokemon for this tournament this weekend.
Darkrai, Snorlax, Garchomp, and Inteleon was my pick for the weekend. In my opinion, Inteleon got a recent change to some of the qualities of that snipe shot, but still a very impactful ability. If you're able to hit those snipe shots at range, it could be one of the most difficult Pokemon to land on. Garchomp is also one of the Pokemon that I love talking about, and I believe that is Zoinks' favorite Pokemon, at least in Pokemon UNITE, to play. It's a Pokemon that has so much impact throughout the game. It is a Stage 3 evolution, needs lots of experience, but even from the get-go, Kello, Garchomp does so well in every lane that you put it in.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that ends up panning out. One thing I am interested, though, is seeing this Darkrai that Spraggles has selected. You don't really see many Darkrai's come out onto the field, but hey, if we get to see Darkrai at least once and it wins that game, it's going to have a 100% win rate. So I guess that one will crush us all.
And one Pokemon that I hope you are awake for, it is going to be Snorlax, was Wonder Chef's top win rate Pokemon, I think, for me as well. I would put that up there as a top win rate Pokemon. It was between Inteleon, Mew, and Snorlax. It's doing so well in the metagame in terms of its engages. It has a Unite move that is incredible, has some crowd control. It can rest up to full, increase that HP bar. Let's go ahead and take a look at our next graphic here. Pokemon to watch, or at least surprise Pokemon. And it looks like you also put in Darkrai as well, but let's go ahead and go on over to mine. Metagross is an incredible Pokemon right now in the metagame because generally it does well into other all-rounders, right? You can really get some big shields with that Gyro Ball, and Clefable, as you can see here, Wonder Chef surprise Pokemon. It does really well into Clefable, who I think is going to make a pretty high impact throughout the weekend.
Well, on the note of all-rounders, we do have Spraggles selecting Lucario, another Pokemon that did get affected by that patch. So I feel like that's taking it back a season or two, or maybe 50. I don't think we've actually reached that many seasons already. But whether this Pokemon is going to come out, I know a lot of those top lane players like to select this Pokemon, and we're really excited to see this one touched up. So whether we'll get to see it make a big impact, but one thing I love is this Wigglytuff pick. This is definitely a surprise Pokemon indeed, especially when it comes to those supportive type Pokemon. It's not your traditional supporter where it provides those heals, but it's more of that disruption that it provides, and also those big shields with its Unite move.
Yeah, Q-Charm is a really annoying ability to go up against, especially when you're playing something like an E-Speed Lucario. Let's touch really briefly on Lucario once again. I think it was Zoinks that talked about this on social media platform, but Lucario somehow makes it to NAIC every single year.
Really?
If we think about last year, OG qualifying through the final stretch to the World Championship Series, having an incredible performance. If we can all think about when Phalanx was an incredible Pokemon in Pokemon Unite, you can reset all of those E-speeds on every one of those little guys, and it is going to be coming out to play, and especially in a LAN environment where there's very low ping for these players to have to deal with. Overlord is going to be loving it, and I can't wait to see him play it.
Well, moving on, we do have our highest encounter rate. So our highest encounter rate, that encapsulates Pokemon that we see being selected on the teams, but also Pokemon that are being banned. So first up, we do have Spraggles picking up Suicune. We know that it is such a nuisance. I feel like we're likely to see this one in the ban spot more than actually being let on out onto the field.
Yeah, I agree as well. Blissey, one of the best supportive Pokemon in the game. It's been tuned down a couple of times, but that Blissful Assistance Unite move is just absolutely incredible. When you're landing it on your carry Pokemon, you can keep them alive for a very long period of time without being knocked out. And as you can see, both Zoinks and you, Kello,
I didn't copy the homework again. Zoinks copied me, okay? No, I think I copied homework. No, I did copy homework.
Yeah.
No copying here.
Umbreon most recently nerfed in the most recent balance patch, so taking less shielding from that Unite move, but honestly, the utility of these Pokemon here, despite being tuned down or notched down, their kit is just so valuable inside Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, otherwise one exciting pick here is this Blaziken that Chef has selected. So I know that it can be quite impactful, especially with that trusty secure of that overheat. So whether we are going to see it being banned on out fairly often, but whether we'll see Lucario pick up that spot coming in. But yeah, we've already talked about Umbreon, obviously. I copied Zoinks, but well, yeah, your last pick, Snorlax. Tell us about why you thought Snorlax is going to be the highest encounter rate.
Yeah, again, Snorlax, one of the, honestly one of the best defender Pokemon in the game right now. I think over the last few months, in the most recent balance patches, defenders have been trending downward, unfortunately, in terms of their nerfs and buffs, for example. But Snorlax is a Pokemon that stayed relatively consistent. Again, can stay on the battlefield for a very long period of time. Shielding for block has been increased. The healing rate for its Unite move has also been increased in a recent balance patch. And its ability to hold down goal zones by itself is just awesome.
You know what my favorite thing about Snorlax is? That good old power nap, of course. We always love a good old power nap, but yeah, as you mentioned, providing that big shielding, providing that healing for itself. That way it's pretty much ready to come back for that fight once again. So no napping just yet because we're only starting the day, okay? Even though, you know, we might still be tired, but I don't know. No yawns just yet either.
No yawns yet either. We talked about a few defenders already. Talked about Umbreon. We talked about Snorlax. I do want to talk about a Pokemon that has been adjusted in the most recent balance patch because there is a team that loves to play it, and it's one of the only teams in the world that loves to play Greedent.
Ooh,
and I think you're
let me take a guess. I'm thinking Nouns Esports, Galu out there. Will we get to see some Greedent gameplay come out on the field today? I have no idea. That would have actually been a great surprise pick Pokemon, but there's a bonus one from the both of us, I suppose.
Yeah. So Greedent has been changed across the board. A couple of animation changes to Belch. Its Unite move has been changed a little bit as well. I also want to talk about some of the other Pokemon that were changed in the balance patch. A Pokemon that's near and dear to your heart. I know you love evolutions.
Yes.
Would you like to talk about Sylveon making an impact this weekend? In my opinion, you know, the attacker role has been kind of on the downward trend over the last, I would think, year. I think in terms of the metagame, all-rounders, and we all know the Speedster penetration buff that was added that really dominated the metagame for about a month or so, but attackers haven't really been trending upward. You know, Inteleon has been really good, very consistent. Mew in that supportive attacker role has been really good. Miraidon, we don't see it all too often recently, but I guess in the last year, it's been really strong. But Sylveon is kind of a supportive attacker as well. What do you think about Sylveon this weekend?
Well, all of those attackers that you mentioned there, they tend to be on that squishier side. So when we look at Sylveon, it is a little bit more robust, does have higher HP, but also that self-sustain with that draining kiss. So any Mystical Fire believers out there would be happy to see that Sylveon ends up getting that buff to that moveset along with its natural stats. So it is more of that tankier brawler mid-range Pokemon that can allow that chase down with that little dash that Mystical Fire provides.
As we get into the first game, everyone in the crowd, I hope you are having a wonderful time, both here in New Orleans and also if you're tuning in at home. We are going to be getting into our first game really shortly here. We're going to be having, again, Winrack lose game going up against Daybreak. Talking about this first team, Winrack lose game. They are a team from North America. I don't believe they've qualified for a top 8 Day 2 appearance this year for UCS, but a couple of those members participating in the final stretch last year, Super SP on this roster, qualified for Day 2 of the final stretch last year. But for the most part, this is a team that is kind of been in flux for the last year. This is a team that's been put together for the final stretch, going up against the team that's, for the most part, been playing together, Daybreak, for most of this year. What do you say?
Yeah, that's right. They've only just come together for that regional spot there and then continued through to NAIC. But Daybreak, they've pretty much been there from the beginning of the season. They have had a few adjustments here and there throughout the season, but that core is still going strong. We are going to see It's Mifu, a player that I am definitely going to be watching this weekend. They are actually going to be in a different role this time round. So at EUIC, when we did end up seeing them participate, they were in that all-rounder role. But because they have been a few switch-ups, he's actually progressed onto the defender role. So excited to see how the team have adjusted to that, but also how It's Mifu has adjusted to that role as well.
Yeah, a fellow caster in the UCS environment, so love to see them also participating as a competitor as well. As we take a look at the stage, it looks like players are just about ready to go as they are seated in their positions. Another player that I do want to talk, which in my opinion is going to be the most electric player on Daybreak and plays a Pokemon that does really well in the LAN environment, it's going to be Joe. Joe loves to play Serena. I know it's a Pokemon that we don't see all too often, but very similar to, for example, like Lucario or Zoroark. It's a very highly technical Pokemon, has a lot of dashes, has a lot of different abilities it can cycle through. It has that passive ability to reset those abilities. But in a LAN environment, you can really take this Pokemon to the next level. Do you think we're going to be seeing some Serena today, Kello?
Oh, that is an interesting call. Unfortunately, my future sight isn't working quite now, so I don't know whether we'll end up seeing some Serena come out onto the field and whether they're actually going to make it work for the current meta that we have. That is definitely going to be a surprise Pokemon pick there. But otherwise, as we pivot over to the other side, we can see Winrack lose game also getting set on up. And I'm going to say that is a fabulous Pikachu shirt.
I agree as well. It's a really cool Pikachu shirt. I think Pikachu is a Pokemon that's not going to be played all too often today. We may see some Alolan Raichu. I know that's one of the most recently Pokemon added to Pokemon UNITE. I believe it was right before Alchemy. Alchemy, of course, is not going to be playable for today's event, but I've been seeing some players play that Pokemon, and it's been looking really strong.
And some players, including ourselves as well. That's actually been quite fun. But for those folks that are here at NAIC, if you have taken any pictures of yourself, be sure to use hashtag Pokemon NAIC on all of those socials. So we always love to see all of your activities that you're doing around the event, because I believe there is a lot to do and check out.
There's a lot going on here in New Orleans today. There are side events, of course, the events going on all day. That is Fu on the camera as well. I mean, what does it mean for this team to win a Worlds qualification? Who is the other team that qualified in OC? Of course, OC is allocated one invitation unless they are able to win the invitation through the final stretch. But what do you think is going to mean for this region and for this team to get that final invitation?
Well, like I mentioned earlier, OC only had the one slot this year for the World Championships. So we will see Splash heading on over. But I guess for Daybreak, they do have players that have been to Worlds previously. So Anon and Liz, they made their way to Hawaii last year, Honolulu, and played on that grand stage. So I think to be able to get to go twice in a row would be quite the achievement for them.
I think so as well. Again, 25 teams for today. Going for that lion's share prize of $20,000. $50,000 is our total prize pool of the day as a reminder. And of course, that one Worlds qualification spot. We talked about a couple of teams already. We talked about Daybreak, Dreamax Esports. This is a region that is very passionate about Pokemon UNITE, and well, I mean, they are a team that has not qualified for the Worlds.
No, which I think it was definitely surprising, broke a lot of hearts there, considering their members, Baby Marzo, making World Championships every single year, their bet. I mean, taking it on back to Daybreak, as we can see, DC up there, looking quite snazzy, getting ready. And also, Drake, is that you? Are you next to me, or are you on that stage there? I see a little rowlet. Okay.
That is me.
You're in two places at once here.
If you are a Unite player and wants to sign that rally, I think they are going around to sign the rally. I signed the foot. I went a Toy Story approach with that one.
Oh,
signed at the bottom of the foot. Decidueye is a really interesting one. It's a Pokemon that isn't played very often, unfortunately. It's my favorite Pokemon to play. But Decidueye is a very, I would say, risky Pokemon because it doesn't have a whole lot of mobility. It has an incredible ability in Spirit Shackle. I know Nouns Esports were playing that in the regional finals, but Decidueye may come out to play today, but especially with how heavy the dive is, especially in LAN events, it might be a little difficult to slot that Pokemon in. Are there any other Pokemon that may be on your radar that is kind of off the beaten path, in your opinion?
I think, yeah, that is a very interesting point considering the power that Inteleon and Mew with that Solar Beam might bring today. EU was definitely a region that played a lot of Decidueye, especially chucking that experience share, the light bulb above its head. That way it isn't as valuable to take down, but you're talking about dive. One thing that we haven't really talked about, well, is these speedsters as we are speeding on ahead and trying to get these games ready for you and set on up. Do you think we're going to see many speedsters being selected in the compositions today?
I think there's going to be a number of speedsters. Of course, we're talking about a LAN environment, very little ping for these players to have to deal with. So Pokemon like Zoroark, for example, Zoroark finds its way into every single LAN event in kind of a spectacular way, right? It's one of the most difficult Pokemon to play in Pokemon UNITE, but when you are able to get some levels to be at an advantage, you can really take over the game, right? You think about Overlord, we all know that Overlord was quite literally the reason why Luminosity won year 2, that Zoroark plus that Comfey is a very difficult pairing to deal with, right? And we think about some other Pokemon that are kind of like speedsters. We were talking about that Lucario as well. It's very fast.
Has E-speed.
Yeah, extreme speed, so extremely speedy. But in terms of some other speedsters, we were talking about that Darkrai a little bit earlier ago. Darkrai has an incredible Unite move, able to lock down a singular Pokemon, a singular player in that Nightmare realm, and potentially get a really high value KO with that too.
Yes, the Dark Nightmare, whether that is a Dark Nightmare for the opponent or maybe the Darkrai itself, if it does end up catching somebody that it does not want to go against. So it definitely has to be very selective of who to actually lock down and isolate. I mean, that was one that we ended up seeing as a surprise pick, highest win rate on those graphics a little bit earlier. So we'll end up seeing that Darkrai come out to play because, well, that sleep can be quite nasty.
Yeah, especially in a final stretch fight when it's a full 5-on-5, locking down a singular Pokemon and potentially getting a knockout is going to be very valuable. One thing I do want to talk about, and it's been a really talked about change in Pokemon Unite, is the change to Rayquaza. Right? Rayquaza has not been changed for some time. And if, for those of you that don't know, Rayquaza's HP, total HP for this objective, has been increased by 10%. Kala, what is this going to mean in terms of strategy and how teams approach the entirety of that 10-minute match?
Well, there's only 2 minutes during that final stretch. So yes, 10% might not seem like a lot, but it could really make or break the game, because teams that just like to delay and go in a last minute to go and rip the Ray if there's nothing left to do, well, if they end up getting the Rayquaza, is there actually going to be enough time? So we'll have to definitely see how much of an impact that actually makes in the competition this weekend.
Yeah, it's still possible to flip a Rayquaza and secure it. Again, it is still a very powerful objective if you have that tool in your hand. You get that shielding, you get that 30% boost to your damage, and you can quite literally turn games on its head if you're able to get that Rayquaza. But I am getting word that we are just getting into our very first game. So New Orleans, let's hear you for Daybreak and Winrack lose game.
Let's go, folks. We are ready to go. We have a Blaziken band along with a Suicune band on the side of Daybreak. And, ooh, a Clefable locked on out over on Winrack's lose game side.
Ah, and there we are in the center. Hello, everybody. Yeah, Clefable is going to be a Pokemon that, in my opinion, is going to be encountered quite a bit, and more than likely in that ban slot, 10% boost in healing for that Moonlight, and that is just incredible for keeping this Pokemon on the battlefield for a long period of time.
Yeah, it's not only that, but also the disruption that it can provide with that gravity. But 2 supporters have been locked in first. Blissey for the side of Daybreak. We know what an impactful Unite that can provide, but 2 disruptors on the side of Winrack here, being Psyduck and Snorlax.
If you're just tuning in and not super familiar with how Pokemon Unite works, it starts out with a draft phase at the very beginning, both teams taking turns to first ban 2 Pokemon and then selecting their roster of Pokemon. Typically, in the beginnings of these drafts, these are the most powerful Pokemon in Pokemon Unite, the most consistent Pokemon that you want to have on your team to really start out your roster. Think of things like supporters. Defenders are typically up here. Very rarely will you see the attackers being picked very early on unless they are a favorite of certain players or just really strong in the metagame right now. Take a look at that, hello!
Oh my goodness, no way. We're getting an Azumarill pick on the side of Daybreak. My day has been made from the very beginning. This is one of my favorite Pokemon, something that I've actually been playing a lot this season as well. It has a great early game, getting that evolution from Marill at level 4. Otherwise, on the opposite side, Lucario is that last pick for Winrack lose game. But we were talking about speedsters, whether we're going to see a lot of speedsters here this weekend. Well, Winrack have actually selected 2 speedsters here, being Meowscarada and Dodrio. Tell me about these Pokemon here, Draco.
That is, these are quite different drafts, Kella. If we take a look at the left-hand side, very bulky. We have 2 all-rounders. We have kind of 3 all-rounders. Well, 4 all-rounders are very rounded Pokemon, right? Blissey's kind of round. Azumarill's kind of round.
They are.
Mamoswine is kind of round.
Okay.
But generally very bulky Pokemon, and that Inteleon is really going to love all of this wall and all these defenses that Daybreak has put together for themselves. On the other side, though, Winrack lose game, this is, in my opinion, a very volatile composition, right? It's very high risk, but in my opinion, also kind of decently high reward as well. If you're able to keep these speedsters at a level advantage, you can honestly take some of these Pokemon, these very bulky Pokemon, and one-shot them or take them out of the game very quickly. But these fights are, in my opinion, going to be very, very quick. If Winrack lose game is unable to KO the enemy team, I would say within the first 5 to 10 seconds, in terms of longevity, these fights going longer periods of time, Daybreak will definitely have the advantage in that regard.
Yeah, well, one thing talking about Pokemon, one important thing is going to be these items. When you look at Daybreak's side, they actually have no point stacking items that they need to get for that early game, but we'll have to see how that ends up playing out as we head into our first match of NAIC. We have Daybreak over on the purple side, Winrack lose game representing NA on the orange side.
Our Magnemite is going to take us down to the floor level as we can take a look at the central area of Daybreak, an early invade by just OP. As we head down to the bottom path, 2 defenders on attackers typically in this bottom path, but no attackers on the side of Winrack lose game, and that Meowscarada is down there.
Oh, that Psyduck passive to just go and push back that Chansey and the Azumarill to clear some space. They weren't able to lock down any wild Pokemon, instantly get taken down by the Aqua Tail of the Azumarill, and now this is where the power comes in earlier on to try and stop down and slow Lucario down, especially because they have that attack weight stack.
Yeah, Lucario, one of the best Lucario players in North America. I remember tale as old as time itself, Lucario and Lucario are just two names that have always played these Pokemon. As we head to the top path, first Altaria family on the field, and a lot of that going over to Daybreak as they push on forward.
Yeah, well, they do have the numbers advantage here for 4 versus 3. Winrack are just using that flux zone to their advantage, making sure that Daybreak cannot push on through too far.
Azumarill heading back to their central area. They will find a Snorlax invading them. Let's go ahead and take a look at the top path. Dodrio, one of my favorite Pokemon to play. Dodrio gets that level 5 evolution, stage 2 evolution, and it's one of the Pokemon that can really take over the game in the early game, again, if you can get that 5 early on.
Yeah, well, it does have that extra head there, so has reached that level 5 otherwise. Up in the top path, just OP making a run for it. Once again, Anon does try to make a dive, but is going to back on up, considering we have these 8-minute birds spawning on up.
Yeah, big fight breaking out here in the central area. Super SP has to take a nap in this fight, is able to stay alive, and maybe able to get a knockout as well. An auto attack from that Trizzle will get that knockout as they retreat back over to their side of the field. Another KO going over to Joe, and Azumarill really taking over this game. Here is that huge power, critical hits, and a KO streak of 3 for Joe.
Yes, this is a great early start for a Daybreak here. Aqua Tail packing a punch with those critical hits, but also providing some great sustain for Joe. They have their Unite move now at level 8, as we do have 2 of these Pokemon battling it out in the top path for these birds.
Yeah, again, I wanted to really touch up on Azumarill once again. We don't see this Pokemon all too often, but it's exactly the situation you want to be, Kello. In these 1v1 situations, if you're able to hit one singular enemy Pokemon, you can 100% guarantee you are hitting critical hits. But if you're hitting more than one Pokemon, it's just standard damage. And when you have just these isolated Pokemon, it's exactly what you want to see when you're playing Azumarill.
Oh, interesting call here to go and leave that Inteleon to shred up that bottom path while we have that Azumarill and Blissey going and invading the enemy territory. This does allow the chance for 3 of these members from Winrack to shred down this Rayquaza, but we can already see that Mamoswine or Piloswine is already there to go and defend.
Yeah, Regisaur going to be taken by Daybreak as they pivot up to the top path. I think that Regieleki has crashed into that tier 1 goal zone, making it vulnerable to scoring, and they are able to break that goal zone down. The fight continuing to break out here in the top path, but you know, in my opinion, Daybreak is looking so strong right now. If you take a look at their team in terms of scaling and in terms of tempo, these are typically Pokemon that take a long time, need a lot of experience to get online, and they are winning in the early game, in my opinion, as the fight continues to break out. Triple Trample tries to make a move here, and Winrack lose game looking pretty strong on their defense, but here comes the rest of the cavalry.
Yeah, 5 members up against 4. Unite move is going to be used from that Meowscarada, but they instantly get taken on down. Livid Outrage coming out from the Garchomp to try and create some space, and it's only the Dodrio left standing as these points are going to roll on through. Another 2 KO streak for Joe, leading them at level 11, highest level on the map.
As we take a moment of reprieve, let's go ahead and take a look at our field state. 180 to 129. Again, tuning in for the first time, 10-minute game for every Pokemon Unite game. And you also get whoever scores the most points is the winner of each of these games. And right now, looking really strong for Daybreak. They have every Pokemon in their stage 3 evolution if they have one. Garchomp leading the pack at level 11. Inteleon at level 10. But Joe on that Azumarill is really starting to take hold. Level 12 on this Pokemon.
Level 12 is huge for the Azumarill, especially with that Water Pulse Plus. When you have the opposing team all bunched together, seeing that Water Pulse bounce between them is going to be increased to go and slow them down. So massive going into these next team fights. We still have 15 seconds left to go until that second baseman Reggie spawns on in, but it looks like Lucario is going to take an opportunity to try and power up that attack weight with 15 points in the tier 2.
Oh, really nice move there from Lucario, but an eject button from Anon, support from Fu to get that knockout there. A Pokemon that I want to talk about as well is my Pokemon to watch for the weekend to get that highest win rate. It's going to be DC on this Inteleon. If you take a look at Winrack lose game, they don't have any active healers, active supporters on their team, right? And if they're hit by one of these snipe shots, it's going to do a ton of damage. Daybreak able to take the Regieleki to the tier 2, and it looks like they're going to test the defense of Winrack.
Oh, but look at this. Unite moves are going to be flying here as the Azure Spy Vision is going to try and give them some vision. Of course, Bliss Assistance to just assist them along as Regieleki is at that halfway point. And it looked like Winrack lose game have lost the Regieleki and this pad, and that home base is now left wide open. 282 points to 208. Still a close match between these two teams, but we can just see the power levels from Daybreak are just soaring.
Yeah, Daybreak is definitely breaking this game wide open. 282 to 208, 1 minute and 30 seconds before the final stretch. Again, Winrack lose game. I said this word before, but a team that is very volatile in their team compositions, they want to have these speedsters and that E-Speed Lucario at a level advantage, but unfortunately they are at a deficit right now, Kello. This Garchomp, this Azumarill supported by this Blissey is going to be so hard to knock out.
Yeah, especially with that helping hand to give them that speed boost to close the distance. You can see that Anon is trying to take down Lokoding here, who's getting chipped away. Snipe shot does end up missing its mark, but it ends up being It's Mifu to land the KO with that Mamoswine.
One more objective in the bottom path. It is going to be a Regice appearing in the southern part of the map. If your team is able to last hit this objective, you get better passive healing, and it's going to be so good when your team is already really bulky.
Yeah, we can see the wide angle here of the map. Winrack lose game. They're trying to find an opening, group up together as Daybreak are looking to pincer them from both sides.
Yeah, it looks like it's just the Snorlax in the wall here. Super SP looking really strong on the Snorlax. Level 10, really bulky. There's that Azumarill once again in the top path, supported by that Blissey, is currently your level leader of the game. I just don't know how Winrack lose game is going to get this game together. It's not a terrible lead by any margin, but here we go. A couple of KOs going in the way of Winrack. That Garchomp 10-second KO timer. Here's that Unite move. Lakoti starting out. Dodrio KO streak of 2, triple trample, and Mammoth Mash trying to keep their team alive. It's just the defender and the supporter. I don't know if they have enough damage to take this Rayquaza, but they do have the player advantage.
They have the player advantage with a 4v3 there as we have the Bliss Assistance to go and save Joe, who's going in swinging fast with that Aqua Tail, and now Winrack have nothing to do but run, and this is given a chance for Daybreak to come back onto the field.
Oh my god, Joe might be round, but he is a wrecking ball right now. Take a look at that HP bar supported by that Blissey. This is going to be such a difficult Pokemon to take down. The Meowscarada gets taken out by Anon with that Garchomp. They are going to take down the top path here. The Snorlax is at 50% HP. Take a look at your mini-map. Daybreak going for a score in double time. 80 points from Joe. 416, 222 for your first game of the day.
Yeah, one thing they have to be wary of is going to be this Dodrio with that super fast speeding tool, but Anon is aware of that, making sure to go and defend that tier 2 pad. A minute left on the clock. Winrack lose game. They need to try and do something and take this Rayquaza to try and win this game.
Yeah, again, Killer, we were talking about that 10% boost for the Rayquaza. It gets even more HP as time continues in Pokemon Unite. 45 seconds remaining, and Winrack lose game needs to make a decision right here. DC is going to pop that Azure Spy Vision. Really nice engage by Super SP going into that Power Nap. They do not have enough damage to KO Daybreak, and it looks like Winrack lose game able to KO the Inteleon, but they are going to lose their Lucario in response.
25 seconds left to go. Joe with another 2 KO streak as they're trying to find an opening into this Rayquaza pit. Meowscarada is going to make a run for it, but they only have 12 points on hand as they're sending out their double team as a decoy. It's Mifu is down on that bottom tier 2 pad to go and defend. Picks up a super there as they're going to go in with a block, and now 5 seconds left to go. Winrack lose game. They didn't end up getting their dunks in.
Unfortunately, could not win Rayquaza, and they definitely lost that game. For game number 1, Daybreak on broadcast, your first win of the day, and they were looking incredible. Honestly, they won that game in draft, in my opinion, Kello.
Yeah, a very great early game for that squad. Such great momentum coming on out and carried through until that very end. So, you know what? They have definitely breaking the day, breaking the ice as well. I mean, first up on the stage, that's obviously got to be nerve-wracking, but that's got to feel good for them.
Yeah, especially for some of these members on Daybreak, participating in a LAN environment is not new to them. They're no stranger to being in high tense, high pressure Pokemon Unite. It is a very different experience than participating in these online monthlies, than it is participating in an event where you can see your opponent, you can see your teammates, you can see a crowd cheering for you across the way there. But Daybreak had an incredible performance in game number 1, and I said this word earlier too, Kello, but it's again pretty poetic for you to cast this game, but also to see Azumarill as well. We were talking about Serena as a pick that Joe loves to play, but Azumarill having a win rate for today's event in the final stretch. What are your thoughts on the performance of this Azumarill for this game?
I think that is the strat that Daybreak are bringing. It's just that early game presence. You could say prioritizing that red buff there and going and ambushing that top lane early. Usually you'd end up seeing that from, say, Leafeon in that middle section as that speedster getting that level 4. So I think it's very unusual to see the adaptation that they're using with this all-rounder this time around, because usually, well, it's the Eevees that you see take that central area there. So we'd love to see these different strats come on out.
Yeah, Azumarill, typically not a Pokemon you see in the central area, but like you said, it is one of the Pokemon that has an evolution at level 4, so it gets its primary damaging ability. You saw Aquatail being selected by Joe, and honestly, whenever you get these isolated plays going up against Azumarill, that's where this Pokemon tends to shine. And when you look at the composition of Winrack in that last game, a lot of these speedsters tend to not play next to each other, so you can typically find them caught out singularly by themselves, and you can really take advantage of that huge power passive ability. And honestly, it's such an impact when you get those isolated hits on these Pokemon, because you can do so much damage with Azumarill.
Well, we are heading on into game number 2. Winrack lose game are going to be in that first pick position this time round, banning out Clefable and their own Psyduck, and Daybreak have decided to lock in that Suicune and Blissey ban.
Yeah, Garchomp potentially being first picked here as the time starts to expire. We'll get that first selection, and wow, it's going to be a Garchomp. There's still a number of Pokemon that are really powerful in the metagame right now. Umbreon, for example, is to be selected, maybe Snorlax, but Garchomp, I was talking in the first draft, typically these are Pokemon that are very consistent in the metagame. I would say Garchomp is a fairly consistent Pokemon, but normally you round out, or at least you start your draft out with something like a supporter, like a defender. Typically don't see an all-rounder or an attacker in that position.
Well, on the opposite side, Blaziken was one of the top picks or top win rate for one of our casters here today. So that is going to be locked in by Anon. And Liz, considering 2-3 supporters out of the mix, they are going to lock in this Hooper. I'm interested to see whether this is going to end up being a trick Hooper to go and provide that shield and speed boost, or whether we're going to see that hyperspace Hooper, which obviously helps with those rotations over the map.
Yeah, Hoopa, honestly, one of my favorite Pokemon. It is a trickster Pokemon. It is a mythical Pokemon, by the way. Not many mythical Pokemon in Pokemon Unite. But honestly, what it provides to your team is a thing of myths. Honestly, you're able to either transport your team through those Hoopa hyperspace portals to the top and bottom path. Its Unite move is awesome. You can transport your entire team to a certain area of the field. But here we go, Winrack lose game.
Oh,
they are going to be picking up the pairing, the Luminosity pairing of the final 4 and 5 pick, this Zoroark Comfey, Kello.
Yeah, this is a nightmare to go into. Zoroark and Comfey has definitely wrecked house through many of our tournaments this season. So definitely just one of those last-ditch efforts to try and make a winner this time around. But last 2 picks for Daybreak here are going to be this Mewtwo Y along with this Scizor. Now, we did see Joe running that Azumarill, which is an all-rounder. So whether we're actually going to see Scizor come out to play, because you also have that choice to switch over to Scyther if you wish, finish at level 5, but I think they might be going for more that brawlier sustain considering their game style.
Yeah, you think so? You think a Scizor is going to come out to play for Daybreak? So they got Azumarill really going down the list of, all-rounders that aren't picked very often, but a Scizor coming out to play would be rather incredible. I want to talk about Just OP, the final player on the side of Winrack with this Comfey. Typically, when you're building around a Comfey, it's, it's the way that this Pokemon works, it attaches to a singular Pokemon, but if that Pokemon gets KO'd, a lot of the other Pokemon on the side of Winrack would love that Comfey. You talk about this Garchomp having massive lifesteal with those auto attacks, those most recently buffed, so more lifesteal for every boosted auto attack for this Pokemon, and then supported with a Comfey, you can become quite literally a raid boss in the end game at level 13.
I think that was one of the things that Winrack were lacking last game, is that rip ability, and Garchomp is definitely going to bring it this time round. But folks, we are heading on into our second game for Group F. We have Winrack lose game against Daybreak, who are 1-up advantage. So Winrack, well, they have to try and take this one home.
Yeah, winning your first set of the day would definitely start you out with a really strong performance. I would say 2 wins in sets would definitely pass you on to day number 2. But Group F, all these games will be best of 3. Hoopa and this Blaziken in the top path going up against this Garchomp. Typically played in the top path, it needs a ton of EXP to get online, but it's a Pokemon, in my opinion, that has impact at all stages of the game. It can counter stack very well. In the early game, those auto attacks can be deceptively damaging, and once you get to level 5, you get that ability, and the fight is continuing to break out here in the bottom path, and it is going to be a Scizor.
Yeah, has reached that level 5 with that blue buff on hand, so just going in for more that brawlier style sustain with those punches. Otherwise, Snorlax is going to take a nap, as they are just taking a beating, but they were able to make it on out with the eject button as those birds spawn on up.
Oh, that is a massive KO for Daybreak, as they are able to KO the Zoroark, and as well as the Sobble. They're going to be crying about that one. KO streak of 2 for Joe, and especially KOing the Zoroark in the early game. This is a Pokemon that takes over the early game. Is that a Sweet Kiss Comfey?
It is a Sweet Kiss Comfey. So this is different in terms of not providing the sustain for whoever it's attached to, but dragging in those opponents. And this is actually going to be so helpful, as Garchomp is going to dive on in, and Comfey's just going to keep him there, preventing them from running away.
Yeah, can quite literally pull enemy team members away. Take a look at Daybreak. They are a little aggressive in their positioning right here. Psystrike is going to find their way onto Lakoding, and they're going to be jumped on by Daybreak. They're going to lose that blue buff, but they're very quickly losing their experience, Kello. Level 6 on your Zoroark against Speedsters, you want them to be ahead of the enemy team, and currently you are behind.
They are behind, but not too far behind with those 2 level 7s. Otherwise, we do have Joe reaching that level 8, very close to level 9 when they do end up getting their Unite move. But it looks like Daybreak are playing more for that bottom side rather than top side, that Winrack are able to get in some dunks of their own, leaving this pad on 47, 15 points now.
Yeah, 102 to 90, so short lead here by Winrack lose game. But again, in my opinion, Winrack lose game should be winning this early game, especially with the Zoroark on the field. But as Daybreak progresses into the middle part of the game, their Pokemon start to scale. They start to get their final tier evolutions. They get their Unite moves online, and especially for this Blaziken, getting to level 8 as it is now, before the first major objective, is honestly a big win for Daybreak.
Yeah, but most members are here trying to prioritize this top path, as Blaziken on the minimap is seen soloing down that basement Reggie. If they are to go and break this is going to create so much space for Daybreak to go and secure a Reggie Alecki for their squad.
And not only that, I believe it was the Blaziken going in a 1v1 versus that Reggie Steel. You can see those 3 red dots right underneath the members of Daybreak will give them more damage for the next 90 seconds, and that is going to be very, very helpful as they push this tier 2 with this Regieleki.
Yeah, the divide and conquer strategy from Daybreak there as the 4 members are going in. A huge livid outrage to try and stop Daybreak from breaking on through to this tier 2.
They are able to KO the Mammoth one, at least the Pilot one at this point. Winrack lose game, doing a really good job at holding on to this goal zone. And the defense really strong for Winrack. They really needed to win that one. They also got a couple of KOs as well. Joe going down onto the Scizor. This is their first breath of life, and it's honestly on the back of this Garchomp. It hits that stage 3 evolution. You get that Unite move and expect this Comfey to be on this Garchomp for the remainder of the game.
Yeah, it's funny to see this Comfey on the Garchomp rather than prioritizing the Zoroark, which is what we normally see. But I guess with this Sweet Kiss, it seems like the logical core. They are at that level 11 mark. Super making sure to go and check that tall grass. DC is found there, but not able to get stunned because of that block, giving them unstoppable there.
Yeah, level 11 on Zenbro, highest on their side of the field, one of the highest on the battlefield. Once it hits level 11, it gets access to its first upgraded ability at level 13. It gets just a little bit more lifesteal and trying to stay alive. You can see that lifesteal trying to come into play, but there's just too many members of Daybreak here. Super SP going immediately into the power nap, but surrounded by all of Daybreak. Those shieldings is not going to be enough. Wow, take a look at that block. Well, supported by this Comfey, you get a small shield from that Sweet Kiss, and here comes the Inteleon with that Unite move trying to KO the enemy team. Here comes that snipe shot, unable to hit its mark. A 1v1 between the two carries here, and Joe staying alive with that bullet punch, Kello.
They are staying alive to try and take down this Garchomp, who's gone in with another Unite move of their own. Does end up bonking Joe on the head, but it ends up being Garchomp that loses that fight. After all, both objectives on the field. Once again, we can see a Regirock chilling downstairs as Daybreak are going to prioritize Regieleki once again.
Yeah, really interesting relationship between Scizor and specifically physical attackers. Specifically this Garchomp and this Zoroark, you actually do increase your physical defenses when you're going toe-to-toe with these two Pokemon. So 1v1, you can actually win a lot of these 1v1s with Scizor. Here comes a 6-player push with that Regieleki. This is going to be a huge win for Daybreak if they are able to get these points in. Already 207, 277, and they are breaking this goal zone down, Kello.
Yeah, Winrack not having the resources, no Unite moves on hand because they previously used it in that previous fight. So this is going to give great momentum to Daybreak as they are going to clean up all of the wild Pokemon from that central area and make their way back over to their side.
Get a moment of reprieve here. Winrack lose game and needs to find some momentum anywhere on the map. They're going to pivot down to this Regirock that has appeared in the southern part of the map. Again, securing that objective will give you more passive defenses for the next 90 seconds. It will trickle over to the final stretch. This is kind of a late Unite move, a risky Unite move from Super SP, going into that power nap to stay alive, going into the livid outrage is the Garchomp once again, able to KO the Blaziken, and now their eyes set on this Regirock. That might be the win that they need. They need to secure this. The Zoroark able to capture the Regirock, and now Joe might be the next to fall.
Yeah, Joe ended up diving on in without any backup there as Fury's going to pick up this Snorlax, but it's just too tanky to take on down. Winrack have definitely caught on up here. 2 KO streak for JR here, and this is going to provide them the opportunity to go and dunk, but it's still not enough to take that lead. 2 minutes and 35 seconds left remaining, 158 to 327. Daybreak still have the lead.
A mass exodus to that top path, typically because a Regieleki going to a home goal zone. You can see on the mini-map, not a singular goal zone for Winrack lose game. That is typically a win condition for your team. If Daybreak able to capture this Regieleki, it is going to be going the distance. Plenty of securing tools on the side of Daybreak. Level 14 on the Blaziken, and this final stretch fight might be beginning early. Power nap by Super SP to hold down the line here. First of all is that Zoroark, and the fight is beginning here in the final stretch as the next to fall is the Inteleon. KO streak of 2 for this Blaziken, and a hero has been found as Blaziken. KO streak of 3, definitely not anonymous. Make their name known because almost a penta KO, but 4 KOs for one of the best all-rounders in the game.
That was a complete team wipe, and this is just going to provide the time for Daybreak to go and shred down this Rayquaza, take those shields, full AOS energy on hand to go and get these dunks. Winrack lose game. They still have a Garchomp Unite move, but that isn't going to be able to stop me very well. They did end up getting stopped by the block there.
They do get stopped. They do get that shield broken. 35 points in. Multiply that by 2 in the final stretch. Points are doubled, and they are scoring in the home goal zone with 1 minute remaining and over 400 points to scale. Winrack lose game needs to make a push in the top path. I just don't think they have the pressure, they have the momentum, they have the levels, and Daybreak will be winning our first game on broadcast.
Well, definitely breaking the morning there, breaking the ice as we mentioned. A great start to the day for their team. 45 seconds left to go, but with 2 members down, some shield still on hand for Daybreak. They're just going to keep Winrack lose game at bay and to waste this time to pad those stats.
30 seconds remaining in sets number 1. Group F, they are going to be locking in a 2-0, which gets them ever closer to qualifying for day 2 and ever closer to getting that World's Invitation at the end of this tournament. Again, Daybreak, they need to look good in this weekend's event to get that qualification color.
Yeah, one step in the right direction indeed for them. So it's just a matter of how the rest of the day ends up going, but there we go. 4 members are down and a match win for Daybreak from the Oceania region.
On broadcast, OC gets 1 win for today. Fantastic. Hopefully it's not going to be their final win, but definitely a really strong start for this team traveling all of this way. You know, hello, I want to talk about where this kind of went wrong for Winrack lose game. We were talking about in the early game, I really liked Comfey in this pick, but honestly, by picking that Sweet Kiss, it really limits them to 1 Pokemon, really taking advantage of that Comfey. You typically don't want to have Sweet Kiss on a Zoroark. You want to have that active healing from that floral healing, but unfortunately, they could only find that 1 target in that Garchomp. Do you think it's, you know, was Comfey the differential, or was there something more, you think?
Oh, I think it was also came down to the way Daybreak came together to prioritize 1 member at a time. So that really worked out in their favor. Usually you'd end up seeing Winrack spread on out, and yes, they did have a good few team fights coming on through, but after that tier 2 pad was eliminated, that was really where the pressure was on, and that fight up in the top half with that Reggie Alecki as well. You could see they used a lot of their resources before that Rayquaza and ended up getting taken down.
Yeah, I also want to talk about the Scizor pick. I think you hit it nail on the head with Joe picking this also lesser used all-rounder as well. I was talking about during the game, it has a really interesting relationship with other physical attackers, and going into that Garchomp, we saw that 1v1, I think it was about a minute and a half before the final stretch fight. We're going to go ahead and take a look at some of these replays and see how we got here as we head into the first set of objectives.
Yeah, this is from that first match where we had Joe on the Azumarill getting that KO streak, just the amount of sustain that Aqua Tail provides, but also that huge crit damage during those 1v1 fights.
Yeah, DC really just putting on the pressure here in this final stretch fight. You know, it's kind of scary, especially when you're in the pocket like that. They are KO'd by JR here, but honestly, this was a position that Daybreak loves to be in. Again, we were talking about that Rayquaza, 10% boost to their damage, or 10% boost to the total HP for Rayquaza, and it makes it so much more difficult to take that objective off the map. Daybreak, all they needed to do here for the final 2 minutes is insulate and protect that Rayquaza while also protecting their goal zones.
Yeah, knowing that they had the points lead going into that, you don't want to risk shredding up that Rayquaza for a potential steal from that opposite side. But both matches, this was reflected by Daybreak to have that early level start against Winrack, and even then, this was such a great push from them to go and knock down those members and escort that Reggie Alecki on through as they got multiple KOs. So that was really where it started to snowball for Winrack.
Yeah, honestly, it's a really good litmus test to break that tier 2 goal zone in such a spectacular fashion like that, securing that Reggie Alecki, taking it to the tier 2, and winning a confident fight on that tier 2 goal zone. Let's go ahead and take a look at our player of the game here. It is D System C with that Mewtwo Y. You know, this is a Pokemon that has been trending in the metagame. It has most recently been nerfed, but obviously teams are not straying away from this Pokemon Psystrike, and that Unite move, still incredible. Almost 85,000 damage on this attacker.
Yeah, just there in the back line, providing the damage, providing the nuisance with those stuns. It just wasn't enough for Winrack to handle. So congratulations once again to Daybreak from OC. I believe we are actually going to interview one of the players from them as well on stage.
I believe so. We will get that interview in just a moment here. But, you know, what a game to win for Daybreak. Historically, the OC region not doing so well in in-person events, and I feel like winning their first set of the day in a 2-0 victory in as dramatic fashion as they did with some very unique Pokemon is an absolute pleasure to see for the region. And hearing from production that we do have an interview ready, so we're going to go ahead and throw it to the stage for our interview.
What is good, everybody? Dreamax here alongside Anon with Daybreak, winning 2-0, convincing fashion to kick off our day here at NAIC. Anon, first thing we got to ask, holy smokes, walk us through that Azumarill pick. Is that something y'all been working on? Is that always in the pocket? And pulling it out first game day one, come on.
Yeah, it's a little bit of our secret sauce. Joe, he's a big Azumarill believer. He's played it in the 2022 AOS Cup. He actually won with it, I'm pretty sure. And yeah, it's always just sort of been a pocket pick, and this past week it's been looking real good. So yeah, we decided to pull it
out. Kello, also a big fan of Azumarill, so she kind of popped off when you all selected that, representing the home region there. Okay, let's jump to game two. Scizor coming through. I mean, we expect some wild things out of OC. I like the boldness pulling it out on the first match on stage. Walk us through that pick.
Yeah, again, a bit of our secret sauce. We had we just looked at our combo. We're like, yeah, Scizor's kind of unkillable. So yeah, he just kind of picked it, and yeah, I guess it worked out.
I'll tell you what really impressed me that first game was that last pick, Mamoswine, looked phenomenal into the composition they had put together. Fu had a really solid game on that Pokemon. Is that something, Mamoswine, that we can expect out of Daybreak for the rest of the tournament?
We'll see. Only time will tell.
Only time will tell. No secrets revealed out here. Last thing I gotta ask, overall, Anon, how you feeling for this weekend, and what would a big-time final stretch win mean for Daybreak and the OC region?
A international win for OC would be pretty monumental. And yeah, it'll be really cool to secure a world spot after we fell short in regionals. So it'll feel really good for me and for the whole team.
Listen, this final stretch win for Daybreak checks a lot of boxes. I'm looking forward to more action out of them and more action to come. Kicking it back to the booth, Dreamax, Anon, take it away, Kello Draku.
And back to us. Thank you so much, Dreamax and Anon from the stage. And again, an incredible performance, and doing it with some of the really most fascinating Pokemon in Pokemon Unite you don't see all too often. I want to touch really briefly on one of the picks that they also selected, Mamoswine. And in my opinion, Mamoswine is a really interesting Pokemon to talk about because it's a Pokemon that hasn't really been tuned up or tuned down, but it does really well in really bulky metagames. And I feel like that is where the metagame has been trending to over the last month or so, ever since the Speedster penetration buff was removed from Pokemon Unite. It has retrended back to a much bulkier composition. I feel like Mamoswine might be a Pokemon to watch for the weekend as well, Kello.
Yeah, a little bit of deja vu happening there with that Mamoswine, because it was a similar story during the World Championships in 2024, where it hadn't actually been touched, but because of that meta being more brawlier, up close with those all-rounders, it's definitely making a comeback to just go and get those isolations. Otherwise, that was such a great start to the day here at the Pokemon International Championships in North America. If you folks are here at the event, be sure to tag #Pokemon NAIC and check out all of our socials as well. But you know what? While we may have only broken the start of the day, there is still a lot more Pokemon Unite action here to come. We are going to go and take a little bit of a power nap ourselves and bring in our next casters for the day. So be right back, folks.
Gilbert, longtime Pokemon fan, Poké Rap enthusiast, and, believe it or not, the host of the very first official Pokemon game show. Today, I'm so excited to share with you all some details about the Gotta Catch 'Em All game show, like how the game is played, and also how you can get involved in the chaos from home. The team has been working so hard behind the scenes to make something unique and fun, and we really hope you come check it out. All right, roll the clip. The Gotta Catch 'Em All game show is a multiple choice trivia quiz with a twist. Each question has a Pokemon attached to it. To win the game, you need to have all 4 of these victory Pokemon in your collection at the same time. Bulbasaur, Charmander, Squirtle, and of course, Pikachu. The Pokemon you collect in the quiz each have a one-time effect, which can be broken into 4 categories. There are supportive Pokemon, which have positive effects that help you shape the game, and there are disruptive Pokemon, which bring a bunch of negative effects that aggravate your opponents. Both groups only require a single copy of a certain Pokemon in your collection to use its effect. Then we have Victory Pokemon, the main win condition of the game, with effects so powerful that they require 2 of the same Pokemon in your collection to use them. And finally, Magikarp, which does nothing, actually? That can't be right. Maybe we should try collecting as many as we can to see what happens. Once an effect has been activated, it can't be used again, but the Pokemon remains in your collection until you reach a maximum of 6. From there, you can choose to swap new Pokemon in to get access to more one-time effects. Each question will have one of these Pokemon attached to it, and players will have to quickly buzz in to answer and catch that Pokemon. If the first buzz gets it wrong, the other 2 can buzz again. If no one gets the question right, we move on, and the Pokemon returns to the tall grass. And the fun isn't just in the studio. You can play along at home live on Twitch. Answer our questions and get ready to make your mark. You'll have chances to vote on key moments and even help us with some sneaky secrets that could completely shake up the game. Got all that? No? Well, the best way to learn is to do. So join us live on Twitch on the 27th of June and find out more.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Pokemon Unite final stretch here at the North American International Championships in New Orleans. And we got a whole lot going on, even more things coming up, too, like that very, very cool trivia game show that you could participate in. Looks like a lot of fun. But for now, we're getting some teams set up on stage to continue our tournament. We're here in day number 1 on the group stage. I'm Zoinks here with Wonder Chef.
That's right, back together again. It actually has been quite a while. I mean, we've done the online stuff, but you know, you and I weren't together for the regional finals, so it's fun to be back, of course. Very happy in the previous set to see Draco here for the first time, and then Kello technically for her first IC as well, so huge shout-outs to them, of
That's
course.
true, yeah. It feels like we had this team together for quite some time. They'll already have an amazing matches. I think they crushed it in their first game on commentary. Not to mention, it was just an incredible game as well. We had Azumarill crushing it. We had Scizor. It felt like kind of peak OC to start the day.
We had Joe, is really, really what that is right there. Yeah, I mean, that's
Exactly.
just the classic. Joe's been playing those for years, literally years. I mean, Anon said it in the interview, that's been a Joe classic forever, at least 2 years plus more. Well, I guess it's kind of how long the Pokemon has been out. But, of course, we've got plenty of other really great teams here this weekend. I'm very, very excited. We have so many teams that still need to qualify for Worlds, and we don't always get a chance to see some of these teams qualify, but I feel like we're going to have, okay, there's a chance that we're going to have a team like Dreamax, for example, that I think a lot of people expected we're going to qualify, but I think there's also a really, really high chance we're going to see a new team, for example, like we saw from version 1, who qualified at the regional finals, who has been kind of on the cusp, qualify. Another team kind of in that similar area, and that wouldn't surprise me at all.
Yeah, I think so. Expect the unexpected. In situations like this, it ends up being these in-person events. We talk about them for being some of the most exciting Pokemon Unite you can ever experience, but a lot of that is because sometimes we get teams that rise to the occasion in a way that no one would ever expect and go on a heater run. Reminder, you just got to be the strongest team out of the unqualified teams to qualify for that world spot. Now, I do want to, we were talking about that last match, how fun it was. I do want to break down a moment in that last game that was really exciting. In that game number 2, right before the final stretch really begins, we had some exciting action break down. So I'm going to watch this team fight. For now, watch the Mewtwo Y enter the team fight from down over here in just a moment. That's where things really get exciting, and I want to kind of talk about the dark side of the Comfey, if you will. You can see that Mewtwo Y here a second ago. Get that played back just so you can see where that Unite move ends up happening. This infinite Cyber. Remember, Mewtwo Y targets every single enemy Pokemon on the battlefield, no matter where they are. Comfey will, in fact, bring down 2 Mewtwo infinite Cyber attacks at once, not to mention the Zoroark just below. So it kind of sets up for a really devastating play, not to mention this Blaziken right over here is already charging that overheat. So a really impressive amount of damage to start this fight. Things start going haywire. That's a whole lot of crowd control to deal with. There's no way a squishy Zoroark's able to last. Supa makes a really nice play, kidnapping with that Snorlax in that moment. But after that, it's a Blaziken eject button overheat into just absolute devastation. So a really cool coordinated team fight from Daybreak in that matchup that I thought was really impressive. All started with the Mewtwo Y kind of punishing that grouped up play style that Winrack was trying to pull off. A nice response, but then, well, we're starting to see why Blaziken's going to be such a powerful Pokemon this weekend, I think.
That was my pick, I think, for encounter rate this weekend, and already it's been banned or picked in both of our games that we've seen. A lot of our picks all in that same, vein, the Garchomp as well. A lot of it is kind of going back to, I think, a previous meta, right, where we saw a lot of the brawlers doing really, really well. There's a really big, I should say there's going to be a big mental focus on the idea of being able to rip and being able to secure. Because we have the nature of these Pokemon doing really well. Garchomp very well known for being able to rip very well. Inteleon's, I mean, it's been around, obviously, but it's still being picked maybe a little bit more than the previous meta. Great at secure, Blaziken great at secure. We have just a whole lot of, I guess, I don't know, the strategies of a potential fast Rayquaza is, I guess, the way I would put it.
Really, the last 5 tournaments, we said it's a super open meta, and we're still in that one. So let's take a look at how the field's actually been turning out, not in terms of Pokemon stats, but where these results are at. First results coming in from Group A, I believe Luminosity Gaming getting that first win over top of, I believe it was the Goobers. I don't know exactly what their first matchup was, and B's taking down the Cajun Crawdons. So them leading the pack at Group A. Group C, both Nouns Esports and Revelation getting their first wins. Fortunately, Flamin' Hot Trios and Hardly Nowhere, their tournament run becomes a little bit harder now.
Big fans of both of those teams. Big fans of, I mean, that's a really scary group. If I'm being 100% honest, Group C is very terrifying. We went over the groups earlier, but these are all looking very, very scary today. A whole lot of these right on the cusp. I guess, teams that we don't always get to see on broadcast, but we're going to see a lot of them, I think, this weekend. And, of course, our match from Group F was just on broadcast, where Daybreak will be now leading their group in another very scary group. Stamina versus Daybreak is a match that I hope we get a chance to see later on.
That'd be really fun. 2 extremely strong teams, one looking for a world spot, one looking to upgrade their world spot in this tournament. And then, of course, Group E has had no matches play out yet, but that is about to change on our main stage. We are going to have an absolute amazing matchup. I can't wait. A gigabanger, if you will. We have Dreamax Esports facing up against Team YouTube on our main stage.
That is a great match. Of course, I was talking in the pre-show about how there's a lot of teams that really, this is their last chance to qualify. I mean, not like a maybe last chance to qualify. It's guaranteed the last chance for them to qualify. And that have qualified for Worlds before, or people have expected them to qualify for Worlds. And Team YT, very successful team. Dreamax, extremely successful team. Both of them need to qualify this weekend.
Yeah, it is really all on the line for these 2 teams in particular. It obviously starts at this group stage. If anybody missed the video that we had of the explainer of our format for this weekend, the top 2 teams out of every single group will be moving on into the bracket stage. But that bracket stage is single elimination. So having that higher seed being the top seed out of your group gives you a little bit more flexibility, and you can start that event with a bit more confidence. So getting any win in these group stage is super important, and having kind of, well, what a lot of us think is going to be a placement match out of this group to start your day is a pretty intense way to kick this tournament off.
I would not be surprised if this was kind of the match to see who made it out of this group in first place. But that's the thing about both these teams. There's a reason why they're both not qualified. And I don't want it to sound like I'm being mean to either of these teams, but there have been a little bit of inconsistencies, I think, in the results of both of these teams. We know that they're both extremely strong. Both have players on them that we have seen for literally every single season of the competitive series. But this season in particular, we have seen a little bit of like back and forth where both teams have done very well and also had some really not so great placements. And it's really about kind of what they are today. Like, how are they playing today? But both easily have the potential to be the world's qualifier without a doubt, but they also have the potential to maybe go out a little bit early. So there's no other way to see until we see them play, right?
Exactly. Yeah, both these teams have quite a storied history, but for the side of Team YouTube, they have storied history in this building. At this event, like in the year prior, right? Having an incredible run, I believe being our finalist, our runner-up in the final stretch in the previous year after really a phenomenal year of competition for Team YouTube, I'd say, in that former year, right? Year number 3 looking very good for Team YT. Looking to have a repeat performance if they can make it to that world spot starting today. But again, Dreamax Esports, I mean, the storied history goes pretty long for them too, about just as long as Team YouTube. At least this roster of players, a lot of people have been looking out for them. They have a classic Baby Mazo, one of the coolest people in the community by far, but surrounded by some rookie talent as well this year. Some exciting pickups. One thing I'm looking forward to in terms of matchups in this next one is going to be a little bit of mage gameplay. Now, we don't see too many special attackers these days. Mewtwo and Inteleon, a bit of an exception. But both these teams have been known to flex a little bit. So Sad Sam is just famous or infamous, depending on who you ask, for that Gardevoir selection. I think we have a good chance of seeing that in this lobby, potentially, in the central area. And then on the other side, Dreamax Esports, one of the only teams to still employ the Chandelure quite a bit. And into this heavy all-rounder meta that we're starting to see. We've only seen one game so far in this tournament, but when we are likely going to be looking into a lot of melee attackers, a Chandelure utilizing Imprison can be a devastating tool for your team. Also, Alola Ninetales makes its face known on both these teams too. So I think if you are a fan of the attacker class and specifically special attackers, this is going to be a really exciting match to watch.
Right, we could definitely have some. I mean, well, obviously, one of these teams is from the Brazil region, so their meta is going to be very different from what we're used to seeing in North America in general. Yeah. And then Team YT also has their own weird metas that they've been playing for quite a while. They have their own unique character to their players, right? And we get to see them thrive, but sometimes, it goes against them, depending on how the meta goes. But I do feel like, personally, we're in a good meta for the players on Team YT that we're used to. I feel like a lot of their gameplay is kind of back in style, I would say.
Okay, sure.
But yeah, I don't know what their strategy is. Again, Team YT, one of the biggest things about them, in case anybody hasn't been keeping up with the season, is they've been switching players a lot. Like, every event is a different roster for Team YT, and so they really needed to kind of try to find a solid roster and some time to stick together, and hopefully whatever it is today is enough for them to gel together and, I mean, qualify for Worlds.
Yeah, stick with some of their glue players, but they also added some new talent for this event. When we're looking at those group stage, fans of North America Pokémon UNITE might notice a pretty important name absent. Well, maybe two. I believe, unfortunately, Team Unk not attending this event after locking up their world spot. Travelore decided to take a little bit of a break before that World Championships. But the other name that we are missing is Team Nemesis. So no Nemesis participating in this tournament. However, a whole lot of the players have kind of turned mercenary for this event. A lot of different teams have picked up pieces of that Nemesis roster. Team YouTube in particular have added the defender player Asdable. Kind of defender support crossover in that player. Has had some amazing success at this event, like I mentioned before, Asdable popped off at this one and EUIC last year. So I think a exciting prospect for Team YouTube to add to the squad.
Yeah, again, we really kind of need to see how they gel together, but obviously an amazing player and one with so much in-person experience is going to be a huge boon for any team that manages to pick them up. And we are starting to get now, I feel like when we were maybe a couple years ago, even last year, it was like, okay, these are these players, first time ever in an in-person event. This is like, we got to see how they actually do. Some people play a little bit better, some people play a little bit worse. But now it feels like most of these teams are starting to have the offline experience. At least, multiple members of their team, even if it's not the entire full team. So being able to take that experience and kind of teach your own teammates whose first time it is going to be, I think, really great. Not that Team YT counts in that. I'm just thinking of players in general.
And then the fun wrench that we get to throw into the majority of that is that now for the first time, it feels like we have international competition at NAIC. Last year, this was just a really exciting event, but primarily for North America. We had a couple of Latin America North teams make the trip up, but now with the whole play-in, with the travel awards system for this event, we get the chance to showcase and maybe get a little early peek at what some of this World Championship talent is going to be like, at least in the West. So that's going to be really exciting with Dreamax facing them down. Obviously, we talk a lot in these regional tournaments with the North American tournaments, especially in our online circuit, about how the meta game gets a little complex because these teams have been playing against each other for quite literally years. They have had so many years of competition. You start to understand, you know, a player likes to stand in that tall grass. We're always going to be picking a guard chomp in the top path, etc., etc. These things just become baked-in strategies, but then you add the mix-up of having some international squads to really make things exciting, and I think Dreamax is looking to do just that. One thing about Dreamax, I do believe they're one of the few teams that actually, from an international side of things, came to New Orleans extremely early. I think they've been boot camping here in this city for almost 2 weeks now. So a lot of scrim time in North America, and of course, climatized into here in the New Orleans humidity.
Probably some more scrim time than in North America than some of the North American teams, if I'm going to be honest. No, that's great to see. Just shows that they're taking it seriously. And certainly it's a team that is well-deserving of qualifying for Worlds. Obviously, they fell in a little bit short in the few tournaments that they've been able to try and qualify. But they're definitely taking it seriously. It's players that have been doing quite well. Right now we're taking a look at Team YouTube, though. We're on the other side. And yeah, look at these familiar faces. It's so cool to see them back up here on stage when, again, it just feels like they just haven't been able to show off their signature gameplay this season as much as the other seasons. I mean, they were really one of the top contenders in the last season, without a doubt. Everybody was thinking like they could be, you know, the one, they could overtake anybody anytime, but they just haven't found their, I don't know, their pacing maybe, and it makes me sad. I'd love to see them play.
Yeah, but a bit of a hot or cold season for sure for this squad. But like you were mentioning, I think at the start of our breakdown of these two teams, it's kind of the same story for Dreamax as well. Not ever having the as far of lows as Team YouTube has, but still dodging that World's invite into regional competition's got to sting. So this is going to have to be a tournament where they're attempting to get that changed up in NAIC.
I'm excited to see what our meta is going to be between these two teams. I mean, definitely being able to scrim, like you said, for quite a while in North America is going to be probably a great set of information for Dreamax. I would have to assume they are going to be able to have adjusted at least a little bit. If there's anything that, I mean, especially in Pokémon UNITE, right? This is a game where the meta shifts so quickly and so often that it's hard to say that any team ends up unprepared if they come from another region. I mean, there's only so much preparation that one can actually do. If you're going from region to region, there's a chance that it's like, well, the meta's kind of shifted over the past 2 weeks. We haven't had a chance to like really see what the other regions are playing. But Dreamax giving themselves that time means that there's not going to be any probably huge surprises. Not that Team YT won't always bring some sort of surprise anyway, but shouldn't be anything that Dreamax isn't at least somewhat ready for, at least assuming that these players have done all their due diligence, which I assume they have. They're great players.
Yeah. All right, so I actually got a chance to pull up a few of the stats that we have on Team YouTube, which I actually think are kind of interesting. They are telling the story a bit of this squad. Team YouTube on the season at a 61.5% win rate. So over the average, of course, they've made multiple top 8s. That is surely true. But one of the most interesting things about this team, well, actually, I'm going to give you two. Two of the most interesting things. One stat that we have been recently tracking is something called an MVP trend. Obviously, an MVP trend will be awarded to the winning team. And as we track it over the season, Team YouTube's rockiest portion was in the first couple of monthly tournaments. After that, they definitely settled out a little bit more, never getting a championship under their belt, but certainly much better performances throughout the year. The other one that I thought was really, really interesting is that Team YouTube has an average score winning threshold, aka however many points they win across from their enemy team, of 371. So almost 400. that means Team YouTube is by far one of the highest score differential teams at our tournament, with just a solid win rate. We have teams in our tournament right now with, I think, Luminosity leading the way with an 80% win rate in events, but Team YouTube absolutely crushing it in the scoring department. So something to be watching out for, probably some very early goal zone breaks, as well as some aggressive Reggie Alecki play coming from Team YouTube to try to enable some of those early game leads and hold on to those scores.
I also feel like a lot of the time when we look at the stats and say, oh, this team scores a lot every game, it tends to be teams that really focus on winning the big team fight and winning it kind of dominantly at the end, right? That way they do manage to get basically 500 points in near the end, and they're always going to be getting that huge, gigantic lead. Even if they weren't necessarily winning, they should still be leading by, I don't know, 400-ish if they manage to play their game plan. Team YT, especially with all the brawlers that they play, I could certainly see that happening to them a good amount. Yeah. But we have been seeing some more score gameplay. I guess we kind of saw it fall out of the meta a little bit when Amulet Coin was nerfed, but people might still be in the mindset to see some scoring.
That's true. I actually hope they are, because I just scrolled down to Dreamax's stats, and they actually have a 389 average score differential. Team YouTube scoring on average 404 points per game. Dreamax Esports 508. So we do have a battle of AOS energy upcoming, but here we go. We got draft underway. Dreamax Esports versus Team YouTube, a free target ban with the Buzzwole to start things off.
That is a very, very targeted ban. I do think that's a great choice. Seeing the Leafeon ban is pretty interesting. I feel like that hasn't really been on the ban list as often. Yeah. Obviously, there's been a lot of great Leafeon players with how strong it was for so long. Blissey the other way, and Blaziken, who now still 100% encounter rate so far today.
We're going to hold on to that. I like it. Yeah, I believe the Leafeon ban also being a very targeted ban towards Dreamax Esports. Our central area loves those early game power spikes. Leafeon fits in so well to that. Just let me see Psyduck be that first pick selection, and Team YouTube sticking to this Umbreon, and Fui going to the Blastoise. This has been one of those things that Fui has been either, I would say, gassed up for or kind of discredited for, is they love playing the defenders in that top half. And meta-dependent, it can be pretty tough. So, seeing that Blastoise with the Cursed Incense and the Muscle Band, we are likely looking at a Spinstoise. Armarouge is going to love seeing Spinstoise on the other side.
And Clefable, we are seeing on the side of Dreamax Esports. That's a Pokemon that has been pretty out of the meta, I would say, for quite a while, but coming back into play. It was my pick again. I know I'm going back to my picks a lot, but I really like seeing Clefable. It's been very, very successful. On the other side of two, Alolan Raichu, who was like very much in the meta and then maybe a little bit less. And I mean, it's never been bad since its release, but ooh. Meowscarada.
Yeah, more Meowscarada. So, Ganon specifically has played under a few different names, but has been one of the few Meowscarada players in North America, I should say. We have maybe 2 to 3. I think Zealot comes to mind. Overlord's, of course, got a mean Meowscarada, but we do see this Pokemon quite a bit. I think that's going to be a great answer to that Miraidon and the Armarouge. It'll be difficult to thread the needle, get some of the assassinations, but it should be huge. Like I was talking about before, though, that Armarouge and Blastoise matchup is going to be really, really tough. Armarouge having a very unique passive in the game that no other Pokemon really has in that Flash Fire. If it takes any special attack damage, it is only amplifying its own in return. So these kind of longer team fights with Fui's Blastoise, well, threatening with that crazy Unite move that Blastoise has access to, is still going to be a scary spot to be. And of course, Alolan Raichu is there. And wow, 2 cursed items on the side of Team YouTube.
Yeah, and 2 curse items on the side of Dreamax as well. So I mean, you've got to assume that the curse items are going to be a great pick against the Clefable. We haven't seen it for a little bit, but I mean, just you want everybody to group together. If you have some AoE damage, you're going to be doing some preventation, that is not a word, on some healing.
I believe it's pronounced stoppage.
Stoppage. Yeah, I was trying to figure out how to fit that in, if I'm being 100% honest, and then I just couldn't figure it out. But yeah, you're gonna be doing some healing stoppage on a big AoE area, which is exactly what Clefable wants to do the opposite of. So it does make a lot of sense. And I'm glad to be seeing. I mean, we saw a meta that was basically no healing for it feels like quite a while, and I'm glad to see some healing back in.
Yeah, and the cursed item still made an appearance. But all right, here we go. Dreamax Esports versus Team YouTube. Let's get Game 1 underway. So that Sam is going to be bringing that Alolan Raichu, just a Pikachu at the moment, into the central area. And Kadu going to be on the other side with an Armarouge. A little bit slower of a clear on commonly, but it will be getting to the path at level 5, hopefully. Sarah Ledge, there's 2 of them. Sarah Ledge is in the middle.
Yep,
My
it's
bad.
confusing.
Yep.
I know.
Oops, zoomed out view, griefing me.
But regardless, it is going to be interesting today to see how much early aggression there is. I think a lot of the meta is defined by how safely you can kind of get your slower evolving Pokemon online, or your slower power spike Pokemon online. And we've seen both metas where you have 0 time, especially when we saw the evolutions. And we've seen metas a little bit more recently where you have a ton of time. Nobody really worried about that, where we maybe even saw EXP share Decidueye in path with, what was it? Was it like a Greninja? It was something like that, right?
Yeah, NAIC brings out truly everything out of the woodwork. All right, Sarah Ledge is going to rotate down towards the bottom path. Team YouTube did show face. I'm curious if they saw that Sarah Ledge flank and decide to 4-player push onto the top side. So said Sam putting down those landmines with the Electro Ball build. We do not see that very often from the Alolan Raichu, but is getting some good damage in, and immediately Hooba portaling down to the bottom side to try to steal a KO, and they're going to take it. Olivio down.
Ooh, that is already a great start, and pretty early aggression, I would say, altogether. I guess it's the 8:30 minute mark, but I mean, this is certainly early aggression. They really want to get all of that experience, and this is a pretty terrifying duo to be kind of running around in your center area. The Psyduck can enable so much. This is going to be a great duo to defend against it as well, and I actually didn't see who got the end of that because there's 2 people with blue buff. Okay, well, there we go. We can see it. They just stole it away. Yeah, it went away.
Perfect.
Thank you, game.
Yeah, thank you so much, game. All right, we're posturing up for this 8-minute fight right now. Let's give it a 3-on-3, and immediately it's going to be over. Freeze is going to try to chase down Asdubel with this fire spin. It's going to be a mean-look Umbreon. So we have not seen fantastic win rates out of this moveset. However, when you were trying to set up an Electro Ball Alolan Raichu, it's all about positioning. So making that consistent damage a little bit easier to land is going to be fantastic for Sam to work with. Asdubel and Sam are going to be needing to work very well together in tandem.
They're pretty posturing, I would say, up here up top. And look at that, the dive in, but no chance. That was just an immediate turnaround. Maybe didn't realize there were quite this many members of Team YT, as they're going to be the ones pushing forward, trying to take the experience for these early birds. Team Dreamax just having to back up and doing a pretty solid amount of poke damage, actually. I was surprised at how much that was. Psyduck, still a scary Pokemon.
For sure. I mean, Dreamax have a really tough riddle to answer with this composition being built this way. Clefable, Armarouge, Psyduck, all 3 of them really want the enemy team to run into them. Sarah Ledge is the exact opposite. They want to be the one initiating fights, landing that Psycho Cut debuff to start things off, and without the poke damage from a Rhydon as a part of it, it's going to be really difficult to pull off. So Dreamax Esports composition kind of needs all 5 working together, so I don't think we're going to see the real plan of their comp work out until a bit later in this match.
I feel like this is a pretty common thing where we see a team comp and we're like, well, we actually don't get a chance to see it for the first 7 minutes of the game, right?
Right.
Even though it looks like it's not working out, it can very, very much work out once it actually gets together. And you were talking about how Team YT scores a lot. Both these teams score a lot. They're currently going with the early aggression, trying to score quite a bit. Chasing down Ferozera, this is looking kind of scary, but like I said, the damage is going to get buffed as they're being attacked. They are going to be able to be giving it to that Berry to the goal zone. They are going to be safe. We actually get a little bit over there, but oh my goodness, managing to pick up 1 KO from the backline. Mazo on this on this mage. We haven't seen very many big range special attackers, but already this is looking really good. Kind of the first time that he's been in one of these big fights.
Yeah, finally. Level 10 Rhydon does land a fantastic Unite move as well. Great future Meteor Storm, clearing the path forward, and there we go. We start to see the example that whenever we have one of these kind of all-rounder dive Pokemon, basically a Pokemon that can't 100 to 0 an enemy Pokemon's HP bar, they're really reliant on some damage to start things off. We kind of saw it in former metas with like Decidueye adding into Zoroark in situations like that, where you love that early damage to start things off. Having that Rhydon Charge Beam or the Unite move really enables Sarah Ledge to land some fantastic Unites or even just a basic engage. And Dreamax Esports pulls it off expertly, bringing these things a little bit closer to tandem as we are heading into the mid game.
Interesting level composition, I guess one could say, from Dreamax. They've got some really high spikes, but some really low lows as well on their team as far as levels. A little bit more even for Team YT, who's trying to push for this Regieleki. Attempt to steal here, but it will not happen. Team YT taking that. A big Hydro Typhoon, maybe only going to land on one person, so I guess kind of a tiny Hydro Typhoon. It does seem like Team YT, after maybe not getting the initiation that they wanted, will not be following up that Regieleki. In fact, they're going to be teleporting back down with the Hoopa Unite, as all of Team YT is going to crash onto this basement Reggie. That's going to go down immediately. A really great rotation. Definitely one of the big advantages of bringing that Hoopa.
All right, well, Ganon's going to take that Regirock, meaning that SoSat Sam has only got 3 out of 4 of the objectives secure so far in this matchup. But this Hoopa has been fantastic, even with a Tier 1 being gone. Team YouTube can rotate quickly, but Dreamax are going to try to put on some aggression in the central area, catch out a rotation. Kadu on a crazy flanker on the backside. Going to Unite move just for 1, try to chase down the Alolan Raichu. Will succeed, but this fight has been segmented. Fui going to dunk in 40 on the backside, and Team YouTube, maybe not earning KOs, are getting a lot of pressure on the map.
Interesting split. We have stuff going on 3 different places. Wow, did not get the stop on the score.
Wheel diff.
Yeah, wheel diff. We don't need to talk about that. But yeah, I mean, that's going to be close to evening things up. Only a 40-point difference now. Dreamax behind by just a little bit. And 40 points going into the final stretch is not going to mean all that much. Totally. So we'll see if Team YT ends up going for maybe one more big push as far as score. The thing is that top goal zone is now gone. The Regieleki, I think we should see one more Regieleki. I forget the timing exactly.
I believe we should.
So that could be huge as far as going into the end of this game.
Exactly. It's going to put that goal zone as well on pretty precarious overdunk potential with that 40 points going into the backside. I think it could line up pretty well. We'll see, though. Tier 2 pushes very difficult to pull off, especially in an environment like this. Good stealing of the experience by Dreamax Esports. They need to get leveled up with a few of these Pokemon. Notably, Rizera only at level 11 on this Armarouge. Of course, about to tick into 12, but that level 13 power spike for the Armarouge is fantastic. They're hunting it right now.
I mean, they've got some 13 power or a 13 power spike already. They've got some great strengths, and this is a pretty scary fight. You don't want to use too many resources, or realistically any resources going into this, with only 40 seconds left to the final stretch. So there's a lot of poking on this Regieleki. A very important Regieleki is they're going to be chasing down Ansible, getting very, very low. They're going to go straight for this goal zone, and it does look like they will be able to break it. 25 seconds left, more than enough time to take this Regieleki as the basement Reggie going uncontested to Team YT. They say, you know what, you can even up the score, maybe even take the score lead, but we are going to get that little bit of extra experience. We're going to get the buff of the Reggie steal, and we are going to win in the final stretch.
That's fantastic. I mean, I kind of like that decision. They leave that goal zone, which obviously was scary to do with Regieleki available. It did land into that tier 2. It was a solid overdub. Dreamax Esports does hold the lead, but Team YouTube, in good fashion, have this attack buff to work with. Not to mention Neon's Hoopa Unite move is available. I think that's going to be the #1 target that Dreamax Esports is going to be hunting for. But Kadu, kind of their best chance at a big flank, is currently in vision of the enemy team, so there's no chance for them to get behind Team YouTube. This fight's going to have to be taken from the front.
Ooh, and a little bit of an engagement down on the bottom as immediately Asnival gets engaged upon, but does manage to survive, goes back through the portal, and that's going to be huge. A lot of damage already spent, but they just jump on him again. The Unite coming out, not going to get nearly any shields. And in the meantime, the back attack from the Meowscarada is going to get a pretty good amount of mileage. We're going to see the Serral Edge go down. They are going to back up a little bit, 5v4 in the favor of Team YT. Ganon out there just trying to burn down the Rayquaza, as we're going to see the initiation from these well, not the Serral Edge, I'm sorry, the other one, Armarouge, as Asnival somehow still surviving at 1 HP, manages to get away.
Asnival's been playing their life so incredibly well. That first engagement where they almost go down, there was no Unite moves spent. They used a couple more on the flip side, but now the Psycho-Boom, one of the only Unite moves available left in the game, is going to be held by that Armarouge. Meowscarada hanging around the top side. It is a Trailblaze Meowscarada, so a big dash is available to get into the Ray Pit if things do get dire. With no Unite moves taken yet, it's going to be really, really difficult to make that happen. Dreamax is able to KO SoSat. Sam's Alolan Raichu falls. Rayquaza sub 50% HP.
5 members up for Dreamax. It looks like this may come down to a flip. Rayquaza getting burned down. We're going to see Masquerada go in and manages to make the steal. Team YT gets the secure, but they do not have that many members up. A few members may have respawned and gotten shields in the back line, but I'm not exactly sure who has it. Ganon does look like their shield's gone. Yeah, that's Trailblaze. Different type of shield, and a back cap up top. Great way to catch that one. 80 more points for Dreamax.
What a clock differential for this team. I mean, even then, I suppose you called it out. No Rayquaza shields to work with. Dreamax Esports, ice in the veins, clutching up game number 1. Great defense around that Rayquaza. You mentioned getting close to Flip's territory with that Meowscarada waiting on the edge to maybe take it out. But of course, great defensive play. I think Asmo playing their life very, very well in the Umbreon, but in that situation, that's kind of all they could do. Couldn't get any big initiations. The Blastoise Unite move was used quite early in that very long team fight. So after that, they don't have many big engagement tools. They can't force a safe flip. That's what Blastoise really can enable you with that Hydro Typhoon. Don't have access to that, and Dreamax Esports clutch up.
I think the biggest moment of that final team fight was when Asnable was able to survive in that first moment and then went back through the Hoopa portal. I think maybe that could have been the sign that Team YT needed to take their own engagement, because a lot of the cooldowns were, kind of down, I guess one should say. A lot of their burst had already been spent, so maybe it's your turn to go back in. But it was just Asnable coming back through the portal, and then by that time, Dreamax was like, oh, let's just do that again. And then they just basically did the exact same thing. Asnable ran away again, had to heal again, came back in, ran away with 1 HP, and all of that was just, I don't know. There was just really no turnaround from the fact that Asnable was tanking so much damage.
Yeah, really, really tough there. I think Blastoise may have still gotten the Rayquaza shield due to spawn time, but unfortunately, I think it only had a couple of points in pocket. The Rayquaza distributing 20 to everybody, I think just set 20 points to the Blastoise. It wouldn't have even been enough thanks to the back cap from Clefable. But our player of the game is going to be that damage carry of the Ceruledge player, Kadu, on an impressive run. Psycho Cut and Flame Charge, only 50,000 damage total, but still some really, really intense team fights that were kind of started on the back of that Ceruledge.
I really like that style of Ceruledge. I feel like when we watch Ceruledge, we tend to say that it's kind of a hit or miss Pokemon. A lot of times it's either it hits a huge Unite move and they win the game, or you hit a Unite move that just whiffs on everybody eject buttons out, gets out in some way, and you really get not a lot of mileage. But I felt like the style of play there was a more assassin-like Ceruledge, right? They were in the back line. They weren't trying to get one big, huge Unite on everybody. They were just using it on one person, 2 people, forcing them to move, then chasing them down once they've had to move, and hitting some very valuable targets. And I think that worked out really well for them. That's why it was a little bit of a lower damage, I think, Ceruledge as well, because it was only attacking the squishy targets that it needed to.
Exactly. It was basically, I think Kadu was on a one-brain mission to take down Sosat Samsalola.
Basically,
they were at any given moment, they'll Unite for it. They'll use both their Flame Charge cooldowns. It does not matter. They were making sure that Alolan Raichu was not on the map for very long in any of these situations. So, when we go back to this draft screen, I think we'll see something likely very similar from Dreamax Esports side. Also, shout out to me saying that they picked a Chandelure and they go with a different Ghost Fire type. I guess I'll take it at the end of the day. But Blaziken ban is going to repeat itself. Team YouTube this time are going to be banning the bus. Well, interesting. It was banned against them in that first game. Oh, I believe we just had the name swap at the top. Okay. So anyway, they're going to be sticking to their same bans for these teams.
Yes. That I believe the names on the left side are going to be the Team YT names, and the names on the right side are going to be the Dreamax names. So we'll see who ends up picking or banning what. But yeah, we can certainly assume with those bans, like you said, the left side will actually be Team YT, right will be Dreamax. Similar bans altogether. The Psyduck out and the Blissey in as the first pick. Blissey. I feel like Blissey's been really good for so long.
It has been fantastic. Still has a pick rate of 33%, so it has not been getting banned too often. It's sneaking into a few of these matchups. Curious if Team YouTube wants to use one of their defender picks here, and they do. Okay, I love this. Olivio is going to grab that Snorlax, forcing Asmo maybe back onto that Umbreon, a matchup that I think really did work in favor of Dreamax Esports in the past. And Free's going to return to this Blastoise, but Sosad Sam is going to make the swap up. It is a Mewtwo Y, and with Blissey behind them, we could see some wild helping hand auto attacks.
All right, I'm gonna call you out a little bit here. I'm sorry, but one day we will stop calling Olivo Olivio. Maybe not today, but one day. Ooh, okay, Serena. That is a cool pick. I feel like I haven't even seen Serena as much from the like the Japan region, which normally they tend to play it a lot, and I think it's still great, especially in this current like sort of brawler meta. One thing as well that I feel like I didn't get a chance to talk about as much that looked so good was Mazo on, on the Rhydon, the Beam Rhydon in particular. I kind of feel like it's been a while since we've seen that being picked over stuff like Inteleon, but it was looking so good. It was kiting so well. It was doing so much damage, and the way that they fed so much experience to Mazo was amazing.
Yeah, they filled pretty different roles, right? Like Inteleon is much more of a closer and a sweeper. Miraidon is an enabler for the rest of your team, and this is an interesting spot for Kadu to go to. Going to be locking in the Darkrai. So previously, that Ceruledge, you could consider it to be one of those anti-tank all-rounders. Now we're going into the Speedster realm and having to face up a very tanky team on the opposing side. Now, Darkrai does have, of course, some availability to some nasty moves with that nasty plod and with some of this Dark Void action, which we see most commonly. I would love Dark Pulse, but I do not think that we will be seeing Dark Pulse locked into this tournament. However, I do think this is a nice matchup. We'll be able to chase down that Mewtwo Y quite well. And of course, if you could lock down one of these game-changing Unite moves away from the enemy, with either the Blastoise or even getting an early Mewtwo Y pick-off with that Darkrai Infinite Void, that would be pretty fantastic.
I think the fact that they've got two kind of solo targeting out Unite moves is going to be so good against whoever they choose to use Bliss Assistance against. You know, Bliss Assistance, it's going to buff up something to a ridiculous level, whether it be the Mimikyu or the Mewtwo or whatever it ends up being. As soon as that happens, you've got two big Unites. You can say, well, let's just get rid of this effect for the entirety of its time. I mean, it's a little bit more scary maybe with Darkrai because you're fighting against the Bliss Assistant thing now, but it's definitely an idea there where you can stop things, or you can stop the Blissey before it even gets a target to Bliss Assistance, right? I mean, if you solo out the Blissey with the Darkrai Unite, it doesn't have a target, and so you might just be able to take it out. I don't know.
Yeah, that's true. You got to hope that your team takes the fight pretty aggressively after that. I don't know if you're winning the 1v1 against Blissey in that Infinite Void. I've seen Blissey throw some pretty nasty hands in there, so maybe behind closed infinite doors, we'll see what happens. But Neon, if we get to head towards that top path, as we jump into game number 2 of Team YouTube and Dreamax Esports. This time, Team YouTube going to be your purple team.
All right, switching sides, and already a game up for Dreamax. Again, this is a huge, huge match with so much on the line because both these teams need to qualify. So they're really fighting against each other. You mentioned it before, you're sometimes not really fighting against all of the other teams because some of these teams are already qualified. So obviously you want to win, but there's some teams you'd rather lose to than other teams, and currently this is the team that you really want to win against on both sides.
Exactly. Ooh, this path matchup is going to be really interesting. Both Miraidon and Mewtwo Y have access to some secure moves, but you do got to be within closer range than your traditional playstyle of these Pokemon. So Asdabble and Olivo putting in a lot of work to create that space.
There's a lot of just, I guess just a lot of poke damage in general. Even Lapras does quite a bit of damage in that pathing phase, just kind of by standing near you. So it's very hard to stop it. It's so tanky that you can't really push it away unless you have some really great movement tools. So I think that, we're going to see a pretty passive lane down bottom. Nobody really wants to overcommit to that much damage, but they're going to commit to top path as a 4v4 is going to start for these birds, and really nobody jumping on each other. That was entirely damage onto the wild Pokemon. I thought there was going to be way more of a fight right there, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, Dreamax just can't afford to take it. Not with the Steenie. You really need to have that Serena evolution before you could take that engagement. Good cleanse with that safeguard, so Darkrai getting kind of shut down a little bit in that early engagement. Kadu's still got a lot of shield to work with. Getting brought extremely low. That asleep damage is going to hurt even more. We do have a napping Snorlax, but they get a little bit of HP back, but potentially not enough. It's Mazo, though, clutching it up for the team, coming in for the backup.
Wow, that actual moment was amazing. It doesn't seem super action-packed, maybe to those at home, but the way that Dreamax covered the escape of all of their members right there, first with the rotation of Kadu in and then the rotation of Mazo up, both covering the exact angles that Team YT needed to use to chase down two members that were basically 1 HP, was super, super smart, super well coordinated, and they got out of that when it looked like they honestly might have got like 4 KOs on the other side with 0. They got nothing for Team YT right there.
That's true. All right, well, a total playstyle shift for Team YouTube going into this game number 2. Without access to that Hoopa, it feels like their early game is certainly a slow build compared to that game number 1, where we are so aggressive at having such a strong lead off the start. But we do have some Pokemon that can scale up quite well, looking at that Blastoise and potentially even that Mewtwo Y. But it's going to be Dreamax setting the pace again with yet another fight.
Oh, yeah, this one, oh, well, another turnaround. I was about to say, this one looks like Team YT is going to take a little bit more out of it, but maybe not. Federzera finally going down, and if we actually evolving mid-fight, able to avoid a little bit of damage, so Dreamax now definitely on the back foot, losing 3 members, Olivo the only one up, and they're not even going to oh, just kidding! They made me eat my words so bad, I'm like, they're not even going to hunt it down, but Ganon, with a great Shadow Sneak, will be able to find that 4th KO and the break on the goal zone. Not a gigantic overdunk, I believe it was only 15 points, but they're getting so much out of it, and perfect timing for this Regieleki as well.
Exactly. Pave the way for this Regieleki. Just fighting a Mimikyu is so difficult. You can't run and you can't hide. There's no options left. That is unbelievable.
Yep.
So
can't run, can't hide, can't fight. Sometimes you just got to give up.
Exactly.
You got to go back to base.
All right, well, great plays from Ganon to shut that down. With Dreamax Esports yet again with a solid counterpunch. Team U2 played this one a bit more passively after that Regieleki hit, electing to instead clear their central and get as much experience as they can. While those tier 1s are intact, is amazing for late game posturing. It is difficult to get more free experience, so they got to make sure they're clearing that central off cooldown, essentially. Gizen with no Unite move on this Hoopa is not as much of a threat, but Asmo wants to get up in their face anyways.
Surprisingly, Mazo not really going for that steal quite as much. Does actually attempt in the end, but Team YT burned down that basement Reggie a little bit slow, so there was definitely a chance they could have just taken that before Dreamax even had a chance to steal, but they certainly had control of the situation. As Team YT seems to be having the control of a lot of these situations, but Dreamax's levels are really pushing up. They've done a great job of making sure that they get all of the experience they possibly can, obviously stealing some from Team YT's center area early in the game was able to help them snowball, as they've still got a pretty good amount of experience on their own side, that right side, the east side, all those little yellow dots, just more delicious, yummy experience.
Yeah, not to mention playing a stacking score strategy, which we see a little bit less these days, but that will be getting you a little bit of EXP every time you dunk in those points. So Serena being able to scale up a bit quicker. Miraidon utilizing a Unite move from maximum range. It's going to be maybe one you want back, as Mazo is not going to be able to have it for this next setup for the fight. Kadu playing aggressively. They clearly have one they want to pull off, but Dreamax Esports just kind of forced a poke ahead. You've talked about Secure a few times in this series overall. Dreamax Esports in a pretty unfortunate spot. Snorlax Heavy Slam might be the best Secure on that team right now. With Charge Beam and Thunder moveset, you're going for way more chip damage than you are for last hit Secure. That'd be pretty difficult. And Darkrai obviously having kind of those delayed hits with the boosted auto marks. So a bit of a complex scenario for Dreamax Esports, but it's all the same on this team fight. We're going to counter back with a nice Hydro Typhoon as the space is being created. Ganon on a one-man mission to take out that Regieleki.
And it's very successful in that mission, as we're going to have to see some Unites pop from the side of Dreamax. That Hoopa now unbound. They're actually doing a great job of using that to push down all of the defenders. Unbound will run out. The goal zone will go down just in time, though, as there's still 4 strong members up from Dreamax. They say, hey, you know what? You take that Regieleki. We now know that we have the numbers advantage, especially when we can teleport everybody over here. We're going to take advantage of that. Dreamax, though, still down on points by just 75 points. Not the biggest in the world. However, they're really continuing to push this lead. They do have 2 level 12s over the level 11s on the side of Team YT.
Due to that awkward first fight, Mazo's going to be extremely late. They had to go back and take one Indeedee to get that Unite move back, but they will be returning with it. So now the Meteors are going to be dropping right on top of that objective. Flea's down very low, but it's up to the Mimikyu to secure the Regice and a Unite move to shut down that Serena immediately. They are taken down as well as Team YouTube defend not only the objective, but this team fight to follow, as Ganon is absolutely cruising through the back line. Shadow Sneak after Shadow Sneak, Shadow Claw to finish him off, and that's a KO streak at 3 for the Mimikyu.
This has been a great game for 4. Someone quick, find the 5th. Find the 5th's right there. No, I think the timing's probably out by now. But this has been a great game for Ganon. They've been doing their own thing. They've been getting so many good KO streaks. They've really hit everything that they needed to. All these Shadow Sneaks. Okay, maybe their limit is a 1v2, maybe not a 1v3.
right.
But still a good attempt.
Yeah.
And that is actually a huge KO, though. I will be honest. Huge. I'm pretty surprised that Ganon was that far forward. Maybe a little bit of overconfidence, but the level 13 getting KO, that's a ton of experience.
By a level 11 Serena, by the way. So yeah, a flood of EXP moving back in Serena's fashion. In fact, they are now at that level 13 mark.
Oh my goodness.
That is a quick accelerated game plan for Dreamax Esports. Now they just need to translate that into the scoreline. There's 2.5 minutes left. draft. This is going to be Asdable isolated, but they are able to surf and roam away from that Snorlax's block, just barely avoiding getting shut down by that Zarina.
And one thing that you mentioned, the secure is awkward from Dreamax, but it's also pretty awkward from Team YT. They've been securing everything, but
yeah,
I mean, it's not like the best secure, realistically. I feel like if we get to a flip situation for Rayquaza, this is going to be a very weird game.
It is going to be weird.
Nobody has control of it. Yeah, I mean, the best thing you could possibly do is like Bliss assistance through the other enemy team, or like use the Snorlax Unite to stop secure, but you don't have secure, so I don't know. Very weird. And with this amount of points, I don't think either team feels like they have to like full commit quite yet. I wonder if we're going to see some back cap attempts again.
Yeah, ooh, he's in kind of a dangerous spot. I don't know if they know Mimikyu is up there. And that is like Shadow Sneak flank rage all the way to that bottom tall grass right below the Rayquaza pit. So they can take out Hoopa to start this fight. That would be absolutely devastating. You see Ganon on that full rotation. I think finally Dreamax Esports wise to that flank. And here we go, big push in.
That's a great time to push in. They were trying to flank themselves. They're going to back up. Oh, no. Immediately, we're going to see the Darkrai get KO'd. Unite coming out, not able to KO Fui. Fui finally goes down, but they will be getting Serena in return alongside Hoopa. 2 members up on Dreamax. It's only Mazo and Olivo, and this is going to be going down to a potential Ray burn. I mean, that thing's getting pretty low. I wish we could see its HP right now because it's getting as low as everybody else. Look at everybody low, less than 50% HP. Rayquaza getting burned down. The heavy slide goes in, but it's Hoopa! Hoopa! I guess that was the secure we needed in the end.
I thought it was about to be the Snorlax heavy slap. I really did.
Me too.
It did follow up off it, right? We do have that vertical knock-up. We stop a couple of those melee Pokemon from being able to get the Rayquaza secure, and Hoopa will secure. So Gizen with the lockdown, and of course Olivo with some great crowd control to try to protect around that fantastic secure. So Team YouTube with kind of a really unlucky spot there to be. They were up 4-2, I think, maybe 4-3 by the time those respawns came in. Mimikyu absolutely crushing it in another fight, but Dreamax Esports, the one with the Ray Shields right now, and the path to the enemy goal zone just got a whole lot quicker with that Hoopa portal.
Almost unnecessarily. 13 seconds left in the game.
Maybe.
Yeah, look at all these shields. A great end game from Dreamax, but without a doubt, I feel like I was, oh, look at that, they're just kind of chilling there. Congratulations on your win. But I feel like I was accurate to say that it was going to be an awkward ending to that game if it came down to a Ray burn, which it did.
Totally.
But hey, great way, exactly like you said, to follow up off the Snorlax Slam. And hey, even if it's a Hoopa auto or something like that, you take what you can get in that situation.
We talked a lot about the balance patch over the last couple weeks in preparation for this tournament, what Pokemon we're going to see and everything like that. But the last balance patch we did have a few map changes, including a Rayquaza HP buff. So taking a little bit longer to rip down that main objective. And we're seeing effects of that a little bit with this last team fight. Of course, having less time on the clock after knocking out a Rayquaza can be really difficult. Team YouTube kind of suffering from that in the game number 1. So they will lose this match 0-2, but they are certainly not out of this tournament. They are just one loss in this group stage. Team YouTube, if they can win out for the remainder of the group, have a very high chance of making it into day 2 still.
Right, and as long as you can make it into day 2, even if you're not first out of your group, obviously everything kind of resets and you have the same amount of chances as anybody else, so that's really where you got to end up being. And I mean, hey, Dreamax making a great job of, I guess, starting their day strong, right? This was one of the, I think, less predictable matches that we're going to have, for sure, and with the more stakes on the line than maybe most of the others. So great to see them doing well. I'm a big fan of basically every player on Dreamax, and I mean, YouTube as well. So I would say, altogether, I'm very happy to see this match go the way it did.
Yes. Final look at this replay is really interesting. We watched that Zarina pull off some really cool moves. Obviously, they went down extremely low a few times, but that trick Hoopa coming in clutch in a few spots. And take a look at that. If you saw that Mewtwo Y Unite move, by the way, was hitting so many targets, but every single one of them had unstoppable at that given moment. So, like, individual triggers, I mean, just timed it really well to try to counteract that Mewtwo Y Unite move was fantastic.
Yeah, playing around Mewtwo Y Unite, especially right now where we're seeing a lot more like brawler group fights, basically, is going to be really big. And I think it's why we're seeing a lot more Mewtwo as well. If they're stacked on you, it's just chaotic. It's hard to deal with. But once again, player of the game, Kadu, this time on the Darkrai, which I think did quite well.
Yeah, 49,000 damage, almost 50,000 damage, but a 7 knockout game. Also a stacking Darkrai. You know, that special attack specs. I have to admit, I do miss our newest items, the Drive Lens and Accelerator, but after some recent nerfs, it feels like those scoring, stacking items are going to be a little more common from our top-level players. Kadu, back-to-back player of the game finishes. First on Saraledge, second on Darkrai. I'm interested to see what else they'll play for the remainder of the tournament because they are such a fun player to watch.
Yeah, Darkrai is one of the big, I don't want to say question marks for me, but it's there's so many different ways to play it that I really like to see how players decide to play that Pokemon. I've said in the past, I'm a huge fan of when we were seeing the support Darkrai a lot of the time. I think it brought so much utility, but this one being a, not only just like a damage-dealing Darkrai, but a slower build, single stacking Darkrai was, it was like, okay, will this work out? And yeah, they made it work out extremely well. Great targeting. Everything was looking really good. And Kadu looking to be a real big MVP of the day, maybe, of the weekend.
Oh, it's exciting. It's an exciting player, an exciting pick. You know, very few times do we get a speedster that can kind of emit its own crowd control to kind of enable some of these fights. Obviously, you don't want to go into some of these Pokemon like defenders with all their crowd control, the pushing effects of them, but, well, if you crowd control them first, they can't push you back.
Yeah, that is
so, Darkrai with a bit of a preemptive strike in some of those team fights. Looks quite good. I think we'll see more of that Pokemon. Was it your surprise Pokemon to watch in this event?
No, mine was Clefable.
Oh, okay.
Which we did see.
I think one of us was Darkrai. Maybe it was Spraggles. Who knows? Either way, we do have an interview live on stage with Dreamax Esports, so take it away.
All right, I am up here on the big stage with Alibo. Congratulations, man. Amazing stuff. I have to be honest, you are the team I am rooting for to get through this entire thing and secure that world spot. I don't think Worlds would be the same without Dreamax, so congratulations. Talk to me about that matchup between you and YT.
It was pretty much, we had some fun because we played against them at LAIC and we lost. And that cost us the tournament, basically. So I was hoping to fight against them again and beat them 2-0. It kind of get me hyped, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Some wind in your sails. Tell me about game one when we see the Clefable dashing to score in those last moments. Did you think you would be able to get the points in?
Sure. I think they had. We kind of have vision on the whole team of them, so we need to score, and at the same time they couldn't score at us. So that was the call. I told them that I'm going to try and score on the top side. So I kind of guide the team to defend while I was doing that.
Amazing. I know you have a long road ahead of you, so I'm going to let you get back with your team here in 1 second. But any words for all the Brazilian fans at home?
May I speak this in Portuguese? Is that okay?
Absolutely not. Yeah.
Pessoal, muito obrigado a todos que acompanham, que estão torcendo para a gente conseguir essa terceira vaga para o Brasil. Espero que a Dreamax consiga trazer para vocês. Obrigado pela torcida. Basically, I want to get this third spot for Brazil because we only had 2 spots available all those years. So first year we got only 1. So I really hope we get to get this third opportunity for Brazil and we got to see 3 Brazilian teams at Worlds this year.
Amazing. Thank you so much. We're going to send it back up into the booth. Dreamax, congrats.
Great to hear from Olivo. A team that I think everybody loves. Everybody loves, and a player that everybody loves as well. One of the, I would say, biggest breakout performances or like upset performances at the previous Worlds, I would say.
Yeah, great run.
But also, it's just great to see the shout out to the Brazilian fans. The Brazilian fans are amazing. I'm very jealous that I was not at LAIC with all of you, but at every other event, they've been some of the absolute best. So you know that there are a ton of people out there currently cheering on Dreamax.
Totally, and fighting for that third spot for their region, like they said. I think that's so cool. Obviously, they'd be the ones receiving that reward, but still very, very exciting. I mean, to their credit, Brazil only having 2 slots at the last World Championships, but one of the only regions to have both their representatives make it into that Day 2 top 16 bracket. So a really good look from that region. So cool that we got a chance to see them in their own environment at LAIC this year, and really excited that we have one of those teams representing them here at NAIC.
That's right. I'm very, very happy. I mean, technically, representatives from both the Brazil teams are on Dreamax that were both at Worlds. So,
yeah,
very, very happy to see them as well. We can see on screen, Nouns versus Revelation is going to be one of our next matches. That's another one. We've got some banger matches, honestly, coming up throughout the entire day. I'm very, very excited to see this one as well. I would say most of the Nouns matches, as Nouns has been so good over the course of this season, but we just haven't had a chance to see them play as much internationally.
Yeah, I cannot wait. Obviously, Revelation, one of the strongest North America teams in recent history, but also currently in this metagame. It's going to be an amazing match. You're going to have to wait just a little bit longer. We're going to jump to an extremely short break, and when we come back, it'll be Nouns Esports versus Revelation.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. Here we are live in New Orleans for NAIC, the final stretch. We are back, baby. Hello, everyone. Jake, your resident content cowboy here, a.k.a. Spriggles. Yee to the Hoff for everybody at home. I'm joined by the one and only Dreamax. Hello, Dreamax.
Hello. I feel like I should be doing this too. You've got the fancy jacket. Glad to be back.
Yeah.
Missed an absolute barn burner there in the regional finals, but it feels good to be back here next to you in New Orleans and run us through the final stretch at NAIC.
Yeah, this is going to be incredible. I mean, the day has been so exciting so far. We've seen so many amazing teams, and this is one of the best events we've had. I feel like NAIC last year, the final stretch was absolutely unbelievable, and this year it looks to be even better because we have so many amazing teams. I know up on the big stage next, we have Nouns and Revelation, which is going to be insane. So we've got some of the best teams, you know, from the regions we cover a lot of North American teams, but of course, we have some incredible teams from LATAM. We just saw Dreamax from Brazil. We have Nouns, of course, from EU. So this is just going to be such a hype weekend.
It's going to be terrific, and especially, you know, we saw Daybreak win first. We saw Dreamax win in that second game that we broadcast today. Both of those teams in a similar situation. They need to go deep, deep, deep in this tournament, potentially win it to clinch their world spots. Despite winning their qualifier for this event, they were unable to take down their regional finals, which means they are still scrapping for a bid to Worlds. And you and I have talked about this. Mazo not being at Worlds feels criminal at this point.
It would be insane to not have Mazo at Worlds, but they've got you know, a road ahead of them here. We're looking at our groups right now. So if we take a look at our group stages, this is what's going to play out today. And then, of course, tomorrow we're going to head into our bracket. In Group A, no surprise, we see Luminosity at the top of the heap. They're 2-0 in their group. Goofy Goobers, 1-1, and Bees, 1-0. Tempo Tantrum, 0-1, and the Cajun Crawdonts, 0-2.
Yeah, and I mean, across over in Group B, unsurprising that Peru and Version 1 are both on top. Version 1 with a miraculous run at the regional finals to qualify themselves and keep pushing forward. And up next, of course, from Group C, we'll have Nouns Esports and Revelation on top of the pile here and might set themselves up for a quick Day 2 berth if they're able to take down this epic matchup we're going to have on stage.
Yeah, I think if you run into the other team that's 1-0 here and you take the victory, you are guaranteed to be walking into Day 2. Obviously, that's what Nouns is looking for. A team like Revelation, one of the top teams in NA, a really, really strong team. They're just kind of right outside of that top 3, top 4 range, right? But if they could take a huge win off Nouns here, that would be massive. And then as we look towards Group D, obviously, we've got the Juicers, we've got Ignorance, all NA here in Group D, Temporary Moniker, and Rapid Spinners.
And finally, rounding ourselves out in Group E, Dreamax. We just saw them win, of course, putting them at 1-0. T3, another team from NA that I think is very much so worth watching, without a doubt. And jumping down to Group F, Stamina, exactly where you'd expect them to be, 1-0. And Daybreak, all the way from OC here to try and get their ticket to Worlds, also 1-0, starting in the best way possible for themselves. Not only 1-0, but 2-0, which is critical when you file through these groups for tiebreakers.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be pretty amazing to see which teams will make it through to Day 2. I think a lot of teams you would expect. Really cool to see our only OC representatives start the day off so strong, right?
Yeah, with some comfort picks, too. I got to talk to Anon on stage in that interview. Azumarill is something that Joe has always had in their pocket. Big fan of it. Obviously, Kello is a fan of it, but historically, Azumarill, not a big wave maker out there, but that Aquatail was certainly making waves in that first game.
Now we're taking a look here at the main stage. Nouns Esports. Revelation, your orange team. I don't know if that's what's going to be in game, but that's how we're set up.
That's how we're
on
seeing
the
it
stage.
now.
Listen, everybody, I don't know what's going to happen when they get into the game, but that stage is so cool. And, you know, we talk a lot about how amazing it is as we head into draft, but when you are up there, so much different than when you are gaming at home with your friends, when you're back here in the green room at rehearsal, gaming with all the casters. Very, very different when you're up on that stage. Some people rise to the occasion. Other teams get beat down. As we start taking a look at our bands here, we've got Blaziken Clefable over to Buzzwole Psyduck for Revelation.
So I don't believe we have the bands correctly represented downstairs.
Oh, you're right.
As we're going upstairs here. So Blissey unsurprisingly blamed Blaziken as well. Now the ones on the side of Nouns Esports feel very targeted, and Bruv HD, a Snorlax that he's played for 4 years now, is an easy lock-in because I think it sits on top of the defenders as the best thing moving in that class.
We take a look here, Oblivion with Inteleon Dispenza here with the Suicune. I'm not surprised to see some Suicune. I feel like that Pokemon is doing very well right now. Adesu, Sylveon, you talked a little bit about this before. I don't know if this was one of your picks, like a surprise pick or a high win rate. Someone was saying how much they thought Sylveon was going to impact this tournament.
Yeah, I believe that was Zoinks. We were just talking through Sylveon as well. A great bot lane attacker, and Adesu has played it for a while. But I want to talk about the Suicune real quick. It did get nerfed, right? However, its Unite move, the biggest tool it has in its arsenal, untouched. And that thing is an absolute team fight tide changer. So I am not surprised at all to see it in the lobby. And Nouns Esports bringing us back to year one almost with this composition here. We're going old school.
Yeah, this is a very old school composition. You're right. Outside of Hoopa, which kind of just snuck right into year two, these are all Pokemon that basically came out right when the game started. Sylveon being an early release, Blastoise being an early release. You look to the other side here, we've got 3 all-rounders. One that, I mean, is just sort of this flex attacker support all-rounder in Suicune, but they have the Garchomp, they have the Buzzwole, they've got the range there with Inteleon. You've got Nouns that are going to kind of play at a bit of a mid-range with some really incredible dive when you look at something like Gotlu on Talonflame. I wonder if we're going to see Portal Hoopa or Trick Hoopa. I guess it really depends on what kind of Talon we see, and it depends on how Inder wants to play this.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. You can make an argument both way, right? Talon, you think maybe Trick Phantom Force to have it dive in, go back. However, Portals with Bruv and Toon sitting on the front line and decent self-sustain out of that Sylveon, you might be able to get those big, massive resets. You know, you 3 players snap back through that portal, get topped off on HP and stepping back through. And the fact of the matter is, Revelation's going to be playing in their face with that Buzzwole, with that Garchomp, with that Suicune, and they're going to be able to cause a lot of static up front. So you might need that level of concentrated team heal through the portal versus like the singular trick pop through that you get with that combination with Talonflame. If that Talonflame isn't hitting prime targets in the back line, I think Nouns is in for a heck of a ride here.
Yeah, it's going to be hard, right? If you could shut down that intel, though, you're right. They'd be in a great spot. But you land near a Suicune, you could be in a lot of trouble as we're heading in to game number 1 here. Nouns Esports, your purple team. Revelation, your orange team. This is the first time these 2 teams are meeting in this tournament out of Group C. Gotlu in that central area here for Nouns, as we see Celestial in that central area for Revelation.
Yeah, Adesu just quickly hiding out. Going to be working through that Pokemon, that Bunnelby, trying to get evolved. Bruv really just trying to slow down Pikadiff and Oblivion, making sure they don't scale up too quickly. If they're aiming for snacks, make sure they can snacks. That's me.
They're aiming
stacks
for you,
is what
buddy.
You do in this game. Try to shut that down as well.
And here we go. We've got the Sylveon obviously evolving at 4. One of the most powerful things that these EVs have in their kit is they become very good, very, very fast, as we're also taking a look at what's happening up top. Mystical Fire, as they're just putting some pressure on their opponents right here. It's going to be difficult for Revelation to do too much, especially with Adesu's ability to sort of weave in and out of combat there with Mystical Fire.
I would have liked to see an adjustment out of Gatlu. The Talonflame coming downstairs, I think, can apply more pressure in the face of what the Celestial was up top with that Buzzwole, in the face of those 2 in the Gibble. Now they're putting the pressure on. Celestial's looking for Bruv here, putting a lot of damage in. Oblivion getting low. And, oh, wow, that is a heck of a save, because if Bruv gets that knockout, they are leaving with a receipt, which is critical in that moment and really slows down Revelation.
Nice plays here by Adesu. I mean, obviously staying healthy in that fight. I actually love what Celestial did. You'll notice he grabbed Snorlax and actually peeled it away from Sylveon. So we had the opportunity to slam it down on Sylveon, get some extra damage, but I think they recognized if they pulled it away from goal zone, isolated it, it wouldn't be near enough to any berries to get any healing, and they could actually pick up a KO right there. So I thought that was a really sharp way to play it from Revelation, but I think a less experienced player would have grabbed it and tried to take Sylveon and Snorlax out in one big go.
I love what Celestial's doing here. All of them, oh, huge engagement. Was that Brave Bird?
It was Brave Bird.
Excellent. So Brave Bird engage gets a Suicune knockout and a Buzzwole knockout. A Celestial ranged off top from downstairs, and now Lumiere is getting break speeded off of this Garchomp. Goes straight for a Dragon Rush, but it's not enough as a Desu covers. And here comes Pikachu. The Piloswine goes down 2, KO streak of 2, and this is what I'm looking for Nouns. They understand that the late game is not in their favor, so they need to get big early, keep the constant pressure, and keep Revelation down.
And look at this Talon already level 8. I mean, when you're crashing with these Brave Birds early, you're doing so much damage, especially to Pokemon that have not evolved yet. I mean, I'm taking a look at that Gabite. I'm taking a look at that Drizzile right here. Water Gun comes in, huge Brave Bird, but it lands as that evolution is happening, so the iframes, they're protected for a moment. However, we do pick up a KO on the backside. Buzzwole goes down.
Brave Bird goes back in. It's got the trick, pops out of danger. Excuse me. Snipe Shot comes through, sorts out a Desu, but most importantly, that Talonflame is still standing, and it gets the credit for one. Before it engaged the Brave Bird, you said the iframe couldn't quite get the knockout there. Looking for a deep target, going back over the wall and come back through. This Talonflame is going to be tough to deal with unless they catch it like they did. 3 players there ready to clean up the trash.
Ender right now looking for a KO with the auto attack. Regice getting very low. Sylveon coming back in.
Slam.
Wow, almost got it with the slam right there. So close, but really nice play from Revelation. Counter punching very well, and as soon as Talon missed that Brave Bird, they were in a lot of troubles. We take a look at the Thea Sky Ruins right here. 3 members of Nouns heading up top.
Yeah, I mean, Knife Surf Story's out of tune. Good separation. It's going to be good to split this team off. Buzzwole United is there. Hydro Typhoon back the other way. Flame Sweep cleans out the trash. Ender sitting on pad, dodges the Snipe Shot. Garchomp going back the right. They just pop their Unite move. Dragon Rush separates Indy from the team. Here comes Gatlu for the cover. The trick is on them. The Phantom Force is down. Are they going to be able to come back through? Dragon Rush sorts out Talonflame and Ender, and now we're having a problem. Revelation knows they're playing to the late game, but they're handling the mid game very well. They're scaling here, Spraggles. They're looking for the Reggie. Easy secure by Inteleon.
Beautiful stuff right there. The Dragon combo taking down a Desu as they're moving towards this tier 1. It looks like Nouns just going to have to peel away from this as Reggie walks. Scores going in. They're going to try to figure out the best math they can. There goes the Inteleon 40, 52, 122. Revelation is up, securing both objectives, taking that tier 1. Actually playing really well, even though Nouns was over-leveled early. They are right back in this thing.
They rallied well. They isolated targets, and they bought enough time. The Garchomp is online. It's one of the biggest things in the lobby. The Inteleon is online, one of the biggest things in the lobby. And now Nouns Esports is playing catch-up, and it's not the position you want to be in against a Garchomp.
Here we go. Another Brave Bird goes wide. I think he was looking for the backline, hoping that they would actually move forward, but they don't. The Snipe Shot's moving out. Adesu in some trouble. There's the Power Nap.
Power Nap flips over, trying to separate. Mamoswine starts galloping around, trying to see if they can do some work with those big tusks. Going for an Earthquake Ingate, Ice Fang down on Toon. Toon finally joining the fight. They've kind of been a ghost all game, and now they're taking a ton of damage. Pot Shot, put up, put down. Celestial keeps going. Hydro Typhoon comes out. Snipe Shot goes wide. Now we have the Buzzwole Unite, but it's cut short because the Blastoise is down. Now we're going Rings Unbound, going for the stuns. The pad pressure is there. Revelation keeps moving forward. Pikachu goes to the score. No, they're knocked out. Lumiere is getting low. Can they get out of dodge? Tons of damage being rained in. Surf separation, well done by Toon, and they're going to keep this thing going. We're a little too high to see what's going on. Heavy Slam is there. Celestial getting separated from the team. Can they finally get a knockout? Buzzwole takes one before they get cashed in.
Here we go. Regice being chipped up right now. Blastoise possibly looking for something, but Toon deciding to peel away from this. They are giving the Regice over to Revelation. That is the 3rd objective. Straight over to Revelation. Beautiful Snipe Shot right there to end it out. And you know, that fight really, I felt like hinged on Suicune hitting a massive freeze on that tier 1. Even though the Brave Bird landed, it looked like a perfect setup. All of that stun produced by the side of Revelation set it up so Nouns could not do much at all when they tried to defend that tier 1 goal zone.
Without a doubt. Now, tons of pressure in the middle again. Lumiere taking tons of damage. Another Hydro Typhoon. This thing's been on a heck of a cooldown, as Toon has been cooldown. That's a term that they tell me is real.
That's right. It's supposed to pop up on the screen. We talked to production about it. It's supposed to be
bam,
big letters.
Hecka
cooldown. But you know what? We'll figure it out for tomorrow. I'm sure of it. As we head up here, Brave Bird lands on Regieleki. They're ripping up right now. Buzzwole moving in, picking up the Sylveon. throwing them back towards the other side. They do get a KO right away. Sylveon down. Look at Celestial here on the buzz. Just manhandling him.
What a catch. Great support by Dispenza, stepping up, and this Whirlpool Ice Beam combination out of Suicune may have gotten nerfed, but you can see how strong this Pokemon still is. Was it enough? Only time will tell, but right now Dispenza is making the case that it needs to have itself turned down just a hair more.
You know, Revelation looking amazing right here, and I don't know what exactly has changed. I gotta say, it could be the Pika Diff. Pika Diff, one of those players who just hops around to every top North American team, been to Worlds multiple times, and now he's over there on Revelation looking pretty dang good as they're going for this Tier 1.
Nice snipe shot coming through. Hydro Typhoon again hits 4 targets. Massive block by Bruv to create some space. How is Nouns Esports going to use it? It's enough to just make Revelation back off, and I think that's a good call for both teams.
Yeah, I think it was a good call for Revelation to peel back there. Nice defense from Nouns. Obviously, the Blastoise is going to need to farm up that Unite move. It is currently on Heka cooldown, but that was a pretty late Unite, right? I mean, they're going to need to do something here. 15 seconds until Ray, 1 second until Regirock.
Regirock comes up, snipe shots are lined up, Adesu gets pulled back through the Phantom Force. Swole Sam, they want to take this fight. It's close to 2 minutes, we're going for it. 2 players down for Nouns, and now the pressure is on. Revelation keeps moving forward, and they're going to sing the gospel here as they're peeling back to the middle. 3 players down for Nouns. Let's see how Nouns adjusts. The Rings Unbound Hoopa can't even pull them through in time. Rayquaza's getting ripped. Oblivion's in a suspect spot. Can they get enough spacing for them to get the snipe shot secure? They do. Celestial's there as well. Revelation is humming right now. And now, of course, what else? It's about time for lunch. 11:48 here. Burger time.
That's right. The Hundo Burgers reigning in. 100 points from the Garchomp, 100 from the Inteleon. The snipe shot's almost taking a Desu down in 1. Pretty masterful game 1 here from Revelation. I mean, maybe the best we've seen them all season, and what a time to show up here at the final stretch against one of the best teams in the world. Taking down Nouns here, 52-438, as more points get ready to head into that main goal zone.
Listen, Revelation was up against it early. Nouns Esports did put on some great early pressure, but they adjusted so well. Celestial moving up and down the map. They were just top path, bottom path, top path, always there, not farming, but looking for fights. And they got a couple picks they needed, turned the tide on the level lead, and once they have it, once you're in front with this composition, it is really tough for what Nouns Esports is working with to catch back up.
Nouns Esports now looking to see if they can make something happen. Only 40 seconds left here, and they're down by 500 points. They've got a lot of points in pocket, but they need to score a ton. They basically need to make it into that home goal zone. It's going to be very difficult to do. Brave Bird lands. Here comes the Buzzwole Unite move for the defense. Suicune Unite, that massive freeze. Blastoise with a heck of cooldown sends them up in the air, but it's just too little too late for Nouns. Revelation taking game number 1. Looking pretty dang fantastic.
Let's talk about this composition out of Nouns. I'm not going to say I'm a fan of it because I am not.
And you would never lie about it.
It didn't really feel like it was handling the draft that Revelation had put together in those early picks, right? We had Inteleon, Suicune early. Okay, maybe that leads you down the Talonflame path, but then they just bulked up in the bottom half of their draft, and it just felt like, oh man, this is going to be tough to contend with.
Yeah, you know, I'm wondering how they're going to switch it up here, obviously. I don't love a lot of what Nouns is throwing at that, and of course that's easy to say after a match like that, but, you know, one Pokemon that's been a big question mark for me so far, we've seen multiple teams play it here on the main stage, is Blastoise. I did not expect to see much Blastoise. I do like the Pokemon, but I don't feel like it's been incredibly impactful in any of these games. And you've got a player like Toon, who, you know, mechanically is one of the best in the game. And I'm not really seeing the, I guess, the reason for the Blastoise pick here. It doesn't feel like it's really giving them that much.
Yeah, you know, and Bruv is so good on all these tanks. I understand Snorlax does sit on top of the pile as the best tanks we've got going on right now. But maybe because you have a player like Bruv and you don't sacrifice that much by having them be on another character, that you can pick that a little later and maybe, I mean, they could have had the Inteleon for Toon, right?
Yeah.
They could have had something like the Suicune, for example. So I really want to see how Nouns Esports adjusts, because I do think they need to if they want to get back into this match.
And, you know, Nouns is no stranger to being behind in a series and coming back and winning it. I think they're one of the few teams that I feel like does better in those moments, does better under pressure. And there are some teams that don't, right? There are some teams that completely fold when things are going poorly. Nouns is one of those teams that actually feels like they get scrappier, they get better, they start making better decisions as their back is against the wall. So I want to see what they want to bring out into this next game. But I'm fully with you. I didn't fall in love with that composition. I didn't really see how they wanted it to go well. I mean, we saw great moments from a lot of these. Like we saw, I felt like Adesu on Sylveon, we had a lot of great moments. But when I look at Nouns side, I'm just thinking, outside of the burst you're getting from Talon, how are you finishing some of these fights? And at least in game one, you are not.
Exactly right. You know, let's talk about some positives for Nouns.
Yeah.
I think the Talonflame engagements were really good. Gatlu didn't get himself caught out or put in trouble too quickly. Adesu is definitely a shining star, but you're right. There was just something missing to actually close out on those great engagements. Inteleon right back in here, and you can see the prio on Suicune immediately lapped up. Side duck as well for Dispenza, and now we see Bruv grabbing a Lapras, something he could have easily had last game in a different pick position.
I got to say, one thing I do love seeing is Adesu on Suicune. I still think Suicune is one of the best things going in Unite. This thing is incredible. And I felt like Revelation dominated because of it. I'm not surprised to see it go for a first pick. Garchomp, like, kind of sneakily one of the best all-rounders in the game. I feel like it's always in the conversation, but somehow also slightly forgotten because things like Blaziken are Blaziken right now.
I agree completely. You know, you mentioned the big Suicune Unite move on the Tier 1 pad in that bottom path push that just kind of buckled all of Nouns and allowed Revelation to really take a commanding fight here. Gatlu grabbing Buzzwole, Toon on Decidueye, and that's a long-range sniper here. Can't quite contend too well if it's in the front line here, but so far Revelation doesn't have much to engage with it, and I thought that Dodrio actually looked like a pretty decent pick to cut that off.
You know, the only thing frustrating about Dodrio into a composition like Nouns, of course, is running into all this slow and freeze. But I agree with you. I like Dodrio here, and I feel like the three-headed bird takes down the sniper bird any day of the week. You could just get near it, and it's basically over. After that, you can start combing through members of Nouns. I don't know. I like Nouns' adjustment here a lot, and I actually think EU's propensity, especially Nouns, to be playing Decidueye, I think they're making the right call. I think teams are sleeping on this Pokemon a bit. However, they've got some great answers on the side of Revelation. This is going to be an exciting match.
I agree. Right now, if I'm Revelation, I'm talking to Celestial, I'm saying, your only job is to KO Toon. If you go down in that effort, perfect. That's the exchange we're willing to make here.
Yes.
Now, how you look on the side of Nouns, how are they going to get to Oblivion? If Oblivion plays good, works with decent spacing, they have no effective way, or efficient way, I should say, of getting into that backline. They're going to have to cobble a couple pieces together, maybe a good Suicune Unite move to allow them, maybe the Buzzwole Gatlu, to get into that backline and pick up Oblivion on Inteleon. But again, Revelation, with that gutter pick, it's becoming more and more important and competitive. That last pick needs to be an absolute difference maker, and I like where Revelation went with that.
You know, I gotta say, I mean, I don't like what I'm seeing when I look at the faces here of Nouns. Not that I don't think they're all cutie pies, because they absolutely are, but I feel like they are not looking confident in this moment. Now, of course, it could be that they're all locked in, but they look defeated already, and I don't want to see that from them, because I want to see Nouns bring this to a Game 3 for sure. As we head into game number 2, Nouns Esports, your purple team, Revelation, your orange team, up one game already. We're fighting over some of the experience there in the bottom path, and we have them being pushed back towards this goal zone. Looks like that went over to the side of Revelation.
Yeah, I mean, good early pressure here out of the two Pokemon that do not need to evolve, Suicune and Lapras. And when that's the case, play up front, play in their face. You're a little bit more sustainable here, not needing to get to a Stage 1 or Stage 2 Pokemon evolution. And they did that all allowing the Bumblebees in the back, which I hope Toon eventually swings by and picks up for themselves. We want to make sure that Decidueye gets online.
Yeah, and here we go. We have them moving forward right here, trying to get some of those secures to the side of Nouns. And it looks like a pretty even bottom path here. Nice secures from both sides. They are going to peel back for these Bumblebees. We have Dodrio kind of hiding in the central area here, possibly looking to see if that Dartrix was going to make their way down to the bottom path, but it looks like we have a fight ready to break out in the top path here as we have the birds spawning.
Yep, Dodrio, Celestial looking for their engagement here. Toon kind of gets chipped up, and we're going straight towards the Buzzwole. A lot of HP, eject button used. The pursuit continues. Celestial gets a knockout. Now Toon is getting low. Lunier gets in their face. The Gabite finally Dragon rushes out of there. Not after points go in, though. And Indy can't hit Eldegoss. Still a Gossifleur.
Yeah, still a Gossifleur in that top path, and things are looking pretty amazing for Revelation. Great start to the game. Dodrio moving in, picking up a really nice KO. Coming down here, looking for the Suicune right now, just trying to get them down. The Whirlpool not able to stop them just yet. Adesu fighting back, but no, both go down the bottom path.
What a rotation out of Celestial. They were doing the same exact thing in game 1. Top path, bottom path, top path. Worrying less about leveling up on wild Pokemon and really leveraging player advantages in each lane and getting their experience through knockouts. And so far, it's working pretty darn well. Toon trying to step up and secure something. They do, and they needed that in a big way, Cowboy.
Massive secure there from Toon. Now they are able to hit their level 7 and really make something happen there with the Dodrio. With the Decidueye. Dodrio was on my mind because it's already level 8, and it's a great counter for this bird. Now, if Nouns can keep some distance between Dodrio and Decidueye, this thing can do some real damage with the Spirit Shackles as they start flying.
Now we're just hanging out. Decent rotation from Toon. They've got the spacing. They've got the Spirit Shackle. They're going to try and line up shots. It's going to be the battle of the snipers out here between this Decidueye and Inteleon. Lining up, goes through, and an advantage that Spirit Shackle has. A little less range, but it can go through. Wow, nice separation. Ice Fang, Lapras, reposition, bang. Another knockout simultaneously. A knockout in the top path, too.
Amazing. So, I mean, those snipe shots hit 3 members of Revelation in that first one. So close. But great play by Revelation. Regirock already getting chipped up. Toon in so much trouble. The Decidueye Unite move coming in, and they're heading towards the tier 1.
They're going to look to push here, but it's looking tough if you are Revelation, as now there's enough members of Nouns Esports to cut that off. Pikatif goes right in, reposition on Adesu, who has to scramble away. Snipe shot just misses, but it's going to buy enough time for points to go in. Dispenza's hanging out, creating some space with Surf, and an Earthquake engaged by Pikatif, going to reposition on the Ice Fang. Adesu does get a knockout, and now they're on the chase. The Dodrio trying to get out, Spirit Shackle just shy of getting the knockout.
Yeah, beautiful stuff right here. Spirit Shackle hits the Inteleon. They're pushing towards this tier 1 right now. And we have Pikatif barely getting out, but no, Celestial moves in. Big mistake here. 5 members of Nouns are assaulting the goal zone. There's the Decidueye Unite move. Knock, knock, who's home? No longer Revelation. They're all gone.
Well done, well done. Great counterpunch. You want to talk about counterpunches? That was one right there. Adesu stepped up, got a critical knockout. They leveraged that incredibly well and really bullied Dodrio to the point where they couldn't just easily get back into the mix, which gave Toon time to step up, land some Spirit Shackles, set up the knock-knock.
We're heading up to the top path here, Dupes. Next, we've got another objective, and the Snipe Shots are flying out. Here comes Garchomp.
Snipe Shot comes through. Garchomp has to force out their Unite move, sending Nouns Esports scrambling. Adesu's up top. Snipe Shot doesn't hit anybody. Dispenza splitting with Surf. Now Lunier has to get out. Nouns turtles up around their pad, and they've got to be feeling pretty decent as to how that went.
Yeah, not too bad here. The Spirit Shackles push them away from it. Nouns in a much better position than they were earlier. That was a nice moment for Revelation, but Nouns with a very good defense. We have Dodrio still in the bottom path with the Mamoswine, as 4 members of Nouns are ready to take Registeel.
Slowly working through. Snipe Shot is there, but it doesn't quite matter. Gatlu's going to secure. Dispenza's very low. Spirit Shackle that you needed right there gets the knockout. Regialecki's going to hit, and they have a good opportunity for some battle math here, Cowboy.
Yeah, and here we go. 37 points go in, another 21, and now we have Ender topping it off. 212-83. We have Dodrio finding the Suicune, but it might have bitten off more than it could chew right there. Dodrio in a lot of trouble having to run away, and this is one of the things I was saying. The biggest thing I worry about when I'm playing Dodrio is what on the other side is going to slow me, stun me, ruin my sprint gauge, and Suicune is perfect for that.
Yeah, I mean, we said if Celestial can get, if Celestial can get to Toon, then we're in good shape. Nice reposition Ice Fang. We're starting a fight here. We got the freeze on, Dragon Rush poach. Bruv is in deep waters here, and we're going to see if they're going to keep pushing. They're feeling confident, topped off, backdoor by Gatlu, moving forward, and now the Mammoth goes on a rampage. Dodrio Unite back in. They want to get a knockout
knockout somewhere. They're running straight towards the objective, but nobody can keep up with the bird. The Roadrunner meet moving right on through, but it doesn't matter. Spirit Shackle secures, and this fight's going to keep going.
Yeah, the fight keeps going. We have a snipe shot. Garchomp using its Unite move, trying to rip through Nouns. Buzzwole finally goes down, and Garchomp goes down as well. 4 members of Nouns now just peeling away. 3:48. I mean, honestly, you could have asked me what time it was on the clock. I could have said it's Ray time. Like, there have been so many fights in this match already. I thought we were peeling towards the center to deal with Rayquaza. Nouns in such a better spot, and you have to give it up to Toon on this Decidueye. Night and day between this and Blastoise. He picked
100%.
the right starter Pokemon in this match.
Yeah, I mean, it's a skill-expressive Pokemon, and Toon has tons of that. So don't neuter yourself. Put yourself in a position where you can leverage the skills you have, and it's paying off dividends here. Snipe Shot comes through. No, almost catches Toon. We're moving forward, and now the Lapras moving forward, trying to get into the face of this Inteleon, and now they're going to get on Dispenza, which is awesome bully job here by Bruv. Just frontlining as best of a frontliner can do. Dispenza's getting low. Dispenza's gone.
Wow, I mean, great stuff from Nouns. Look at the pressure. Look at the snipe shots. All the while, we have Gotlu dealing with this top objective all by his lonesome. Nice big KO onto the Inteleon here. Nouns fully in control of this match. It looks like they were holding this top Reggie
they let it leash
until they had either a better secure or they could send it closer towards Rayquaza. Regieleki now being taken down here by Nouns. Great stuff so far. It really looks like Game 2's in a great spot. And this was exactly what I was just talking about. Just holding it right there, waiting till the last possible moment so it can disrupt Revelation ahead of Ray.
Yeah, Pikadiff taking an aggressive posturing here, trying to get the advantage in the middle as we see where all the players here on our zoomed out portion of the map, Ray in 10.
And here we go. Nice big Draco combo, and they are moving in possibly for this fight. Lapras Unite the other way, and it looks like Nouns is now pushing.
Lapras Express to get separation and just save themselves. Dragon Rush is in. Can they get a knockout? Gatlu using the Buzzwole punches from up. Unite move is gone. Dodrio Unite into the back line. Buzzwole's already gone. They're putting tons of pressure on. Bruv is trying to cover. They're going to get a knockout on Pikadiff, and now they're trying to circle back into the middle. Dispenza's down, but the rip is on. And it's gone. What a great job by Dispenza and Pikadiff, but all the time in the world for Revelation for an easy secure. And when Garchomp's on a mission, they get that thing done.
But it is not done yet. 232, 249. Buzzwole looking to break the shield, take it off of Garchomp. A tier 1 goal zone still up on the side of Nouns, and this match is incredibly close right now. Garchomp seeing if it can out-brawl the bug, and it just might. The superpower picks it up in the air. Dragon Claw combo gets the KO. Andrew trying to stop it, but Dodrio's scoring in the main goal zone.
349, 232. We got a minute 10 left. This is not out of reach for Nouns Esports. They need to gather themselves up. They need to get Unite moves, and they need to figure out how they're going to stem the tide over this Garchomp because it's taken over.
Yeah, Garchomp actually deciding whether or not it's going to base. They're watching these goal zones there in the tall grass. Dispenza watching the bottom goal zone. Multiple members of Nouns here. There's a minute left on the clock, so they can really prioritize a few things, right? They can get all the wild Pokemon they need to get to make sure they not only have Eos Energy, but also a Unite move. They're going to get one last push at this, Dupe Snacks.
They're going to have to try. Unite moves just ticked online. They've got a couple of them to work with. Make it 3. Snipe Shot comes through. Bruv is trying to get this Psyduck bullied out. Good turtling up. Dodrio flies into the back line, and now the Lapras is going to try and cover. They haven't tried to start scoring yet, but now Bruv is going for it. Big Garchomp Unite going to cut that off, and no points have gone in yet. They're going to try it. Desu's on the backside, gets halfway there, can't quite close it out, and Revelation's going to hold strong. We've got 30 going in, but that's not nearly enough as the Dodrio counter scores.
Beautiful stuff here from Revelation. Up on the main stage at the start of our tournament. 1-0 in their bracket, and they're going to make it 2-0 against the champions from EU. Revelation taking down Nouns Esports.
Oh, and they look clean.
Great.
The whole time.
Yes.
They looked clean. Revelation, a team to look out for. I mean, you can't undersell that performance. That was solid.
That was pretty amazing, right? I mean, they've got the Pikadiff on their side right now. I feel like Game 1 from Nouns was a mess. Game 2 looked a lot better, but what a great decision by Revelation. They just said, look, we're not winning this fight in this bottom path right here. Nouns is positioning so well. We have Garchomp. We're taking Rayquaza while we are messing with them in this bottom path. Great decision. They get Ray, and then they're able to put the points on the board. Nouns can't counter score.
You have to, I mean, obviously a great play call by Revelation.
but you have to call out Dispenza and Picadiff, because the amount of time and space they created in that Ray fight allowed that decision to be made. That's a call you can only make if you have all the faith in the world that the Psyduck and the Mamoswine are going to be able to stay in the pocket, hang tough, and buy time. And they did. They did a phenomenal job, Spraggles.
We're taking a look at some of the big moments in that match. This was when they were caught there in game number 1, Talent not going down. And as we were just talking about before, I really felt like game 1, Revelation showed up, and Nouns had one of their more confusing games that I've seen from them in recent memory. They just didn't seem to have much that they could get going. Nice big win from Revelation in game 1.
Absolutely. Into the final throws, the mid game of this one. Talonflame, Flame Sweep into the back, trying to get support from Bruv there, but you can kind of see everything feels a little disjointed. Bruv like on a different planet in that Snorlax spacesuit here, landed for the wrong mission, and they are nowhere near the support they need. And in a rare occurrence, I can't believe I'm saying this, Ender didn't really feel like a factor in either game either, which is so rare. Normally he quarterbacks everything, takes care of the situation, is always there to support, but everything just felt choppy and disoriented out of Nouns.
Yeah, I felt like game 1 especially felt very, very tough for Nouns, right? That was just a really rough game. Game 2, on the other hand, a much different game, but look at this. We talked about this, right? Holding them down here in this bottom path. Dodrio peels away. We have Dispenza there. We have Picadiff right there. And look at that, the headache gauge pushing them back. They can't make it to the center, even though they're able to KO 2. Ripped through by the Garchomp, and then you can see Picadiff right there. Spraggles told me to do that. He's the reason we won. That was so cool of him.
It was great for him to say that. I am a lip reader, and that's exactly what Picadiff said in that moment. Woo, I mean, yeah. Nouns fans out there got to be feeling less than excited. That would have been a great litmus test for Nouns, just a temperature gauge for the weekend, and lukewarm is the temperature that we just measured.
Absolutely. Not great, game 1. That did not look like Nouns. Game 2, absolutely. I mean, they were definitely on point with a lot of their decisions. Nouns has been in a spot like this before, but this is not how you want to start your tournament out. Obviously, they already have one win, right? So they've already got a little bit going there, but then they go down to the other undefeated team in their group.
Is that Bridget?
We have Bridget mentioned?
Bridget in the back there. Don't have my sign. I definitely made one, so I have the Sharpie. Otherwise, why would I carry it? Revelation surprised me, not gonna lie, in a good way, right? Is Picadiff the difference there? Newly added for this event to this team, obviously. Every time somebody pries him out of the retirement home, he seems to have some pretty good performances on the stage. So maybe that's a key to success here in Pokemon Unite. Get yourself a Picadiff.
Yeah, you need to get yourself a Picadiff, and it does feel like he's also the kind of player who can just sort of fill any role and look pretty incredible. I do think to give some flowers to Nouns Esports here, game 2, much better. Felt like they were in control in a lot of those moments. I gotta highlight how much better the Decidueye was than the Blastoise for Toon. And I want to talk a little bit about the Unite moves from Toon. I think a lot of players, well, I know a lot of players, don't really know the value of Decidueye's Unite move. They think it's for taking down Rayquaza, but you saw how well Toon used it. He would hit a Spirit Shackle right into that Unite, just create this area that the opposing team couldn't fight in. Really great. But of course, there was a huge area that Nouns couldn't fight in. It was that bottom path because of Pika, because of Dispenza. The rip was on. We talked about Garchomp being kind of like one of the best all-rounders that isn't always in the conversation. That's a huge reason why. You can't leave this thing alone with a Ray.
No, not at all. We do have an interview on stage, so enough of this. Over to that.
And everybody give it up for Revelation once again. I have so... Yeah, there we go. Those claps are for you, Celestial. But, I mean, that was your first match on stage for the day. How does it feel to come out with a win?
It was amazing. I think Nouns is one of the best teams in the tournament. And the fact that we can beat them so soon in the tournament gives us high hopes for the rest of the tournament.
Definitely given you that momentum boost to keep on trucking on fourth. Now, have you thought about any teams that you would like to verse moving on fourth?
I want to play Peru. We've scrimmed them for 2 years now, and I haven't had the chance to play them. in a tournament yet, so I would love to.
Well, we'll see if they end up making it on through and getting to verse Peru. And finally, is there any shout-outs you'd like to give out to any folks that are tuning in from the crowd or from home?
Yeah, I would like to shout out Peru Stamina for being our weekly scrims for the last 2 years. We've scrimmed them every week. I'd like to shout out my teammates. They all have done amazing, and yeah.
All right, there we go. Once again, Celestial from Revelation. Congratulations once again for winning the first match on stage of the day to see how the progress turns on out. Keep on tuning in, but we're going to throw it back to the casters.
All right, thank you so much, Kalosaurus. We are back here in the booth. What a start to this tournament. A lot of 2-0s. I got to say, selfishly, I've really enjoyed being back here in the booth, especially with you, my friend. I wanted that to go to a game 3, but what a start what a start to this, and what a start for Revelation. You have to be feeling so good to take a game off the champs like that.
Absolutely. You know, like Celestial said, Nouns is considered one of the best teams in this event going into it, and being able to take a win off of them so early, like you said, builds confidence, it gives us momentum, and it gives us a faith in our ability to take this whole thing down, and well earned, because it wasn't given, it was earned.
Yeah, absolutely. Coming up next, we do have the Orange Juicers versus Ignorance. Really exciting matchup out of that group. That should be pretty incredible. I saw Flareon's out there. I saw Flareon's mom. I mean, I saw Flareon's aunt out there. We've got a lot of Flareon's family. The better and better he does, the more family members attend events. I want to get a whole family reunion here.
I mean, you know, having support is terrific. We are each other's emotional support casters here, of course, in these events.
Yeah.
I'm sure you have one at home.
Yeah, who's your emotional support caster?
Put it in the chat. Who's your emotional support caster? It might be us.
It could
and
be.
And if it is, we love you. Thank you. Also, Break, I guess. Go.
Yeah. Take it away, Break.
I thought it was going to be a little bit more...
And welcome back, Pokemon Unite trainers and fans, to the Pokemon International Championships here in North America. We are here at the Ernest and Morial Convention Center in North America. And well, you know what? We have two North American teams getting ready up on the stage, as we just saw. But for those tuning in, I'm Kelosaurus. We also have Draku. Draku, how have you been finding the day so far?
Oh my gosh, it is an incredible set to watch. Revelation, an incredible performance from them. 2-0 over Nouns Esports, again, a team that has qualified for the World Championship Series in Anaheim in a couple of months. And Revelation really fighting for their life of the season in today's event. And what a team to be in Nouns Esports. Incredible from them.
It really just goes to show that anything can happen during a day of competition. So Revelation riding that wave on through. But you know what? We have to have a look at how all of these other teams in the groups are going so far. We have a Group A Luminosity on top with 2 wins, 0 losses. Goofy Goobers in second though, 1 win, 1 loss.
Moving on over to Group B, Peru Unite and Version 1 looking to qualify at least for day number 2. They have respectively gotten 2-0 in their Group B matches, so expect them to be moving forward to day number 2.
Yeah, same thing here for Group C. We have Revelation there with their second win of the day up against Nouns Esports. So top of the group with those 2 wins, and Nouns are now 1 apiece as well. But Group D, Drakey, this is the one we're going to be taking a squiz at, aren't we?
Absolutely, Kello. Orange Juicers and Ignorant is going to be your next on the broadcast. 1 win apiece, but winning their respective matches in their Group D. Again, Orange Juicers, these are the North American Regional Champions. They are a one-time final stretch champion, so they are looking to repeat that win once again this year.
Well, Group E, we have Dreamax Esports, one of the teams that we have definitely been keeping our eye out on today. That 1 win. Same with T3 as well. And Group F, well, there's 2 wins apiece for both Stamina Esports and Daybreak from OC.
Yeah, Stamina Esports, again, world's qualified team from LATAM North. 2-0 for them. Daybreak 2-0 from the OC region. These, again, are 2 teams traveling quite a bit of ways, and well, they've definitely made it worth it so far.
Yeah, it definitely a long way to travel. I have some experience in that department myself, but you know what? They have come in, settled in, and I'm hoping that everybody else is settling in and enjoying the broadcast so far for the Pokemon International Championships. But Draco, you being from the NA regions, obviously you are familiar with these squads. Orange Juicers, they are the ones that we are looking at. They are already worlds qualified there, but what do you think we're going to end up seeing from them here today?
Yeah, the Orange Juicers, in my opinion, they have been looking the best they ever have. They made 1 small roster swap, Machisel for OG in that top path, but they have been looking incredible. And, you know, a couple of the Pokemon that they love to play, for example, OG made a statement for himself last year in the final stretch playing Lucario. It's a Pokemon that I expect to see them play in that top path, but also another Pokemon, one of the best pilots of that Pokemon, Mew. I was talking about it earlier on the broadcast. We have Flareon's player who really made a name for himself last year, has one of his best Pokemon now buffed, and probably one of the best attackers in the metagame.
Now, I want to take a step back and focus on OG here, the Lucario player. Now, this is their second time here on the stage here, but they actually won the final stretch in 2024. So what an achievement would it be, even though it is on a different squad, to have 2-time champs of the final stretch.
Yeah, and on the other side of the Orange Juicers, we got Ignorance. Again, Ignorance is a team that's fairly consistent in their own right, making a couple of top 8 appearances throughout the UCS season over the last 2 years, and their roster has stayed relatively the same. They have picked up 2 new players. Yeah, from Rush Hour, I think it's Colin Tang and Asha coming to play today for them, but it's a really interesting meld of these 2 teams who, in my opinion, mesh really well together because they are very similar in skill.
Yeah, it's awesome to see them come together and experiment there. No, those folks that aren't familiar with Colin Tang, When I hear that name, I think of Talonflame. That is something that I've seen them play a lot, but we'll have to see what they end up bringing to the table. But even then, this is going to be a great matchup against Orange Juicers because they actually made top 4 at NAIC in 2024 as well.
Yeah, so they've also had a pretty strong appearance, or at least showing in final stretch competitions. Let's talk a little bit about the Orange Juicers and some of the things that you expect to see them play. One of the players that, in my opinion, really enables their team and has a great mind for Pokemon Unite, rolling it down on a Pokemon that isn't picked very often, but when it does, it makes such an impact. I'm talking about Sableye. Kello, I love to see Sableye. It's a very untraditional support, right? It doesn't have any sort of healing abilities, but what it provides to the team is not in the form of healing, but in the form of vision for your team. It's clearing that fog of war in a game like Pokemon Unite. Communication and knowing where the enemy team is honestly sometimes more important than actually engaging onto these team fights.
Yeah, vision is definitely key when it comes down to a game of Pokemon Unite. It lets your allies know, well, when do they go in for that engage and what. But not only that, I mean, Sableye is just such a little gremlin, a nuisance on the field, especially with that Confuse Ray to provide that disruption. And well, also, Sableye's sort of known for being a backcapping demon, I would say.
Yeah, backcapping demon indeed, and while scoring wins games, obviously, in Pokemon Unite, and Sableye, one of the best Pokemon to do so. And going over to the side of Ignorance, I want to talk about that potentially Talonflame pick as well. I feel like these two Pokemon do very similar things. Of course, Talonflame doesn't have the same sort of displacement that Sableye has, but it still applies a lot of pressure by scoring goals on the other side of the map, potentially going for invades. It has a ton of mobility, and it also does quite a bit of damage. Brave Bird does so much damage, and maybe we can expect to see something like a Trick Hoopa and a Brave Bird Talonflame. We've seen that in Nouns Esports in the last game. That pairing honestly is the pairing that is my favorite to see for Trick Hoopa.
Well, one thing we don't have to worry about is that defense penetration, as that has been removed, but I feel like Talonflame is definitely a good pick. So Orange Juicers, whether they'd be aware of this, I mean, I'd say they'd be aware of it going into Ignorance a few times. So it'll be interesting to see what compositions they end up coming up with here today as we get our games sorted on out, settled on in. But depending on who actually ends up winning this set, this could determine who's actually going to be first seed coming out from this groups into tomorrow.
Yeah, again, just a reminder, both these teams won one game apiece in their respective groups, and so highly likely to see these two teams move on to our single elimination bracket tomorrow. But again, single elimination, having the better seed may be the difference maker of you staying in the tournament and you being knocked out of the tournament. But here we go, Orange Juicers, Ignorance, game number 1.
Oh, we have two Speedster bands coming out from Orange Juicers. Leafeon and Absol are off the table. On the other side, though, we have that big buzzy boy Buzzwole along with a Blissey being knocked on out.
Psyduck coming out to play. It's another one of those non-traditional supportive Pokemon. There it is. Mascot of EUIC and also the North American International Championships as well. It's a Pokemon that, in my opinion, is definitely worthy of a ban. It's been tuned down a couple of times, but the displacement that Psychic, for example, provides to your team is incredible. It kind of reminds me of Slow Beam. You can hit some of the ability and then pull them into a position where they don't want to be.
Okay, hold up. Darkrai as the first pick for Ignorance here. This is really interesting. I feel like usually you'd see this later on in that pick phase, but second pick, and it is rocking the experience share. Now, obviously, this is still early days, so it could potentially change that up and go for more of a damage build, but you know what? Considering they've just locked in Talonflame and Miraidon, this might be their supporter of choice this time.
Yeah, Sleep as a status condition, just like in the main series games, is a very powerful hindrance. You can hit onto the enemy team, right? They have both of those Pokemon have those EXP shares, Lapras and that Darkrai. Typically don't see a speedster with an EXP share. They're typically not going to have as much experience as they progress throughout the game. But again, really just leaning into that status condition. And when they get to level 9, very similar to a Slow Beam, you can lock a single Pokemon in that Nightmare Realm and potentially get a huge knockout.
Oh, we can see on the side of Orange Juices, they've finalized their composition with a Blaziken, Aegislash, and a Snorlax. So they're very melee-based characters going on into Ignorance, and I think Metagross is a great way to combat all of that, providing those big shields with that Gyro Ball if they can catch them in a big bunch.
Yeah, 3 separate all-rounders on the side of Orange Juicers. This weekend is going to be flexing more into the attacker role because it has all of these range damage-dealing abilities. Expect them to be using those flooded abilities to freeze the zone, and especially when you're going into that Metagross or this Lapras in front of you, you're going to be providing a lot of hindrance while doing damage. And same thing with this Snorlax and Psyduck. That mid-range is just going to be a landfill or a bunch of landmines to avoid if you're Ignorance.
Yeah, and I guess that's where the job of this Talonflame comes on in. They've got to take out that Psyduck in the backline. That way they don't end up having that disruption. I'm going to say it's probably going to be really tricky to take down that Suicune though, because it is that all-rounder. It does end up getting those shields when it does successfully end up freezing those opponents. So, you know what? I am actually really excited to see how both of these teams go with this draft.
Yeah, not a traditional healing support on either team. I know a lot of the Pokemon on there have the ability to either self-heal or build shields up for themselves. Talking about that Metagross with the Gyro Ball. But game number 1, Orange Juicers on our purple side, Ignorance on our orange side.
And it is a best-of-3 set after all. We do have Kratos heading on into the central area as the Sword, and on the opposite side, Protein Shake on the Fletchling.
Yeah, rolling it down in the top path, holding it down by themselves as the Torchic making quick work of that Bunnelby, which should be able to get 1 stack for themselves. Again, as they progress through Pokemon Unite, there are certain items that give you more defenses, give you more attack bonuses, gives you more HP if you're able to score on these goal zones.
Yeah, and you want to do it early when you don't have very many points to dunk on in, because it is a lot quicker than having 30 points on hand. Otherwise, Torchic needs to try and get that evolution, locking in these Bunnelbys for themselves, and of course that experience share is going to help them along that Roland has on the Psyduck.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get these twin Bunnelbys as well, and this is a very good look for your all-rounder if you're able to get them to level 5 before the Altaria family at 850 spawn onto the battlefield. Flooded zone freezes the top path, and 4 members of the Orange Juicers are pushing on forward.
Yeah, this is great momentum coming out from Orange Juicers so far, leaving this top path on 19 points, and it looks like they're just going to retreat on up, keep the pressure. One thing I'm worried for Ignorance here is they still have a Beldum on the field, so they are definitely struggling up there, but down in this middle section, just a little bit of a tussle. They are just going to shake hands and move on forth.
Yeah, very different to Garchomp. I feel like Metagross doesn't really have as big of an impact as Garchomp has in the early game. It needs the same amount of experience to get to that stage 3 evolution. Finally able to get an assist here in the central area as the Combuskin goes down, and we have a Talonflame on the field.
We do have a Talonflame getting ready with that fly to dive onto those birds, soak up all of that experience and not give any over to the side of Orange Juices, as it was only the Snorlax left there standing. Otherwise, it looks like Ignorance are going to look at pressuring this top half with 4 members up here.
Yeah, Orange Juicers right now looking really strong, trying to hold on to their goal zone as best as they can. OG on their stage 3 evolution at full HP as well. Soup Chef the first to fall, and they may go for a fast break forward to break this goal zone.
Fast break forward, 2 KOs. Now there's 12 points left on this goal. They just have to try and take care of this Metang and Talonflame, who's decided to back on up, waiting for those cooldowns to dive on in. It's left on 2 points here, Drakey. This is really risky for Ignorance so far.
They need to break this goal zone. Orange Juicers needs to break this goal zone. First KO down in the top pass as Metang gets KO'd by Flareons as they continue to push on forward. Only one left standing here is the Darkrai, and it's turning into their nightmare as their field gets opened up here.
28 points overdunk. That is going to take Orange Juicers in the lead to 120 points to 4. Now with a Reggie Alecki in tow, they're going to push on forward towards this Tier 2 pad with 4 members, but 3 members here from Ignorance are here to defend.
Yeah, only 3 members here. Talonflame running through their central area. The first to fall is that Darkrai once again. This Tier 2 goal zone is going to be left vulnerable. Flame sweep to push them off the goal zone. Time to get some scores in is the Psyduck. Is going to use that Surf, but take a look at Kratos going for a KO streak of 3, finding themselves an MVP moment.
Slicing and dicing Ignorance up with the KO streak. That is a Tier 2 pad. That is Gonski's. That is going to leave the home pad open for some potential dunks, but also just create so much space to go and invade the enemy territory. 222 to 4 points. That is looking rough so far for Ignorance.
Yeah, this is a dangerous place to be, Roland. Just making a nuisance out of the other team's supportive Pokemon with that EXP share. But 222, and Kella, we haven't even eclipsed the halfway point of the game. Orange Juicers expected to lose this early game, pretty high scaling with that Blaziken, but OG taking over this game 11 for their experience.
Yeah, they are the highest on the field. We do have Talon that has that level 10. Otherwise, Regirock has been left here unattended all this time. Orange Juicers are going to set their sights on it unless we can have a potential Miraidon or Lapras steal.
Charge Beam starting to rip through that Regirock at 25%. Here comes a Bright Future Meteor Storm and is able to get the knockout and the capture there. Reggie Ice, finally some life here for Ignorance. They need to find a team win here, or else I'm fearful of their success in the end game. 222 still to only 4 points. They unfortunately lose their Lapras, and they will lose Drupalknot as well. Here comes the Metagross finding a KO in Kratos. That's exactly where you need the experience to be.
Yeah, they need to try and gather this experience, but Metagross ends up getting taken down. Flame Sweep comes on out once again. Blaziken and Aegis Slash are out of the mix, but I mean, with 3 members left here, only the Miraidon left in that bottom path. It looks like Ignorance's run for a push is over so far.
So we find a moment of reprieve here as we take a look at the top path. Again, no Tier 1, no Tier 2 goal zones to work with for Ignorance. No safety. Comes the Psy-I-I. Might turn into an I-I-I for Ignorance. Reggie Alecki really close. And the Talonflame with the confirmation there. A desperation play.
All right, they might not be able to shred down these objectives, but at least they're able to get these secures. But the freeze onto Soup Chef means they have to go and retreat with minimal HP, trying to get some shielding there, but there is just no escape from the range that Flareon brings on that Suicune, and Ice takes out Ice.
A song of ice and fire, they say. 1 minute and 45 before the final stretch, and this is looking bleak for Ignorance. They have a bottom path to work with. Darkrai maybe getting some scores in on the Tier 1, the rest of the team pivoting up there, but they have completely vacated this bottom path. Lots of math to do. 42 points in from the Snorlax, and that is another goal zone down for Ignorance.
Yeah, that was a 30-point overdunk, but up in the top path, Ignorance were able to get in some dunks of their own, so at least they have broken that triple-digit score, but there's no one in sight just yet for this Reggie Steals. As Orange Juices are going to shred this one up. Metagross is just a little too late, though, to even attempt to steal.
Very fearful of that Reggie steal, the Roulette Reggie in the bottom path. Lot would say is the best Reggie to appear, especially before the final stretch. You get a boost to your physical attack damage, your special attackers a boost to their damage as well. And while Orange Juicers have been winning this match, winning these team fights without that boost, and now this final stretch fight for Ignorance has gotten so much worse.
Well, one thing I want to point out is Ignorance have done well to catch up in levels. We now have a Talonflame at that level 13 mark along with that Metagross. So having both of those plus movements on hand. So not too much difference in terms of the levels, but it's really going to come down to this final 25 seconds.
5 seconds remaining before a final Reggie Alecki appears, and this might be the final stretch fight beginning early on. Compute and Crush into the 1v1 against the other Steel-type Pokemon. The first to fall is the Darkrai. Bright Future Meteor Storm trying to make some way for the team. Psyduck heading to the Pokemon Center. Same thing for the Aegis Slash. Another Flame Sweep to push them over to the left side for a power nap. Go to sleep, Talonflame.
Two members of Orange Juicers are down. Ignorance do have the numbers advantage. They're going to start chipping away at the Rayquaza, but not if Zugrug has something to say about it, as they are blocking Neon in. OG does end up getting caught in the Dark Nightmare by Dark Rain, where Crazy is already at half HP here.
Cullen Tang by themselves on the Rayquaza. It is a very bold play. Not very much secure on either team. Talonflame just coming back into the fray, blocking them into the wall. Here comes the coup de grace, just a little bit too early, but able to get the confirmation anyway.
Oh my goodness, and now that is just going to take away one of Ignorance's chance to try and make a comeback, but with 3 members down, a lot of full pockets heading towards this home base as well. That is just going to balloon the lead, 516 to 113 points so far, and the dunks aren't going to stop just yet.
Yeah, a massive overdunk in the bottom path, as well as Sidex scored something like 98 points, followed by a full pocket from another member of the Orange Juicers. 606 to 113, and continuing to balloon even further. I think it is pretty safe to say Orange Juicers will be winning game number 1. We can go ahead and start to talk about where did this go wrong for this Ignorance team, Kello?
Well, I mean, going into that final stretch, they were able to get a few KOs here and there. They had the right call in terms of trying to shred up that Rayquaza, but Orange Juicers, they just were aware to go and stop them. You got to give it up to Zugrug, identifying Neon on the Miraidon, which is where the majority of that shred was going to come.
Yeah, we saw this previously on the broadcast. I think it was our set at the beginning of the day. Daybreak going up against Winrack. Winrack picking 2 speedsters. And what did Daybreak do to respond is the exact same thing that the Orange Juicers did to respond to a speedster picked early in the draft. Build up your defenses, bulk up that HP, and if you look at their roster, they got 3 all-rounders to do it.
And there we go, a game win for the Orange Juicers. It is a best of 3 after all, but still right in that momentum so far. They haven't dropped a set today.
They must be feeling good again. They are your regional finals champions, so they must be still on that high of continuing that win streak. And as we go into the replays here, again, if you take a look at the roster of Pokemon here on your screen, you expect Orange Juicers to really lose this early game, right? Torchic and then Combuskin needs a lot of EXP to get online, but Orange Juicers, they won the early game, they won the mid game, and clearly they won the Rayquaza.
Yeah, it was just these isolated plays. You have them going and targeting the Miraidon. Darkrai did end up getting on top there, getting that Blaziken, but the secure. The Aegis/secure from Kratos, but there we go. Player of the game is going to be the Suicune. Surprised to actually not see a ban this time around, but that was played by Flareons with that all damage build, the Curse, Incense, Drive Lens, and Shell Bell. And those freezes definitely packed a punch because 91k damage dealt in that match.
Yeah, Suicune, in my opinion, and I've called it this before, it is a jack of all trades Pokemon, but also a master of so many different categories in Pokemon Unite. It is an all-rounder classically. It has a ranged moveset which can fill for the attacker role. You put an EXP share on it, and then the flooded zones, very much like a defender and a supporter. It's a Pokemon that is incredible in every role that you put it in, and in a damage carry role, as you can see here, 91,000 damage is nothing to scoff at.
You know what role I think it needs? The ban roll, because I'm surprised that it ended up getting through. So whether we'll end up seeing it this time around, whether Ignorance are going to stick with those same bans, or whether this weekend was just too much of a threat. Well, because, I mean, to me, it was too much of a threat. But you know what? We are not going to delay. We have game 2 up and raring to go. Same bans. Once again, Leafeon, Absol for Orange Juicers, Buzzwole and Blissey for Ignorance.
Yeah, really interesting. I feel like these 2 Pokemon in particular do really well into one of Kratos' most played Pokemon, the Dodrio, for example. Pursuit Absol does fairly well into Dodrio. One of the Unite moves of the Leafeon can also do a ton of damage into something like a Dodrio. And you can see Kratos here at the very end of the draft. They have some of the more unique picks of the rosters of jungle carries in NA.
I'll have to see what they're going to finalize that one with. But 2 defender picks for the side of Ignorance, taking away Zugrug, Snorlax, that disruption, the block to go and get those isolations were just too annoying, so Scribblenaught likely to go and do the same to them, but Lapras the pick once again, and I guess considering Lapras's kit, it does have that high special defense, so this is a good answer into that Suicune, but it'll depend on what we end up following up with, as we have Blaziken and Inteleon locked in for Neon this time around.
Yeah, we are really bolstering up our defenses, very similar to how the Orange Juicers did in game number 1. 2 defenders and a Pokemon that's very similar to a defender in this Metagross. Again, one thing that Ignorance really struggled in is to get that Metagross online fast enough. It's a Pokemon that needs a level 9 evolution, a stage 3 evolution, and while it's not that strong in the earlier to mid stages of the game.
You know what else needs that level 9 evolution? A Mamoswine. Now, obviously, a completely different role here, but that nuisance that it can provide earlier on as that Swinub, the Freezes, paired up with a Suicune as well. If they end up laning together, that's going to be pretty nasty, but Protein Shake, considering they have ended up losing that Talonflame to Kratos, has locked in this Sizzle Scyther pick. We did see a Sizzle earlier on, played by Daybreak, so are we actually going to see Sizzle come out, or do you think this will be a Scyther pick this time around?
I mean, it's hard to say, especially when you have so many mid-range hindrances on the side of Orange Juicers, where you have Psyduck, everything about its kit. We were talking about Flareons already with the Suicune, Mamoswine. You don't really want to go toe-to-toe with that Pokemon. And there's not really anything to actively heal the Scizor except for the Scizor themselves. With Bullet Punch, you don't have a Blissey, as it's banned here. You don't have a Clefable, for example. So, I mean, you can stay in that mid to short range for a long period of time, but you only have so much HP. And of course, you want to play the game, and there's a lot of Pokemon on the side of Orange Juicers that doesn't let you play the game.
I was going to say it's pretty much mirrored on the other side of Orange Juicers. They don't have a traditional healer either, so I guess trying to match them there. Who needs heals these days when you can just go in and hopefully wipe them out in an instant and don't need to worry about those heals? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see, folks, as we are going straight into game number 2 of a best of 3 for Group D. Orange Juicers on the purple side, Ignorance on the orange. Orange Juicers have that one-up advantage.
Speedsters heading into the central area. Again, we don't know if that Scyther will remain a Scyther or becomes a Scizor at level 5 as we pivot up to the top path. Once again, that Beldum and Torchic matchup once again. The real question is, can they at least weather the storm in this early game with a Pokemon that kind of struggles in the top path?
I think having a Snorlax up here is definitely beneficial for this Beldum. It has a great early game, a great answer to this Psyduck. They are able to secure some wild Pokemon for themselves, but it's just a matter of making the right calls of when to go in for those engages.
Yeah, faster clear by the Fletchinder as they head down to the bottom path. Scyther there for the assist as well. A couple of members still sticking out up here as we get the first set of engagements. 36 points on the board for the Orange Juicers, and Speedsters rotating up.
Oh, Speedsters indeed, as we actually have a Scyther on the field this time round. Birds instantly get melted down, and it looks like Orange Juicers are just going to back away onto that tier 1 pad as Snorlax goes in for a little sneaky 9 dunk, so breaking that 0 streak for Ignorance so far.
Yeah, and also early win here for Ignorance, able to get to level 5 already. Here's the second stage evolution for OG. You know, you kind of expect this early game to go to the Pokemon with better securing tools, and this Snorlax, one of the best Pokemon to do it. Tackle in this early game is so strong for a Pokemon that really struggles, like this Metang, and now this Metagross soon.
Yeah, well, it does have that level 5, but once again, we have resources that are quite scarce. 8-minute birds are soon to spawn on in as Scribblenaught is looking for another dunk. They are running Eos Cookie this time round, so want to try and tank up their HP as much as possible.
Did we see that Snorlax be a Flail-lax for a second there? I think I did see its arm swinging from side to side as we have another fight breaking out here in the central area. Fangs find their way onto Soup Chef, still looking really healthy. Flooded zone, followed by the Ice Beam as they rotate down to the bottom path. And a trade in the central area, and in my opinion, actually going over to the Metang there as they are level 7 and the Speedsters at level 8.
Yeah, we have 2 level 7s on the side of Ignorance, but Talonflame has reached that level 8. wait on Orange Juices. Just waiting the tall grass for these birds to spawn. Soupchef being the one to try and take the hits as we have Inteleon being picked up by a huge Ice Fang there.
Oh, get over here, says Zugrug. A really good KO for the defender of the Orange Juicers, and they're putting Soupchef in a blender as well. Level 9 on Kratos with their Talonflame, first Pokemon with their Unite move.
Oh, we do have first objectives on the map. What is our basement Reggie going to be? It is going to be a Reg Ice, as if there isn't enough ice on the side of Orange Juices. More ice for those Fangs because Ignorance are nowhere in sight currently.
Yeah, boosted passive healing for the next 90 seconds. Very good for team fights, and with a bulky team like the Orange Juicers and no active healers, that's going to be very well received. Ignorance quick onto the rip of the Reggie Alecki. They need an objective here. Psyduck doing their best, but here comes the overheat for the confirmation, and OG finding a capture.
Yeah, another objective going over to their side, along with a lot of KOs for Ignorance, clearing the way for this Reggie Alecki to make it on through. 30 points, and now they have to do that quick math to try and maximize this overdunk, but it looks like OG is going to wait for a bit because they don't want to give those comeback Indeedis that spawn once that tier 1 pad is broken.
Yeah, contemplating their decisions. Obviously great decisions on the side of OG, breaking that goal zone, and this lead wide open as we head into the halfway point of the game. 208 to 22. Ignorance finding themselves in a position that they saw themselves in game number 1.
Yeah, that early level advantage where the Ignorance can try and make a comeback here as we have Metagross rushing on 4th, but ends up getting pushed on back by this Psyduck. No one is touching my Blaziken here, says Roland.
Well, he is wearing that superhero outfit. It might be the superhero that the Orange Juicers need, not that they need one. A fight may be brewing here in the central area. Flareon takes a snipe shot, retreating back to the home base as teams are starting to pivot up to the top path. It is a Flail-Lax. Fortunately not brave enough as the two birds find their prey.
Oh, has the Birds of Prey looking for an insect this time around, able to knock them out as well and keeping Ignorance at bay. 10 seconds until that second basement Reggie does spawn, and Orange Juicers, they're not letting Ignorance find any breathing room, gathering all of this experience from the map.
Talonflame, Kratos taking flight in game number 2 and going in for a 1v4 for a sweep. Bringing everyone over to the central area, back to their team. Can they get a knockout here? Defenders really hard to take down. Already down to 10%, and the Secure going over to the Snorlax.
Yeah, this is the thing that they needed to try and get some global experience, but the fight isn't going to stop. Talonflame does end up going with a Brave Bird, but they pay the price as they end up getting knocked on out. Scribblenaught caught themselves in a bit of a pickle and knocked on out as well. 2 KO streak for this Inteleon, and it looks like they're going in for Roland too.
Neon deep in enemy territory right here, doing their best is Colin Tang, kind of peeling for their president. Roland trying to grab them with the sidekick, and honestly, a very good win for Ignorance. A steal, a lucky steal by Scribblenaught with that Snorlax, and they get another objective, some momentum swinging the opposite way.
This goal is left on 58 points, so Orange Juicers likely want to go and defend this, but one thing they weren't able to defend in from was that 28 points from Scribblenaught. Reggie Alecki now at half HP as the rest of Ignorance are trying to escort it through, but Orange Juicers, they are not letting that happen.
Yeah, they want to hold on to this tier 1 goal zone. It goes in, 20 points brings it down to 10, potentially for a huge overcap for Ignorance, but honestly, they love this positioning that they have, and they are currently dominating both the top and the bottom path, breaking those goal zones. Lapras trying to make some room for the team as they push on forward. Ignorance needs to find another win. They need to get some points in Kello.
Oh, but these snipe shots are landing their marks as OG is quite low. They are able to find some safety on that tier 1 pad and get a KO on that Scyther. Talonflame dives on in, another KO. for Orange Juices there. Ignorance, I mean, so far they do have that level 13 Inteleon, which is huge. Scribblenaught making sure to just gather as much Aos energy as possible, get the Aos cookie stacks, but also I believe they weren't actually able to stop that because they have Score Shield this time round too.
They do have Score Shield as well. I do like that they tried to go for a couple of those knockouts there onto the Blaziken and also the Talonflame as well. Just a frustrating kind of a 1v1 engagement. They're not able to lock in those KOs. 15 seconds before the final stretch, more than a one-score game in final stretch. Pokemon to watch here, of course, is that Scyther that can have an impactful Unite move if you're able to get those resets.
But one thing that Scythers are weak to is going to be that Talonflame. So it's just going to be a matter of whether Soup Chef is able to find those members, isolate those out. But so far, it's just the calm before the storm as each member's looking for a pick.
Level 14 on Kratos. Currently positioning themselves with the other bird of prey in the bottom path and that L bush. Scribblenaught the first to be caught out here. Flooded zone being set down, frozen. And here's the Brave Bird finds Neon in the back line. Another sweep by Kratos, having themselves another moment. And members of Ignorance are falling by the wayside, and the Orange Juicers take flight in game 2.
Flareon's with the 3 KO streak on that Suicune, and this is going to give him the chance to shred up that Rayquaza, gather those shields, and with 4 members of Ignorance still down, there isn't anybody here to go and stop them. But I mean, today it's all just been 2-0, 2-0, 2-0 on broadcast, hasn't it, Draker?
The birds of prey, we saw a Decidueye on broadcast. We're seeing all the birds come out to play, and they are taking over games. Talonflame does not need the damage penetration buff. If you're able to find the backline as they did there, that was one of their primary sources of damage. It's a brave play, but when it pays off, dang, is it a good one.
Well, Brave plays, big plays, wins games. So that ends up benefiting them as 708 to 160 points. 20 seconds left on the clock. And, well, Orange Juices, they have that momentum. As you said, they are looking the best they have ever looked this season, winning the regional finals. They're already securing themselves that world spot. Well, I guess the next target is whether they can become the final stretch champions as well. But you know what? Only first steps of the day. Match win over to Orange Juices.
Give it up for the Orange Juicers, continuing their undefeated streak in the final stretch today. Again, one of the teams that is favored to win the entire thing, to get some more money as they move on over to Anaheim in a couple of months. And boy, Kratos had such a game in game number 2. Talonflame, one of the more difficult speedsters to pilot, especially in bulkier compositions. It's easy to engage. It's not always easy to escape, and they didn't need to escape there if you KO the entire enemy team.
No, they definitely played their cards right there, taking away Neon on the Inteleon. That way they're not able to get that chip damage, but some great sportsmanship there from the Juicers to go and congratulate their opponents there. But you know what? Today has been really quick so far.
2 zeros, not a whole lot of technical difficulties, which is amazing to see.
Knock on wood, please.
Knock on wood, possibly. But as we head into these replays again, Orange Juicers really just taking hold of this game. We're looking at game number 1, I believe. Yeah, here is the big play from Zugrug to push them into the wall, being unable to secure or even attempt to secure that Rayquaza. And Zugrug, one of the best Snorlaxes and one of the best players to pilot this Pokemon.
Yeah, and that's why Scribblenaught ended up taking away that Snorlax in that second game, just trying to cause some disruption. But it just wasn't enough to handle the Juicers. Some great momentum up here in that top half that we ended up seeing. And you know what? This Suicune, I don't know what to say about it. Honestly, I'm surprised that we ended up seeing it out on the field. Those infinite ice spikes to just go and get those stuns. And continue that progression for Orange Juices to get a complete team wipe.
Yeah, what an electric game that was for the Orange Juices in that final stretch fight, right? You get the Inteleon in the back line, you cut them at the knees, and all of their damage kind of just falls away as rolling it down, celebrating with some of the members in the audience here. And your player of the game, no doubt about it, Kratos on their Talonflame, making an MVP play, sweeping Ignorance under the rug, and finding 11 knockouts, 87,000 damage for this player.
Yeah, that is absolutely wild. They are rocking both of those stacking items through those KOs and assists with the Accel Bracer, attack weight through that scoring. But you know what? Talonflame still demonstrating that it is part of the meta here. And Kratos definitely made it look good there so far.
Yeah, especially when you have an Inteleon on the other side. It's a fairly immobile Pokemon. You know, you have the Fell Singer, you maybe have an eject button. If you're using that snipe shot, however, you are locked in place as you're aiming that ability, and it's an easy pounce by a Pokemon like Talonflame. Lots of mobility, you KO that Pokemon, the rest of the team approaches, gets all of the other knockouts, and then it's a free Rayquaza for your team.
I think one of the things that I noticed as well is there were so many Unite moves coming out from Kratos with those flame sweeps. But you know what? Enough from us for now. We do have an interview ready with one of the members of Orange Juices, so we're gonna go send it over there.
And hello, everyone. Oh my goodness, the crowd is so loud, cheering for you already. All right, this isn't you. This is him. No, I'm just kidding. We're here with Kratos. How's it going? Congratulations. Very dominant game. Extremely well played. And of course, you are a reigning champion here at NAIC. So how has it felt coming back to try and defend your title?
I'm really looking forward to defending our title because we thought this would be our opportunity last year, but we really want the trophy this time, and it's time to prove ourselves. We didn't do so hot in the last UIC, but I think we've really improved, and we beat LG in the regionals, so I think we can win here.
Well, certainly with the performance like this last game, it seems like you have the chance to win. So I do, of course, have to ask, how has the preparation been going into this? Obviously, we kind of had two really big tournaments in a row. We had the regional finals and then this. Has it just been a nonstop grind? Was there a break in between for everybody to rest, or is it just kind of business as usual for a team that's been pretty dominant all season?
The meta didn't really change from last patch, especially with the Rapidash ban. You were probably going to see a decent amount of Rapidash, but since it got banned, unfortunately, we're not going to see it at all. The meta has mostly been the same, except with the addition of Blaziken, so we haven't really changed too much. We just have our solid plan. We do our kind of rounded comps, and we're sticking with that, and it's looking good.
All right, and then I'll ask one final question here. If there is a team that you would like to play, I know that's kind of a common question, but throughout of all of the matches that we could have here today, or I should say probably more for tomorrow, is there any team that you would like to run into, either like as a revenge match or just a team that you would like to play or some preparation for Worlds, anything like that?
I would really like to play against Nouns and Fusion because they're out-of-region teams and we usually don't get to play them too often. And I really want my run back against Fusion, so, or I guess it's Peru now, yeah. So, yeah, I really want to play those guys.
All right, I can never remember what team is named what anymore in this, and you guys are some of the worst, okay? So you deserve that one, Orange team. All right, well then, any last shout-outs to all of your fans out here? Obviously, this is still early in the weekend, but great first showing. Anything you'd like to say to everybody?
Yeah, shout out to anyone who's watching us and who wants to see us succeed. And shout out to my family and anyone who's watching. So yeah.
The crowd is going very wild out here. I see you. Oh, okay. All right. Relax. It's still early. Save your voice. I know we have to. So thank you very much. Congratulations and good luck with the rest of your tournament. It's going to be a long day. Let's send it back to the casters.
Oh my goodness. Congratulations to Orange Juices once again. Thank you, Chef and Kratos, for that interview. But you know what? I feel like we're about the halfway mark through the final stretch so far. Has definitely been a really quick day, but well, we have Peru Unite coming up against version 1 up next. So definitely keep your eyes peeled. What do you think about this, Dragu?
Man, that is going to be an incredible game. New kids on the block versus the oldies on the block. Peru Unite and version 1, 2 Worlds qualified teams. Version 1, 4th place in their regional finals. Peru Unite, Worlds qualifying team from LATAM South. So this is going to be a preview match for the Worlds in a couple of months, Kello.
One thing, even though version 1 are Worlds qualified, they haven't secured themselves a travel award. So that is definitely going to be a huge thing for this team if they're able to defeat one of these big titans that we have seen in the Unite Championship series over the couple of years we've had it.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see version 1 perform on the broadcast and on that stage, but do not go anywhere as we continue with the group stage, the North American International Championships with the final stretch. We'll be back very soon.
And welcome back to NAIC 2025. We're here with the final stretch. Last chance to qualify for the World Championships. And it's back with us. We have more caster pairs than we ever have before. It is an interesting level of rotation, but I'm happy to see everybody get a chance to cast here. And our next match, we can see right here, Peru versus version 1, a match that I know we're both very excited for.
Oh, I cannot wait. I mean, this is going to be a really exciting match. Obviously, the qualifiers, both these teams are already qualified for the World Championships, so a bit of a sneak peek of what might be happening in August in Anaheim at the world's largest marble, of course. Of course, we could see one of these teams winning this entire event. I mean, these are both teams that, with their success in the past, you have to consider tournament favorites. Peru specifically, just such demons in their own region, and of course have won international majors before. In fact, I think I might have ended up picking this team to win the entire tournament. So a lot riding on this one for me specifically.
I mean, it's a pretty good bet. I feel like you and I have been fans of Peru and all of their previous iterations.
Yes, yeah, whatever they want to call themselves.
I was literally just talking to Kratos. I was saying on the interview, I was like, I just cannot even keep up with what name every team is at this point. So we'll just say previously Peru. They've been great, and we've been big fans for a very long time. But I'm actually most interested in Awesome. It was so good.
Yeah, I think you got the chance to commentate them, right? We saw some Duraludon coming out from this team, which was wild, very, very exciting. And then just more standard picks across some of the team members, but we do have some really solid Lucario players on that roster. Not to mention, I know Whaley in the support role has a lot of different Pokemon they play. You know, they do favor the Eldegoss and the Hoopa, two Pokemon that surprisingly we haven't seen much of in terms of the Hoopa. Eldegoss has been almost non-existent in this event so far.
Yeah, I mean, Hoopa's been around for sure. It's pretty decent. But I'm curious to see, especially with some of the shifts, like LaFail being available a little bit more as far as like a possible pick for a lot of these teams. And then Blissey's also being banned sometimes, but it has been able to sneak through a decent amount. So I do wonder if maybe we'll see a few support switches. I'm really excited. I said this in the pre-show, but I'm really excited for Alcremie once that's legal. I'm really sad that it was like just right now being released, because it would have been awesome if it was legal for this, but we don't need to talk about that right now.
We've been playing some caster Pokemon Unite, and Spraggles has been playing a whole lot of the Alcremie. He's been trying to boost up my all-rounders, and I have done well in some matches, and I would say the Alcremie was not the fault of the matches that didn't go well. I'll just put it that way. So
I did hear you guys beat that team that won in the last set.
Yeah,
not a big deal or anything.
There is a screenshot with Orange Juicers technically losing to us.
Yeah, they lost. I mean, you guys were behind by 700 points.
700 points, so yeah. I maybe did have 0 knockouts, 1 assist on the main attack carry, but it's fine. We still moving along. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun playing the game. These events are special for a lot of reasons. Obviously, it's a Pokemon celebration across the entire venue, multiple different titles. But boy, is it sure easy to find 5 stacks at an event like this. You walk around, there's always people ready to play the game at any given time. It's a blast. We have side events, so if you're in venue, especially starting later today and I think over half of Saturday, we're going to have side events going on all day long. So if you want to be playing some Pokemon Unite here at New Orleans, this is going to be your chance.
Yeah, I love the in-person events. It's really not like any other event that I've ever been to. It's such a unique experience. I know I was talking to one of our production people who hadn't been able to go to an event like this. They actually only worked on our regionals that we just did.
Cool.
And it's a cool experience seeing somebody, be able to experience this for the first time. And really, I mean, there really truly are no events like the Pokemon events. Like seeing so many people. This is more than just like a tournament. I mean, this truly is like a convention. I cannot explain how huge the hall is
out there, it is really just something else. So if you're a Pokemon fan and you get a chance to even spectate, certainly do show up because it's very, very fun. And Worlds especially, if you can show up to Worlds, that's just something else. I don't even know how to explain it.
Yeah, like moving a little bit across the country for that event. It's going to be so exciting. I mean, World Championships every year, it's a bit of a highlight for my year, and I know a lot of these players are looking forward to it, but they got one thing in front of them now that they have to focus on first, and that's going to be the NAIC tournament, our final stretch. Now, both these teams technically do have their world slot locked up. However, Version 1 does have the chance, if they go on a legendary run in this tournament, to upgrade their invite to the World Championships into a travel award invite. So currently, they are not getting any kind of that travel award to help them get to Anaheim, but if they do really well in this tournament, the final stretch award does award that. So they can kind of boost up their invite they already got. That's what's going to be on the line for Version 1.
That is actually pretty big. Of course, both these teams, not only do they have their Worlds invite guaranteed, but they also have their spot, I believe, in tomorrow guaranteed.
Okay, cool.
Obviously seeding. I do believe so, right? They're both 2-0 in their bracket out of a four-person bracket. Yeah, so I do think that, I don't want to say that this is less pressure than any of the other matches, especially because this is a team that most likely you will have to face again, just considering the scope of two Worlds qualified teams. But if there is one match to maybe try and test the waters a little bit, it would probably be this one, right? You're not like going home if you lose this. You're in a similar situation tomorrow. Obviously, you would love the seeding. You would love the advantage of just having one, but this is a good experimentation match.
Totally. Completely agree. And if we're talking about experimentation, a quick history lesson on Peru and how they play at these events. I think Dreamax has talked about this on broadcast a few times. The event in which they won at EUIC last year, immediately after winning on the Sunday, they set up in the side stage area and played fives against anybody who would challenge them, and they did not go lightly. So I don't think Peru is familiar with taking their foot off the gas. This team is going to be going all out, and they're going to be starting with a Talonflame and Blissey band.
Talonflame and Blissey. We did see the Talonflame do pretty well in that previous set that we just saw. Big fan of the Talonflame, but we're not going to see it this game. Clefable not going to see. The Lapras ban is really interesting. I'm really curious as to why that would be deserving of a full ban and not maybe some other answer.
Could be an Inteleon pick coming up a little bit later, wanting to make Lico's life just a little bit easier within that path. And then, of course, they're going to be likely giving up this Suicune, as you can see Draken just picking it up right now. But at least in terms of those big meta threats like Psyduck, Blaziken, and Suicune, Version 1 are at least trading here at the start of the draft.
And Peru have been using a pretty similar comp, I would say, for years, if I'm being honest. It's not that they played like the most normal comp either. They just are really comfortable with their comfort picks. Suicune, though, a pretty big addition to that. Not a Pokemon that I've seen them play with all that much. Of course, Suicune being relatively new, and then also, of course, just not available for some big tournaments because of its release window. I'm curious as to how that's going to work. Another one, Serena, that's a cool pick as well.
Yeah, I think a lot of times you were talking about the comfort picks we see again and again so often from Peru. It ends up being a Leafeon and Mimikyu duo, usually from Peru. Tempo, one of the best Mimikyu players in the world. Adapting to this Serena is interesting. I think it's likely because of the Blaziken on the other side. They're both going to have slightly weaker early games now. I don't think Tempo feels like they really need to have something to keep pace, and Serena can really help with the scaling department, whereas Leafeon might have a rougher time. That being said, they do have Excel Bracer locked in right now, so if the early game goes really well for an emo, those knockouts are going to help stack those stats.
I still really like Excel Bracer on certain, snowbally Pokemon for sure, especially ones that maybe don't scale all that well into the late game. But it gives you that ability to. It's not going to be on every Pokemon like we saw maybe last event, but I think, for example, we see it on both of the kind of assassin roles right now, and that's really good. Mew in the end pick. I'm surprised we haven't seen more Mew. I feel like Mew is. I don't even have the words for it. Mew's very strong.
And this is a Mage Mew build, where they can look at this. This is not going to be holding the experience share. Instead, it is going to be the Suicune and then the Eldegoss, of course. So we're sort of, in a weird way, looking at tank Suicune and support Eldegoss when we really break it down. this is Leaf Tornado. I'm going to lose my mind. I doubt it will be. But take a look at this. Zynu's also trying to help out Mew's kind of rougher late game in terms of their stat department with that drive lens as well. So Peru Unite really feeling like they're going to be able to put the pressure on version 1 immediately and start scaling. But Riker does have that Zoroark to contend with, did have the Excel Bracer locked in, has swapped that item since the initial pick. But I don't think that means you should fear this Zoroark any less. Riker, one of the best North American Zoroark players, has been a ladder monster for so long, and one of the best parts of version 1 is their central area play.
And it will be interesting to see the play of a Zoroark that doesn't have a hard support, basically. I mean, there's no healing on this team at all, right? Their only support being the Psyduck, who is a pretty aggressive support, one would say.
Yeah.
So you are going to have to play pretty differently than, for example, when we see the Comfey and Zoroark combo or Blissey Zoroark combo. It's going to be a lot more, you're basically, you have control of your own life. You know, your life is in your own hands.
Yeah.
You have to make sure that you're not overextending, as opposed to the opposite, where in those other comps, you're just like, I'm just going in, I don't care.
And Riker, to your exact point, they're going very defensive items on Zoroark.
Yes.
Often we see just so much damage focus. They have equipped the focus band and that weakness policy. So they're almost inviting taking a little bit of damage. Of course, when you're putting together some of these combos, it can get explosive. But let's get into game 1, Wonder Chef. Version 1 going to be your purple team. Peru going to be your orange team.
And already we're seeing a pretty forward positioning for the side of Peru. I mean, that is a terrifying path. Actually, both the bottom paths are terrifying. I don't want to fight against either of these.
Yeah, it is tough, though, because I feel like the better secure is on the side of version 1, but you're right, you're playing against a team that's as strong as Peru, and they have that scary of Pokemon. It is, you know, trepidatious to move across the other side of that path, but you do have that advantage. Version 1, you can't back down now. You gotta put on the pressure, even to a team as strong as Peru.
I actually think it's really smart, though, of Peru, because if you just sit there and play passively in that path, then ideally you are getting out-secured by Sobble like 99% of the time.
Or Snorlax, take your
Snorlax,
pick.
yeah, or a combination of the both. It doesn't matter.
Exactly.
So I do like the fact they're being aggressive, trying to poke, but, you know, make them use their cooldowns. Oh my goodness, tempo going so low so quickly. Very barely escaping, especially with the assist of the Mew, and a good turnaround, but nobody getting KO'd, not quite yet.
Yeah, a scary spot to be for that Zoroark. That red buff on Leafeon can slow them down. I think they also do have that Razor Claw, so a lot of slowing effects as soon as they run away, but they're setting up for yet another fight. It will be a trade, so Mew taking out the Zoroark, however the Leafeon falling, and Nemo taken down by Rustic.
And Mew, with the potential to scale up, is going to be huge here. I mean, especially getting such early KOs. Oh, wow!
What a play! We were talking about how version 1 needed to start playing with some more courage in this match. How about that? Liko rotating all the way to the top side and then Felstingering into the enemy central area. What a boosted auto.
I love watching the strong Felstinger plays from the Inteleon players. Oh my goodness, it's the coolest thing. And Draken going down as well. Maybe a little bit of mispositioning there, being surrounded by 4 members of version 1. We can see the quick fact, Peru won against Banana Ballers earlier with 1050 versus 72. Ooh. I will say, we've seen LG lose at that scoreline essentially too, not that long ago. So sometimes it's just how Unite goes.
Yeah, but still into the 4-digit club. I think a pretty exclusive one at this tournament so far. So exciting news for Peru. Version 1 trying to put the stop to their momentum if they can. Liko already at a great level advantage though, almost at level 9. Having an Inteleon Unite move for that first bottom objective would be tremendous.
Ooh, and that's actually, oh my goodness, okay, as I'm speaking, Peru is melting 2 members down. I was gonna say that was a lot of damage, but that was truly too much damage. We do see, I believe that was the eject button now. That might have been actually coaching just to get out of there, but great escape, and I do have to say, this Mew is really looking like the key main point of Peru's team at the moment. Ideally, some of your other Pokemon scale up and get stronger later in the game, but it is just controlling everything.
It's been so much firepower, and then Zynu's, anytime they're in danger, they usually have that coaching equipped. I say that, they have to use their Unite move as Riker does find an angle onto the Mew. They're going to get aggressive towards the Inteleon, trying to disrupt that secure. It won't help as Sentient Scarf is going to last hit that objective. And now version 1 of a chance to try to siege this tier 1. Tempo coming in for the top side though.
Oh, they're getting really low. Zynos has to back up. They all have to back up, but a nice little flank and a great snipe shot to kind of counter that is going to be able to try to get out of there, but Tempo getting hunted down.
what a weird situation. Tempo actually using the Unite move, knowing full well that Blaziken is charging overheat, but it still gave them the invincibility frames as if they were taking them into the air. So they dodged a snipe shot. Unfortunately, the escape route was cut off by a Zoroark, but some interesting choices made there nonetheless. But in the end, it'll be version 1 with the advantage, but Peru Unite hanging on to the points lead by a huge margin.
Liko landing even more gnarly snipe shots. Ooh, the Unite just to get that finish on Blaziken. That was already a pretty low HP Blaziken. They're going to continue on, though. Riker diving into the back line, and now we only have Tempo basically here. Well, okay, yeah, that was kind of going to be a guaranteed KO at some point. Tempo deciding to back up another beautiful snipe shot. Liko's hitting everything.
Liko is crushing it. One of those Pokemon that did have their mechanics slightly changed before this event with the zoom out while aiming, so we weren't sure if players were going to love it or hate it, but right now, Liko living with it.
I know. I'm so impressed. Again, this is one of the best teams in the world. Peru guaranteed, you know, World Qualifier version 1, their first year qualifying for Worlds. They're playing extremely well, down by quite a few points, but they are pushing onto this goal zone. And Riker once again diving the back line, taking out that all-important Mew. Draken now kind of the main point of defense. Oh, I'm sorry, Mew is still alive. I thought Mew disappeared. They're sneaking away so incredibly well. They even tricked me.
Yeah, oh, they try to surf them back. Okay, some persistent damage from the Blaziken will knock out the Mew finally, but the backup has arrived. Tempo and Draken are going to be able to defend against this Regieleki, make it even better with KO, and what a flank by Anemo. They will pay for it as Scarf gets the KO, and that is a much needed experience for that Blaziken. Despite the bottom path going so well for Liko and Rustic, unfortunately Scarf has been a little lower leveled on the Blaziken, but after that KO, they're catching up.
We are seeing just a lot of trading back and forth, but altogether the experience certainly going in the favor of version 1. They are behind by quite a bit of points, though. 104 points is nothing to scoff at. So they've got to figure out some way to make it back, unless they're going to full commit to the Rayquaza, and they've got the Secure for sure to full commit to basically any big objective that they want. They've got the snipe shots getting frozen midway through, and actually, as I talk about their Secure, immediately stolen away, as we are just seeing a Mew masterclass from Zynos this game.
Yeah, Zynos with such a nice Solar Beam through that amplified light screen damage, not to mention has been going full damage build. I think that Mew is wearing 3 pairs of glasses right now. I think you have 4 options in terms of the selection, but Zynos is putting out the firepower right now. But there's a good defense from Scarf, but that Emerald 2-step is just too much to deal with. Anemo about to dunk 49, shattering that tier 1.
And big tier 1 fight up top that we get to see in the pip right there. So a big counter push from the side of version 1. It is just going to be Tempo defending, getting pushed back. The classic via that Snorlax, somehow still up and fighting, but finally goes down. Extremely low HP as they're going to come in, get the flank, at least manage to take out the Psyduck, not in time to fully defend the gold zone, and in fact we will see a return KO as well too for Liko. They are going to be able to pick up at least Snorlax, but we're starting to see just more and more points in from everybody before we hit this final stretch.
So obviously Liko's aim has been incredible this matchup. It's why these snipe shots have been so consistent, but one thing I think they're doing extremely well is at least their team's communicating with them about lining up some of these plays. They're able to hit targets who are being hit off Snorlax blocks. We've seen a few being stunned by Blaziken at certain moments and still the snipe shots landing. So it's been impressive, but now Peru Unite kind of has this big pushing power with the Regieleki to work with. Version 1 going to leave that only a 2-point overdunk and a quick retreat.
That's actually a pretty, you gotta be kind of happy with the way that broke that goal zone. It is gonna give you a lot less vision, but altogether, I mean, the fact that they're not gonna get that many more points, considering they're, getting pretty late game here, you gotta say, okay, we'll take that. There's still a pretty huge lead from Peru Unite on their points, but they have to be careful. I still think that the Secure here for version 1 is some of the scariest you could possibly get in this game currently. They will be able to rip Ray with consistent damage as well. They've got basically everything, so if Peru is off their game by even just a little bit for this final stretch, they could just blink and lose the game.
Yeah, Rustic's on that block has been phenomenal as well, so if they have any melee threats within the Rayquaza pit, they can try to block them away, but they're losing a lot of their HP already. Draken and Zynos combining for a ton. Tempo now in the backline, chasing down Wailord. That's the Psyduck. The Psychic Power's already been unleashed. That's the Psy Unite move, but they're not defending against much as Tempo and Anemo have quickly dodged out of the fight.
And Riker doing a great job of being able to back out and try to kite some of this damage, but Zynos finally chases them all the way down. Wailord as well
well. It's going to be 3 members up from version 1 only, and it's looking like Rustic might be the next one to fall. They certainly will. 2 members. They're taking them down one by one. Only one final, actually, hope, I would say, but there's still a chance, I guess. They're still alive. The snipe shot's there. They're blocking every angle that you could possibly hit with that. You've got to get a miracle. No chance at all. Didn't have vision to try and steal that final hit, so Peru controlling everything at the end of that fight.
Yeah, Draken with the best coverage you could hope for. A Suicune in your face certainly makes things hard to hit as that Inteleon completely isolates them. But that fight, honestly, won by Peru in a few different moments throughout the final stretch. Taking out a few targets one by one. Zainus winning a 1v1 against the Zoroark on the bottom side of the map. A big game-changing moment. Now, Peru has a gigantic lead, but version 1 is going to try to put up a bit of an offense. But now the tier 2 defense is already here. Rustic going to be buying time with this block, but they got very few points and not a lot of HP to work with.
Yeah, this looks like this one is pretty much in the bag. It doesn't matter who our MVP of this game is, it's Zainus to me, for sure. That was a ridiculous Mew game, and especially a full commitment to the damaging Mew. So you really have to do well. You have to do well early, you have to do well late, and they did. They did well every single moment of this match.
Yeah, I really like what we saw from Peru. It was an interesting match where I feel like Anemo and Tempo, just such a crazy good duo in this game, were kept relatively quiet, but like you mentioned, Zainus there just to clean up on that Mage Mew, crushing it. You can see vibes are high on that side of the things. However, you see on version 1, they're pretty happy too. I think they're having a good time at this event.
I mean, they were playing a great game. They were doing extremely well in that game until they hit that final fight where, honestly, everybody just got kind of split up, and it was some very close fights, but oh, look at that. We get to see the replay in slow motion of that nice little hunt down. Liko, also MVP player, for sure, of this game, if we had to choose one from the other side, in my opinion. But yeah, really great play from all of version 1 throughout this game. Certainly things just kind of fell apart for them.
You gotta ask, though, with how well that Inteleon played in this game number 1, and an assumption that Peru probably doesn't have too much intel on version 1, do you think we see Inteleon into game 2? Because if I'm in the Peru chair, I might consider a ban towards that Pokemon. It was by far their best carry in that game. I think you might consider banning out that attacker.
I don't think that's a bad choice. I mean, there is the potential that Peru tries to steal it away themselves, maybe, but they have already shown, I mean, multiple special attackers on their side that they can basically choose in the same place. So we'll see exactly what they decide. I think that doing something about it would certainly be good. Liko was just dominating every moment that they were in, landing all those beautiful snipe shots. Like you said, the new little changes, which I actually haven't tried. I forgot that was one of the changes. I looked at the patch and I was like, oh, that's really cool. I feel like I'm going to really like that. And then I just completely forgot about it, so I need to try it myself. But
I think they're the reason I went 0-1 stat line.
Probably. Yeah, probably. Pre-patch, you would have been at least 1-1.
Thank you so much.
No problem. Yeah, but anyway.
Flareon's is Mew, okay? I was the Liko in that situation. Flareon's was the Zainus.
Flareon's isn't that good, right? I've never heard of him.
Oh, boy.
I'm just kidding. I'm just actually surprised they didn't run the jungle hoop against you. That was the classic. But anyway, going to this next match, I do feel like there are some adaptations for sure that Peru has to make. Despite the fact that they did win in that final moment, there were a lot of really sketchy situations for them. And I do think they maybe, while you did mention that they maybe have less information about version 1, I think they let version 1 get a little bit too good of a draft, in my opinion. I think the draft was great. There was a lot of good comfort picks on Peru, and that's just kind of how they play a lot of the time. They allow good drafts to get the picks that they want.
Yeah, that is true. They are the masters of playing in their very comfortable zone. Yeah. That is fair. Okay, we are going to have a side swap. So version 1, after taking that game number 1 loss, is going to be choosing to be on the orange side. Therefore, getting the back-to-back picks to start. And of course, I think the big part of it, having the final pick of the draft. They are going to be banning that Suicune. I think that makes a whole lot of sense. Draken was popping off on that Pokemon. Largely, one of the reasons that Mew did so well is because of how phenomenal that Suicune and Mew early game was.
So now we have a tough decision from Peru. What are you going to pick first? The Suicune off the table, I think that would have been a great choice. Okay, I mean, this was technically their first pick. It was within their first picks last time.
Right.
I don't know if they actually have to worry that much about Leafeon being stolen away, but it has been such a key Pokemon for their team in comps for like 2 years now, basically. So I feel like it's a pretty safe one. That's really interesting double first picks for version 1.
So Wailord is going to be giving up the Psyduck that we saw in that last game, right? I think that's basically the biggest choice that happens here, and instead picking up the Clefable. Its pick rate at about 30% on the tournament, not quite up to Psyduck's 52% pick rate that it has had during this event, but if we are looking for a heavy brawl-based composition from version 1, Clefable is one of the best in the biz. Also, in the Leafeon, maybe you could slow them down a little bit more, whether you're going Follow Me or Gravity, honestly.
Well, knowing that there's a Clefable, you know that in some aspect there are going to be a lot of Pokemon close to it. So I do like the fact that everybody on Peru's team has some sort of AoE damage. Like Lapras, I think, is going to be a pretty strong choice here. Going to be able to be a little bit more survivable, do a lot of maybe accidental damage. Same thing with literally every Pokemon on their team. So I don't even need to repeat that thought. But seeing the Armarouge, that's a pretty interesting pick. We've seen it do pretty well today already. And it seems to be pushing back into the meta more than a little bit. I know it's his 9% pick rate, but it seems pretty good for today.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, and there it is. Okay. The last pick, the pick for version 1. Liko is going to lock into the Duraludon. And they must have before in this tournament because it is at a pick rate of 2%. So it has been chosen so far in this event. If it's not Liko, I don't know anything anymore. I do think the final pieces of Peru's draft are really interesting. Armarouge and Garchomp. Armarouge certainly going with that brawly build. Take a look at that. They have the Rocky Helmet equipped, so boosting up their physical defense while they already have quite a bit of special defense with that Armarouge. It's kind of that mage tank, but adding that Rocky Helmet allows you to play into bulkier comps as well.
I do really like the idea of taking some late game picks later on. Their early game is so good between Leafeon. I mean, their first 3 picks basically are going to be such strong early game picks that are going to be able to just give you kind of like a buffer to level up whatever you need. That Garchomp is going to have lots of space, lots of ability to kind of do whatever it wants. On the other side, the Zoroark coming out again is maybe the most surprising thing to me. It's not that it didn't do well last game, but there are not nearly as many strong targets, I think, for it to hunt down this time. The Armarouge being kind of the only one that wasn't even picked before the Zoroark. So a little bit of an assumption maybe, and we'll see how much mileage you can actually get when there's a lot of brawlers that do a lot of AoE damage in this match against it.
Yeah, I think Riker, we are maybe looking at the same story of a lot of Peru strategies. Going for that comfort pick, what you are best on. Let's bring it to the main stage. Here we go. Peru Unite can be leading our series 1-0. Version 1 with their backs against the wall, likely making it out of the group stage, but you'd feel a whole lot better if you were up against Peru.
Yeah, I think anybody's got to be feeling better if they're up against Peru, and that's very rarely happens with how good of a team they are, but we are going to see this top path, the Psyduck supporting the little Gibble. This is going to be a pretty solid amount of damage, though. I mean, we could see the split buff. It doesn't look like they are going to be going for the split buff, but Eldegoss can do so much damage, and already we can see it doing a good job of defending that path. This path from the bottom, I have just about 0 experience of seeing it within this year, let's just say.
Clefable Duraludon.
Yeah, I don't even know what to think.
I've missed this iconic duo a few too many times, but I'm glad we're witnessing it here at NAIC. Will be some early damage from that Duraludon, but Draken on this Lapras is just kind of laughing it off. One of the most defensive defenders that we have in the game. Say that 10 times fast. But of course, in the early game, it's doing really, really well.
Yeah, you know, I was about to say I have no experience with this path, but then I remembered year 1, and I was like, well, okay, well, I have no experience with this path this year. But yeah, lots of it otherwise. And we are going to see support on bottom coming out from from Riker. I was just saying Zinus too much last game. He's doing too well. But yeah, Riker's going to support bottom and crash bottom, trying to maybe get this carry kind of up to strength, which is definitely a high priority. Even though it's a Pokemon that doesn't need evolution, you still want it to get to that late game, get to that scaling.
So I know I don't have team comps from version 1 or anything like that, but I'm really curious if they thought the Leafeon was going to play towards bottom path. Oftentimes, these heavy scaling all-rounders won't get that first flank, unless you hit 5, of course, because Gabite does have that really good Dragon Rush pull. But otherwise, you end up going into the bottom side more often. I wonder if that Buzzwole and Zoroark were looking to see if they could take down an Emo. They'll get another chance here as an Emo gets in some poke damage, but a classy little 8 score in the back line.
That goal zone almost broken, actually.
Yeah.
Pretty high points there, I would say, from both teams altogether. And now they're going to be fighting for this 8-minute spawn where it's really they're not even fighting for that. They're just fighting each other. We are going to see one KO solid here. Oh, the KO from the Elthagos, actually. Technically, 2 members, though, of Peru going down. And so, altogether, version 1 got to be pretty happy with that early game aggression. They are going to be scoring back more. Certainly, they will take back the lead with this. I don't think they have enough for the goal zone to go down. Yeah, not even close. But
stacks.
Yeah, stacks are the most important thing. Plus, just stealing back that lead slightly.
Exactly. Now, they have a few Pokemon that are likely not going to make it to that Unite move range. Buzzwole and Duraludon in particular before these 20 seconds are up and the objectives spawn into the map. But Zoroark does have access to that devastating Speedster Unite move. But it looks like this team is going to play just for the late game, get those scaling like you were just mentioning, and not force a fight. With only the Zoroark Unite move to work with, it might be too risky.
Yeah, I mean, they do have some pretty strong strength, but altogether, it does seem like they want to play a little bit safer. They do have a pretty strong late game team, and so maybe they're just chilling. There's no need to take a risk. I mean, the points are very, very close. The levels are pretty close. So, well, never mind. They were pretty close
for a moment.
Yeah, I mean, still levels are pretty close. It's just that goal zone is a pretty nice win, and we get to watch Rustic run away and run in circles and delay as long as possible. Let's go. Doing a good job. Still alive somehow. Almost wins the ferry. That would have been hilarious. That was another one up there for them as well. But in the meantime, they actually delayed long enough that everybody's going to be pushing down the goal zone.
Perfect. Oh, great Psycho Boom to defend the goal zone. No, Zainu hits multiple targets. And Nemo on the cleanup KO streak of 3. This Eldegoss also on the run. Looks like I might have some kind of issue on stage, but there we go. Quick game pause after a really strong attack from Peru Unite. What a shutdown. That Armorer's Unite move takes up a huge area of effect, and with that much damage, it is so hard to fight back against.
I think certainly version 1, they raised their hands. They're like, hold on a minute. Hey, I just realized that we picked Duraludon.
Yeah.
Can we get a repick?
Can we kick this guy?
I'm just kidding. Actually,
no, they love the Duraludon.
I know, and it won before. It's true. It's not like it's a bad pick. It's really cool to see this team use this. Also, by the way, I don't know who is who on that team. They're a team that is of such new players that have never really been to in-person events.
Yeah.
That I actually have no idea visually who is who, so I'm going to have to meet them later. But that's a cool thing, right?
Yeah.
We're starting to see so many repeat teams, new players.
True.
Great to see.
Yeah, it has been a bit of a year of new talent, right? I think in a few of these online tournaments, there's always one team where like, hey, they got 1 or 2 players. These kids have been grinding the rank ladder for a while, have not been age eligible for the event. I think that's the case for a couple of the version 1 members, but it's also just these new teams have been putting in so much work, whether it's UCS seasons past or grassroots tournaments, and they're finally getting the chance to show their stuff on the main stage against literally one of the best teams in the entire world. Peru, of course, a reminder for everyone, top 4 at the World Championships last year.
It's a pretty good placement.
That's good compared to everybody else.
Pretty decent.
Yeah, 4th of a bunch, I heard.
Well, there's a few. There are a few teams at Worlds.
4th of a few, I heard.
Yeah. But yeah, Peru, extremely strong. And version 1, they're really holding their own.
Yep.
So honestly, you know, this is going to seem, I don't know. I don't want to say disrespectful because it's not a disrespectful team at all. I'm a huge fan of version 1.
Okay.
But when you have a team that has a breakout performance like they did at the regional finals, you always have to ask, you know, was this just a really good day for them? Or is this something that they are going to continue to be able to do? And so this is one of those events where you get to say, hey, can they continue? We will see right now. And I think already from their play, even if they lose 2-0 here, they have gone toe-to-toe with Peru so closely. Nobody could say that it's a fluke from regionals, right?
Yeah.
This is an amazing team that has kind of, I mean, I don't want, not nowhere because we did know about them, but boy, did they just jump up the rankings.
I got the chance to interview this team after they won their big event, and one of the funniest things was talking about how, well, we planned to go to NAIC in the first place to fight for our world spot, but now that we have it, it gets kind of interesting, but I'm really happy they were able to get their roster of 5. I think that was some questions about that if all of them were able to show up, but here they are competing against Peru like you were just mentioning. In a tough spot, though, in this matchup. Scoreline way closer than it was in game number 1, but that last counter punch from Peru Unite, that looked like it stung.
It certainly did. They're up ahead now in levels. They're up ahead in points. Still plenty of the game left to go, but Peru just needs to hold on to this lead as they have been. No big invasion so far. We are just going to see everybody clearing their own side. I do like the fact that we do see the Psyduck in the center for vision mostly. It's mostly just to say, where is everybody? What can we freely farm right now?
Yeah, it was so funny. Watching them play, I thought we were at the final 2 minutes. It looks like they were posturing for Ray position. But we were only at the 5-minute mark. Already a pretty high-scoring game considering where we're at in the match.
It was like final stretch positioning, final stretch scoring, if we're being 100% honest. Oh my goodness. And we're going to see that Unite come out from the Duraludon, going to build up a lot of space, but getting united by Garchomp in the center of your own Unite. You're trapped in here with me, basically. 2 members down now for version 1.
Oh man, I can't believe Peru picked that up. That was a huge hydro pump from Rustic on the Clefable, by the way. What a roll, hitting 2 targets away. I thought that might give them the chance to steal away that secure, but I think the story of that last team fight, I love that Garchomp play from Tempo, even before the Unite move. Dropped a eject button mid-dragon combo to redirect backwards and line up a really nasty knockout to start that fight. And then, of course, the major damage dealer towards that Registeel. Gonna make knocking out this Regieleki a little bit easier now that their damage has been amped up for the next 90 seconds, as they're gonna charge towards that one. Version 1, I don't know if they got the firepower to contend, as it's already gone.
Nobody even close. A lot of this team is just in the center area. Looks like there might be a little bit of a skirmish, just kind of seeing if they can find any big picks. Any big pick for version 1 would be huge right here for Rubber Band experience, but instead, they're the ones gonna be picked. The Zorak goes down immediately. Another double KO here for Leafeon. This is just an Anemo game for sure. I mean, Anemo Tempo, you're talking about how strong of a duo they always are, and they almost didn't get to show that off as much last game. I feel like this game, they're really just, it's exactly what you said.
Yeah, like Zinus, take a back seat, all right?
Yeah.
We're going to make it look good this game, and Zinus actually been playing amazingly well, too. Of course, KO and Draken setting up a whole lot of this. Dreamax won't let me forget it if I don't give the support and defender some credit for some of these big team fights as well. Liko and Riker just doing everything they can to defend their own central area. Duraludon putting some of those stealth rocks down, can get those Dragon Pulse stacks up quite quickly, but take a look at that. Even a full Zoroark combo. That armor is just walking away.
Just literally walking away, covered in fire. This is starting to look really tough for version 1. They do have a lot of experience on their own side. They are just farming up, getting ready for their final chance here. They're already down a game. Like I said, they're not looking bad, and they are guaranteed to qualify out, I believe. Never trust me, but for date number 2. So they get to try some things out today. If there are any days that you want to lose some close games, certainly, or any matches right now, well, they are going to fight, though. There's 40 seconds left, so we don't want to see too many resources used. This Registeel going down, going to be end up going to a flip, and it's the Armarouge of all things.
Oh, okay. All right, so a boosted auto attack from Armarouge will secure it. Buzzwole down. By the way, I think at 3 minutes we had a 14 Garchomp and a 15 Leafeon, so things looking a little bleak right now for version 1. Looking fabulous for Peru Unite, as that is a huge overdunk. 43 points in the Tier 2, 15 seconds until our final stretch, and Peru Unite already event game scores, and they want more. What a cool ambush location, predicting where the jump pad's gonna go, and they're hiding that tall grass.
That was awesome. Honestly, I wonder if they just burn down Rayquaza. They obviously don't need to, but they can. Okay, they do have the vision, and by the way, you know, talk about how supports are really enabling these things. This Psyduck vision has been so good. They're playing as like a roaming ward, and now they're just engaging on the full team. Riker going down. There's no chance, I think, of Liko being able to get out of this fight. This is going to be the full team basically wiped once again. Only maybe Clefable getting out of there, but with 1 minute and 30 seconds left, you need every second that you can to try and make this comeback. Rayquaza is actually getting damaged.
All right, Lapras Express gonna return to his Rayquaza. They rolled block. Oh no, Rustic when the spotlight was on. Unfortunate. Did have a pretty huge follow me. I think 4 Pokemon focusing on them in that final moment. And a chance to auto attack their Rayquaza, but it does not work out for them. Unfortunately, what a tough roll on that final Clefable Unite move.
Honestly, if there was anybody else around, that would have maybe been the best roll possible, because they actually had pretty much everybody on Peru very, very low in that moment, just getting pushed away by the wall, and there was just nobody to actually, I guess, act upon that CC. So unfortunately, this does look like this is going to be a runaway game for Peru. They're looking to join themselves, right? They were the ones that had the 4 points or the 4-digit point score, and they're looking to do it again.
Yeah, keep their record. You know? Keep it by beating it. I like that a lot. Armor's going to be scoring in even more, and with 30 seconds remaining, Peru Unite have locked up this game against version 1 in 2-0 fashion, meaning that Peru Unite in this group stage will be flawless. A 6-0 record moving on into day 2. Version 1 close behind, but not without blemish. They will be 4-2 in total game score, and a pretty intense first day of group stage for these two squads.
And now they're going to have the rest of the day to basically figure out what they want to do for tomorrow, take the information that they gained. And, I mean, honestly, we've seen both these teams learn a lot already.
Totally.
So really good stuff to both of them. It was nice to see kind of an experience that we wouldn't get to see anywhere else. You know, a team that's only played in North America versus a team that very rarely ever gets to come to North America. Maybe a little bit more often, actually. Peru's around a lot, I feel. They can win all the travel.
Yeah, they'll be back for the next one, too. I guarantee it. Already locked in for the World Championships, of course. They're already trying to break records in terms of the score in this game. I'm sure that is the case for the World Championships placement as well. Top 4, they're looking for a World Championship if they can find it. But a North American International Championship title would certainly be a nice one to start their run with.
And I mean, they've never won, right? They didn't. What was their place? Where were their placements in the previous year?
Major they did win was the European International Championship.
Right.
Last year.
So, they weren't at NAIC, of course, before.
Yes. Yeah,
right.
they were not there.
Yeah, right. I'm getting all of the international matches mixed up. Yes,
I know.
AOS Cup was really kind of the only time that we got a chance to see competition like this before. But now we're going to see it, and it would be really cool to see if they could take it home. But lots of good competition going up against them to try and prevent them, including version 1, who I'm sure will want that run back tomorrow.
Yeah.
We do get to see some of these plays, and I do gotta say too, I really liked the Clefable play from Rustic altogether. I thought it was really good, really effective. Some of the rolls a little bit troll, but some of them were pretty good. Just unfortunately didn't quite work out all the time.
Yeah, Rustic trying to pull off this follow me Clefable, and I think you're exactly right, Wonderchef. Had moments of brilliance for sure, a couple of moments of unluck. This was kind of that unfortunate situation, bad timing in that final fight, but from this point on, felt like Peru Unite were kind of untouchable at this given moment. Tempo crushed it. Watch this Garchomp on the bottom side, by the way, isolating a follow me Clefable. They get hydro bumped right back. That was so scary. Lucky the attacker Zainus had everybody in their pocket for that final moment, though.
And, you know, of course, I feel like we would be remiss not to talk about the actual Duraludon. I don't think the Duraludon was by any means the reason why they lost this game. I think the reason why they lost the game was, it almost doesn't matter what their comp was. They just let the scaling team win too strong early on, right? The fact that they had, like you mentioned, like that early, that was one of the plays of the tournament for sure.
Cool.
That was a mind read play. But yeah, the fact that we had an Nemo at level 15 at like 2 minutes and 30 seconds left is just not going to be a game that you probably can win.
89,000 damage, 15 knockouts. We were talking a lot about stats early yesterday before the event, and a lot of teams averaging about 25 to 30 knockouts per game, per team, by the way. Nemo at over half of those with that 15 KO scoreline. Leafeon looking fantastic in game number 2. I would be shocked if that was the last time we saw Nemo's Leafeon in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Nemo's Leafeon, like I said, basically almost every game they possibly can for like 2 years at this point. There's a reason why they first picked it, and it certainly makes a lot of sense. The Garchomp pick, though, that's another one that I would like to talk about, just because it's one that's more popular for this tournament than it has been for the past, I don't even know, a lot of tournaments. And that was looking really good as well. Tempo on that, being able to scale so quickly and just run over the entire team.
I love it. I think it was my pick for highest win rate here at the tournament. I think Garchomp is going to be doing extremely well, and so far the evidence has been supporting that theory. Helps when Tempo is behind the wheel, though, I think. I have been on the horse of Tempo being one of the best damage dealer players in the entire globe for quite some time now, and this Garchomp looking very, very good. I miss their Mimikyu as just a huge Mimikyu fan, but I'm sure the other teams aren't missing it as much. Now, we have to prepare you all. We have a very fun match coming up next for you. We got some real big fun teams playing for you. Some fan favorites is the word I was looking for, by the way. We got Hardly Nowhere versus Nouns coming up next. It's going to be awesome. Don't go anywhere. We're going to jump to a very short break. When we come back, more Pokemon Unite at NAIC.
NAIC 2025 and a Dynamax Machop popped up. I really want to battle it, but I've never beaten one at this difficulty, to be honest, and I'm kind of scared that I won't be able to do it myself. So I brought in my buddy Martine to coach me up, and maybe I'm going to be able to take this thing down. So let's actually walk on over to the Machop so we can battle it.
What? Wait. Oh, wait. No. Hold up. Hey, you want to play for a transfer again? We'll deal with that later. Listen, Steven, you don't need to go to the raid. We can actually do a remote right now.
Really?
Yeah, you need a remote raid pass and some max particles.
Okay, but wait, hold on. What do I need to battle this? Right now, I do have one Dynamax Pokemon. Is it strong enough? I believe I have a Charizard that I already have built up. Is this going to be good enough?
This is going to be very good. Let's take a look at the fast attack that your Pokemon has. It needs to be Air Slash because the Dynamax attack that you have is dependent on the fast attack. So now your Dynamax attack will be a flying attack, and that will be super effective on this Machop.
Okay, and do I need any other Pokemon on my squad, or will Charizard be able to solo this Machop?
I think that with the right strategies and dodges, we may be able to tackle with just the Charizard, but let's take a look at what else you got otherwise.
Okay, it might be slim pickings. I'm learning how to do Dynamax myself because I really enjoy it, but I don't have too much of the other options. How do I even search for it, Martine?
Type in Dynamax, and then
That's
all your
what I
Pokemon. Dynamax, but there's also Gigantamax. You can also type that in if you have some of those.
Okay, so I went for my lowest CP. That's not going to work. My highest CP. I got an Excadrill, actually, and I do have a Phalanx as well that's, like, not terrible. I got a Dubwool, too.
I think with those three Pokemon, you might be able to make it. Your three highest CP Pokemon there. Obviously, you'd like to have them higher CP or better attacks, but they'll be fine.
But I can do it solo.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let's just get onto it. Yeah, like you said, we can remote into it. So
Welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. Here we are live at NAIC, where we are dealing with the final stretch. Of course, out in the distance there, DoopsNax's world in Anaheim, California, home to the world's largest marble. But right now, we have more final stretch headed your way.
Yeah, we've got Nouns Esports trying to win their next match on stage here. And they need to win that thing to move on to day 2, where everybody kind of expects them to be. On the other side of the coin, I hardly know her. Having a rough time in the group stage, but it doesn't matter. They're here having fun, and they are on stage. Cast a representation, Husky and Steel Agent Kyle.
Yeah, you know, on their side of the corn, things are not looking too great when you're running into Nouns Esports.
Did you say corn?
I don't know about that. But I will say, if they took a game off of Nouns right here and stopped Nouns from moving to day 2, I mean, this would be a massive upset, and we've already seen Nouns have a rocky start.
I think Nouns might implode if they lose the game.
We're going to see some twit-longers.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
If they fell apart and came back together before, this might be the death knell for this squad. Okay, that being said, I hardly know her, does know how to play this game.
Absolutely.
And honestly, if Nouns Esports played like they did in Game 1 last time we saw them on stage, maybe they got a real chance here.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a very interesting matchup, right? So we're looking at the bans here. Suicune, not surprised. Hoopa. On the other side, Umbreon with a 3% ban representation this weekend. I'm actually kind of surprised to see it, but I'm thinking they just want to make sure that their Bliss assistance isn't stolen away by a Unite.
Sure, makes sense in that regard. Blaziken, of course, unsurprising ban there. Psyduck, great place to start. It's an amazing Pokemon that's been doing well all weekend long. And on the other side, I mean, a lot of bangers on I Hardly Know Her. We got Inteleon, we've got Blissey, Snorlax, a great defender here. And I like seeing Gatlu on Greedent because we're going to work. That thing just got buffed, by the way.
And here we go, Husky on the Meowscarada. You absolutely love to see it. Her signature Pokemon, I would say. A demon on the Pokemon. You've seen her on broadcast, so it's very cool to see her up on the big stage here. And I want to see what it's able to do here into Nouns. However, when you put Gatlu on Mean Greedent, I feel like this could be a real disaster for I Hardly Know Her.
Poor Steel Agent Kyle is going to have a squirrel chasing him down, spitting seeds into their back all day long. Might as well call him David.
Yeah, this is just going to be tough. And now we have Toon on Zeraora, a Pokemon that quickly jumped into the meta and then right back out of it. As fast as you could Volt Switch, this thing was in the meta and out of it. Massively dominant in the Speedster meta. Received not only sort of those Speedster nerfs that went across the board to every Speedster that got the defense or special defense penetration, but also received a round of nerfs just on the Pokemon itself, and I've seen it basically absent from competitive ever since.
Yeah, like I said, peaks and valleys. It seems to be like a flash in the pan almost. It's like the hottest thing moving, and then automatically just falls off as if that weekend did not exist. I'm looking at the team. I Hardly Know Her is put together. I love that Husky rounded out on that classic Meowscarada, as you mentioned, a Pokemon that I find to be synonymous with her specifically. However, that being said, not a lot of primo targets on the side of Nouns Esports, so that skill level is going to have to make up for that matchup disparity. Here we go.
Yeah, here we go. Nouns Esports, your purple team. I Hardly Know Her, your orange team. Nouns having a rocky start at the start of our broadcast here. We're going to have to see if I Hardly Know Her is also going to give them a run for their money. We're talking about the champions of EU right here into a team of known players, but a relatively unknown team. I mean, I Hardly Know Her.
And there
good night, everybody.
We did it. And
good day. Good night. We did it. And here comes Zoinks' show.
Literally anybody else is what we're being told. Please get anyone else. They're about to take Husky and Kyle off stage and switch us right back out.
Just switch them. We're taking a look at this Greedent in the top path. Nice secure. We've got the Sylveon evolving right here. But now we have the Zeraora coming in, looking for those KOs. We have Meowscarada, or I should say Florgato, coming right up the other way. You know, Florgato and Zeraora, both Pokemon that don't absolutely crush it after their first, pass through the central area there. They need more experience than that.
Yeah, I mean, but good cover. Nurse Gary getting to Sylveon quickly, actually outpacing their counterpart Gatlu there. Nice little surf getting separation. Husky is on the wrong side of the map here, and they're quickly dispatched of by Toon on that Zero Aura. However, the pressure continues on the other side. Nice surfs by Indy, which means Gatlu is going to be able to get out. Look at that! Little tip of the cap to the Cowboy.
Yeah, not too bad right here for I Hardly Know Her, even though they did lose their center in that top fight. Trying to stop Greedent from doing Greedent things, stealing both of the berries right there, and now running away from this using tackle. Really nice stuff. Gatlu, maybe the best Greedent player in the world. There are a handful of them, and when you are great on Greedent, you are a handful yourself. Gatlu, no exception.
Yeah, I need to add that to my repertoire just to say I'm maybe top by proxy, right? There's so few that you just kind of become the bottom of the barrel, but when there's like 5, you can say top 5 world. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what we need to do. We need to find those Pokemon. I'll take Duraludon. You can keep playing Sableye, I guess.
Perfect, let's run it. Tons of pressure being put on, and a quick Espeon knockout on Husky there. 2 more for Toon, and things are starting to snowball.
Yes, they are. This is kind of what you would expect in a match like this. Unfortunately for I Hardly Know Her, they really need to get the online level-wise with a few of their Pokemon. Meowscarada now at 7, which is going to be a big difference right here. But, of course, we have Zero Aura, I think, almost at 9 already, which is going to be very scary. And it looks like it is Wild Charge Zera. So it's going to be looking for some of those squishier targets like Inteleon and just, you know, basically pressing the delete button.
Nice heavy slam there by the Snorlax. Snipe Shot is online and is trying to find some targets, and there's a mass of bodies there that you could put him in. Bruv playing forward, getting a knockout on the tank counterpart on the other side. Here comes Gatlu getting in the mix. We've got Espeon Psyshocking its way to victory, and somehow Zero Aura found Meowscarada yet again in the top path.
Yeah, and here we go. It looks like Regice being chipped up by Nouns. They're just going to see if they can take this without much, you know, resistance from I Hardly Know Her. The Snipe Shot, too late, would have been body blocked anyway. Nouns, dominant control here in the bottom path. Zero Aura spent the entire time in the top path. They are now level 10.
Kyle needs to get his glasses on because those Snipe Shots are going wide like Zoinks when we played with him yesterday. Holy smokes. in Kyle's defense, Kyle's defense, he is performing better on Snipe Shot than Zoinks did.
Yeah, look, we don't need to get into how bad Zoinks' Inteleon was, okay?
You were visibly upset.
No, no,
yes,
no. I
were.
was very happy with that, with 0K Inteleon.
Again, in our defense, we were playing against the Juicers.
Yeah, you know what? We ran into the Orange Juicers, which didn't go too well for us right here. Here's the Wild Charge. Nice Unite move by Meowscarada right back the other way. Trying to make something happen. Zero Aura throws one back, picks up the KO.
A Desu with that stun and a beautiful follow-up by Toon, keeping the pressure on. And it looks like they're holding out to close this goal zone out with the best math possible. KO streak of 3 for Toon. And Nouns Esports, I think it's safe to say they need this as a confidence builder. And it looks like it's working.
Yeah, this is going great for them. But you know, it also might be one of those nice moments where you get to flex into some of the other strategies you were planning on bringing into this tournament. I know that they were very disappointed to not be able to play Galarian Rapidash this weekend. So this might be a good opportunity, like you said, build some confidence, but also test out some stuff that you're excited about, but you might not want to bring out against a top team.
Oh, Lapras Express coming in, and when they're driving through, UB and the ER putting them down is I Hardly Know Her. That goal zone is open because Reggie Alecki hits, and that means more points are going in. Close it out, plus 26.
Here we go, another big KO. 4 members of I Hardly Know Her running towards Nouns right now, seeing if they can punish them at all for this fight. Psyduck able to move away from this right here. The Snipe Shot's not landing, but those big-time critical hit autos are doing some damage here.
Nice bubble beam by Bruv to provide cover. Indy obviously playing on the wrong side of the map, and that's just to create spacing because I Hardly Know Her has to turtle up right now. They have to. But you can hear every single thing they achieve on the map is met by resounding roars from the crowd, and rightfully so, darn it, rightfully so.
I hope people at home, I hope we can pipe in the crowd noise somehow on some of these KOs, because that moment we had a huge pop-off in the crowd. I Hardly Know Her has a ton of fans out there that are excited to see them up on the big stage.
Look, you know, tip of the cap to Husky, who is a level 11 and keeping as close a pace as they can given the circumstance. 2 Nouns. Look at this, 5-person push. Here comes Bruv back the other way. Flower Trick is on top of them. Damage is getting rained in. It's a 5v3, and they get another knockout. Hardly Knower coming through, saying you're going to remember this name. Here we go. They're going to keep the pusher on. Heavy Slam doesn't work. We have the Espeon popping their Unite move, and they're pushing back for Nouns. And is this going to be enough to bully out I Hardly Knower? It looks like it's going to be way more than bullying them out. It's going to be bullying them down.
Yeah, and here we go, trying to pick up another KO. We have the Zera Aura looking to make something happen here. Unite move, trying to grab them. Snorlax not able to make it out. Zera running into a double team right there and having to peel back.
Now they're going to have to keep moving forward. I mean, honestly, just grabbing everything in the central area of I Hardly Knower. Why not? You're there. You're so huge and over-leveled, you might as well just take whatever you want. I Hardly Knower, is there a path for them back in this game as they're down by approximately 350 points?
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one. I mean, when you're this far behind, obviously, and we do have a Regieleki walking, when you're this far behind, you have to win Ray, and you have to have everyone score. So you have to find a phenomenal catch, right? If you're able to KO Zera Aura, its KO timer will be massive. You will probably be able to get one more in that fight. If you could do that and get Ray, there is a path to victory. But it's level 15, and it's not just a level 15 Zera Aura. It's Toon's level 15 Zera Aura, so I think this is going to be really hard.
It's going to be difficult. You know, you talk about you're going to have to almost do a full team wipe with every member of your side standing here. I mean, Bruv is the same level almost as Meowscarada. That bubble beam doing considerable damage and enough to push them out. Here we go. We've got about 15 seconds until Ray, which means I Hardly Knower needs to find a way, and they need to find a big one.
They found Gotlu right here. We're going to see if they can do anything with it, or if Gotlu's just going to be able to disrupt them. Meowscarada does not move in. Double team kind of distracts the Zera Aura a little bit. They're trying to push forward, but look at this wall created by Nouns.
I mean, Psyduck and Gatlu at half HP, forcing out the power nap from the Snorlax. Now on the backside, putting tons of pressure on. Gatlu, again, very low. We have the greeted Unite right into the middle. Good enough for 2 KOs. And finally, Steel Agent Kyle goes into Secret Agent mode, but they are sussed out quickly. No Moonraker laters at that agent right now. And Nouns Esports on Rayquaza.
There goes Nouns just ripping through Ray right here. An absolute dominant performance by one of the best in the game. It's about what you would expect when these two teams ran into each other. But I do think Nouns probably needs this, right? Not only to move forward into day 2, of course, but also to keep their confidence up after a really shaky start up on the big stage.
Yeah, I Hardly Knower here on vacation. Nouns Esports here on business, and they mean it right now. About a minute left, and that score line is getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah, I will say, I mean, here on business, but when they ask business or pleasure after a match like that, a little bit of both, you know?
Definitely a little bit of both. Now, okay, you got 55 seconds left. I think we know what the trajectory of this game is looking like.
Sure.
What can I Hardly Knower start considering for next game to try and really pull off maybe the upset of the tournament?
Yeah, it's going to be hard, right? I mean, they're going to have to see what they felt like actually was a difference maker in that match. Meowscarada, I think, is a great pick for Husky. I just don't know if they had a lot that they were really excited to play Meowscarada into on the other side. I love Meow, but I do feel like, similar to Dodrio, sometimes your speedster picks just look at the other side of the map and go, ugh, like, what do I even target here? Like, how do I even fight into this? And
no way.
Got him. They might need to play at more considerable range to deal with Nouns. We'll see. We'll see how they want to switch that up. Or maybe they don't. Maybe they want to play it again.
I mean, clearly Nouns trying to go for the beat them by 1,000 check mark. Let's see if they actually got there. It got real close. Real close.
Yeah. And, you know, you can tell I Hardly Knower is well aware of where they are at in this game. A team of good players running into the EU champs. This is a very tough putt. Steel Agent Kyle looking better than Zoinks by a factor of 1 million.
Yeah, holy smoke. Electric, get the kid out here. I mean, long story short, maybe this was a story we already knew the ending to, but I love the energy I Hardly Knower has on stage, excuse me. Clearly, like you said, understanding the same script and having a good time and using this opportunity to yuck it up. Listen, they're getting to play on stage. That's something you and I have never gotten to do.
In fact, they make sure we don't. It feels like they box us out every time we get near to that
They
stage.
prefer us cast than have us be on stage. That's how little they trust us with any sort of equipment out here.
As I went up there to just say hi to some of the teams, I was suplexed by a very large man.
His name's Rick. His name's Rick.
His name's Rick.
And he's really nice to everyone but us.
else. But for us, I swear, the second he sees me, he tries to, get me in a bear hug and throw me to
Just
the ground.
anyone but you type energy.
Very much with him. But you know what? It's very fair. And again, to give it up to I Hardly Know Her, I mean, this is one of those moments where being here at these live events, you get to enjoy it as much as you can. Some people are going to run into Nouns Esports. Some player at the start of their day is going to run into Wolfie out there, But you get to decide how you're going to show up to these. So I have to give it up to I Hardly Know Her. I really respect it. I love their energy. And, of course, the community loves them.
One of my favorite things to call out when you see a top-level team against a team that they are historically better than, you see that slow bro band come out more and more simply because a slow beam, a well-timed slow beam, doesn't matter how good you are, can lock you down and give the other team a chance. And that's exactly what Nouns Esports is thinking, is now we're maybe having a little fun.
I think now we're having a little fun, which, I mean, I'm very much here for it. It might be time to have the most fun possible. Umbreon, Sableye getting locked in on the side of I Hardly Know Her. We have Machamp for, I hope that's Hinder. I hope he's quarterbacking
support
right
Machamp.
now. Yes.
Support Machamp playing the quarterback. Tune on Comfey. We're in a different territory right now.
Yeah, we're on it. We're on another planet. It's time for it. He's going carry Comfey. He does not have the EXP share. He is looking to carry with Comfey. Solo queue players, avert your gaze.
Please do not. Please don't do any of this.
Yeah, we've got the Azu being locked in. Imagine this is the only competitive match people see, and they're like, no, I saw it. You special attack spec, slick spoon, Comfey.
Please don't will that into existence. Not right now. We have a hard enough time as it is. Hard enough time as it is. Steely Jakyle back on the Inteleon. I like it. Like you said, better than Zoinks by a factor of a million.
Yep.
Which is a good factor to be better.
Huge factor.
Huge factor. It's a million.
Next,
it's a million factor.
That's big. Next pick, we got the Pikachu for the side of Nouns. Final pick over to I Hardly Know Her. They're going with the Leafeon.
Is Nouns flying a little too close to the sun here?
Well, I mean,
their wax wings may melt with this composition.
Maybe. But more important than anything, I think this is going to be an exciting match.
I sure hope so. Husky locking in the Leafeon, as you mentioned. Some decent targets on the side of Nouns if they can close the gap on that Mew. Maybe get on top of a Desu there. That's quick work.
How is it possible Machamp has a 50% pick rate? Is that possible?
It is, because that's what the numbers say.
I know, but is there an extra 0 in there? That's got to be a 5% pick rate, right?
You know what I'm actually most surprised of is the 18% pick rate on Lucario.
That'd be higher.
I would have expected that to be higher. It got really good quality buffs, and a lot of these NA players have been in the Lucario camp for a long, long time, since the inception of the game. So seeing that only be 18% is a bit surprising. I would have liked to see that a little higher just for nostalgia's sake.
Leafeon, I feel like, has been getting a lot of play, more than I expected. I feel that Pokemon kind of goes in and out of being super relevant. Here we go. Everyone getting pumped to watch their teams up on the main stage. Of course, it's exciting to see Nouns, but I know I Hardly Know Her has a ton of fans out there as we head into our next game. Nouns Esports, your purple team. I Hardly Know Her, your orange team.
We've got Machamp, Mew top, and don't understate it, Machop carrying the light bulb this go-round.
Yeah, it's a strategy I've seen before. If you've watched Inder stream, you have watched the quarterback before, and it's very fun.
And we've got Toon on the Jungle Comfey. Don't forget about that. That is what we're doing today here in the final stretch at NAIC.
When you've already secured your spot to Worlds, you start getting to experiment with things that could be meta, like Jungle Comfey. You really start to have those moments, and that's what we're seeing from Nouns right here.
Could is doing a lot of work in that sentence for you right now.
A
ton of work.
It certainly could be.
Little pumpkin pop getting a stack in. So Bruv at least respecting what Lucario's trying to do in the early game here.
Yeah.
As they fade back, took quite a considerable amount of damage. And I'm looking for Steel Agent Kyle to get online with this Inteleon and really show Zoinks how it's done.
That is the level 5 there on Lucario, which is pretty scary for that bottom path with the bird spawning there. I'm guessing we've got extreme speed, but I'm not sure what Bruv likes to play most.
Why would we?
We wouldn't know.
We watched him for 4 years, never load in with Lucario, so we don't have a lot of pre-existing information on that particular selection.
We're seeing Gotlu as Mew. Mew is one of those Pokemon that feels like it's really, almost going down actually. Mew is one of those Pokemon that feels like it is going to have an amazing weekend, especially with some of the top players here.
Just Bruv on E-Speed Lucario, getting a KO on that Drizzile. E-Ball, not quite enough to take care of the Umbreon there. Pikachu, not going to go down quite yet. But Bruv getting a lot of stacks in level 7, and yeah, that's just where we're at.
You can see Machamp getting chased by the Sableye right there. There's the quarterback picking him up with a submission right into a Volt tackle. Pikachu, nice KO. Husky in some trouble, needing to run away from 3, and they cannot do it.
Now that Machoke is moving Usain Bolt style, going to go try and get some points in for themselves. 17 banger going in. Drizzile finally Pikachu on the Umbreon going to get in there. We've got a mean look on a Desu, but not enough damage in the tank to make that thing matter. Suplex City out here and at NAIC, and more points going in. I hardly know her, having hardly a good time.
Yeah, and we have the Jungle Comfey actually level 7 right now, so doing pretty good experience-wise, attaching to Machamp, which isn't too bad because they'll take all the experience with Machamp's EXP share.
And that's called design strategy. Flowery Fields Forever is in fact out as Toon hops on and hops off to get a couple A presses in, because that is a carry Comfey.
Look at this Azu, by the way, actually putting in some serious work. As they're heading towards this goal zone right here. Big time water pulse, catching the Lucario. Can anyone take advantage of it? No, they cannot.
Honestly, Pikachu maybe saving the entire team with that mean look on Bruv. As Toon and Bruv are hanging out there. Snipe Shot is there over the wall with the E-Speed, and of course the Comfey pickup is going to be good enough to dodge it. Snipe Shot still being wrung out here, but they're on top of Steel Agent Kyle quickly.
Yeah, taking down Kyle. We have Lucario just running through members of I Hardly Know Her. Azu trying to stay in this fight. Not able to do it. Regice getting very, very low. Secured by Comfey, of course.
And now what else are we doing but running towards the goal zone? And of course, still a Machoke. Surprised they haven't evolved yet, but of course they are carrying that experience here. KO Shiga 2 for the Ring of Flowers.
You know, I want to give a shout out right now to our Japanese co-stream, because if they're watching this, they must think that the West is terrible. I mean, they're like, what is this strategy right here? Carry Comfey? We don't need to worry about Nouns.
Don't judge us by our lows, judge us by our highs. Here we go. More points going in. Is Indy ever going to evolve into the 4-armed Manimal? We will find out. As that Snipe Shot hitting Gatlu, forcing out a Unite move. Okay, E-Ball in, flipping, kicking him around, and unfortunately Husky goes down.
Yeah, Gotlu now having to peel away from this. Umbreon pulling back. Nice little mean look right there, kind of setting up moments for decent snipe shots. But of course, Nouns in control right here. Jungle Comfey already level 10.
Okay, Bruv seeing that they've got an opportunity here. Nice Azu Unite move. Regieleki is going to leash. We're aqua tailing around. Come on, Nurse Gary. You got this, Nurse Gary.
Nurse Gary right
now.
Get it, Nurse Gary! Outplay Bruv.
Get it, Nurse Gary!
No, not able to make it happen. Quick cut down to just a Machamp Unite move right into our face, as we're going to see if Nouns can score before Regieleki walks. They do. This is going to push towards the top goal zone.
Absolute gobbledygook out here. Nouns Esports loading in like they're trying to have fun, not let anybody have fun out here on the Thea Sky Ruins playground. And now, okay, I hardly know her back. 2 players down for Nouns. Eat it.
Signs of life here, and this is what happens when your carry Comfey is off doing nothing in the bottom path. I know it needs its stacks. It's looking to carry its Jungle Comfey, but at the same time, your team needs you fighting with it at this point. Level 12, of course, on Comfey, which is a huge number. We're looking for someone on the other side to take down this massive carry.
Easy money. I hardly know that's what they needed. That's a spark of light. They know how their buttons work now. They understand what the game plan is. They're moving towards Regice. For some reason, we're watching this instead of the cool fight that's going on upstairs. Nurse Gary on the 1s and 2s. E-ball comes through. I'm casting off the picture-in-picture because I don't know why we're not up there. And of course I say that, and it's just gone.
Picture,
oh,
gone.
Day late, dollar short.
Gone. Secured there by a comfy.
We've the spectators on carry comfy energy right now. We're going to need to shape that up just a hair.
Ooh, nice snipe shot, but Champ's in some trouble right here. Going to have to peel back. Azu making its way in to get KO'd really quickly. Mew with a double KO.
Snipe shot goes wide. Pikachu rolling back. Chai Tea Leaf gets eviscerated. Poor Sableye. You hate to see it. I hate to see it. Crash landing on the pad is Husky making money moves. Gonna have to dart back. It's eaten up by a Volt Tackle. Snipe Shot actually chunks Gatlu. The Flowery Fields were down. We got Razor Leaf as well. We're gonna be able to get another KO. We're looking for one. Sableye gonna engage in the background. Chai Tea goes down. KO streak of 2 for the Mew. Finally, the 4-armed Manimal that is Machamp is in there as well with a KO. Okay, I hardly know. We're gonna need another one of those bounce back moves.
Yeah, we need a big moment from I Hardly Know Her. Now, they have some opportunities, but obviously on the side of Nouns, they have this really, difficult strategy to deal with, which is their strongest carry Pokemon, Comfey, able to hide behind some of their supports in some of these big fights.
I appreciate you trying to crack the encyclopedia of what we're watching here. Good on you. Ooh, okay, Sableye Unite, little late, tries to go for the Machamp. Reset here, doesn't quite get it. There's the Comfey to pick it up. Suplex on Nurse Gary. Nurse Gary goes down, gonna have to get treated by one of their compatriots in the Pokemon Center here, as now Pikachu is getting chased. Steel Agent Kyle able to get a snipe shot in, and a well-timed mean look to at least save them.
Yeah, and here we go. Regieleki being chipped up now by Nouns Esports. 18 seconds until Rayquaza. Sableye making a sneaky score happen in the bottom path. 337, 142, and I Hardly Know Her is mobilizing around Ray right now. They don't have incredible rip, but they're looking for something, a catch, anything that they can do to throw this in their favor, and they're going straight for Ray.
Full Ripskis, here we go. Rayquaza's getting down. Here comes I Hardly Know Her. Here comes Nouns Esports, right in the middle, secured by Nouns. Come on, don't do this to us, Nouns. Don't do it to us.
Nouns with the secure. Mew able to take that. Kyle in some trouble right there. The snipe shot does find its way, but the E-ball also picks up the KO. 519, 142. The Hundo Burgers and the 76 Burgers reigning in, as well as a 98 burger.
A lot of burgers.
A lot of burgers.
Looking like Jughead out here with all them burgers. Now, the question is, how many is Nouns Esports going to eat? And it looks like it's going to be a lot, because I Hardly Know Her keeps running out of base and looking to scrap.
And here we go, 7:15, 142. Nouns putting on a bit of a show here. I Hardly Know Her having some fun too. And you can see they're hyping up the crowd in this moment. It's not every day you get to play against a world champion at NAIC, and they're living for it. I love it.
Oh, especially on the big stage too. If you're going to be up there and you're put in this situation, have some fun with it, and they certainly did. I Hardly Know Her putting on a show. Despite the end result, I had a good time here.
I mean, yeah, I had a great time as well. I think it was fun. I'm glad I Hardly Know Her is here and getting to play. And you know what? Maybe for Nouns a little bit, I'm glad that they got a nice big fat W here.
Yeah, and it's fun to get a light-hearted one, like a less sweaty one.
We spin. Sending them back.
It's crazy. Nice confused right into the mean look. Please, one more knockout. I Hardly Know Her. Pick a target and everybody go in. We need one more knockout. Come on.
Bruv, what are you doing?
Stop. Stop.
Stop, bruv.
Come on.
It was so
friendly. Get in there, there's Gary. No,
Ender with the Unite. No,
not the full team.
Why'd you do it?
Second.
No.
Okay.
Don't do it to
All right,
him.
you know what? That's a win for I Hardly Know Her right there.
Yeah, they survived that onslaught.
Golly. Okay. Well, that was a match we watched.
That was a match we watched. No question about it. They're waiting for the score. No, I don't think it went
There was some statistic they were hoping to see on that final screen. What it is, maybe that's good for an interview question later on if we can catch somebody on I Hardly Know Her. Because I would like to know, because they're crossing their fingers hoping for some number to materialize.
Big wins there for Nouns. Obviously, after your showing earlier, it's good to have a match like this. But also, let's be fair to Nouns. I mean, it just shows the level that they do play at. They are phenomenal at this game. Stumbling earlier in the day and running into a really fun team to play. They just showed how well they could do even with playing something like Compe as a carry.
They did great. Again, like I said, they needed a win, obviously. Getting a win in this manner sometimes just helps calm everybody back down. Like, we're expected to win. We don't have to do much to be able to execute here. Have some fun with it.
Yeah.
Ham it up. Create moments. And look at the smiles on I Hardly Knowers' faces. I mean, they are eating it up, this experience and opportunity. And ultimately, I think that's what NAIC is about, is just forming phenomenal Pokemon memories.
Yeah, of course, right? I mean, these events are some of the absolute best things that we get to do. Getting the entire community together to see each other, to play, it's incredible. And I think I Hardly Know Her really showed that.
Yeah, and here they're about to get 2 KOs. Big teamwork right there. You love to see it after the Inteleon Unite move, of course, and a misengage by the Pikachu on the side of the Scrubs, Nouns Esports.
There we have Bruv. Player of the game with 16 knockouts. I would say monster of the game, because I do really feel like Bruv was a huge reason that dance party ended near the end of the game. I think.
Does Bruv have an alternate account where he only spams Lucario?
I'm sure. I'm sure he has a gold badge Lucario account that he doesn't tell anyone about. He plays in the middle of the night.
You know what? I also think Zoinks has a gold badge Inteleon account, but it's only liquidation.
Oh,
yeah,
that would make a lot of sense.
And he didn't want to give away the game when we were playing with him, so he's like on his standard account and was just like, I'll do Snipe Shot, even though that's not really my thing. I'm actually a liquidation gamer.
You know, that's so smart, because no one will ever say like, oh, I saw Zoinks and a good Inteleon in the same place at the same time.
Correct.
So no one would ever expect that something like that would happen. Well, that was a really fun match to watch. Obviously, we got the outcome we expected.
Yeah.
But it was really cool to see a match like that, because I do feel like it really highlights what an amazing community we have in Unite.
Oh, yeah.
That you got to see some casters that you probably love play against the team that you know. And we've got an interview up on the big stage. So let's send it up there right now.
All right, we are here on stage with Gatlu from Nouns Esports. Make some noise for Nouns. Clearly, Gatlu, you are in deep enemy territory. Lots of fans out there for I Hardly Know Her. Luminosity went on over to EUIC to win that international. What does it mean for Nouns to win NAIC at the final stretch?
It would mean a lot to us, because obviously we haven't won a LAN event yet. So we are looking forward to playing NIC, but also win our first LAN event this season.
A long summer for Anaheim coming on up. What are some plans for Nouns Esports in the coming months to prepare for Anaheim?
We're actually looking forward to a bootcamp in the Asia region. And if we win NIC, we're going to use that money to have a nice bootcamp.
Bootcamp in Asia, that sounds fantastic. And of course, I do have to ask one thing, because I love to play Decidueye, and there's one team that loves to play Decidueye. What is the mindset behind picking Decidueye as your final pick for Toon?
I think that Decidueye is a really good Pokemon, and when you have the new item, obviously you need to get 20 stacks, but if you get to the 20 stacks with the item and Decidueye, it's going to do a ton of damage. And the theory is just like front to back, like typical mage composition. Instead of the Solar Beam Venusaur, who was really popular, you just play the Decidueye.
Thank you so much, Gatlu. And again, you guys are coming from way across the pond. I'm sure there is a lot of people at home supporting you guys from the EU region. Is there one thing you want to say to the EU region? What would that be?
That we're going to win an IC for you.
You heard it here from Gatlu, everybody. We're going to be throwing it back to the booth. Gatlu, you are confirmed for day number 2. Congratulations once again. Dreamax Esports, it's all yours.
Welcome back, everybody. Here we are. Really exciting matchup. Good to hear from Gatlu. I do think Nouns needed kind of a rebound moment like that. Bring them right back into this. They're, of course, in the conversation as one of the best teams here. But there's some amazing teams at the final stretch. This event is stacked with talent.
It absolutely is. A lot of teams that are very hungry to get that last world spot representation from the West. Of course, you know, you can think Dreamax Esports. You can think Daybreak out here trying to make a miraculous run. But straight ahead of us, we've got Ignorance and Temporary Moniker. It should be on your screen right here. And this is when you and I go to a break where we do nothing but heckle and hassle the other casters and try and make us look better by having them stumble and fall. Break time.
That's right, baby. Break time.
Break time.
Ah yes, there you all are, just as I left you and definitely not posed. Hello, NAIC. I hope you've been having an incredible weekend so far. I'm Brian David Gilbert, longtime Pokemon fan, Poké Rap enthusiast, and believe it or not, the host of the very first official Pokemon game show. Today, I'm so excited to share with you all some details about the Gotta Catch 'Em All game show, like how the game is played, and also how you can get involved in the chaos from home. The team has been working so hard behind the scenes to make something unique and fun, and we really hope you come check it out. All right, roll the clip. The Gotta Catch 'Em All game show is a multiple choice trivia quiz with a twist. Each question has a Pokemon attached to it. To win the game, you need to have all 4 of these victory Pokemon in your collection at the same time. Bulbasaur, Charmander, Squirtle, and of course Pikachu. The Pokemon you collect in the quiz each have a one-time effect, which can be broken into 4 categories. There are supportive Pokemon, which have positive effects that help you shape the game, and there are disruptive Pokemon, which bring a bunch of negative effects that aggravate your opponents. Both groups only require a single copy of a certain Pokemon in your collection to use its effect. Then we have Victory Pokemon, the main win condition of the game, with effects so powerful that they require 2 of the same Pokemon in your collection to use them. And finally, Magikarp, which does nothing, actually? That can't be right. Maybe we should try collecting as many as we can to see what happens. Once an effect has been activated, it can't be used again, but the Pokemon remains in your collection until you reach a maximum of 6. From there, you can choose to swap new Pokemon in to get access to more one-time effects. Each question will have one of these Pokemon attached to it, and players will have to quickly buzz in to answer and catch that Pokemon. If the first buzz gets it wrong, the other 2 can buzz again. If no one gets the question right, we move on, and the Pokemon returns to the tall grass. And the fun isn't just in the studio. You can play along at home live on Twitch. Answer our questions and get ready to make your mark. You'll have chances to vote on key moments and even help us with some sneaky secrets that could completely shake up the game. Got all that? No? Well, the best way to learn is to do. So join us live on Twitch on the 27th of June and find out more.
Welcome on back, Pokemon Unite trainers, to the North American International Championships, where we are bringing you the broadcast of the final stretch. It has been an absolute pleasure casting today. My name is Drake Usan, Kellosaurus, my co-caster for the weekend. And Kello, we are getting to the end of our day number 1. I would say not too many surprises, but this upcoming game is going to be quite a highly intense Pokemon Unite set.
Yes, we are definitely surfing throughout today, and I think we are about to land ourselves a big crash on shore because, as you mentioned, a big matchup coming on forth. This is going to be a qualifying match between these 2 teams.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at our bracket and how we got here. Again, we're going to be taking a look at Group D. I believe Orange Juices has already moved on. They're directing our attention to the bottom right-hand corner there. Orange Juicers moving on to 0. The game we're going to be looking at, Ignorance, Temporary Moniker. Winner of this moves to day 2. This is for all of the marbles, Kello.
The big marbles.
Yeah.
Right? The thing is, they want a step closer towards seeing the biggest marble in the world. So you've got to gather all of those little marbles. But so far, they have both been defeated by Rapid Spinners and been defeated by Orange Juices. But so far in Group E, we have Dreamax Esports T3, top of the groups there. 2-0 for both of them, along with Group F with Stamina Esports and Daybreak. So that is going to be a match coming on later on in the broadcast. But first, we have to set sights. Temporary Moniker up against Ignorance. We did get to watch that Ignorance game a little bit earlier against Orange Juices. Yes, they ended up losing, so I'm excited to see how Temporary Moniker fare up against them.
Yeah, Kello, these 2 teams are very, very interesting in the roster that they have. They're kind of a combination of 2 separate teams. Temporary Moniker on our orange side, or actually no, we're going to split those names in just a second here. Temporary Moniker is on our purple side. This is a combination of 2 teams. It was the formal brand head of Temporary Moniker, but also grabbing a couple of members of Prime. They were also known as Dark Aura a couple of years ago. And then on the side of Ignorance, very similar, the formal team of Ignorance now picking up Rush Hour teammates of Colin, Tang, and Neon.
Yeah, and we can see that the bans have been locked on. Sableye ban this time with that 13% ban rate, along with the Blissey for Ignorance. Blaziken and Absol are the choice of bans for Temporary Moniker. Otherwise, first pick Talonflame? That is definitely an interesting choice there, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I think, I don't know, Temporary Moniker might be a little bit late on the metagame shifts. I know the damage penetration buff is no longer applied to any of the speedsters inside Pokemon Unite, and Talonflame has not seen a first pick, I believe, since then, Kello.
No, definitely not for a while, but we have seen it pop up here and there. But Snorlax and Mewtwo are going to be on the opposite side for Ignorance, and well, Psyduck's coming out to play along with Suicune. Suicune has just been so disruptive today. So, I mean, locking in both of these disruptors, that's actually looking like a pretty decent draft for Temporary Monica.
Yeah, this looks like an incredible draft for them. These are the two most, I would say, annoying Pokemon to go up against in that mid to short range. So for at least this Aegislash, I hope they like not moving very much because they're going to be needing that full heal. And full heal has quite a high cooldown for that battle item that Aegislash has. You can only use it one, I believe, every 75 seconds or so. I may be incorrect on that one, but yeah, we're going to see Get Yoshi locking in one of their aces. He is an attack damage carry player, an ADC player, loves to play Decidueye, loves to play Greninja. I'm excited to see this Pokemon come to play.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Ho-Oh out on the field. This is a defender we don't see very often, but the rekindling flame, the ability to bring your allies back when they are knocked out can be such a game changer. But over on the other side, rounding it off, we have another speedster to go and match that Talonflame. It's going to be Leafeon. Leafeon definitely boosts a better early game than a Talonflame, I would say.
Yeah, exactly. Evolutions, I think it was Jake that was talking about it earlier. They have that ability to, they evolve at level 4, and so they have an early game scaling, I guess, pattern in their leveling. And Pokemon like Leafeon and Espeon, they get online relatively early. And these Pokemon, you know, they're very strong in the early game, but they tend to slow down into the mid and late game. When you take a look at Temporary Moniker's team, they kind of struggle in the early game, but they excel in the late game. So expect this Talonflame to make a huge impact once it hits level 7, and then this Greninja starts to scale once it hits level 7 as well. Unite move at level 9, faster auto attack speed at level 11, and then to the moon at 13.
I suppose that's the tricky thing. Would you rather have a better early game or a better late game? If you have that early game, you can hold that lead and shut down Greninja and Talonflame from gaining those levels, especially during those first objectives. Otherwise, once again, folks, this is going to be a qualifying match between these two teams. Whoever wins this set is going to make it through to day 2 of the North America International Championship. But here we go, Temporary Monica on the purple side, Ignorance on the orange.
For all of the marbles, baby. Top path, Colin Tang. Not Brave Bird Talonflame, but Leafeon. Again, level 4 Leafeon, expect that Pokemon to start to take over the game in the early game. Actually, interested to see why they put this Leafeon in the top path, Espeon in the central area. And you can see, very similar to Leafeon, you can rotate early with this Espeon to the top path that they're seeing here.
Yeah, definitely an interesting choice, potentially just so they get that stun if they have gone with that Psy Shock move, which, there we go, it is just demonstrated there. It does pack quite a punch and chipped away a lot of damage. Moving on 4.
Oh, they may be cute, but these evolutions definitely pack a punch and get Yoshi in the early game. Really going to struggle with just this Froakie, but here comes Boyo, able to get an early knockout on that Mewtwo.
Yeah, massive knockout there. It's only the evolutions left remaining up in the top path as we wait for these birds to spawn. There's still only a Froakie on the side of Temporary Monica, so they definitely want to try land themselves a KO or some of this experience. Otherwise, Boyo on quite low HP has Tang on their tail, but able to weave their way out.
Wow, nice eject button into the flame charge to get away here. They're trying to find them, and there it is, flying all the way home, able to escape the clutches of Ignorance, and Temporary Monica looking good in this early game.
Down in that bottom half, we have Ho-Oh still at that level 4 mark, so hasn't got that second movement just yet. As we can see, Ignorance have decided to abandon that bottom path, leaving Neon on the Espeon down here all alone.
Struggling to get to their second tier evolution is Get Yoshi, just now ticking into level 5. Missing out on that confirmation there. Again, in that tall grass, you cannot see wild Pokemon, you cannot see enemy Pokemon unless you stand in that tall grass. And a fight breaking out here in the central area. Both birds have been sent to the nest as the Fletchinder and now the Ho-Oh and the Frogadier looking at the inside of their Pokeball.
But the action isn't going to stop here as we have both of them pushing this bottom path. Looks like they're going to back on up, considering they don't have that Snorlax there with them to tank that damage.
Yeah, fairly tame early game for either team. Protein Shake going back into their central to grab one blue buff, get that third tier, stage 3 evolution. Galadite Wither in this bottom path going up against the other team's attacker, but a huge engagement in the top path going on right now. 2 front tiers of battle, 2v2 in the bot lane, 3-on-3 in the top.
10 seconds left to go until both of these objectives spawn in the bottom and the top path. It's currently split between the members so far, but 2v2 here, whether they're going to prioritize any of these objectives, we'll have to wait and see.
Talonflame online at level 8. 1 level before that Unite move available to them. Scribblenaught level 7. One of the best support attackers in the game right now. Mewtwo very handily, especially when they're able to lock in with that side strike. But the Talonflame going to take to the skies. Emerald 2-step is going to tap dance on the forehead of this Talonflame. And a win for Ignorance in the top lane and the bottom lane.
Yeah, securing themselves a Regirock is going to increase those defenses and special defenses for Ignorance as they're pushing on forth towards this bottom path. Ho-Oh is needing to back away, waiting for the cooldown. But look at this, 40 points from Neon is going to go freely in.
Oh, Kello, they're going to lose Galadite, and as best as they can, Wither trying to hold on to their goal zone. 30 points, followed by another 40, another 30 from the Aegislash, and they have blown this lead wide open. 100 points ahead is Ignorance.
100 points exactly, 30 to 130. Otherwise, we can see season 2025 recap. Ignorance has a 26-21 win-loss, and Temporary Harmonica has a 22-29 win-loss.
Yeah, very close, and both of these teams' win rate percentage, one on a little bit on the positive side, one a little bit on the negative side, but doesn't matter today. It all matters in this very one set to move on to day number 2, Kello.
Do sit there and put all your eggs in one basket, but it looks like they're going to have to put all the eggs, all the marbles into this basket to go and secure this Regieleki for themselves. Boyo isn't going to worry about that. Instead, going to dunk in their points of their own as this goal is left on 18 points. Looks like stacks happening on either side here.
Yeah, Talonflame going for some scores. I love this play from Ignorance. Going to continue to get value elsewhere on the map. They're going to break the tier 1, but also leave this tier 2 goal zone fragmented. Cooking right now, Soup Chef and Ignorance over to almost 200 points. And here comes the airstrike coming in from Ignorance, trying to take their lead to new levels here, but Temporary Moniker for the defend.
Yeah, they ended up getting shut down, picking themselves up 2 KOs for Wither there, catching up in levels, but we already have 3 level 11s on the side of Ignorance. Only 1 level 11 being the Suicune on the side of Temporary Monica so far.
Yeah. As we head into the later stages of the game, Pokemon to watch again, that Ho-Oh able to bring back their allies with that Rekindling Flame Unite move. The Resurrection Unite move can be so powerful, especially when you're on the losing side of these team fights, which in my opinion, Temporary Moniker has been.
Yeah, but we have a lot of comeback indeedies on the side of Temporary Monica, so there is a chance to catch up in levels here, but Ignorance, they're trying to shut them down, control this area, but this might end up costing them as we have Mewtwo getting knocked on out.
Oh, here comes Temporary Moniker for the fast break, but they run directly into a trap. There is that Rekindling Flame Unite move to bring back Get Yoshi on their Greninja at 50 to 60% HP. Here's the White Guard to try to stay alive as best as they can. Protein Shake takes a couple, and a KO streak of 3 for Ignorance.
That is massive, and look at this side arc getting cornered by 4 members. Now we do have both of those birds respawning, but Ignorance, they're looking to try and soak up whatever wild Pokemon is left on the field. Mind you, it isn't a lot looking at those yellow dots.
Yeah, that is one of the downsides for Ho-Oh. You knock them down once in your first bowls of the pins, and then Ho-Oh brings them back up once again to get a bunch more knockouts for Ignorance. We head to the final minute before the final stretch, an over 200-point lead. Another objective going to bounce to the tier 2 goal zone. And this is starting to get out of hand. But taking a look at these levels, not too bad for Temporary Moniker. Still waiting on level 13 for Greninja. They should be able to stop this Regieleki. But the Pokemon that I'm watching the most is going to be that Leafeon on the side of Ignorance. Landing that Emerald 2-step Unite move onto most of the Pokemon at Temporary Moniker will send them immediately back to the Pokemon Center.
They're definitely going to have to pick the perfect timing, especially when they are going into a Psyduck and a Suicune. They do not want to get caught on out, but as you mentioned, in terms of levels, Ignorance definitely have that advantage there, and same with points, 74 to 291, 25 seconds left to go until the final stretch.
Fight breaking out here in the central area early, getting some chip damage onto the Snorlax. Scribblenaught on the Mewtwo Y. Another Pokemon to watch as well. Take a look at that rocket ship. I didn't know there were rocket ships on Thea Sky Ruins. Going to recover back to full as they are starting to pivot up to the top path. 5 seconds before the final stretch, and the fight is already starting to brew.
And here comes Rayquaza straight onto the field as we have members battling it out towards that top side. They are just going to break away as we can see Brotein trying to ambush them from the backside, but no, it looks like they're going to retreat.
Yeah, get Yoshi. It's going to use down on that D-pad, make it way back home and back onto the battlefield. I think they do have vision that the Leafeon is somewhere underneath them. Again, this is now a situation where Temporary Moniker needs this Rayquaza, and they have all the tools to do it. They have a good Ripper, they have a good Secure, they have some pretty impactful Unite moves, and the fight's starting to unfold here with a Power Nap from the Snorlax. As it continues to unfold, Temporary Moniker is being pushed back into their central area, trying to burst the battlefield as the Water Shuriken burst, but unfortunately Greninja cannot stay on the field enough. Here comes the infinite Ice Sparks, but the only ones going infinite is Ignorance.
Oh my gosh, we have the Suicune just living on a HP and a dream, but they eventually end up getting taken on down. And now Psyduck is left to try and fend for themselves, but unfortunately it's just too much. Ignorance do have the lead here, so they need to focus on this Rayquaza just at keeping Temporary Moniker at bay.
50 points coming in from the tower. Actually, no, he's recalling back to main base. I apologize here again. Temporary Moniker, 40 seconds on the clock. They need to fully invest in a strategy here. Get Yoshi, only supported by Galadite, is going to find a blocking Snorlax fly. Talonflame starting the battle here onto Rayquaza. 30 seconds remaining, but take a look at Get Yoshi being collapsed upon by Soup Chef and the Leafeon, and that's their attack damage carry off of the battlefield, and this is going to be a Game 1 win for Ignorance.
Yeah, that is the second time the Horror ended up getting taken down without utilizing their Unite move. 10 seconds left to go. 3 members of Temporary Moniker, 4 members, 5 members, that's a team wipe. And Ignorance have locked in the first game.
Make some noise for Ignorance out there in the crowd as they are taking game number 1. They are 1 game away to moving on to day number 2. Just to remind us, both of these two teams respectively losing to the Orange Juicers, winning a game, winning their set against the Rapid Spinners. All the marbles, even the biggest one, maybe not the biggest one.
I don't know if you can fit that one in your pocket.
In this next game, but let's go ahead and take a look at the replays here. I thought they had some life here. Halfway through the game, they had a fast break and early KO onto the Mewtwo Y, but a huge ambush by the Aegislash. Again, you can rekindle, you can revive your team, but I mean, you're kind of just putting up the bowling pins once again for Aegislash to knock them down.
I did pose the question at the beginning, what is better? Do you want to have a good early game and shut down that late game? And I think that's really what Ignorance demonstrated here, keeping top level, top points throughout that match, where it came down to that final stretch. That Rayquaza didn't even matter to them. They just needed to win that team fight, take down that Ho-Oh, not once, not twice, and prevent them from using their Unite move. So great call from Ignorance there.
Going back to the discussion of draft on the side of Ignorance, right? You're talking about Pokemon that do really well in the early game, like this Leafeon, but Pokemon like Leafeon and Sylveon and Espeon that get that early level 4 evolution, it really makes up for the deficit of other members on their team that need a lot of EXP. I'm looking at the Aegislash specifically. Doesn't do very well from levels 1 to level 4, gets that evolution at level 5, and then gets that shield at level 7. Right, that Pokemon needs a lot of experience, whereas these two Pokemon, they can make way, make room, impact the early game where the Aegislash cannot.
I think one benefit of that Leafeon that we saw as well is it just pops Unite move after Unite move, and that Emerald 2-step can be so impactful to go and do that AoE damage when those team fights break on out. Otherwise, folks, we are heading on into our second pick ban phase. Ignorance are now on the purple side, Temporary Moniker on the orange side, Sableye and Blissey have been locked out, along with Talonflame this time, paired up with Inteleon for temporary Monica.
Yeah, going to ban out that Talonflame. You can see right underneath the icons, you can see their ban percentage throughout today. 61% is a pretty staggering number, but of course you see Blissey on the other end of the receiving end of those bans. Absol, first pick, temporary moniker. They picked Talonflame first pick, and now Ignorance is going to try their hand at a Speedster first.
Yeah, really interesting to see these Speedster picks come on out so early over, say, those defenders and supporters that we likely see, but Mewtwo being picked up once again, and Aegis slash Suicune is still available for Ignorance if they want to lock it in.
Yeah, I love this response. I feel like Mewtwo, especially with Psystrike, does really well into Speedsters. We saw the relationship between Psystrike and the Talonflame's Fly. You're able to cleanse that, but you can't really do that very much with this Absol. They maybe need to go into their Unite move to maybe stop a Psystrike coming in, but I love the Mewtwo adaptation.
Yeah, it does have that unstoppable with that Psystrike, as you mentioned, and the global Unite move to try and get those stuns. Otherwise, we do have Lapras and Hooper being locked in as their supporter and defender choice for temporary Monica. Do have those experience shares, so we're not seeing an experience share Mewtwo this time.
It's going to be attack damage carry, most likely in the bottom path. I mean, potentially in the central area. I know there was a period of time where Mewtwo Y kind of ruled the jungle, ruled the central area. That was a bit of time ago. We're going to be rounding out our roster with Metagross, Espeon on the side of Ignorance. Let's take a look at what temporary moniker is for their 10th.
We did see Neon play a really great early game, having that central area, getting that level 4, and going and ambushing that top path earlier on. I feel like there's a bit of a color scheme happening here with Ignorance. There's a lot of blue Pokemon, and even though Espeon is purple, it does have blue ears.
It does have blue ears. I was told by production that if every single player picks a Pokemon that is the same color, there is a 10% damage boost for the entire game.
Whoa, I don't know about that.
Oh, that's not correct?
I have to pray for some confirmation, but I didn't tell that secret. Otherwise, rounding off temporary monikers, Drafty is going to be this Blaziken. I believe one of us casters ended up having this as the most encounter rate earlier on in the day, so is running that attack weight, Razor Claw, and weakness policy, so earlier on Boyo is going to have to pack those stacks.
Yeah, Blaziken is an incredible Pokemon right now in the metagame of Pokemon Unite. It's a very all-rounder heavy metagame as it was in the past few months, and Blaziken most recently got buffed, I believe in the most recent balance patch, or maybe 2 balance patches ago, so higher shielding whenever you get that stance change Unite move. And when you have a Hoopa right next to you, really any supporter right next to a Blaziken, sometimes this Pokemon, if they get levels ahead, it can be a very difficult Pokemon to take down, even if it doesn't have a traditional Unite move.
Yeah, one thing is going to be that trusty secure with that overheat when it comes down to those objectives. But one thing I am curious to see is this very melee base, so how this Metagross is going to fare up. Otherwise, folks, this could be the final match for Ignorance and temporary Monica. If Ignorance are able to take this one, they continue through to day 2 of the North America International Championship. They are on the purple side, temporary Monica on the orange.
This also might be the final game for temporary moniker in backs against the wall. Winner of this will be moving forward. Loser of this set will be going on home. Top lane, we've got Colin Tang on the Metagross. Other side, Boyo on that Blaziken. Scribblenaught going in for a 1v2. Trying to get a score off here to get a little bit of healing as a retreat on back tackle into the Torchic. Fortunately not able to make it to that Citrus Berry to get some more healing.
No, but it's all just a distraction to try and get Colin Tang all of this experience for free, but not if Seabub has something to say about it. They have selected that trick movement this time around instead of the hyperspace hole, so going and giving that speed boost and shield for the team, for one ally.
Protein Shake rotating up to the top path. It is a double get Yoshi on the Asia Slash 3v3, 4v3 in the top path. And it looks like temporary moniker is showing some life here, but unfortunately, get Yoshi biting too far forward, getting knocked out. But jungler for jungler, it's looking pretty good.
Yeah, otherwise just a matter of retreating, trying to get this Blaziken on the line. Well, at first, Combuskin, one thing that has reached the halfway mark is going to be this Metang at level 5.
Yeah, unfortunately, Boyo is desperately running around as a little chicken trying to find any form of EXP, but there is a very large Snorlax and a very large Steel-type Pokemon that's here to prevent them from getting that evolution, and Boyo trying to find any sort of hope here in a secure, but cannot get it away from Ignorance.
Oh, and one thing just to go and shut that down is level 7. Absol takes out the Hooper. The chick ends up left standing as we do have a bit of a squabble in that central area for the birds. And Altaria, well, they're just left there to chill.
Yeah, the Altaria still in the central area. I think the Absol's going to clean that one up as they make their way down to the bottom path. Finally, we do get a Combuskin online. You can see on the minimap, but a fight starting to brew here in the central area. Pursuit Absol finds their way onto the Mewtwo Y as they retreat back to their goal zone, and we're at a stalemate down here.
A stalemate for now as we wait for those 720 birds to spawn on up. Mewtwo Y is going to log on to Soup Chef, but it isn't going to chunk away a lot of damage. Here come the birds, and here come the Engagers and the Freezes.
Oh my god, here comes the Aegislash trying to go in deep, but again, there's so much crowd control, so many hindrances on the side of Ignorance. You gotta deal with the Suicune, you have to deal with the Snorlax, and you have an Espeon in the backline dancing around with that stored power. It's gonna be very difficult for Temporary Moniker to find that range. This Espeon might take over the game if Temporary Moniker can't get to them.
Regirock is getting shredded on down. Espeon is the one to lock it in for Ignorance. And now the push is on with this defense and special defense buff. Question is, can they bake through 3 of these members of Temporary Moniker?
Oh, the siege is on as well, 17 points. I don't know if they have enough points to break this. A full pocket for Neon, 17 points here. They're going to do some perfect math, bring this down to 1, and set that up for a perfect overcap.
Yeah, they can go back for that one later. Up in that top half, we can see Metagross has secured that Reggie Alecki. Tier 1 has been broken, so it is going to be marching its way down to Tier 2. But 3 members of Temporary Moniker are still down here. Hooper has decided to retreat back to home base and help the top half.
The Metagross, Snorlax maybe pushing in that Reggie Alecki. As you can see the picture-in-picture on the right side of your screen. They do have that block. They are going to run through the speed flux zone and a good defense on the side of Temporary Moniker, but the fight's starting to bleed out into the central area. Here's the Midnight Slash, finding the neck of 2 Pokemon, and Absol starting to take over the game. The Pokemon of disaster is starting to be a disastrous moment here for Temporary Moniker.
Yeah, they got the KOs, and now they're just going to get some dunces. The rest of the members are going to battle and out. Boyo ended up failing their overheat, not able to land the secure onto Soup Chef, and they end up getting knocked out, leaving Scribblenaught left fending for themselves. But that Snorlax, it's got a hefty HP pool, so it's able to make it on out and not give any KOs to Temporary Moniker just yet.
Fontaine, nice KO there with the Compute and Crush. If you're only able to scan 1 Pokemon, it leads into the Pokemon with the least amount of HP getting that 1v1 knockout. Huge for this Metagross. Again, a Pokemon struggles in the early game, but once you get all of 4 of your appendages, you get that Unite move, you can really start to take over the game, and this is where Ignorance will start to excel if they haven't already.
Feel like this fight has been going on in this section for the longest time. Ignorance have gone back for more. Another Midnight Slash as the Y-Guard's trying to get Yoshi up, but it just isn't enough. Lapras Express is going to pop on out, get the stun onto Scribblenaught, but that block is able to give him some shielding. More freezes are coming out from Soup Chef once again.
All right, here comes Temporary Moniker. They are trying to defend their central area. Ignorance has definitely overstayed their welcome. They are trading a lot of Pokemon, but take a look at this Metagross, Kello. Very bulky. Look at the shielding from that Gyro Ball. It's going on a tear right now, potentially a full Team White, and the Hoopa forced to evacuate. Future Sight from the Espeon will get that confirmation, but Ignorance, level 12 on this Metagross is going to be a terror to deal with.
2 minutes left until the final stretch. Ignorance have the lead, 213 to 47. Control of the map like we have seen with both of those Tier 1 pads depleted for Temporary Moniker, and both of them still available for Ignorance. Another objective up in the top path is going to get shredded on down by Absol, and looks like no one here is going to try and contend it.
dig deep, temporary moniker, 4 minutes remaining, and your tournament life may be on the line. You're staring down a Reggie Alecki and the rest of Ignorance as they move on down. Here comes the Midnight Slash once again, is gonna blow the door wide open. They get another 50 in the bottom path as well, and this lead skyrockets even more. 384 to 87, basically a 300-point lead, 3 minutes in the game.
With all of those KOs from that Absol, they have skyrocketed to level 14. That is definitely going to be have to be a target that Temporary Monica have to try and focus on, but it's just so hard to try and break through the defenses of Snorlax, Metagross, and even the stuns from Suicune.
Have quite a bit of stuns on the side of Temporary Moniker as well in the late game. Talking about that Lapras Express Unite wave. And it's Cyburn from the Mewtwo Y. They really need to use their Unite moves in tandem to make even a dent on Ignorance. I mean, you're looking down not only elimination, you're looking down a team that's about to secure a Reggie Steal in the bottom path, Kello.
As if things weren't looking dire enough, having an attack and a special attack buff going into the final stretch is going to be so nasty. Otherwise, the fight is going to halfway break out as Boyo is left trying to flee with a quarter HP along with the Lapras. Lapras use their Unite move.
All right, Kello, they got to do something here. Here comes the wave. It finds nobody, and the tide is receding for Temporary Moniker. That is a very impactful Unite move. They don't really have a Unite move for the Blaziken as well. It's just the stance change Unite move. So really, one of their most impactful Unite moves is nowhere to be found in this game.
They still have this Hooper Unite move, which can go into that Unbound form and get a few stuns. But Ignorance, they do not have to push on forth. They just have to defend. You can see Temporary Monica make an attempt at pushing towards his T1 pad, but it is going to be a failure as they're looking at retreating, maybe just a distraction to draw some members away.
Fine Colin Tang in the Pixel Bush right here. Here comes the Midnight Slash once again, finds the Blaziken first to fall there. Next to fall is the Lapras, and Temporary Moniker is staring down defeat and the end of their tournament. And Ignorance, all smiles across all 5 members, will be moving on to day number 2.
Oh my goodness, team wipe on the side of Temporary Monica, which means Ignorance are able to shred up that Rayquaza, even though they didn't need it, but that's going to take away their win condition. Members from Temporary Monica are going to jump, try to break these shields, but to no effect.
Valiant effort by Temporary Moniker, just a lead they could not surmount. Ignorance put together in the first 8 minutes of the game, basically had a level 15, level 14 Absol in the late game, finding the first knockout on that Blaziken, and all the dominoes fell very quickly after that.
We did have a 1,000 game earlier on off broadcast from Peru. Can Ignorance make another quadruple digit game here with scores at 900 so far?
Possibly. They're KOing them past the shield of their central area. Absol finally goes down. A very long KO timer, I believe 40 seconds here. Compute and Crush gonna set up the Mausoleum one more time, and Ignorance will be moving on to day 2. They have survived the group stage. It is single elimination time for them.
Oh, that is super duper exciting for them, coming this far in the competition. But once again, match win over to the side of Ignorance, so big congratulations to them. Fortunately, we do have to say goodbye to Temporary Monica, who are out of the competition today.
We're getting towards the end of day number 1. We are starting to get the playoff picture, the day 2 picture of teams that have qualified through to the single elimination bracket. Of course, in Group D, Orange Juicers sweeping the field, Ignorance itching away over Temporary Moniker. This is a really good win for Ignorance.
It really is, and you know what? It was another 2-0 game. We have not had any round 3s on broadcast at all today. Has just been sweeping on through.
Absol, definitely a Pokemon you don't typically see in that first pick slot. You can just see the confidence of that player and the confidence of the team in that player to pilot this Pokemon. Let's go ahead and take a look at the replays of how we got here. This is game number 1, but
Welcome back, everybody, to the Pokemon Unite International Championships for North America. We're here at the final stretch. I'm Zoinks, joined by Wonder Chef, and we're here in New Orleans, talking all things Pokemon Unite. Some incredible gameplay already here in day number 1. As the group stage has been raging on, we already got a lot of teams qualified for day number 2, and we're about to add a few more.
Yeah, by the way, I'm you, you're me. I like that. We can trade for a day.
Ah, okay.
Actually,
I'm the Wonder Chef.
You could probably have my life for the rest of it if you want. I'm kind of done with it, you know. It's the leftovers at this point.
We'll trade it up.
Yeah, all right.
I'd love to be a wonderful chef.
Ooh, oh yeah, you know what?
Do you want to be spooky? That's kind of what I offer.
Yeah,
in
sure.
The transfer. Okay,
sure. Yeah, we need to switch jackets and everything. Oh no, I'm just kidding.
Turn the camera off. We're gonna switch jackets.
Yeah. We got to do a bit. Can we just go back to break? No, I'm just kidding.
Exactly.
But yeah, we're getting close to the end of the day. We've had some really, really good matches. Everyone a 2-0. So we'll see if at any point that curse breaks. That's a little bit of a spooky curse, but I do think this is more of a precursor for basically tomorrow rather than our meat and potatoes of the matches for this weekend.
Totally, yeah. We have a lot to look forward to, of course, but at the start of the show, we did make some predictions. Wonder Chef, the entire commentary team here behind the scenes made some encounter rate predictions. I will say I am not incredibly confident in how well these stats are going to be backing up Kello or I's picks, but
I saw
the rest of
Umbreon.
you, yeah, that's true. The rest of you, I think, doing extremely well on these encounter rate predictions.
Well, let's see exactly. Blissey, wow, Blissey is at 94%.
Yeah.
I didn't feel like it was that high from watching our matches. I guess it was just banned a lot, and I didn't really think about it all that much. Suicune, I expected that was a pretty great pick. I think we all knew Spraggles was going to be a winner with that, but I guess the rest of us did pretty well in this one. Just maybe not.
I think Umbreon's in the 7th spot there. Yeah, I think Umbreon's right there at 65%. So Inteleon just barely getting above it.
Certainly.
I have nothing to back that up with, but I do feel better about myself when saying that stat.
Hey, you know what? There's more stats though. There's more stats. Those aren't the only ones. You could have chosen some good ones. We had most banned Pokemon.
Okay.
Mine was Suicune.
same.
Yours was Suicune.
A whole lot of Suicune.
Kello's was Suicune. Yeah. And Spraggles might have won again with this one. He might just be the best.
Yeah, Blissey might end up being the highest ban rate Pokemon. Not even on our top 6. Very interesting. Did you pick Blaze? No, it's Dreamax.
Yeah.
Dreamax clutching it up with this Blaziken selection as the most banned Pokemon with 41% ban rate in this tournament. That is a wild stat. Remember, it's not just the games on broadcast that we're pulling these statistics from. It is, of course, every match that's happening at the group stage. Man, I'm taking a lot of L's in this prediction roundtable, but here we go. Our surprise Pokemon to do well. Draco got to be feeling very good about that last game. I am feeling less good about the Sylveon. However, we did see it on screen. Gary Poo playing a pretty fantastic Sylveon, I have to say.
I thought there was going to be more Sylveon as well. I actually think most of these are pretty good. I don't know about the Lucario. That certainly would be a surprise, but we did also get a chance to take a look at our top win rates, which I think we honestly all did pretty well.
I'm feeling pretty good about this. I want to see the stat list because I think Garchomp has been doing extremely well, and no, not as well as I thought.
None of us were correct. Not a single one of us.
Yeah, no one predicting, certainly, Miraidon, Hoopa, or Leafeon to be even in that conversation of top win rate. And every single one of those Pokemon having double-digit wins as well.
I feel like Hoopa would have been a really good bet. We probably should have gone with that one.
I don't know, with how much we've seen Clefable and Blissey crushing it, but top Pokemon by pick rate, you're feeling pretty good about that. Snorlax at 73%. So much play on this Pokemon. There are these more niche defender options like Lapras, Mamoswine, potentially even Trevenant, which we have seen almost none of at this event, by the way. But Snorlax really does feel like it's kind of alone above the rest.
Yeah, Snorlax has always been in that spot. Well, not always, but for this season, basically, it's been the majority in that spot right below the bans, where it has been very, very good. There was certainly a point where like maybe it was a little overtuned, but we don't really talk about that week or so. That was fun though because it was Flail. We got to see Flail in tournament.
Yeah, we saw it today too. We did see a Flail block Snorlax. It was the only play of the Flail block Snorlax we've seen on broadcast the entire event, but it was certainly real fun to see. I think that was Ignorance playing it. So moving on into day number 2, so they will have a chance to employ even more of those crazy strategies. But let's take a look at how the tournament's been playing out so far. I believe we're going to look at our updated group stages, and a lot of these groups have closed up. Those highlighted teams will be the teams that have clinched their spot in day number 2 and moving into our single elimination bracket.
Luminosity Gaming with a 4-0 sweep of their pool. The only pool that actually had 5 people in it, 5 teams in it, and they did not let that get to them at all. There were just more wins for us. Pad those stats even more. Goofy Goobers and Bees, though, with a tiebreaker to get out of that group. That's a very scary group. I mean, they all pretty much are. On this Group B, we got Peru and version 1, which we had a chance to watch that I guess tiebreaker match, the seeding match.
Yes, exactly. I had the chance to talk to version 1 backstage after that matchup, and they're like, I think we're the happiest team that's ever lost on this stage. They're just so excited. But yeah, version 1 still with a 2-1 finish. I'm interested to see how well they do in our single elimination bracket. You take a look, Revelation and Nouns Esports, both those squads I think you could call tournament favorites potentially. Nouns Esports looking a little shaky here on day 1, but still just the storied history of those teams, you gotta feel somewhat comfortable about predicting them to make it very, very far. Orange Juicers, another one of those teams in that category. And Ignorance, after a first little blemish against OJ earlier this morning, looking a lot better on our main stage.
Yeah, I mean, our Ignorance was looking great. It's just Orange Juicers are one of the best teams in the world, hands down.
Yeah.
No questions about it, except for that one monthly cup where they went 0-2 for no particular reason, aside from that month, which everybody gets one, right?
Yeah.
And then in Group E, we've got Dreamax and T3 both at a 2-0, so I wonder if we might see their seeding match as our final match of the day. I'm going to have to assume so based on what we're seeing right here.
Very likely. Yeah, T3, another one of those fan favorite teams from last year's North America International Championships. And then Dreamax Esports, worldwide fanfare for this team as they are hunting for that world champion spot. Both of them tied at 2-0, but that does mean they've both secured day 2 in our tournament. And then in Group F, yeah, we have one more placement match. This one we're going to be talking about in just a few moments as we are getting these two teams set on stage. Stamina Esports from Latin America North and Daybreak from Oceania. So a no North America representation in this matchup for the first time today.
This is, I mean, it's very cool to see. Also 2 regions that are just about as far from each other as you could. I guess LATAM South would certainly be, wait, is it further? No. No, it's no. I actually don't know where the line is drawn. I don't know where the line is drawn for LATAM North and LATAM South. If I'm being 100% honest, I need to look at the map of our regions. But regardless, these regions are very, 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 very far from each other. Might even need another very in there.
Yeah, true.
And so it's one of those matches you would basically never ever see. I mean, we've had a treat of seeing a lot of these, you know, whether it be Stamina or Dreamax or Peru, all playing against the North American teams. But this might be like a once in a lifetime of seeing an OC versus LATAM North.
Potentially, yeah. This is they might have more in common than you think, actually. When I think about these teams, obviously one of the stands out for Daybreak was the potential of a Scizor play at any given moment. Stamina, one of the only other teams in the globe that I have seen play Stamina, or has seen play Scizor in tournament bracket. Now, granted, they do play a lot more Scyther. Some could even argue maybe it was a misclick. But it has happened for this team, so maybe a fight over Scyther in draft stage would be a very, very interesting thing between these two teams.
We certainly, I don't think, have run into a situation where teams are both fighting over Scyther, but for different reasons.
Yeah.
Right? That's a very bizarre thing to happen. But Daybreak with their interesting picks. Joe, of course, his classic Scizor and Azumarill picks that have both looked quite good today so far. And obviously, they're undefeated on the day. A team that really impressed me at EUIC. They played really well. They had a great set against, it was LG, right?
Yeah.
That were pretty close, all things considered, considering how strong LG is. And they're looking to potentially try to sweep their group. That would be a huge statement with OC, you know, I mean, not even technically the world qualified OC team being able to do that.
That'd be huge. Yeah, Daybreak, a solid squad. They made a splash there for sure. Of course, playing pretty well against LG, notably playing the Zoroark Comfey duo against Luminosity Gaming. So really taking it directly out of their playbook and employing that strategy. Now, their Pokemon selection has been one of our biggest talking points of this team. Not only does the OC region really have some creative looks at Pokemon Unite compositions, but they also just have some players that have very unique strategies. Stamina Esports, though, is not without creativity in the bag. I believe we have this really fun stat where Reggie is still our only Gengar ever played on LAN at least at EUIC. Has played it again and again, or at least the only player to win with Gengar on stage.
Yes, because we did see Gengar at EUIC both years one time, right?
Right, from Reggie.
No, the first year at UIC?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Kelly has played it on stage too, so it has to be a win stat. I forget what
it has to be a win stat because because it was it was the what team was that?
Peps. Or
Pet-
dog,
yeah, what was-
dog
it was-
water, whatever you want to call them.
No, there was different name between those, wasn't there?
I don't know.
There certainly was,
Yeah.
right?
We'll be
with
here 30 to
dogs.
40 more minutes trying to figure out the name.
I know
Wolf,
they were.
Wolf, maybe? Is that what you're...
No. Well, yeah, Wolf. Well,
I'm gonna
yes,
keep
yes, that was it.
naming
That was it. That was
names
it.
until we find
I
it.
think yes, that was 100% it. I like Peps though because I call them pups. That was a pretty good joke. But anyway, doesn't matter. Gengar is.
I reeled my joke.
We probably will not see Gengar. If I'm being 100% honest, that was one of the fun things about that meta that we had.
Unexpected.
I guess at an IC, you always have to expect one. But that was a pretty fun thing about when we had the speedster meta, which I do miss. That was kind of a fun part of it, was there are some speedsters that we just don't get to see as much anymore.
It's true.
And some of them that I expected we were going to see more that we haven't. Like, I thought we might see more Zeraora than we've seen. The Zoroark has popped up a decent amount of times. We've seen a few Masqueradas, still looking very strong. But I think specifically Zeraora. I thought we were going to see more. It's not like it got like a huge nerf or anything other than just
toned down a bit.
Returned to what it was.
Yes, exactly. Which it was seeing niche play even before that, right?
Yeah.
So I think if the speedsters, is anything to be surprised about in that roster, it is just the variety. I think going into this tournament, expected it primarily to be dominated by Absol Talonflame. We are seeing a decent amount of variety. So we're seeing that mix. The play rate stats, we just went through them. Not favoring the speedsters nearly as much as we had seen in the past. And I also expect to see way more Absol, but it has been slipping down the rating charts. Very interesting.
We also saw Talonflame, but we did not see. Oh my God, I'm blanking on his name.
Colin Tang?
Colin Tang. We didn't see Colin Tang play Talonflame. That made me very sad. Very, very sad.
Yeah,
but,
not in that last one, unfortunately.
Right. Or any of their sets, I think. There were Talonflames in those games, but I think it wasn't Colin Tang. But doesn't matter. Great at playing a bunch of
Brotein, notable Talonflame player, so that makes sense.
Yeah. Interesting to kind of match up. We didn't get a chance to cast any of those games for that team, but that's really cool to see that as a or Colin Tang as a replacement, I don't want to say sub, but kind of a sub for the event.
Yeah, unfortunately, Gupit are not able to attend the event. Now, the way that these Worlds invitations do work out is that this roster will be locked in place. If they do qualify for the World Championships, they would have a chance to pick up Gupit as a sub, potentially, and rotate them around. But likely, this will be the roster they're sticking with if they do, in fact, earn that coveted World Championship spot. There's only one available at this tournament, and these teams are all vying for it. We have Stamina Esports on stage. Oh, so exciting. And already dressing up their Pokemon, the Hollowware runs deep.
It does, with the hat. On the other side, we've got Fu, who...
Lapras with a Pikachu Holloware.
Yeah, no, that was the plush from Japan, right? From Japan Worlds.
Ah, very cool.
I think that was one of them. Oh, look at that in the signed. Oh my gosh.
We'll get
a little too cool. Yeah. But yeah, I love the fact that all these players bring their own plushes. I do believe the Lapras one is from Japan. It was the
cool,
because I think they had the shirts and stuff for that too. I don't remember.
They did.
It was a long time ago.
Yeah. I unfortunately do not own that plush. Would love to correct that. Maybe I could go ask the members of Daybreak if they would just give it to me, and then I could have it.
I think that's a good strategy.
Yeah.
All right. Well, what they will give you is a draft.
Thank goodness.
And, Lapras could be part of that draft, if I'm being 100% honest. We've seen a good amount of Lapras today. We are not going to see that combination of the Suicune and the Lapras for the Ice Path duo, but we are going to see, potentially, the Lapras. We're going to see Ice and Fire, and, well, technically it's not Ice. It is a water Pokemon, Suicune. I have to rectify that. But it has ice moves and ice mechanics. But we are going to see the water and the fire band.
Interesting bans from Daybreak. You can see the stats of ban in total in our tournament. 0, no bans yet for Zacian, and then 2% ban rate on Garchomp in this tournament. Daybreak clearly doing their homework on Stamina Esports throughout this event, being able to spectate a bit of the games that they've been playing and noticing what they're liking to play. I do like this D-System C pickup of Inteleon, especially because the Snorlax has already been grabbed by Stamina, meaning that Lapras, that is the kind of that pseudo counter, that soft option into the Lapras, has been, well, not taken away, but likely not going to be picked with Snorlax already on the roster.
We'll just go back several years and do Top Path Brawler Lapras.
There we go.
Yeah, no big deal.
Ooh, don't take me back.
I know. We've seen some weird things. I mean, taking something back, we've seen Lucario. Which was the surprise pick from Spraggles. And that's a pretty surprise pick for me as well.
Yeah, it has been fantastic. Getting a lot of buff changes. My favorite of which was that passive change, reducing it by 20 seconds. So just getting a lot more early game value out of those Lucario shields. And this is the other Pokemon that I think has had a wild surge in our tournament, is Aegislash. It's only had a 9% pick rate, but I swear it steals the show every single time it's in one of these lobbies. Aegislash looking really fantastic, where in metas past has been a lot better into more mage-heavy metas, but still filling in quite well in a lot of these games. 70 Esports going to lock up that Zarina for Holmes. Used to be named Sherlock, by the way, just moving on through different characters. Can't wait till year 4 when they're known as Watson.
Watson, for sure. They'll get there. They'll get there. One every year, you got to change. The Serral Edge, another Pokemon that I feel like has done really well today.
Yeah.
Not a huge, super high pick rate, but every single time that we've seen it, been very, very effective. And Venusaur, okay, 9% pick rate on Venusaur. That's a little bit surprising to me. I think it's the first one we've seen on broadcast.
I do believe it's the first one we've seen on broadcast. Now, we're going to have to keep an eye on those item options that Joe has currently equipped, because that always tells the story of Venusaur. One of those few Pokemon with a different movesets that really require some optimization in that loading screen of what items you want to be equipping. Currently, Joe does have the Focus Band, Full Heal, and Rapid Fire Scarf. All 3 of those items definitely leaning more into that Pedal Drain style of build. Twisted Spoon, that one is a bit more move agnostic. You can have that in either option.
Yeah, I'd have to expect as well with Joe, just the way that Joe plays. Not as much of a ranged player. I'm sure certainly Joe's great at ranged play, but tends to, thrive on the brawlers. We've seen the Azumarill, we've seen the Scizor so far today, so I think a Pedal Dance would probably be a safe bet, one could say, based on his playstyle.
This is an interesting lineup of 2 different compositions. I mean, the only range damage is going to be this Inteleon at far range. Other than that, it is going to be 2 teams looking to brawl heavy. Now, Daybreak is going to be a lot more of that traditional brawl style composition. They have the Blissey to back them up. Bliss Assistance works so well in these Death Ball style comps. However, the other side, in terms of Stamina Esports, are looking for flanks. They are looking for assassinations. They are looking to take melee range battles, but at their own pace. So let's get into it. Stamina Esports on your purple side. Daybreak going to be on your orange.
And I do very much like both of these comps. And I feel like a lot of times when we do see these really heavy brawler comps, we're not seeing it on both sides quite as much. So I do think this is going to be a pretty chaotic game, especially we're already seeing an attempted invasion. And that wasn't even like a counter attempted invasion. That was just a knowledge of like, yeah, we know you're invading. Get out of here.
Well, but another look from Daybreak where they've clearly done their homework against Stamina Esports. 2 very targeted bans, and Mayfu reading the defender invade initially. Also, you do got to protect a poor Bulbasaur in your own central area, so doing as much as they can for interference. But Frank, the first one to really deal some heavy damage, but just shy of that KO opener.
Frank, I love Frank's name. Just such a normal name, in a world of funny names. I guess Joe and Frank are our matchup for today. Fu going down, very weak, still low level. And I mean, when you've got both the center area Pokemon here, you're both going to be pretty vulnerable. Oh, Joe needs to get out of there. Does manage to sneak away.
Yeah, honestly surprised Frank's not chasing the knockout there. They got a little bit scared. Maybe the quick respawn timer of that Mamoswine in this early game could be scary. Obviously, just the Swinub right now, but do not disrespect that Pokemon's early game. The amount of stuns that they have available to them is dangerous for any Pokemon, no matter the stage.
It's a very scary Pokemon, but it is true that if it gets caught out, it has obviously the charge. I can't remember what the move name is called, but you definitely can get caught out and then have no options to really truly get out. It feels like it's a little bit more annoying, right? It's got the power of annoyance, exactly like that, and you can just kind of, I guess, pressure and poke and steal things. Exactly.
Yep. And if anybody's going to capitalize on annoyance, it is going to be a moody Drizzile. So we have DC in that middle stage, ready to capitalize with some big bursts of damage. Joe the same way, now at level 7, fully evolved into the Venusaur. And they're going to be the first ones up, but it's Stamina, the first one stealing the damage. Already a KO streak of 2 for Reggie. He's chasing down that aforementioned Drizzile. Joe does trade a knockout onto that Hoopa and is going to farm up as much damage and healing as they can on this big body of the Snorlax.
Honestly, that wasn't so bad for the side of Daybreak. They did give up Liz on still the Chansey, still at level 3 being gate kept, and so that was one of the few KOs, which isn't really going to give all that much to stamina. I don't think they have any of the new stacking items, the KO stacking items, so you don't have to worry about that all as much. Maybe they do, maybe I just missed it, but they didn't lose that much experience, while I think Joe managed to take down a little bit juicier targets.
Yeah, obviously a prime Pokemon to KO, but take a look at this, the backup from Hoopa so quickly. Maybe we're going to get caught out. Venusaur is going to be chased, but of course the safeguard there to protect them at any given moment, able to walk away. Venusaur does have that battle item of full heal available, so they can cleanse any crowd control on them momentarily, but that safeguard is going to be a lot more reliable from Liz.
Safeguard plus Petal Dance Venusaur is very, very annoying to deal with. They're just literally walking at you, and that's how they're hurting you, and you can do nothing about it. You're like, well, I'm going to run away.
Yes, you kind of have to. If you get closer, you just help them more, they heal more. So it's really difficult decisions made with these style of compositions, but it's why this duo has been very, very powerful for a long time. The Blissey and Venusaur have been a match made in heaven for what feels like a entire history of Pokemon Unite up until this point. Regieleki going to be KO'd by that Venusaur. Joe adds yet another one to the tally, but it is a big objective for them. Nice engage with the Sacred Sword. Hoopa Portal just in time.
They were both so incredibly low, and we're going to see the flank from behind. Serena popping the Unite move, trying to take down Joe. Counter Unite in a 5v1, and they do manage to get that, which is going to be really nice for them. That was a really high-level Pokemon for them to be able to get the return KO on. A reset again from these Hoopa Portals, all valuable Hoopa. That's why that win rate is so huge. Regieleki went in. They are going to break the goal zone. They're going to continue on to push. 3 KOs, though, for, I guess I should say, Stamina getting 3 KOs against the Daybreak. Looking for the 4th. Probably going to get the 4th.
Yeah, Reggie with a KO streak of 4, just shy of that Penta, but honestly a styling Revenant Rend with that Ceruledge, hitting multiple Pokemon and getting themselves set up for a quick portal home. So Ranma been very preemptive with these Hoopa Portals, one of my favorite ways to play it, especially with a Pokemon like Zarina or Ceruledge. While they are hyper offensive, want to get up in the enemy's face, they also don't have the most bulk in the world, so Hoopa's got to plan that support play a little bit earlier.
And it's been perfect. All of the reads have been perfect. I mean, how many times have we seen somebody just get away just barely?
Exactly, yeah.
If you wait until your teammates start taking damage, it's already too late most of the time. Right now, though, ooh, Snipe Shot just not quite connecting. As we're seeing a solo, there we go. The second time's the charm, as they say, as solo defense turns into 2 defenders and a reset from the Hoopa Portal. But alone Serena probably not going to be able to do all that much to stop this huge push. And the Unite coming out from the Hoopa saying, please, somebody get down here. This feels like one of my solo queue games.
All right, big power nap here to try to defend the goal zone as Daybreak is keeping this offense up, but obviously that Hoopa Unite move making the defense a little bit quicker. That Hoopa Unbound form will fade, and Holmes is back in business. Notably, they did use their Unite move in the last fight, but you may notice it's already ready again. Joe did full heal cleanse that Zarina Unite move, so targeted them, but unfortunately did not pull them sky high, but they do have it available almost immediately.
That full heal is very, very important when you're just putting yourself in danger like that. You don't want to get solo targeted by something like this Arena. The Snipe Shot will get the final hit. DC is going to give them an opportunity to try and push down this goal zone. Portal on the goal zone so everybody can rotate down or up, as multiple members are taking Regieleki for the side of Stamina Esports, but they are going to basically be trading that Regieleki for their goal zone, as the lead now going to Daybreak, just barely 16 points. We're a pretty, oh, just kidding, they got it back, but a very high scoring game.
Yeah, Ceruledge pushing that Regieleki in solo. I mean, not investing in a fight on the bottom side. I think notably because they had no Unite move, Reggie not having it may as well just play a more farm-style strategy at the moment. This is a dangerous spot, though, and you, honestly, not the worst decision. You would way rather be KO'd by the Mamoswine with experience share rather than a Nun on that Aegislash. So giving up a level 13 KO, that's the right position to be in, and they did get a decent amount of scores in that tier 2.
If you have to get KO'd, it's a better way to get KO'd. Unite coming out from Lucario. That's going to have to build back a little bit later. Also, the coup de grace coming out from the Aegislash. So 2 Unites down at just about the 3-minute mark. They've got time to build it back, especially since they're getting KO'd. But a little bit of a
brawl for not much, I guess. They are fighting, but there's nothing to really be gained. I don't think that Daybreak thought they were going to be able to really truly push down that tier 2 goal zone. Stamina just fighting because they're close to their tier 2 goal zone. And pretty much a big reset, I think, now for the next 40 seconds.
Yeah, I wonder if Daybreak thought there'd be a 2-player push on the top side to clear those newly spawning in wild Pokemon after the goal zone broke. Just hoping that maybe Sarah Ledge and Lucario still needed to unite. They'd have a little bit more clearance. But no, instead, Daybreak playing this very aggressively at the 230 mark, want to have very prime positioning and as early as they could possibly get it. Rayquaza Pit is going to be theirs, but they're going to have to hold it for a long time.
Well, you know, they've got a pretty good team for being able to hold that. I mean, DC on the Inteleon is going to be such a deterrent. And look at this sneaky push around. But they actually get caught. I mean, not that it really matters that much. You say, okay, there's a few people behind us. I guess theoretically you could just push center and just burn down Rayquaza since you see multiple people scoring your own goal zone. They're going to have to go defend in their own whole goal zone. It does look like this is going to be a goal zone broken. A huge lead, but I could just burn down Rayquaza, already down to about 50% HP. Hoopa Unite is popped so everybody can come back in. The final hit's going to be a flip, and it will be going to the side of Daybreak.
No, Stamina,
not Daybreak.
Stamina.
I saw a different shield. Oh, no.
Stamina taking it. So a double back cap strategy, relying on Ranma's Unite move with the Hoopa to just join back into that into that Rayquaza Pit as soon as they possibly could. Easy score in the back line, and then immediately getting that insurance Rayquaza KO. Clean look from Stamina.
I think I saw maybe the Bliss Assistant Shield or something like that, but I clearly did not see. That was so chaotic. There was everybody up. That really truly went down to a flip, and an interesting strategy from the side of Stamina where they're like, okay, we're just going to walk into your base.
Right.
And right now, I like that little bit of a jump ambush defense. There's still a minute left, and the lead is not insurmountable.
Correct. Yeah, no, this is still a viable push. Things need to go incredibly well for Daybreak, but and so far Stamina not giving them a lot, even waiting on those jump pads. Lucario was on tier 1 and walked all the way back just to return and get that bounce goal stop. Joe getting as much AoE damage in as they can. The biggest part of their kit right now is how well they can tank, and unfortunately it will not give them enough space. Anon on the run, Hoopa getting the KO. That's a double for Ranma, not to mention that clutch play around Ray.
That's probably going to seal things up. I can't imagine a world where this actually works out. I mean, they had another Bliss Assistant, so there was kind of a chance for a miracle, if we're being 100% honest, but that chance is pretty much over. And I gotta say, so while I was saying that the, you know, before this, that the Stamina strategy was really interesting to just walk it down and score, they did such a good job of positioning Ranma at a spot where they could pull everybody back perfectly in time for the Rayquaza burn. So they anticipated exactly what the response from Daybreak was gonna be, they countered it perfectly, and on top of that, they set themselves up in a position where they were ahead in score, even if they didn't win that flip.
Exactly. Yeah, it felt like the hard read, right?
Yeah.
We don't have too many of those, and we were talking about how Daybreak was pulling off a lot of those in the early game and in the draft screen. Well, it ended up being Stamina's turn here at the end. A nice scoring attempt on the backside, very successful, and then just clutching up right after. Reggie holding down, I would say, the majority of this mid game on the Sarah Ledge. KO streak of 4 felt like such an impact Pokemon. Not many answers on the side of Daybreak yet.
If I'm being honest, though, one thing that I've saw from this game that I think really needs to be looked at, I think, for a lot of other games throughout the rest of this weekend, maybe a little bit more of like a day 2 thing, I think Hoopa is just so good right now. Hoopa has been extremely impactful in a lot of sets today. Ranma's been playing it perfectly. I mean, all those portals that we saw earlier were amazing, perfectly timed, preemptively set. The coordination between teams is amazing. I think maybe you can't give up the Hoopa so easily.
Yeah, we'll see. It hasn't been a banned Pokemon for a minute, but maybe that was finally justification. Frank's Lucario at 74,000 damage is going to take our Player of the Game award. Fantastic look from a newly buffed Pokemon. Exciting to see the return of Lucario. It dominated, it defined an era of Pokemon Unite. It really did. It feels real good to be back.
It's also in a current meta where I feel like it's strong because people are grouping up a lot. You know, we don't have as much of like a split from teams. So, for example, even in the defense at the end of that last game, we saw like 4 or 5 resets of E-Speed, I believe, in a row.
Yeah.
It was looking really, really good, and everybody wants to group up. You're a big group up comp, you know, and it's a good counter. I think it was really smart.
And with those Bone Rush cooldown buffs, you get to reset those cooldowns just a little bit sooner. And Frank, very excited about that fact, I think. Yeah, it was interesting. Watching those replays, too, I feel like we were calling it. At no moment did I think Stamina Esports was going to lose that game for the situation they'd set themselves up in. Watching the replay, there wasn't a whole lot of Stamina presence around that Rayquaza. It was actually kind of only the Hoopa.
Yeah.
They did land some great stuns and ensured their knockout of the Ray, but still a little closer than I think I was calling it during the match while seeing it. So maybe a different story could have happened if Daybreak could find that perfect secure hit. But either way, Stamina Esports very happy with that result. They're going to be leading this series 1-0.
I think the situation was closer than you were calling it and less close than I was calling it because I call it for the other side. But
perfect. We bounced out perfectly.
Yeah, we'll hit a perfect middle ground here. But no, I agree. That was a really scary and risky commitment from them, but they played it out perfectly. I mean, almost, you know, they almost got it too close. That's how perfect it was, for sure.
Yeah, they were cool and confident, so I was cool and confident. I guess that's how it works. But we're going to be going into draft for game number 2 very shortly. And I'm curious if we're going to see any big changes. On the side of Stamina, I think it's a couple of Pokemon you keep sorted no matter what. And I think is going to be that player of the game, Frank on Lucario. I think you try to hold that down. Maybe if Blaziken trickles through that ban phase somehow, maybe you pick that Pokemon up. But Frank really does feel like they're moving. They got motion on the Luca right now. I think we keep it.
Yeah, I think also Lucario is in that spot where it is, if you ban Lucario, you have bigger problems probably. It's in that like perfectly always going to be available spot. Most teams won't actually have a player who are going to want to pick themselves. So when you have that level of flexibility in your draft, it opens up the rest of your draft because there's so many different things you can do around Lucario as well.
Yeah.
And I think that's going to be quite difficult to deal with. But I do agree, it looks really good. Maybe building a comp that isn't quite as weak to E-Speed, like maybe one that plays a little bit more separate, something that, I mean, it's hard to say like something with that's like a sniper, because if it does dive you, E-Speed is a great assassin Pokemon anyway, or E-Speed Lucario. So hard to say, but I still certainly would just not group up as much.
Yeah, it's a difficult spot. I don't hate their composition into E-Speed Lucario. This is, we were talking about hand puppets before we started, by the way. And there we go. We got the Slowpoke on. Personally, I think like Wide Guard, Aegislash, Ice Fang, Mamoswine, like they have some responses to that Lucario. It was just an early game that did not go in their favor, that took them a minute to try to catch up, which was a really dangerous spot, and I think Daybreak paid for it. So yeah, potentially I think we do need to catch up to that Lucario a little bit quicker. We do have a game that's being remade status, everybody. So sorry about the wait, but we are going to be jumping into game 2. Do not worry, that does not refer to that game number 1 result.
Yeah, that's definitely good. That would be a little unfortunate. They were like, oh wait, no, we gotta agree with what Chef said about who got the Rayquaza.
That'd be crazy.
Yeah,
imagine if we had that kind of power.
Yeah, we can just veto things. You're like, actually, no, you didn't win.
Yeah,
that's it.
Love it. Yeah, actually, Leftovers got a buff.
We might have the power. We haven't tried, actually.
Okay.
You know? One day we're going to have to, like, full commit to trying.
If we can convince production it happened, then maybe the game can happen. We'll see
let's just, like, trick them into thinking that they're wrong, you know? We'll be like, no, that's not what the score is. Double check it again. We need to switch these names around. This is just going to completely, they're going to hate us completely.
Yep, exactly. This is tactical.
I got a little comment from production in my ear right there. I think I'm going to stop making that joke.
Yeah, we don't want to hurt no feelings up here, nothing like that. But we're going to be going into game 2 very shortly, everybody. Teams look very excited and ready to play. You look at that. That's the face of excitement and ready to play if I've ever seen it. Stamina Esports locked in. We got headbands ready to go. We're set. It is pretty warm in here.
It's pretty warm in here. It's also been a pretty long day, but hey, if your team name is Stamina Esports, you got to be ready for a long day.
Live up to it.
Sure. And Daybreak is when you are playing all night like a true gamer until daybreak. So both these teams ideally should be playing a very long time. Also, this is going to be a little bit more difficult, I think, time zone-wise for Daybreak, as I may be a human being who is generally on the sleep schedule of an Australian person for no particular reason, because I am in North America. So I understand how difficult that can be to make that switch. But these Australian players,
I'm not sure if they got here all that early. You know, of course,
ain't that like almost over a week?
Oh, nice. Okay, so maybe it's probably they're definitely less tired than me. Then I'll just put that out there. Stamina though, most of the LATAM time zones not hugely different. It's kind of similar to traveling from different parts of the U.S.
Exactly. Yeah. No, I think Stamina's pretty pumped. Obviously, they got the travel award to participate at this event via the play-in. You qualify for that World Championships, looking to upgrade that invite, but the chance to play in North America for a couple of tournaments is pretty cool. Obviously, you're going to get a lot of practice against top teams at this event, but now you even get a little bit of practice against international teams at this event. That is huge. Stamina Esports, a roster that's played at multiple World Championships, obviously played at multiple EUICs as well for that AOS Cup. This is their first time ever being here at NAIC, and they're already starting to make it look very good.
On the other side too, for Daybreak, I want to say I do believe. So help me with this stat, Zoinks. You're a stats monster.
I'll try.
So was EUIC the first time that OC has made a day 2 at an in-person event?
I think so.
I think that's correct. Someone's going to call me out on that one. I do believe that's correct, but Daybreak has done it again. But, you know, they're guaranteed day 2. This is another one of those matches. So very impressive. Again, I think that's a team that we really all need to look at. And it's pretty surprising that they did not qualify for Worlds. I believe they were 3rd place even within their regional qualifiers. So maybe OC kind of stepping it up, you know, which is, of course, in one of the smaller regions. It's very remote, very hard for any of those players to get good ping against a lot of the other teams when they're trying to scrim. It's just a tough thing for that situation in every single game. But they're looking really good. I think this is some of the best that we've seen OC look. This team in particular seems like they're gelling together really well. Fu, one of the players that we're looking at right now, of course, a great caster. We got a chance to talk to him about the recap of the regional finals when we did our regional finals. But he's also a goated player, and he's not even playing his normal role for this team.
Filling in.
So just a player that I'm always very, very impressed with.
Yeah, me as well. I like what Daybreak has been doing. I have to admit, in that game number 1, it didn't feel exactly like a Daybreak draft, if I'm going to be honest. We were playing a lot of pretty standard stuff. It didn't feel like we were playing to Joe's strengths or potentially even Anonymous' strengths. I think there's a lot of cool Pokemon that they have in the tank that really set Daybreak apart. I want to see that Zoroark again in a major way. While the Aegislash was solid, I really would like to see a return to it. And then, I mean, who knows what Joe will end up bringing to the table, but I think they do have some really exciting stuff as well.
Yeah, I mean, most of the time, Joe is going to be going with some of those similar brawlers, right, which we've seen before. The Azumarill came out, did well. The Scizor went out and did well. Serena is another pick for sure that we've seen a good amount of times. But the Venusaur is not one that I'm as familiar with, having watched a pretty good amount, honestly, of OC games. And I feel like while it is kind of a brawler, it's not exactly the same style. I think Joe likes to play a lot of Pokemon that can really 1v1 you, right? Very, very good at 1v1ing you. Obviously, that's literally like Azmarill's thing. Scizor is another great example of that, just because it can always, well, it can't always, but its goal is to be able to out-sustain you with like just kind of consistent damage. A lot of those Pokemon, Serena can kind of do the same thing, graded with the 1v1s, but Venusaur really is all about running into a big group of people. And it just seems like kind of different.
Yeah, it also was interesting to see the Blissey in pairing with it, not in that egg build. I think whenever we have seen those Pokemon work together amazingly, it is going with the soft-boiled and the, oh my goodness, Egg Bomb. I'm trying to remember the secondary egg.
How could you forget Egg Bomb, the best secure in the game?
I know, seriously, it's top tier. It's S tier, some would say. Certainly not B tier.
Oh, okay. I don't know what you're referencing.
But I do think it works really, really well with that Venusaur. We've seen it historically quite a bit, but with the Helping Hand Safeguard, obviously you're going to get a few more auto attacks off. You'll feel very comfortable with that. Here we go. Daybreak going to stick with their same 2 bans, both of them now arriving at that 3% threshold after that game number 1.
And I think these are very solid, kind of generic bans from Stamina. Pretty much every team is going to have an opportunity to use these Pokemon. I think that would probably be another great Joe pick, is the Blaziken.
They look like bans that if you want to play Lucario, that's what you would ban. Get that Suicune crowd control out of the way, and then let me play against a top path Pokemon that is not at the top of that meta at the moment. But Fu is actually going to swap up their pick, going to give up that Mamoswine, lock in the Snorlax. Don't mind that first pick landing there. Obviously a 75% pick rate. The very popular choice in this tournament. Lock that up before Stamina gets a chance.
It does look like we might be going for. Ooh, hold on. There's a lot of interesting support choices potentially being chosen here. And we are going to go double support, technically, as we're going to get the Psyduck and the Hoopa, which I think is a very strong duo. But that does leave the question of kind of how they're going to play any more like tanky line or defender line that they're going to bring.
It's going to be more difficult to bring attackers into this game now with not as bulky of a front line, but they will have a lot of crowd control with that Psychic. I think it's also kind of forcing Liz onto either, yes, this Blissey or a Clefable. Either or would kind of, but both those Pokemon a lot easier to respond to later on in the draft. You see a Clefable, we're going to start seeing a lot of Cursed Incense or Bangles show up throughout him. Or Blissey, now we have a few more options. So, Stamina Esports rotating through a few picks. With that double support, we likely will not see any more defenders unless it is a heavy damage focus, but all-rounders and speedsters definitely on the table.
Okay, so I'm curious if we might end up, we very much could not as well because there's definitely synergy with both, but I wonder if we could end up seeing Trick as far as like just to support more of a dive comp here, which is kind of what we're seeing. There's also, like I said, some great synergy, especially you can hyperspace hole and bring back Aegis Slash while it's kind of protecting itself. So we'll see what it ends up being, but I could certainly see Trick working out pretty well here. And talking about like bulky brawlers, we got 2 more on the side of Daybreak.
Okay, but not a lot of dive. So I think Frank is feeling very comfortable locking in one of these long-range attackers. I was talking about how it might be difficult to do with only a Psyduck and a Hoopa operating as your front line, but if the only options they have to get through you is the slow crawl brawl, it'll be a little bit easier to pepper in that Miraidon damage from range, and that's why you see that Pokemon selected in our final spot. A 19% pick rate at our tournament. I think that is kind of baffling in terms of my expectations. I expected that Pokemon to be way lower going in this event, but Miraidon has really shone as an attacker selection.
I expected it to be 0, if I'm being 100% honest, or somewhere close to that. And I thought maybe if we were going to see it, it was going to end up being Electro... Drift, thank you. There we go, that's the word. It's hard to remember names today for some reason. But yeah, we saw it work really well for Dreamax earlier. Mazo was playing a great ranged Miraidon that was playing like a real kiting game, which is exactly, I think, what you want to do in this game as well, right? Not only are these like not really dive Pokemon, but they're Pokemon that are really vulnerable to being kited. We also have a little bit of a weakness to special attack, maybe from the Metagross, or less of a strength of defense from Metagross. I don't want to call it weakness.
No, I think you're right.
Yeah,
I think that fits well. Also, it is going to be operating with that Cursed Incense, so I think we are most likely, yes, like you just mentioned, looking at that Charge Beam and likely Thunder build for Miraidon. So no Parabolic Charge. We don't see that from too many players, but let's get into it. We're here at game number 2. Daybreak, backs against the wall. They're going to be your purple team. Stamina Esports with the lead, hanging out on the orange team.
And it will be Metagross going to the center for Daybreak. I mean, there's the players' roles at the moment, but you know, there are a few different directions they could have gone as far as switching things up. Psyduck Miraidon as a path is very annoying. You are just getting poked the entire time.
Yeah, well, at least that first contestable wild Pokemon in the middle was won by Daybreak's side. Food landing a pretty impressive tackle on that Snorlax. But now things start going south for Stamina on the top side of the map. Sorry, for Daybreak on the top side of the map as Stamina picks up a KO with that Honedge.
That's a tough path to lose a first KO to, because you really do not want to see it get to a quick Aegis Slash. The Hoopa, amazing enabler for this. I think, you know, I always like to choose my kind of like fun personal MVP. Ranma's got to be mine. After what we saw last game and already enabling so much, I think it's a really amazing set of Hoopa play. Plus, then Dreamax doesn't need to get mad at us for not talking about the support.
Oh, poor Psyduck and his headache. He's going to jump immediately into the damage, but that's okay because Stamina Esports are there to protect their poor brain, you know, feebled Psyduck as they get in some great damage. Chaos Streak 2 from the Absol, and they're looking for even more. A red buff stolen from Reggie. Absol, just one of the best strengths it has is it clears the central area so quickly, one-tapping a ball toy.
I don't think Absols actually look at what they're attacking. They just one-shot it, whether it's like a Pokemon or enemy Pokemon or wild Pokemon. It could be Defender. It could be like a Reggie. You're just like, okay, whatever. There's something in front of me I can attack, and suddenly I'm behind it, and that's life.
Exactly. Yeah, Absol, one of these Pokemon that relies on those critical hits, and those are always devastating, no matter what Pokemon game you're playing. All right, Swablu Altaria spawning in. That will be Daybreak first to the party and isolating Stamina Esports completely. But they're not done yet. Looking for a fight potentially. Heavy Slam makes it trickier for Reggie. That is a full-on dive in from Joe. Does get the KO traded out as Ranma with that portal securing the Metang knockout. Meifu on the run. DC gonna try to defend with that fire spin, but a long range charge beam from Frank is gonna take that KO out. Not even the empowered one either, just that first shot.
Ranma also pushing in that moment aggressively, trying to find some KOs, and basically did, although I think it may have been kind of taken away by Aegislash in the end. But Stamina Esports looking like they're having a great start to this game. Levels are starting to run away, points are decently in their lead, and it just feels like they're in control of all of these fights.
And look at where Ramna is playing currently on your minimap so far forward, trying to see how many Pokemon are showing up on this top side of the map to see where Stamina wants to posture for these first set of objectives. They have 3 people. You'll most likely see a portal drop on top of that goal zone, but instead we're going all-out offense. Absolute Unite move combines with some damage from the Hoopa for a KO onto that Buzzwole, and now it's Stamina Esports' turn to take the Regieleki.
We saw some preemptive Hoopa portals there that were not needed, which is always a good sign when you're like, oh, we don't even need to heal partway through this. It does look like they are going to probably wait a decent amount of time to either break that tier 1 goal zone, or they're just going to use that as space to rotate down, take the base and Reggie, which doesn't look like they're in any sort of hurry to do. I think they're just waiting as long as possible before they maybe dunk in that 40 that the Aegislash has.
Yeah, I don't want to give up that free experience. You see Aegislash hovering around that top side still. Hoopa on a mad dash to get away. Psyshock going to make that a little more difficult from DC's Armarouge. It's a Miraidon Unite move being pulled out. It will absolutely delete that Armarouge, so the attacker defeats its rival attacker. And Stamina Esports at a scoreline of only 62, but a whole lot of team fights in their column.
They could have broken that and gotten themselves up to a 100-point lead, but they were confident enough that they did not need to immediately break that tier 1 goal zone. They want to hold on to the EXP lead. They think that, I guess, 62 is enough of a lead right now. Like, it's technically their 58-point lead. And they're the ones who are rotating down mostly to this Regirock. A few members of Daybreak, they're trying to get the steal, but Absol is going to be amazing securing not only the basement Reggie, but also an Armarouge.
Yeah, Reggie, one of my favorite players to commentate over in our Unite Championship Series, and specifically on their Absol. I'll take Dodrio as well, either or. So fun to watch that player play. On average, Daybreak scoring 410 more than their opponent. Stamina only getting a 286 scoreline. So when Daybreak wins big.
And I mean, I think that play where they decided not to break that tier 1 goal zone, which is happening right now, by the way, it kind of goes to show that they don't feel like they need to have a huge amount of points. And right now, we're pushing down, we're trying to push down this goal zone from Daybreak, but a great defense. Wow, 3 people being hit by that Hyperspace Fury. That's a huge set of stuns. They are going to continue to push through. Daybreak making this happen. Hoopa going down first, and they're popping everything to try to take out the few members that are left. Big defense potentially coming here from Miraidon, who's going all the way to the goal zone, and they are going to be able to push back Daybreak, suffering no KOs, so Daybreak not the unhappiest in the world, but they did lose the Regieleki in the meantime.
It's such a difficult task to push in. Not only are you getting healing off that tier 1 goal zone, you have some incense for that to try to shut that down, but you're also going into a Regirock buff, which is just really, really difficult. And then you add on some damage reduction for the Psyduck Unite move. I mean, that is a nigh-on immortal Stamina Esports on that tier 1. And they're going to try to fight on their opposing tier 2 as well, as that's yet another Absolute Unite move, and it gives you enough clearance to break that tier 2.
Reggie is the 6th member. Their 5th and 6th member of this team are both Reggie. It's just one is Regieleki.
Yes, of course.
Yes. The Regieleki getting pushed in. Oh, they are going to be able to catch Ranma. Oh, maybe not. Hold on a minute. Okay, they do finally in the end. This is going to be an opportunity for them to push down this tier 1 goal zone. They need some points. They're down by so much. Still down by a ton, even once they break this. So this is a nice way to start closing the gap. We do see a back cap. Thank you, Pip, for showing that down in the bottom left. And just going to continue to build this lead more and more. Stamina with so much confidence, especially with the mobility added from Hoopa, to be able to kind of walk all over the map, score wherever they need to, and then come back to wherever they need to defend.
It's also the dark side of
oh my gosh,
when
look
you're
at that.
in a losing position. Yeah, so impressive.
Home goal zone.
Yeah, when you're in a losing position, you have to play kind of as 5, stack up as a team. The only team fights you're going to be winning is if you're as a full collective, but it also just opens you up to some really creative split path pushes, and teams that are winning kind of have that advantage, that free space around the map to work with. So Stamina Esports, they do give up that objective, but they do score, like you were saying, in that home goal zone with the Absol.
I know. This matchup is so funny. Definitely our observers are back there, just scouring the entire left side of the map for backcaps the entire game, because Stamina is just slowly walking one person over at a time. And honestly, they might be taking the tier 1 goal zone on bottom as well. Yeah, look at that. Thank you. Exactly it once again. They are just putting in so many points. It is gross. And that kind of is the opposite of the stats that we saw. If I'm being 100% honest, they seem like they're scoring just so much.
Yeah, a bit of a wash, even if that Reggie Lucky does land because of those scores on the bottom side. It will just even things out. Fu does try to take a lot of damage here in the name of information gain. Their Assault Vest will get popped. Joe with an aggressive push on that Metagross, but did not use the Unite move, only that Zen headbutt. Anon misses that superpower. Is going to have to retreat a little bit. Let's take a look at Ranma's playing. One of the most aggressive Hoopa players we have is playing so far forward into the enemy side.
Ooh, and this is going to be a wall attempt to kind of engage, but Absol going in, popping the Unite. Not sure if they actually managed to catch anybody with that. If they were kind of on the end. And so a lot of weird skirmishes here. 2 members of Daybreak are going to be going all the way back, just trying to reset themselves. They have to manually get the reset. They don't have a hoop on their side. A nice escape, heavy slam all the way over the wall from Fu, but a little bit of damage starting to go onto Rayquaza. I'm not sure Stamina wants to commit to that. They got such a huge lead. I think they just wanted to threaten it, maybe get a few autos. They're just waiting for the reset. Time is their best friend right now. It is 100% on their side, but Daybreak willing to try and maybe burn this down.
Very safe portal for Ranma outside of that Rayquaza pit. We're going to shoot right on that Snorlax, trying to bake a little bit of space, knocking up everybody into the air. Metagross did receive that Bliss assistance, so they have become a raid boss in their own right, chasing down that unbound Hoopa. Apache's still up and running. It's Mayfu in charge of defending that Rayquaza pit, and finally Daybreak will have a chance to kind of do some damage to the Rayquaza uninterrupted. Holmes on the bottom end of the map, just trying to buy a little bit of time as Rayquaza hasn't even hit 50.
They need to get rid of Holmes. Coup de grace is still available. You do not want that there, but no, they don't even get the chance. That's 2 KOs from Holmes, a few more from other players. Only 2 members left. It's got to be the raid boss, but oh, not this time. Another shield, by the way, on on the member of Daybreak. I didn't get tricked this time. We can see yet another one, but that one is certainly going to be a secure from Stamina. That was starting to look a little bit shaky, though. I have to be 100% honest.
Oh, for sure. I mean, that Metagross with the Bliss assistance is just on another level in some of these events. And it got really, really scary. We do have Holmes attempting to score 50, but that shield is very quickly broken. Same with Ranma. So neither of these Hundo Burgers gonna land, but they have scored enough points throughout this match. And of course, in that final stage, Stamina Esports gonna take the match, gonna take the group, and be moving on undefeated.
Not a huge, I think, upset to say. They are one of the teams that certainly could be winning this entire thing. But Daybreak, once again, putting up a really, really good fight against some of the best teams in the world.
Totally.
I know this is a little bit early to say this because it's not like their run is over for the season. They've still got a chance here. But I really hope that this Daybreak team stays together for next season.
Yeah.
Because I feel like they're still relatively new. You know, I mean, it's like relatively. It's not like it's their first tournament, but I feel like every time that I see them, I'm more and more impressed by Daybreak.
Yeah, they had a really solid game, but Stamina Esports just in another groove in this matchup. They looked great from draft into some of these matchups. It felt like there was no stage of the game they were really worried about. Maybe this late game of game number 2 being the only moment that they maybe had to sweat for a minute. And, well, that Rayquaza secure could have gone sideways too. Yeah. But always the clutch ups from Stamina Esports, your only representatives of Latin America North here at NAIC.
Going to continue on. Of course, both these teams to day 2. This is one of those matches that is only for seeding. However, because of the nature of it being a single elimination tournament, the day 2, and there's, I believe, 12 teams making out of 6 pools,
the seeding is pretty big. You know, you do have to, a lot of the losing teams do have to play an extra match the next day because they are seeded a little bit lower. I don't know exactly how the bracket's going to play out, but regardless, Stamina is going to be very happy that they're most likely not going to be in that position. Again, don't trust me on seeding. Wait for the official results, but of course, regardless, they've got to be happy they're higher.
Totally. I mean, when we start talking about day 2 and top 12, we also start talking about prize money in a major way, $50,000 up for grabs. And if you can keep on winning, you get even higher and higher rewards, especially into that second stage of the tournament in our single elimination bracket stage. And this is just one of the biggest strengths of Stamina Esports is their flexibility on those damage carries. I was just giving so many praises over towards the Lucario from Frank in that first game, and now we have them playing an attacker on the Miraidon, and they were crushing it as well. But the Player of the Game award will be given to Holmes. The crown is yours, King of Aegis, as the Aegis Slash with 48,000 damage going to take it away. A Sacred Sword build on this time, where we have seen some Shadow Claw today. Wide Guard forever, though.
Oh yeah, Wide Guard was so important to winning this game. To be honest, if Aegis Slash was not there in those final moments, I think without a doubt Daybreak would have been happy to just simply burn down Rayquaza, go for the flip. But coup de grace, way too strong of a secure, and Aegis Slash way too strong at being able to just kind of sit there and say, okay, try to take me out. I don't care. I will literally sit here as long as you want, especially with a Hoopa backing you up. So Holmes, very, very much key to that final victory happening. And while that happened, of course, then they ended up just wiping out Daybreak. So great stuff. Holmes doing an amazing job in the entire set and the entire day.
Yeah, this is another one of those teams that I'm just so excited is going to be continuing in our tournament because I want to get more looks at them before the World Championships. This is an event that is packed full of top-level talent from all across the world in Pokemon Unite. Obviously, a major representation of North American teams, but getting to look at Latin America North a little bit feels like a preview, but it also feels like it could be the start of a very, very special tournament run.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. I mean, it's such a huge question mark as to what the rest of this tournament is going to bring. Of course, we do have one more match today. It's not the end of today, but like looking forward to tomorrow.
Yeah.
I mean, we technically know who our teams are for tomorrow, and it is, I mean, we can guess as best as we can, but LG has, of course, been very dominant at these ICs, but there are a lot of foils to the team that have beaten them before, or they haven't had a chance to play as much against this season, and I think that there are just so many big question marks and upsets that are going to be happening tomorrow.
Yeah, you can't underestimate any of these squads, especially the ones that have fought their way all the way to day 2, some on unblemished score lines. I think Stamina Esports is going to be one of those teams, the 6-0 in map count. Luminosity, another one of those, I think 4-0, and we can just keep adding teams to the list.
Technically, they're 8-0. They did have a better map count, right, because they had more matches, but we don't count that.
But still a good run. I think I did see a screenshot of one of those players that did have a 5 speedster game off stage, which was very, very fun.
Nice.
So, yeah, these teams having an absolute blast up here on the main stage. Stamina Esports, no exception, but I think Daybreak also fitting into that category, having a great tournament and potentially could even turn up even hotter for day number 2. They have made it into that single elimination bracket stage.
Yeah, like I said, they've got to be happy that they've now brought OC to day 2 of an in-person event 2 times in a row. In a row, that is. Very, very impressive. The first 2 times ever, really. So they should be proud of themselves regardless of what happens. And then last time that happened, they had a really close match against LG. They could be trying to get their rematch as well if they can fight their way through. But it's going to be a tough bracket. And I mean, looking at our next match, just thinking about it as well, T3 is going to be another team that they did manage to make day 2. They've got a lot to prove. And I mean, obviously we don't get to cast that, but I'm excited to watch that one coming up relatively soon.
Yeah, is that another one of those things where you can just say and manifest it? I want to cast game. I won't take it from them. No, I'm not going to withhold Spraggles and Doob Snacks from the community. We need to make sure that we got that duo casting this next game because it's going to be a very, very fun one. Yet another international invited team in Dreamax Esports is going to be going up against a North American favorite in T3. A tumultuous season for that squad, but has had some roster pickups as of recently and in recent tournaments, both Unite Championship Series and otherwise have been looking good. And I'd say they are a contender for that world spot. Dreamax not going to want to give it to them easily, but they are a contender.
Yeah, another that entire group is filled with
teams that are like not qualified for Worlds and have been very close to potentially qualifying for Worlds. So it's all heartbreakers and all hype moments in that group, I think. So I am excited to see that one. To Dreamax earlier, they were looking quite good. I was as always, I'm impressed by them. They're one of those teams that it's like surprising that they didn't qualify already. I think more so than anything else. But it's just how it happens. Pokemon Unite, you can have a bad day, you can have an off day. Orange Juicers, they've made top 2 in basically every tournament this year, except for the one where they went 0-2. So things just happen, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, this is esports, baby. We're in the thick of it sometimes. And yeah, these teams are competing for a whole lot, like we talked about, prize money, world championship spot, of course. But the title at North America International Championships is also a very, very sought after victory.
And if you're Orange Juicers, the trophy.
The trophies. We're looking for the trophies.
More important than anything else. They're like, don't even give us the money. Don't give us the title. Just give us the trophies and we will go home. And if you don't, we will not leave this venue.
Exactly. All right, we got to make sure we got trophies for this, but I think we're all set. All right, well, I do believe we have an interview on the main stage with a member of Stamina Esports. So take it away. Let's hear from Stamina.
What's good, everybody? Dreamax here alongside Frank from Stamina Esports. Big time win, big time player. Here we go. First question, let's run it down. You just went 3-0 in your group, on top of your group. How much momentum does that give you going into day 2?
Acabáis de ganar 3-0 en vuestro grupo y eso os deja arriba de todo. ¿Cómo es este momento en el que ahora mismo vais a llegar al día 2 con este resultado?
Nos tiene más tranquilos porque si seguimos las reglas estamos en el top 8 directamente, así que ahora descansar y a darlo todo mañana.
So they are more calm for that reason, and that's why they feel confident and they will just rest and go straight to the day 2.
Wonderful. Yeah, momentum carries through. Big day 2, a lot of good teams. Now, I know this is a canned question here, but I need to know, who does Stamina Esports want to play in the championship game on Sunday?
¿Quién de Stamina quiere jugar en el Championship del domingo?
¿Contra quién?
¿Contra quién, sí?
¿Queremos a Perú o a Nouns Esports?
Well, we know those teams. Pretty straightforward. I would love to see that matchup personally. Last thing I'm going to say, of course, we love to allow you to do this. Some shout-outs to the people at home from Stamina.
¿A quién quieres dedicarle este momento? Tienes un momento para dedicarle a quien quieras.
Pues a mi familia, a mi novia y a mis 4 compañeros y mi coach por confiar en mí y seguirme dando la oportunidad de competir en este juego.
To the family, his girlfriend, to all the team members and the coach for all this time that he has been participating in all this tournament.
Family's a good shout. Girlfriend's an even better one. You'd probably get yelled at if you forgot that one. Okay, here we go. Stamina Esports 3-0. That's Frank. I'm Dreamax. We got more game. And a Stamina keychain gift for me. Stamina on top. Stamina number 1. Thank you, Frank. Back to the booth. And can I get a hug?
Keychain and a hug. Wow, I mean, profit up there.
I know, but I want to do this interview.
Yeah, can I get on the Stamina interview for the next one, please?
Next Stamina interview, we're not casting. Guaranteed.
Yeah, exactly.
Production, can
it's
we
in my
make that
contract.
happen?
I'm pretty sure they know.
All right, well, they know now. Also, I was saying, Frank's voice is really good on microphone.
Sounds great.
I had to say it again right now because it's great. That's like a radio voice for sure. Can definitely steal our jobs.
Yeah, and we weren't given gifts to say this, but if he ever wants to join the commentary booth, he absolutely should.
Yes. Yeah. But we would accept gifts for it.
Yeah, but he can give us keychains. I want to be so abundantly clear about
and
that.
Hugs. Yes, keychains and hugs are acceptable.
All right, hey, good news. Our break is ready. So we're going to be jumping to a very short break, and when we come back, it will be the conclusion of day number 1, one final group stage game. More Pokemon Unite at NAIC right after this.
Welcome back to NAIC here in New Orleans, the final stretch. It's the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. We're back! All right, everybody, we are back with our last match of the day, which should be a bit of a burner for Barnes, Dupe Snacks.
That means if you have a barn, it will be on fire and therefore be burned down, because we are closing out to see who will be on top of Group F.
Yeah, this is an exciting one. We've got Dreamax and we have T3. So two really cool teams doing well in their groups. We talked about Dreamax a lot earlier. This is one of the teams I have my eye on because I want to see them get deep in this tournament. I would love to see Dreamax at Worlds. It feels like Worlds without, you know, the players on Dreamax, Worlds without Mazo, Worlds without some of these stars.
Without a Levo too?
Yeah, would be a real bummer. Now, of course, we have an amazing NA team in T3. This is a team that I feel like could definitely have taken one of those NA spots, right?
Oh, I agree. I think, you know, they found themselves outside looking in the regional finals, a bit to their own surprise, I believe. So this is their last chance to qualify. And if you look at T3 Dreamax, they're in the same position here. They got to run it deep through this event. And for them, it starts by winning their group so you can be the first seed out of your group into tomorrow and give yourself just a slightly easier path.
Yeah, you know, there's a real possibility, Dupe Snacks, that we're going to make it deep into this tournament, and the team that actually will win that final spot might not be the team that gets it to the grand finals, right?
Correct.
They could easily be the team that's in 4th place because we have so many teams already qualified for Worlds. Those spots will start to trickle down. But before we get ahead of ourselves, let's take a look at what's happening here. We have Dreamax with the band Suicune, Zorororororork, and T3. We have Blaziken and Leafeon band out.
What I'm most surprised is we don't have a Blissey anywhere on our screen yet, which is a bit of a surprise to me because that Pokemon is very, very good.
Yeah.
Finding a lot of bans this weekend. However, look at the priority shift. Now, Dreamax might not have to be too concerned here because of the heavy prio by Tie-Dye on this Clefable, so they might be able to get Blissey late. But it's something to keep in mind. If they don't go in that direction, Guizine already on this Psyduck, we might see our first non-Blissey anything today.
You know, something I really like here is this item, this curse item on Miraidon. When I look at the other side and I see that Clefable, if this is a Charge Beam Miraidon, you are just able to rip through all of that healing. They're all bunched up, and you're able to get that huge debuff on the entire team near Clefable. I think it's actually a super strong counter. We're seeing the same thing for Zera right there. We've got it on the Armarouge as well. So a lot of healing reduction items to try to deal with Clefable, who was recently buffed. Moonlight is unbelievably powerful. So if you could take a huge portion of that healing away, you could get a lot closer to KOing some members of T3.
I agree completely. I love how Dreamax rounded out their draft here. Kadu Zera on the Mimikyu, they're selected last. And we've got a gutter pick of Absol, which is nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, Absol's a weird one, right? It feels like this is a Pokemon that you can slot into a lot of these teams, but you might not expect it to sort of pop up in some of the ways it does. It feels like a great last pick. Mimikyu feels the same way to me. You know, you don't really want to let the enemy team know that you're going to be picking it early, but it could be quite powerful. Mimikyu, really strong, it feels like, into something like Inteleon. Like, very easy to shut a Pokemon like that down if you could just get into the back line. Boom, Shadow Sneak, even you could be Play Rough, you could be Shadow Claw. Your Unite move after a Shadow Sneak is almost enough to get Inteleon in kind of one combo.
I'm taking a look at T3 here, and they've got a really good strategy to actually deal with this Miraidon. Yes, it has the Cursed Incense, which helps mitigate what Tie-Dye can do. However, you want Tie-Dye sitting on top of Zealot, and you've got Sobi shooting pot shots from a distance. However, Anon, if they can get a good flank on Miraidon and change their priority where they have to focus to make sure that they don't get knocked out, you've got free real estate for that Clefable and Garchomp to just go, go, go.
Here we're getting ready for it. Obviously, this is T3's first time on this stage. Here, Dreamax earlier in the day, and you have to feel like there's a bit of an advantage there. You know, they've already played up on stage. They've already done well. Both of these teams qualified for day 2, which feels great, but you absolutely want to enter day 2 with that exclamation point. You're the team that 3-0'd your group. As we head right into it, Dreamax Esports, your purple team, T3, your orange team. Game number 1 here for these two squads in Group F.
Listen, T3 has a lot of players that are used to specifically this NAIC stage from last year because they played on it under that eKittens banner. Dreamax Esports, of course, no strangers to the stage either, and I'm expecting a good high-octane matchup here.
Here we go, some scoring early happening from the side of Dreamax, 4 points to 2 as they are crashing this goal zone, looking to see what they can secure and what they can take away from the side of T3.
Now, notice Rex on T3 subbing in for Pure, who was playing there most of the season. Rex, typically the support player and shot caller for Nemesis. Nemesis was not coming out, and we found a couple of their players on these different teams, T3, looking to be successful, and a good ad for them as a replacement in the last final hours leading into the event.
Yeah, super solid player, lots of experience on the big stages like this. Obviously, Nemesis, a top NA team, but they are not here in this tournament. They're not going to be heading to Worlds, but we got a big fight breaking out here.
Straight on top is the Lappers going in easy and trying to find an opportunity here. They pop the headache, their head hurts, but they're going to make that damage happen the other way. And now Zealot tries to Dragon Rush away with the eject button, but no, it's Kaduzera getting 2 KOs, and now we have, of course, the Armarouge getting one as well, and tons of points are going in. good little skirmish for Dreamax.
Strong start for Dreamax right there. Beautiful little fight. That early KO just really helped snowball that entire situation, taking one after another. And a Pokemon like Mimikyu really can take advantage of those moments. Nice secure, however, by Rex, able to get that last hit on the buff so it was not stolen away by Dreamax.
Now Rex is just going to secure something. Snorlax just really good at securing.
Tackle
in the
is
early
so
stage.
good, dude.
Especially
Tackle
in the early
brutal.
stages of the game. Kadu missing with that Shadow Sneak, which means Anon is going to be able to rotate up top with their Clefable and make sure they can get some points in here.
Yeah, nice stuff here from T3, just taking, you know, some points where they can get it. Shadow Sneak moves right in. Anon in some trouble right now, being ripped apart. Very little HP, but the block, no, not able to stop them.
I mean, nice knockout here by the side up, good follow-up, and now Kadu getting another knockout. That might be their 4th one this game already, and we're only 2 minutes and 30 seconds in. Surf back to provide spacing, and everybody else is retreating. They've got other stuff to do.
This Mimikyu is on fire right now. Kadu just absolutely running through T3, picking up KOs every time it engages. Looking for another one right here. The Shadow Sneak lands on the Clefable. They're moving forward, but they decide to peel back.
Uniquely, Dreamax realizing that Zealot's going to need a lot of experience. Normally, this would be the top laners by themselves most of the game, but they're putting the pressure on so they can't get too far ahead. And look at Rex, just going to take a nap in front of 3 players of Dreamax. Are they going to make the punish? Heavy Slam is there. They're going to make it back to pad? No. And that's going to be more points going in? Yes.
They are trying to break this goal zone. 5 right here. They're deciding whether or not they want to stack or just take the big over. They go for the big over, and now they're going to rip this top path down. Regieleki already at half in the top path, and T3 not prioritizing bot Reggie just yet. You can see they're running to it right now. They're going to be a little late.
Charge Beam, Miraidon, excuse me, Charge Beam, I just assumed Charge Beam. Miraidon rolling down. Of course, Rex is going to provide spacing, but we're watching this Regieleki, see if they can be marched in. Now, Olivo, half HP on the Lapper, is going to put the pressure on, and the pressure is there indeed. Heavy Slam, good rotation. Block going to get them out of the way, but are they going to actually be able to set up some knockouts? Regieleki is on the doorstep. They're putting more pressure on. Armor Rouge just laying into him slowly but surely. Mimikyu Unite right on top of Rex, and they're gone. Tie-Dye is gone, and now we finally engage in. Dragon Rush. Does Zealot have enough in the tank? No. Consider that thing siphoned empty, and now Dreamax Esports stretching this lead out to over 200.
Wow, taking the tier 2 almost at the 6-minute mark here in this match. That's going to be open for multiple opportunities to score in that home base, and depending on how they play this Regieleki Doobsnacks, we could see them send that towards their base near Rayquaza time, right? There are going to be a lot of opportunities for Dreamax because that avenue is already open. Pretty devastating for T3. It's really rough to lose your tier 2 goal zone that early. It cuts off the map, it takes away vision for you, and again, it opens up that home goal zone where your opponents can make some really powerful plays.
And of course, Zealot is so hungry for experience now. There's not even any wild Pokemon on the map for T3 to pursue, which means they're just bunching up and looking for a catch here to see if they can find anybody. Sobi is trying to figure out where they are. Nice shot on Olivo. She's going to know exactly where they are. No follow-up there, but at least that's info they have.
Yeah, they have some information. They just don't have anything they can do on the map right now. We have Zealot trying to get as much experience as they possibly can in the top path, just getting that Garchomp online. We have 5 Unite moves on the side of T3 and only 3 on the side of Dreamax. So this could be their opportunity to take a big fight, and they would love to take away some real estate from the side of Dreamax right here. Moving forward, they pick up a KO right away on Clefable.
Eating Tie-Dye is no good. Good poach, though, by Zealot. Right into the Unite move by Anon. They need to get a knockout here. We're forcing everything out. Mimikyu counters back the other way and gets the knockout before they can cash in. We've got Rex going in again. Heavy Slam, Power Nap, but nobody is worried about that. Miraidon Unite is just raining meteors from the heavens, and Rex is going to be sent straight there with wings back into the skies. Dreamax Esports is running it.
Beautiful stuff there from Dreamax. You saw multiple members of T3 getting very close to picking up KOs right there, but they just couldn't close the door on any of it. Dreamax able to have Armarouge, out of that fight with almost no HP, having to use its fire spin just to generate a shield and walk away. We do have a Reggie Rock on the side of T3, so it's not like they've got nothing here, but boy, they are behind. 236-39, and they seem to be losing all the big fights.
They do have, I would be safe using the Clefable Unite here if they put some pressure on in the next 15 seconds, and that'll at least maybe high roll something. However, Dreamax Esports is going to take the initiative. Snipe shot rings back on Kadu, doesn't deal much damage. Good block, trying to pin Ferzera against the wall. Heavy slam as well, separating from the team. And now Tie-Dye is picking up Anon, and everybody is settling in as they were able to at least get them right on. Separating to Ferzera, double block into the wall. Please get a knockout, T3, you need it. They do cash in.
Finally, Snorlax picking that up. Mimikyu lands the Shadow Sneak, but they decide not to move in, instead peeling back here. When you're in Dreamax position right now, they don't really need to take this fight. Right. So I think they made the right call saying, look, we could probably fight, we could trade a little bit here, but it's actually an advantage to our opponents if we trade KOs right now. We're ahead. We don't need to give them any catch-up experience in this moment, and considering we're ahead on the scoreboard as well, I think it's just time for us to play defensively. I think Dreamax played that well. In fact, I think they've made pretty much every correct decision throughout this match so far. Even the bottom Reggies that they have given up felt like they were the right call to give those. Unfortunately for Dreamax here, that next Reggie was secured too close to the 4-minute mark, and now we will not see it before Ray. Still up on the scoreboard, 236-39, 18 seconds until Rayquaza hits the map.
They're taking a pause. We're looking to posture. T3 is going to have to take the agency here and figure out their shot. That's a good start here. Gizine low on HP. Ray's in 5 seconds.
Yeah, Ray's in 5 seconds. We have Snorlax moving with a block. They're trying to push them out, but it looks like Sobi is setting up a snipe shot right here, and we are moving in.
Shot. We go. That's going to be a quick KO. We got to get Armarouge down. Force out the Unite move, but it's not enough. Charge beam is there, but nobody home. Sobi looking up and lining up another shot. They need to find this Lapras. Olivo is so low. Now we get the Mimikyu down. This is T3's opportunity. Zealot's going straight towards Rayquaza. They're going to begin the rip. Is the rest of the team going to be able to support? Here comes Olivo after they faced full HP. Eyes, hearts open, ready to go. Sobi, make it the Ray for T3. And now you know what it is. It's Hundo Burger time.
Inteleon with the secure, and they're still behind. 236-139, but it's so close right now. A single 100 points will put them ahead by only three right now. We have Inteleon and Clefable moving towards the home goal zone as they're trying to stop it at this tier 1, and another 200 points are in. 236-439. T3 is way up.
Now, here comes Anon. I believe they still have a shield. I don't know how many points they have. Rex is trying to block. The fact that this goal zone is still open is well done work by the Snorlax player. Looking good in the tank role today is Rex.
Rex is an absolute superstar this match. I think setting up so many big moments. And what a fight. What a fight from T3. They needed a huge catch right there. They had to make something happen. Then, as soon as they did, I think they made 100% the right call. Take your advantage. Go for Rayquaza. 35 seconds left, and with 2 members of Dreamax down, it looks like this first match is heading over to T3.
I love the no hesitation reaction to the amazing snipe shot by Sobi. Chunked Psyduck for half their HP, and immediately everybody just went, it's in, baby, we're going. Rex engages, gets a good split, they get that knockout, and they're able to nab the, make Olivo have to reset, and they grab Kadu, the Mimikyu, who's level 14 at the time. Amazing team fight out of T3.
Great stuff from T3. Way to stay in this match. They were behind, but they stayed in it. They kept their levels. They had their Unite moves. They stuck together as a squad. They took moments where they could, right? They took those bottom Reggies when they had the opportunity. Behind on points, but they stayed in it. And they looked for their moment. They found it, taking down Dreamax in Game 1.
You know, think about it. All of that was essentially without a Garchomp for 7 minutes of the game.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, Zealot was, fighting for their lives there. They were trying to figure out a way to get to the point that they needed to make Garchomp effective, and they only got to that point way deep in the game. And they played around that. They waited for it. They didn't overextend. They didn't go too crazy. They understood they were down big on the scoreboard, but what they needed was to close the gap in the experience. They got there, and then it was just big punch after big punch after big punch, and went for it, got it.
We're taking a look at some of the big moments right here. This was that Rayquaza fight. Armor Rouge is down, and they decide to start moving here. They peel up. Mimikyu's in some trouble, pushing it back. Mimikyu uses its Unite. Once the Mimikyu's down and the Armor Rouge is down, they take that advantage. 5-on-3. We are going for Rayquaza right now. We have the snipe shot. We have the Absol. Let's see what we can make happen. Boom! Threading the needle for the secure.
Very, very, very well done, top to bottom. And again, you can't understate. It started with that Sobi snipe shot onto Gizing on that Psyduck. They didn't go down, but it forced them to retreat. And Psyduck is one of the best separators and space creators for that team, and with them out of the equation, it made the engagement so much easier. Tell me about the player of the game.
We have Anon on the Absol, obviously finding their opportunities, moving in. We have the X-Attack, you'll notice, X-Attack Energy Amplifier. This is a build that is just set up to wreck something, whether it's an objective or it's someone on the enemy team. You throw your Psycho Cut, you hit as many as you can, you use your X-Attack, and boom, with that amp on top of it, you try to see how much you can get done in a single Unite.
We actually saw that come to fruition. 3 minutes, 15 seconds left in the game. You saw both Clefable and Absol throw their Unite moves to get a crucial KO, which helped get that experience gap closed. And look at that, nice win by T3.
Here we have Dreamax with our first pick. They're gonna ban out the Suicune over to T3. We're banning out the Blaziken, a Pokemon that we assumed would either get some play this weekend and then start being banned, or just be banned out right away. Blaziken, one of the best all-rounders. It's funny, 2 all-rounders are our top bans right here. Zoroark, a 4% ban, but that's obviously very targeted. They have a good idea of what T3 might be throwing at them. Leafeon for our final ban here. First pick over to Dreamax.
Yeah, I'm thinking something that just popped in my head. Rex being on this T3 team means that they can actually play the Blissey in the tank role, because he's played Blissey so much, and that's still on the table. They didn't go that direction before, found a lot of success, so maybe they won't consider that as an option right now, but something in the back of the mind that they can use maybe all weekend long.
And we're seeing our pick here for T3, hovering Duraludon, but I don't think that's happening, as we have Snorlax and Clefable for T3. Obviously, Rex on Snorlax I felt like was an absolute playmaker, just setting up so many huge moments. Clefable is one of those Pokemon that, in the hands of a team that runs it a lot, I think they're going to get crazy value out of it.
Especially after the Moonlight buff, right?
Yes.
Especially after the Moonlight buff. And they played incredibly well. We talked about Cursed Incense right into the Charge Beam Miraidon, and they mitigated that well.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's just about positioning, right? It's like the patented Clefable with the gravity, dropping the gravity. Well, good players don't get trapped in the gravity too often, right? Because you're hoping to get a big, like, Absol catch or Leafeon catch. Playing around things is a good way to mitigate the, item-based advantages.
And here we go. Inteleon once again for T3. A late pick, and Sobi was very, proficient on that. So giving her that Inteleon feels pretty scary. As we take a look here. We've got both the Charcadets here. We've got the Armor Rouge, and we have that Cerulege. My brain wanted to call it a Cinderace for a moment. I was like, it simply can't be.
It cannot be that. It's a Cinderace in a Cerulege costume.
Let's check, get that with the stats team. Find out if that is in fact a Cinderace. I highly doubt it.
Is it a Cinderace in a Cerulege costume?
Yes, that's what we're trying to
Of course, without a doubt. And Zarina rounding
it out. They know
what
we're asking.
They know what the questions are.
Yep.
Zarina rounding it out. Honestly, some nice Zarina games today that we've seen on broadcast. When I see this Zarina, I'm trying to wonder what exactly they're looking to prioritize here. I have to imagine between Anon and Zealot, they can cover a lot of whomever they want to dive, right?
Yeah.
Just, Charge Beam Miraidon might have Cursed Incense for that Clefable, but if you can kind of run from 2 different directions on top of them to collapse, makes it pretty tough to aim that thing.
I got to say, the one Pokemon on both of these squads that I'm really not sold on right now is the Cinderace, aka Cerulege. I'm wondering what we're going to see happen with it. It just feels like it's a little outclassed by some of the other all-rounders in the game. And it does feel like a Pokemon where if you miss its Unite move or don't get that much value out of its Unite move, it really plummets. As opposed to some other Pokemon like Zarina, great Unite, but also brawls like crazy, amazing. Garchomp, really good Unite move, but also has some big moments itself. I don't hate Cerulege by any means, but I do feel like it feels like a mid-tier all-rounder pick in a meta with some incredible all-rounders.
Yeah, and you saw, you know, Zealot with that gutter pick Zarina, maybe thinking, hey, you know, we got away with one. It took me so long to get the Garchomp going. Zarina a little bit easier to get going in terms of what it's effectively trying to do within the game. So a decent pivot. Spragle, say the thing.
Dreamax Esports, your purple team, T3, your orange team, as we're heading into game number 2 right here. Is that not normally how I say it? Now, this is a best of 3 Noob Snacks, so this match could end right now if T3 is able to win this game. And interestingly enough, this is our last game here on day 1. And I know these matches are intense, but day 2 is going to get insane because we head into single elimination. Both of these teams feel like they want to win, but they don't have to. Tomorrow, you have to.
Yeah, single elimination tomorrow with the top 12 teams from today. Now, also keep this in mind, and stats team, we do want to see this on screen. If we finish this game 2-0, well, this has been the first LAN broadcast we've had where we've had 2-0s the entire day. I believe it is.
Figure it out, stats team.
Come
We're
on,
taking a
stats
look at the
team.
top path right here. We do have the Absol ready to fight. We also have Kadu on this Cerulege.
Nice rotation by Rex. Here comes the Lapras in the tank here. If they can get a knockout crucially started. And this is when Clefable comes alive. You don't have enough tools in the toolkit to limit the Moonlight right now. And with 4 players bunched up, value, value, value.
Yeah, really nice stuff there from T3. I mean, bringing Rex top set them up for a big win, and they were able to take it right there. Zealot still needs a little experience before they are able to evolve from Steenie and become Zarina. Down to the bottom path right here, some of this trying to be secured on the side of Dreamax, but it looks like everything really went about T3's way with that engagement.
Finally, a Drizzile is Sobi able to evolve because they had to, oh, nice. They had to hold the, come on, for Zera's like, he's stuck in the pocket too long. Can't do that against an Absol, baby.
Yeah, tough moment there. I mean, they tried to peel back and then turn back around to not get hit by Pursuit, but they got caught by it. They got the reset. We're going to see what Absol wants to do. They're just trying to rip through this experience. And they get a ton of it. T3 winning just about every fight, out-securing their opponents, picking up KOs. So far, things are going great for them.
I mean, they left Sobi down in the bottom path by themselves, and she's keeping up pace on levels here with their counterpart. And just another knockout. This Absol is everywhere. We've got another 4-player crash in the bottom pad with poor Tie-Dye just trying to hold it down in the face of these 2 Char Cadet evolutions, and finally just willing to give it up, saying, my job's kind of done here.
Yeah, nice stuff there from Dreamax, but I mean, T3 just wasting as much time as possible. Sobi in some trouble right now, being chased down, having to walk between the Thunder and the Psyduck. The Fell Stinger doesn't quite make it, and they do pick up a KO. Good stuff from Dreamax here.
Zealot looking good, gonna go right towards Alivo. The Thunder's actually gonna chase them out as they are gliding back towards the pad here. Charge Beam is there, good amount of damage on top of Rex. They're gonna grab a berry and they're gonna get right back into it. Zealot's going in, Tie-Dye with the follow me, grabbing the attention as they can. Geezing with the backdoor, going straight towards them, low on HP. Surf splitting them up. Here comes Kaduzera looking for a target, and they've seen Anon using their Unite move. Can't quite do enough damage. The Moonlight's there to pick them up. And now the Regice is leashing back the other way, and T3 still got a lot of power in the tank. There goes Zealot, though. Now, Kadu, can they get more? Absol Unite doesn't hit the broadside of a barn. That's not big enough. Why? Because the barn has been burned down, but Anon follows up and still gets the knockout.
Beautiful stuff there from T3, just counter-punching so well. I have to give it up to both the Absol and Zarina. They got hit with the Cerulege Unite move. You said not enough damage there, and you're exactly right. They both hit the full heal, so neither of them took any damage from Cerulege's Unite there, and it's what I talked about. I mean, that could have been devastating. They could have gotten a double KO possibly in that moment. 2 full heals, canceled out the Cerulege Unite, and then they move back in, counterpunch, Absol Unite. Great plays there by T3.
Well done. And getting quality KOs at that point in the game, that could have been an inflection point. That could have been Dreamax Esports rallying back in with that KO streak of 2. But instead, it just makes matters worse, as now Zealot is getting pretty darn big, and they're about to tick over to level 10.
Yeah, we got Absol looking for its possible Unite move here. Still farming up some of that experience and wild Pokemon. We're moving forward here. We have the charge beam just pushing them back. Nice psychic brings the Snorlax back in. They're going to look for a possible KO.
But now here comes the no, I was going to say, here come the healed. Not enough, not quickly enough. We hit the fly, and now we have the Absol Unite. Can they take out Kadu again? There's the Rhydon Unite hitting the meteors, but actually make it look like it knocked out their own Cerulege. Zealot keeps the pressure on, gliding through, KO streak of 2. Now we're peeling back towards our side of the team, just waiting for that Moonlight to top everybody's HP off, and there it is, right on time. Here comes Rex with the backdoor. Let's see if they can heavy slam into the back line and create some space. No, they're not worried about it. Regieleki's there, charge beam, doesn't matter. Absol takes it, and now are we going to scrap? Big question mark.
Yeah, Dreamax actually pushing towards this tier 1 instead of defending their own tier 1. Moving forward, Armarouge ends up continuing to push towards this Absol, but they are all alone here. The team actually having to retreat. Armarouge goes down. T3 picks up another KO.
Olivo again on the retreat. Lapras usually up front, just going brawly with the other team. And now I feel like in the last 2 games, I've seen nothing but retreat out of the Lapras.
Yeah, this has just been a really tough match for Dreamax. I feel like they've taken a couple decent stands against T3, but it does feel like T3 is winning every fight. The Absol already level 12. The nice thing for Dreamax, the Cerulege is keeping pace, also at level 12, but boy, it doesn't feel even close to as effective.
The toughest objective in the game, Regirock is here. Dropping boulders, Sobi now below 50% HP, doesn't matter. Oh, nice little stop there, only 15 points go in. Power nap on top of the pad. Let's see what they're gonna do with it. Absol Unite just to get themselves a little bit of shields here as they're gonna scamper away, and it looks like it's not any more worth the time of T3. Is that a snipe shot for the... No, they didn't get the buff. I thought they cut the buff on top of everything else.
And here we go. We see Dreamax trying to defend right here and pick up something. They're going to be able to get a KO on the supporter. Not that valuable, but it is a little consolation prize. 87-123. Scoreboard pretty close. However, in a lot of these fights, it has been T3 every single time as we have a 4-person assault on this bottom goal zone. And Cerulege is running down as well.
Rex half HP. There's the Rhydon Unite trying to create the area that they need to work. Straight on top of him is Rex. Big heavy slam, retreating back. Are they going to throw a block up? No, they're knocked out too quickly. Thunder is there. Cerulege Unite is there. It doesn't hit anyone. They're trying to get Sobi, but the protection is there. The rest of the team steps up like a bodyguard. Sobi looking like Whitney Houston, but it's not enough right now. Anon going to go back the other way. Zealot's putting the pressure on, making 2 of them retreat.
Wow, beautiful stuff there. I mean, T3 is just winning all of these fights. It's so tough. Yeah, we saw once again the Cerulege Unite find absolutely nothing, right? I mean, it's just a full air ball. Not able to hit Inteleon. I think it was a really beautiful eject is what I saw. I think it was Felstinger and an eject to peel away from the Cerulege Unite. Once again, no value for that Unite move. Regieleki walking towards this tier 1 goal zone. 20 seconds now until our possible last ray of the day.
Now it looks, wow, they're moving forward, very far forward. A bit surprised here. They might make this the fight. They're going to try and block, make this Regieleki hit here as they're looking to scrap. Moonlight's going to top everybody off. Good read as they peel to the middle. 5 seconds still Ray.
Here we go, setting up for Rayquaza right now. T3 in a position to possibly rip through this, but no, it looks like they're moving in towards a fight right now.
Immediate heavy slam. Olivio split from everybody else with that block. The pot shot comes through, doesn't quite hit. Sobi trying to get a target here. Anon rotation, they're on the chase. They're trying to take care of Kaduzera. They're very low. Coverage by Rex and a Unite move forced out, but now all of Dreamax is around Rayquaza. Zealot's trying to keep an eye on them, see what they're gonna do. Kadu still has a big time flank, sees Sobi. This is the target, they pop their Unite move. Sobi's so low, Sobi's gone! Dreamax Esports finds their target. No more Inteleon shenanigans now. Now they have to pivot. They're going to the middle. But look at how low on HP they are. They can't make a play yet. 10 seconds till Sobi comes back. We might have to rinse and repeat the whole thing. No, we keep the pressure on. Power nap right in the middle. Separates Psyducks down. Meteors are crash landing on Earth, but they're not leaving any divots here. T3 still taking agency, and now Sobi's back. Kadu is trying to do everything they can, but Rex and Anon have them sussed out. Thunder's back into the middle. Follow me, tie-dye back towards their team. Moonlight tops them off. These teams are fighting forever. Olivo has to peel back. They've got no HP left. 50 seconds on the clock, and finally, I'll take a breath.
Woo, a whole minute plus of straight action here at Rayquaza, and it is still standing with 45 seconds left. Dreamax is behind. They need to make a play as they are finding their opportunity. No Unite move on Cerulege. Here comes that Rex with the big time block, and they're ripping it Ray right now. It's already at half.
Half, and it's gotta take more damage than that. That buff, that 10% is making a difference. The clock is winding down. Rayquaza's low, heavy slam. Kadu turns it, but they gotta scramble and score. But all of a sudden, there's only 4 players left. Can they eliminate enough shields? The counter score by Absol is there. It's not gonna be enough. We're getting points in. Dreamax Esports says, screw those records you're looking for. We're making this a Game 3 match.
That's right. Dreamax evening this thing up in the last moments here of game number 2. They kept their head on straight. Very cool, calm, collected, ready to fight there with only 45 seconds left. They had to make a play. They ripped Ray, and here we are heading to game 3.
You know what? For all that we said about Cerulege, Kadu in the last 2 minutes of the game flipped the switch, turned it on. They got chased out by Anon. They didn't completely give themselves up. They dealt so much damage to the Absol that Anon could only bully them out, but couldn't actually chase them to try and put pressure. What did that allow Kadu to do? Come back, take care of Sobi, open up the window of opportunity. When they finally went for the full rip, Kadu steps up, secures.
Here's that moment where you see hits the Unite move, 2 full heals, and they are able to just pull away from that. Really beautiful stuff there from T3. T3 felt like they had control of almost every fight in this match, except for this final Ray fight. It was played very well by Dreamax.
Absolutely. I mean, I think this Absol was very impressive. I think the Clefable looked good as well. A lot of good back and forth here. My question mark is, how'd you feel about Zealot's Zarina?
I thought Zarina was actually great. I think they played really well. I felt like, it's funny, they lost this game, but played a much better game than game 1. Here's that rip that we're looking for right there. Rayquaza almost at half. We see them moving back in. Kato looking for the secure here. They decide to move right in, big time boosted after that Psycho cut, and they're able to take it.
Yeah, when everybody's in the blender like that, it's whoever takes Ray, the other team just falls off the face of the earth because every single move is thrown to the middle, and our player of the game, Kadu.
Yeah, I mean, with that big secure, they absolutely needed it. 5 knockouts, 73,000 damage, so they're putting in a lot of work right there. I'd be curious to see some of the other stats in that game, you know, the healing, the Miraidon. There were some big, big moments there for sure as we get ready to head to game number 3. It's fitting that this would be our first game 3 that we're seeing on broadcast today because these 2 teams feel incredibly close.
They really, really do. Now, did the loss do enough to shake T3 off of that? But look, they earned themselves a Clefable ban.
Yeah. Clefable being banned, I mean, now we're getting into the targeted ban territory, right? Which is one of the most exciting places to be, I think, in Unite. The question is, what does T3 want to do about that? What other answers do they have? Do they have plans for what happens if they get their Clefable banned away? We're going to find out very soon. First pick over to Psyduck.
Yeah, Psyduck has been the go-to. 3 games consecutively, Dreamax has selected Psyduck first, and there's the Blissey, all right? Well, if you're going to take away Clefable, I guess I'll take the actual best supporter going right now in Blissey. Snorlax, unsurprising. Rex has played a great Snorlax so far.
Yeah, I feel like Rex has been absolutely amazing on this Pokemon. I wonder if they would want to ban out both, but they clearly are worried about a very specific Zoroark play that could be made. Now they decide to take the Zarina away from them as well. So we're taking a lot of tools away from T3. We've got the Zarina and we banned out the Clefable.
Where do they go? Immediately highlighted is a Dragonite. That's going to change for sure. I want to see a Sobi Mew. I would love that. Sobi's terrific on that Pokemon. Yeah. They decide to not play ball here, but we do have a Garchomp hover by Zealot. That's where they go, and they're leaving the gutter pick up to Anon.
I'm wondering, I mean, it's funny because it looks like we stole some stuff on the side of Dreamax, but Sobi deciding, hey, I can actually take something from you as well. I can take this Armarouge away. It's been really difficult for us to deal with. Last couple of picks over here to Dreamax. We've got Talon. We've got a few speedsters being decided between. We have the Miraidon, some all-rounders. We have Espeon. We have Urshifu. Have we seen Urshifu at all today?
I don't. Not that we've broadcast. Not for that I've watched either, to be honest. So we'll take a look at where Ferzera goes with that. Mazo on the Espeon. I think Espeon is maybe a bit underrepresented today. I think we've seen more Miraidon than I anticipated. I maybe would have mentally thought Espeon would have slotted there. And then Anon back to the Absol. I think they had a solid Absol game. I like where these teams have gone with their compositions here.
Yeah, I'm with you on the Espeon too. I think this Pokemon's really good. I know there are a few attackers that are just insanely good, right? Just like priority picks. Inteleon has been a huge one, but Espeon, I think, kind of sneaky
you say that
good.
mysteriously, not banned or selected. And Sobi was electric on that Pokemon.
Yeah, but it was interesting because I think Sobi had a really amazing game 1 and kind of a middling game 2 on it. So I think taking this opportunity to steal a pick with Sobi, I think that's great. Take away the Arm Rouge, take that tool away from Dreamax. I'm really curious to see what this Urshifu is. It could be either one. It could easily be Blue Bear. It could easily be Single Strike. I'm really interested to see this.
I mean, it could be Blue Bear because you do have your secure theoretically through Espeon as well. If you'd like to go in that direction, they have a great isolation tool in that Zarina with its Unite move. Being able to drag a player up to the air and just like Johnny Cage through them. No, it's who has the bicycle kick? Who's the bicycle kick? No, it's not. That's not right.
I know the sound you're making is correct. It's the exact right sound. Yeah. But
chat, put it in chat.
Chat, put it in chat. Stats team, figure that out.
And then give us that information. I feel like we're getting no information out of stats.
Honestly, our stats team is gone for the day, but we're still here. Dreamax Esports, your purple team. T3, your orange. He was at Liu Kang. T3, your orange team as we head to game 3.
What's that production? We're the worst? Understood.
Huh. Well, it was weird that only went to you.
To be fair, I did put us in that scenario. I put us in that situation. All right, let's talk about this game, though.
Yeah, let's do it, because this is our first game 3, and what an exciting one it is to figure out which team is going to be the top heading out of Group F right here. Looking for the secure. We have the Espeon trying to get it, and they do. Beautiful stuff there from Mazo, able to get that secure. I wonder which kind of Espeon we are going to see here. Psyshock does not feel terrible into this, and it is Psyshock.
I like Psyshock quite a bit. Like I said, gives you a decent secure tool here. That stun is going to be amazing with the Urshifu and Zarina combination. So thumbs up on that. I think that's a correct choice.
Yeah, we have Mazo actually taking their time to head towards the top path right here, grabbing some berries so that they can make it. If they can create an opportunity to hit with a Psyshock here, they could finish this up. And it does look like we have the Water Bear. Here comes the big-time Psyshock trying to get some of that experience. No one going down on either side right now, but Snorlax kind of in no man's land here. They will be the KO.
Yeah, Rex actually stepped up to try and break up that Psyshock, as you mentioned. Couldn't quite get there in time, but that was like a sacrificial play. They were trying to break it up, so the birds went towards T3. They were unsuccessful, and it is a Blue Bear, my friend.
It is indeed a Blue Bear, and it looks like they're going to peel away from this central area here, trying to brawl early. The level 5 on this Pokemon is one of the best in the game, right? I mean, you really can head into the enemy central area. You can fight on the enemy goal zone, and they're trying to use that advantage here. It doesn't look like Dreamax able to get that much value out of it. However, Mazo on fire right now, on their way to level 7.
Yeah, securing everything under the sun. Again, that's the strength of Psyshock.
Only 4% of matches today have seen a game 3. I did have an interesting stat about this being the first time we've seen a 2-0 every match this season, but Dreamax ruined it.
Thanks, Dreamax. Dreamax Crushers is what they should be called.
You know what? I'll tell him that next time I see him.
Good. Good.
What? I'm the worst. Get out of my ear, production. We got 10 seconds now until birds spawn on the top and bottom path right here, and they're getting some information. They know the Psyduck is here. We also have the Rapid Striker Shifu in the top path with Serena, so we could be looking at a fight. Mazo rotating up top as well. A lot of pressure in this top path here. Here comes the Psyshock, and they're moving forward.
Good poach by Zealot to try and get some of that experience. They were successful. Now it's a 4v2. Nice Espeon Unite. Great use. Going to allow them to put some points in. Tons of pressure on Zealot, and they're knocked out. So T3, while they have uniquely been overloading paths, find themselves split, and Dreamax gets a little taste of their own medicine.
Beautiful stuff here from Dreamax, by the way. I mean, look at that over 109-0 right now. Yes, T3 is going to be able to get this Regirock, but it looks like Dreamax is doing exactly what they want. T3 having to find opportunities elsewhere on the map, and they are going to try to defend in this top path.
Tons of pressure put on by Dreamax, forcing, after that secure, everybody to retreat back and defend against this Regieleki. However, low investment by Dreamax, only 2 players there just watching what's going to happen. Giesing giving the information back to the rest of the Dreamax squad as they all peel back and settle in and just grab all the wild Pokemon they have on the map.
Yeah, Dreamax way ahead right now, right? They were able to take the objective they wanted. They were able to score. They don't give up anything for it. Level 10 on the Espeon right now, 9 on the Urshifu. They are looking pretty here. However, we have 2 Unite moves on the side of T3, so the next time these teams run into each other, it could be very explosive.
I hope so. I hope so. We need a good team fight. T3 needs a good team fight here. Good side shock stun on Rex with the bubble beam. Block's going to give them a shield and allow them to slide out of dodge there. Anon, however, has now exposed themselves, and they cannot get a decent engagement unless they want to get caught.
Yeah, here on the top path, we have 2 members of Dreamax still. And if you look at the scoreboard, 114 still to 0. T3 not able to make any ground when it comes to scoring points here. However, they are close on level still. Nice secure there by Dreamax. Mazo almost level 11 on this Espeon.
We actually have Rex babysitting Zealot to try and get that Garchomp big. That was a problem they had game 1. They don't want to let it happen here in game 3 with a chance to take their group down on the line.
Yeah, now we have both top and bottom objectives spawning within 1 second of each other. We're going to see how these teams want to prioritize this. 4 members of Dreamax in the bottom path. We have 3 members of T3 with a 4th rotating down. So we've got the 2 all-rounders hanging out in the top path. Things could kick off here in just a second, Dupe Snacks.
Giesing is there. They're eyeing up. They're giving information. Olivo with a good little split pressure push there. Rex is going to put it right back, though. Sobi looking to see if they can get a target, press them down. Regice is starting to get worked on. Full rotation. Zealot is there. They can get a decent engagement. Rex into the back line. They're going to cause some static with a power nap. That's the roughest sleep I've ever seen. Regice is there. They need to go for a secure. And it's the side shot out of Mazo that gets it. Half HP is gone on everybody on T3. That's a critical hit. We've got the Bliss Assistance in the middle, and now Zealot needs to try and take over. They use their Unite move, and they're going to keep the pressure on, but it's for Zera using their Unite move, just racking up the hits, but it's not enough. 2 players down on each side, and the pressure continues. Dragon Rush is there. Can they get another knockout? No, they're dispatched of. The Shark has been put to the land, dragged out of water, and it's the big stomp coming through for our first Penta of the day. Listen, stomping in mud holes, walking them dry.
Beautiful stuff there as we have the Penta KO from Dreamax. Amazing fight. Both of the all-rounders slowly making it down to the bottom path, but once they did, things exploded. The Garchomp Unite into the Bliss Assistance combination. It looked like it was done for Dreamax, but that Serena dismantling the entire squad. Massive Penta KO. 144 still to 0 on the side of T3.
Listen, T3 is down, not out. That was a big experience swing, but they're not so far behind. If you take a look, 3 minutes and 20 seconds is plenty of time to flip the script here and get back into this. However, Mazo's Psyshocks are ringing true right now. Spraggles doesn't look like the kid can miss.
No, Mazo is just perfectly on point. Beautiful play right there. The Psychic pulling the Absol back. We have the Lapras trying to move in and pick up the KO, just barely not getting it. Here comes the Regieleki. The question is, does Dreamax want to fight here or no? It looks like, once again, they're going to peel away from this objective, find other spots on the map to actually do some damage. In the bottom path, though, Sobi picks up the KO on this arena.
That's a huge KO.
Yes.
And that's what I'm talking about. Plenty of time to get experience back. Look, all of a sudden now, everything's coming back into balance, and it's going to come down to the quality of the team fight in the end. Look at all that Eos energy on the map from all these knockouts, from these skirmishes between these 2 quality teams.
You know, Dreamax way ahead on the scoreboard right here, but as we head into double time with 2 tier 1s up, this could change very fast without even Rayquaza hitting the map. Rex trying to get a ton of information right now from Dreamax, and it looks like T3 is just going to easily be able to take that Reg Ice. Multiple members of Dreamax are here, but we are not starting the fight yet. Lapras making their way down. 10 seconds till Rayquaza. Yep. At any moment, we could start this fight. They don't know exactly where Lapras is, but Lapras is using the Bubble Beam to check the bush right there. We have Dreamax ahead. They are very well aware they are ahead. The question is, how do they want to take this engagement? 4 members of Dreamax have information on T3. The block does not find its mark. They're going to peel back. Water Bear moves in. Power Nap.
Power Nap forced out right over the wall. Is Zealot forcing a Unite move? Bliss Assistance at the longest range. Trying to get the target they want. They bullied him all the way back to the T1. Espeon Unite is there. They're putting pressure back on Zealot. Tie-Dye's trying to close the gap so they can top them off them soft-boiled eggs. It's for breakfast. It's for dinner. It's for all the time. Zealot's back into the action. Couple Unite moves used. Everybody's pivoting to the middle.
That's right. We're coming back to the middle right here. We're going to see how T3 wants to play it. They know they're behind. The question is, how do they want to start this fight? They have an absolute Unite move. They're going to start tapping Rayquaza. We have Dreamax deciding whether or not they want to move in, and here they come.
There's no Bliss Assistance available. Ferzera goes in, gets stunned. Nice engagement with the Dragon Rush. Zealot has to peel back. Sobi is just sitting there. They're starting to chip into Rayquaza as well. Rex is trying to separate Kadu from their squad. Big engagement by Zarina back into the middle. That's a nice Unite move on Zealot. They are isolated. Dragon Rush down back towards. Rex is trying to split the team. What a block. 3 players are pushed away. Rayquaza's getting low. Kadu picks up his Peaberry back to the middle. Absol takes it. T3 needs to scramble and score. Take a deep breath. Watch your shields. 3 players down. Did T3 just do it?
Okay, we have the scores coming in 144 to 200. Unfortunately, Ferzera not able to break the shield, not able to use that piercing damage. Sobi into the main goal zone. 144 to 400 with 25 seconds left, and 2 members of Dreamax down. More points rain in as T3 is going to take game 3.
You have no idea how huge the Rex block was on 3 players. It separated Dreamax completely from what was happening in the middle of the pit. We saw great tank work before to buy time on the rip. We just saw it right there. I don't know, maybe Rex is a defender main here, and they're certainly flipping the script for themselves as T3 has just taken down Group F, and guess what? That's a big old F if you're on the side of Dreamax.
Yeah, big stuff here for T3. Massive win for them. I mean, what absolute slugfest between these 2 teams. Felt very even. No surprise that both of them are moving through to day 2. But of course, if you're Dreamax, I mean, you've had a tough run. You're one of the teams expected to already have your world slot, and now you're kind of beaten down by one of the, I guess, tier 3, tier 2 teams in North America in T3. An amazing squad, but also a squad without their world spot.
Listen, I mean, Dreamax, it didn't have the day that they wanted. They are going on to tomorrow. So for them, it's about collecting themselves, figuring out what went right, what went wrong, and then correcting those things, because they had some brilliant moments in this series.
Yeah, they had some great moments here. Here was that assault on the tier 2 goal zone in game number 1. Big time Dragon Claw combo, but they're able to continue pushing through. The war of attrition goes the way of Dreamax right there as they take that goal.
Just still working through Zealot, looking for a poach here. And this is where we thought that Garchomp maybe didn't find all the value. Immediately getting gobbled up by, it was a phenomenal Mimikyu. I am like shocked that Dreamax didn't go back there. And yes, they lost this game 1, but that Kadu on that Mimikyu was sliding.
Yeah, the Mimikyu looked amazing here as we head towards the end of this match. Obviously, we're seeing some big moments from these 2 squads in this best of 3. T3 up 1 game. Here was the Ceruledge moving towards that Rayquaza, looking for the final secure. They move in with a Psycho Cut, big time boosted attack, and they get it.
Well done again by Dreamax. That was a very tight game. Everybody was still up, ready to go. Kadu put the team on their shoulders, but here we go. Now we have our Ray fight here in game 3, and you're gonna see this block. Watch the middle of your screen here. It's going to be, I hope they show it, because it was incredible. Rex buying time, buying space. Boom, 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 boom. Clears everybody out. You saw the Absol Unite get Olivo down, and then Rayquaza became easy because Kadu had to run away because they had no HP left. execution, my friend. Execution.
Beautiful. So it looked like
Whoop,
block.
I literally just broke our lights.
Yeah, block into the X speed right there. Sobi on the Armor Rouge, player of the game, and what a steal. Also, just stealing this away from Dreamax, taking one of the tools away from them, and you saw how powerful it was. 5 knockouts, obviously scored that burger at the end right there. Running the focus band, Curse, Incense, Rocky Helmet.
Incredibly, incredibly well done. And don't forget, we were watching the top half of our screen in that game 3, and Sobi won that 1v1 against Kadu, who had just gotten a penta, and that's right after I said they've got 3 minutes and 20 seconds. That's plenty of time to square up this experience, and that's where it began. She needed that experience in that moment, got it in a good exchange with a tough player, and that set them up for success.
Yeah, and we're going to send it up to the main stage right now for an interview with T3. Take it away.
All right, thank you so much, Spraggles and Dupe Snacks. That's right, I'm on stage with Sobi of T3, qualified now for day 2. Sobi, you were fan favorite last year here at NAIC. I don't think that's changed at all. A lot of people out here cheering for you. How good does it feel to qualify for back-to-back second days of NAIC now?
It feels just absolutely incredible. I'm so grateful to my team. I could not have asked for better people, and I'm so grateful to Rex for coming in and whipping us into shape.
Yeah, having a bit of that coaching presence does seem like it's working out, but your team was playing so well coordinated together, and I mean, you were picking up things like the Maridon and Suicune we were talking about. Are there any other attacker picks you think your team will let you play, or are those the 2 spots you're sticking to?
Okay, so they finally started letting me play Intel a little bit ago, because basically in NA, everyone just like, oh, Sobi's okay, but she doesn't play Intel. Well, here, I played Intel.
Okay, I like that. All right, we'll look forward to your Intel. That's very exciting. I want to ask you a question about that final fight in that game number 3. I mean, obviously super hectic. We have like this first fight where a lot of Unite moves are used, and then everybody just walks away, and we take the refight. In tense situations like that on T3, who's kind of like taking charge of the shot calling, making sure that people know what's going on? Is it you, Sobi? You telling the team what to do?
Yeah, I think it's me, guys. Okay. It's definitely like a group effort, I think, but it's definitely Zelot on the comms, but Rex literally was like, stop talking, listen to me. I think it was game 3. After we lost game 2, he said, okay, guys, listen to me and we'll win.
All right, sometimes you need one voice through. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, Sobi, final question. We got some people cheering for you here in venue. I'm sure there's people excited to see you on Twitch and YouTube and things like that. So anything to say to all your supporters out there watching at home?
Thank you so much. Oh wait, for the woman.
Amazing. All right, Spraggles, Dupe Snacks, back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Zoinks. Sobi does play Inteleon. Zoinks does not play Inteleon.
Let the
we want to
record
make
show.
that very clear.
Zoinks
we
does not
don't
play
have
Inteleon.
an Inteleon player on
Sobi
the caster
does.
squad. Sobi, on the other hand, great Inteleon. Pretty fantastic. You know, I'm not surprised to hear those were the comms, because that's what it felt like happened. It felt like Rex said, I have this, do what I say.
Yeah, I mean, he is the shot caller on Nemesis, right? Nemesis couldn't make it. We saw Azabel on a different team. Obviously, he's on T3. And Rex is not the person to just sit in the passenger seat when he can have agency and sees an opportunity to win a game. So, you know, if he's the spark that T3 needs to help them kind of eclipse their performance from last year and just keep pushing and pushing, hey, credit to their other 4 that have been playing together all year long to say, you know what, we are going to leverage this. We are going to try and win. Well done, well executed for the women.
Yeah, amazing stuff there for the women.
Sobi's the best.
Sobi's awesome.
Sobi rocks.
It's great. I mean, I love T3 as a squad, and I do think Rex is one of those players I feel like that could, you know, make anything a little bit better. Obviously, an incredible player on NEM. We're going to take a look at our groups here before we leave you, everybody, because day 2 is about to be insane. Coming out of Group A, our top 2 squads, we've got Luminosity Gaming and Bees.
And Bees! Group B, we have Peru 3-0, version 1 2-1.
In Group C, Revelation, which we saw take down Nouns up on the big stage earlier today. And of course, Nouns Esports 2-1.
Orange Juicers 3-0, great performance on the stage as we saw. Ignorance, good bounce back performance here to punch their ticket into day 2.
Yeah, and we're taking a look. Group E, T3, 3-0 out of their group, taking down Dreamax in the closest series that we've seen all day. And then, of course, Doobstack's Group F.
Shame on me. I was leaning hard into the Group F. I thought that's what
Honestly, so was I.
Yeah, I just assumed that's what it was. But not to take away any flowers from Stamina Esports and Daybreak, all the way from OC. Both, well, Daybreak is from OC, Stamina obviously is not. But credit to those two teams traveling a long way to make it to NA and try and run through the final stretch squads.
Well, we have an insane day 2 ahead of you, a single elimination bracket where we're going to head all the way towards our grand finals that will happen on Sunday. Do not go anywhere. I want you to stay exactly where you are. Watch it on a rerun. Keep watching it. Find the little Easter eggs that are a part of this broadcast.
There's so many of them.
So many Easter eggs. They're not mistakes. They're Easter eggs. And we will be back with more Unite tomorrow. Thank you all so much. We'll see you then. Goodbye.
Goodbye.